Hey, you're here. Here, have some chocolate milk. This time the story is about a villain. Maybe most of you already know it. It's about a boy who reincarnates into the world of a novel. Or was it a game? I honestly don't remember. But in the original story, he ends up being exiled and now has to do everything he can to avoid that tragic fate. And you all should also try to avoid our downfall by subscribing to the channel. It helps us a lot. Or maybe don't subscribe. Who cares? Enjoy the video and thank you. The rowdy son of a high-ranking noble family reigned over the academy like a king. But at that moment, he was being removed from the family register. He felt that the god of fate was making a mockery of him. This was Ed Ruth Taylor, and his life, in short, was over. He was kicked out of his own house. Meanwhile, at the academy, the students began to mutter that wasn't Ed Ruth Taylor and asked them to keep their voices down for fear of him hearing. Some commented that there was no reason to be afraid anymore, as he had been disinherited. Others said they wouldn't see him again next semester and that he shouldn't have cheated on the entrance exam in the first place. Everyone knew that this would happen at some point, but Ed thought all this was unfair because the arrogant Ed Ruth Taylor they were talking about wasn't him. The real Ed entered a game based at the Sylvania Academy Magic School, which was his favorite game. It was called The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. Normally, when you join this game, you become the first son, a bully, or a powerful person. But of all the possibilities, he became a third-rate villain who gets kicked out of the dorm right at the start of the game. Ed Ruth Taylor, disinherited, was the worst possible character. He thought it was unfair. It couldn't really be happening. He had always lived quietly, without greed, without making mistakes. So why was this? People started laughing in his face, saying that he still thought what they had done was unfair. He stood there, alone and humiliated. But later, when he looked in the mirror and saw his system, he realized that Ed really was the worst character. His stats were terrible. 3 for stamina, 4 for intellect, 7 for talent, 7 for willpower, and 6 for luck. He was in a magic academy with only 4 intellect. It was no wonder that, in the game, he was only a third-rate villain. He only appeared in the first few scenarios, and even in Ed's memory, he was just a blur. He couldn't even remember what happened to him afterwards, until he remembered. In the end credits of the game, Ed appeared begging, looking like a bum. He thought, well, that's no surprise. A troublemaker with no knowledge of the world dumped on the streets was still lucky to be alive. He sighed, calmed down, and wondered why just that body, why he had ended up in that game. He didn't know why, but he was going to find out. And he wasn't going to let that be the end of him. He was going to make it no matter what. The academy wasn't just a school, it was closer to an entire city, with the whole of the Arkan Mountains around it. The place he was in was to the northeast of the academy, in an undeveloped forest. He had walked for half a day, trying to escape the gaze of the other students. This time served to better understand the current situation. The moment Ed was rejected was the extreme beginning of the game scenario. Fortunately, he was only rejected by his family, but not expelled from school, which was extremely important. Sylvania Academy was a top school. If someone graduated from there, their future was guaranteed. As long as the game was still set in the academy, he could use all the knowledge of a player who had finished the game 5 times to his advantage. This meant that if he managed to graduate without attracting attention, he could live comfortably and have an incredible life. With a twig, he wrote the word graduation in the sand. But he knew there was a big problem: the tuition fees. This semester was already paid for, but he needed to get a scholarship for the next one. And with those awful statistics, how would he do that? He thought he'd sort it out later. First, he needed to think about the most urgent things: shelter, clothes, and food. He opened his large suitcase and wondered how he could avoid becoming a beggar with what he had. Inside were flashy clothes with no statistics, a useless ceremonial dagger, and a useless ornamental cup. At least he had clothes, but food and shelter were the problem. Given the bad reputation of that body, it would be difficult to find a job, and he couldn't go back to the dormitory, as he'd been kicked out of there too. So he decided to stay in the forest for the time being. At least there was a stream nearby. It was now 10 days until school started. Until then, Ed told himself that he would become suitable to attend the school, and he began practicing magic, starting with the wind blade. Ed felled some wood and thought that fortunately that body could still use magic, but magic was very bad. He was already exhausted after chopping down 15 tree stumps. At that moment, he remembered something his grandfather had once said, that in a period of extreme hunger, he had eaten tree bark. So Ed took his glass, filled it with water from the stream, and began to use the fire spell. He thought that anything had to be edible somehow, so he cooked the wood. Looking closely, he thought it looked like a piece of chicken breast, ate it straight through, and then vomited. 2 days later, on the 3rd day, he was sitting and thinking that he hated his grandfather. After a day of hunger and 2 of vomiting, he understood that wood is not for eating. Wood is used to build houses. First, he had to erect the frame that would support the structure. The problem was that he only had 2 hands and needed 4 supports. It wasn't an easy job. Even so, he lifted everything with effort, tied it together quickly, and told himself that the shelter structure was ready. But there was still a lot missing. He threw a pile of clothes on the ground because he couldn't sleep on the dry earth. He said it was a waste, but he had no choice, so he spent the whole night tidying up. He barely managed to finish. Suddenly, a system message appeared, informing him that he had learned the skill Basic Wood Shelter. The difficulty was half a star out of 5, and his current rank was Novice Craftsman, with no specialty. His stats were Mana level 4, Design level 1, and Gathering level 1. Ed asked if the crafting system was also active, and it was explained that, having lived as a nobleman, he might not have known this, but he was more talented with his hands than with magic. And just at that moment, practicality was what he needed most. He decided to create one more thing, a simple harpoon, and said that now he was going to get something useful to eat. He began to plunge the harpoon into the river, trying to catch a fish. It was said that, with the current statistics, he shouldn't succeed, but his desperation for meat was stronger. In the end, he managed to catch a few fish and fried them using fire magic. As he ate, he told himself that there was only a week left until school started. He just had to hold out until then. He knew that when he entered school, his problems might increase, but for now, that was all he had to do. However, just as he was about to eat another fish, someone approached him. It was a girl who asked him if he was Ed Ruth Taylor. Ed thought he'd forgotten about the main characters in the game, but now he'd bumped into the worst one of all. That girl was Fenia, and she was the one who had kicked him out of school at the time. She asked him if he really hadn't left yet. To summarize the story, Ed Ruth Taylor is the first villain to appear in the game. As soon as the player starts, he uses his noble status to hit on the protagonist's childhood friend and ends up getting beaten up. Not satisfied, with a heart full of revenge, Ed cheats on the protagonist's entrance exam to Sylvania Academy, but ends up being discovered by a mysterious girl who hides her true identity. This girl was Fenia Elias Clole, the third princess of the Clole Empire. Fenia activated her inspection ability, which detected lies and conspiracies in the target. So Ed Ruth Taylor was caught in a sorry state, sawing his teeth and trying to make excuses, but ended up being totally exposed by her. As a result, he was expelled from the dormitory. Everyone at the academy might have hated Ed, but of all the people he could meet, she was the worst. She asked if the academy had expelled him yet, and Ed replied that he was still a student, that he had only been expelled from the dormitories. Fenia, however, said it would be brief, told him to get out of there, and said she couldn't bear to see someone as shameless as him in the school. She said that she would speak to the academic department and personally ask for him to be expelled. Meanwhile, Ed thought that his fish was burning, and after 3 days without eating anything, that was the end of it. Although the burnt food was a problem, that situation was a life crisis in many ways. After all, Fenia was a princess, and really did have the power to get him expelled. Since that was the case, he decided to act boldly. Ed looked at her and said that the sun would be setting soon, and that royalty wasn't protected by heavily armed soldiers at the moment. He commented that it was curious for such a noble princess to be alone in such an isolated forest. Fenia responded by asking if that was a threat, and warned that if it was, he would regret it. But Ed denied it, asked how it could be a threat, and then knelt down, saying he was just trying to thank the princess. She used her inspection skills and saw that he was telling the truth. Ed noticed that she was surprised. It was then explained that the Ruth Taylor family to which Ed belonged was very influential, but used this power to exploit the citizens and carry out human experiments in search of eternal life. For Ed, this was a rotten family, destined for destruction. In the future, they would all be arrested and executed. However, he had been disinherited. He was weak, hungry, but still alive. In the long run, that was a good thing. All he had to do was convince Fenia without lying, or he'd be expelled. And that would mean game over. Looking at the timeline, he realized that it was a week before school started. Then he wondered why a princess like her would be there at that moment. He stood up and concluded that because she was alone and wearing simple clothes, she must have been completing her class placement test. It was explained that Professor Glass's class placement test was a test that consisted of finding magical pearls hidden in the forest. Ed commented that the teacher was known for being a bit perverse with his students, but that, of course, because Fenia was a noblewoman and a princess, she would be assessed to get into the best class, Class A. Fenia asked why he was fawning over her so much, saying that it seemed he hadn't changed a bit, and that maybe it would be better to expel him for good. But Ed said that without his help, she would never get into the A class. He said that if he was lying, she could kick him out right then and there. Then he explained that if she went to the southeast lake in the forest, she would find a small grassy island. In the center of this island would be a giant tree called Marilda's Guardian, and there would be the gift he had left for her. Fenia went to the place indicated and indeed found the pearl. She thought that the Ed Ruth Taylor of 3 days ago was certainly a lying charlatan, but now in fact he had helped her a lot, and she stood still, watching the pearl in silence. Later, back at the academy, Professor Glass announced that the test was officially over and asked everyone to hand in the pearls they had bought. Then some students showed up with extremely exaggerated objects. Even so, the teacher declared that everyone would start in Class F. It was explained that the test was not just about finding any magic pearl. Glass said that even a pearl with low magical power could get a student into Class A, as long as it was the right one. Only 3 students managed to achieve this feat. They were Zix, Lortel, and finally the person who found the pearl hidden under Marilda's tree, the most difficult of all. This person would be at the top of the class. Her name was Fenia. Meanwhile, Ed thought his fish had burned, but he no longer had the strength even to use a spear, so he created a crude fishing rod. It was then explained that the 3rd princess of the empire, Fenia Elias Cloel, had been able to see through flattery and manipulation from a young age, which gave rise to her innate ability, inspection. No one could lie to her, so Ed had no choice but to always tell the truth. However, this could lead to an even bigger problem. In the original story, the proud Princess Fenia failed her placement test and fell to F class. From then on, she would gradually change. However, she now found the golden pearl and went straight to A class. This caused a complete collapse in the original storyline. Ed realized that although he had managed to avoid expulsion, the information he had about the game might become useless from that point on. Still, there was hope. The top of the class should still be Lucy Merrill, so perhaps the future could still follow the known course. Meanwhile, Fenia thought that her inspection skills always revealed the truth, and what Ed had said really was true. The pearl did exist, but she reflected that it wasn't exactly a gift. The princess she really was wouldn't take that pearl, because she hadn't found it herself. Fenia didn't want special treatment just because she was a princess. What she really wanted was to prove her worth. When she saw that pearl, she knew she could reach the top of her class, but she also knew she shouldn't accept it, because she wasn't the one who found it. The title of Princess of Love, which she would earn in the future, was not a skill or attribute, but rather recognition for the righteous path she had chosen to follow. Ed thought he had played the bait for the princess, and in the end, whether it was true or a lie perhaps didn't matter. The princess would always be able to tell. Even if he believed she would fail the test, Fenia trusted herself to succeed and rub it in his face. In the end, however, Ed didn't lie. And because she couldn't sit still any longer, Fenia decided that she would start watching Ed closely. At that moment, Ed was finally able to fish and was overjoyed. A few days later, as soon as he woke up, he rushed off so as not to be late and thought he was finally back at Sylvania Academy. The opening ceremony for the new semester was about to begin. They said that the students had progressed a lot during the testing period, and now the semester was about to begin. Ed could hear the sweet whispers around him, voices that, even if they were full of poison, sounded like a reward for him because he had survived. People said it was unbelievable that he had the nerve to go back to the academy if he really intended to stay there. But Ed thought that was the reward of a winner. He was eating the best food as politely as possible because his only goal was graduation. Meanwhile, some girls continued to criticize him, saying that he was pathetic at the entrance exam. But others were already commenting that if they looked closely, he seemed different. One of them noticed that he ate very politely, like someone who really belonged there. Ed thought he didn't care about that. He had no great ambitions. He just wanted to graduate and get on with his life. As the other students dispersed to eat or do other things, one student commented again that he really seemed to have changed. It was then explained that this was the first official day of school at Sylvania Academy. The principal announced that a new semester was beginning and that he was excited to see how the students, now more mature and prepared, would face the work of the academic society. But Ed thought that even so, on the very first day, he was almost expelled by the principal's office. Ed hadn't expected Fenia to go to the dean to talk about him, but since he hadn't been expelled, he concluded that she must have spoken well. The dean was a very grumpy old man, but he still spoke to Ed with a smile on his face. Even so, he knew that he had to be very careful from now on so that the story didn't deviate from the game's original plot. He had gained enhanced life skills, useful for survival, and one of them included bow combat. In addition, he also had magical training appropriate for a student at a college of magic, so he could hunt very well with his bow. Ed thought that to get the best out of the combination of magic and physical abilities, there was no better weapon than the bow. His skills were increasing all the time, and he was becoming more and more proficient, making him capable of creating arrows of the highest quality, as well as being able to cast spiritual and magical formulas directly into them. As he walked along, he saw something surprising. Sitting under the guardian tree was a student. This was Janica Failover, top of her second-year class, known as a genius spiritual wizard. When she saw Ed, she recognized him and said that he was the funny guy Marilda had told her about. She moved so quickly towards him that he barely noticed her approach. She asked if he was Ed Ruth Taylor, and then introduced herself as Janica Failover, also a second year, but asked him to just call her Janica. She asked him if he was surprised that she knew who he was, and explained that the forest was the territory of Marilda, a high-ranking spirit with whom she was talking. Ed was astonished, and asked if the forest master had really spoken about him. Janica replied that Marilda was a bit nosy, and always knew when there was an intruder in her forest. This made Ed think that perhaps he was indeed considered an intruder. After all, he had killed several rabbits and cut down several trees there. But Janica told him not to worry about that sort of thing, since it was natural for creatures to be killed for food, and that Marilda didn't mind. Ed commented that even a big wild wolf had to have a heart, but she noticed that he was a little embarrassed, and said that it was unexpected, wasn't it? Soon after, Janica said she wanted to show him something. She held out her hand, revealing a small glow, apparently a spirit she had made a contract with. She asked if Ed wanted to touch it. He was surprised to realize that she already had a contract with a spirit, and thought that if he wanted to approach her, he would have to act at the right moment. But at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, because he couldn't actually see spirits. When she asked him if he couldn't see him, he confirmed it, and quickly turned away, saying he was going to find some food. Ed thought that, in order to maintain his informational advantage, he needed to follow the original storyline of the game. Apparently, Janica Failover was a character of significant importance in the original story, and was someone he should never get close to, so he left in silence. Meanwhile, Janica began to think about him. She told herself that he was exactly as Marilda had described, a fascinating guy. She commented that he couldn't really see the spirit, but still knew he was a big wolf. Then she wondered who exactly that boy was. Even though he had been dry with her, he had been kind somehow. But then, he said that he probably wouldn't see him again, although now she could investigate him further. Meanwhile, Ed reflected that the distance between his shelter and the academy was not short, and the path was not easy either. He would leave at dawn and run at full speed to get there, and that journey alone was enough to improve his physical stats. Janica continued to watch him discreetly, even during lessons. Ed, on the other hand, studied very hard, because he knew that if he wanted to get that scholarship, he had to do very well. To take the content he had learned back to his shelter, he would write on a stone slab using a burnt stick. He borrowed books from the library. On the way home, he washed his clothes in the lake and wondered if they would be dry by the next day. But that wasn't the end of it, because Ed had to check that there was enough firewood, drinking water, and dried meat for lunch the next day. Because of this routine, he could only sleep 4 hours a night. However, that wasn't even what bothered him most. The real problem was that Janica kept following him all the time. He wondered how long it would last, and then said out loud, questioning why she was still following him. Janica was surprised and asked if he had known all along. Ed replied that it would be stranger if he hadn't noticed. He then asked if she didn't know who he was. She said he was a Roth Taylor, the worst kind of person there could be. Nevertheless, Janica continued to walk with him. She replied that that was just the kind of thought people had about him, but that she herself didn't really know him yet. At that moment, Ed remembered something important. He had forgotten that Janica was exactly that kind of character. She seemed naive and even a bit silly on the outside, but inside she had a dark mind. Knowing what was in store for her in the future, Ed simply couldn't face her with a sincere smile on his face. After all, Janica Failover was the final boss of the first act of the game's original story, and the only character who smiled at him even though she knew he was a Roth Taylor. He thought he didn't want to get so involved, but eventually gave in and said that since fate had brought them together, she could do him a favor. Janica asked if it was really a favor, and he explained that his life was a mess. He had been rejected by his own family, and was going through many difficulties. So he asked if she could lend him some money. He said it wasn't as if he wasn't going to pay it back. He would pay it back when he could. It was then explained that Janica won a scholarship every year for being top of her class. But it wasn't just for merit. She came from such a poor background that, without the scholarship, she wouldn't even have been able to enroll or make it to graduation. Her weakness was money. Then Janica replied, apologizing, but saying that she couldn't help with that. And Ed inside thought, Janica eliminated. 3 days later, Ed reflected on what he had done. He didn't feel right about having tried to exploit Janica in that way, but he also didn't want to get involved with characters who were important to the plot. He believed believed he had to be careful that the story didn't deviate from the original. As he entered his shelter, Ed was startled. There was someone there. And in terms of importance in the story, this new presence was even worse than Janica. It was none other than Lucy Merrill, the rare genius and most powerful character in the game. She was asleep in her shelter, and when she woke up, she yawned quite naturally. Ed was confused and wondered why she was sleeping there, on that mountain, in his shelter. Lucy complained that he was making too much noise. Confused, he asked what he had done wrong, and Lucy explained that it wasn't him, but the huge wolf behind him, the size of a house. She pointed to the spirit who was trying to communicate with Ed, but he couldn't hear. Lucy then translated what the spirit was saying. It was asking Ed to save Janica someday, no matter what the cost. Ed was completely shocked by this. He said that even though the spirit was talking to him, he couldn't see it with his own eyes. He thought he'd gotten rid of that complication days ago, but now he wondered what exactly Lucy was doing sleeping alone in the woods. Lucy just yawned again and went back to sleep. And Ed, frustrated, exclaimed that that was his shelter. But Ed thinks, hey, wait a minute. He stops to think. Lucy is very small, but she has the gift of jumping like a kangaroo. Her radius of action is like that of a street cat. Whether at the top of a tower or on a rooftop, she always managed to find a good place to take a nap. Ed's camp is in a quiet forest, where no one appears and access is easy for her. He made himself a very hidden little tent, which turned out to be the perfect place for Lucy to sleep. Deep down, it was his fault. He deserved it. The next day, Ed decides he has to do something about it. Lucy is casting several high-level spells and even flies in her sleep. If she keeps going there, it will only be a matter of time before the original plot is completely distorted. Then he sets up a rank D trap. Lucy appears and asks if she can eat the dried meat that's there. Ed says no, but she eats it anyway. He realizes that they're not getting along. She keeps coming back again and again. He knows he needs to resolve this urgently. Of all the possible traps, only one works against her. Ed then tries something different and tells her that the castle maids were looking for her. On the spot, Lucy is terrified. She says she just remembered she had something urgent to do and disappears like a rocket. Ed thinks there's no way he can beat Lucy directly, but there was one piece of information in the book that everyone ignored. Lucy hates the dorm maids, the ones who looked after her like a mother. She runs away from them every day. Ed finally feels that he has gotten rid of Lucy Mary and goes back to work, even though he didn't think what he did would lead to anything. But he was wrong. The next mission he received from the system was the joint combat training that would take place in the academy. The structure resembled an arena, and there was even an audience. Joint combat training is a simulation of an individual combat exercise. To minimize lethality and prevent the students from killing each other, they only use fake weapons. The mages can only cast basic elemental spells. Students in the alchemy department are forbidden from making potions or very powerful spells. The keys to the fights, i.e. who faces whom, are drawn at random. Ed thinks that the most important thing about this class is that all the characters who play central roles in the story take part in it. This includes the benevolent Princess Fenia, the golden daughter Lortel, the rising spear Zig, the spiritual sorceress Janica, the lazy Lucy, and the wicked Clebius. Ed thinks he could spend all day listing important characters, but the most relevant of all is undoubtedly the failed swordsman Tayor. Ed was excited to see the next match, which was Tayor. He already knew the results of all the fights, so he wasn't too interested, because all the winners were from the first year, the same year as him, except for one person, Janica, and she was already bothering him again. Even after he asked her for money, she came back. Janica informs him that the list of fights has been released. Ed replies that he's not interested. She insists, saying that he's not curious to know who he'll be facing. He then wonders, will he fight himself? Ed remembers that, in the original story, Ed Ruth Taylor would already have been expelled. He tries to guess who his opponent will be and then realizes, damn, it's Fenia. Only before that, the next fight is Tayor's. Ed watches as Tayor, polite as ever, declares that he will do his best. Ed thinks that no matter who his opponent is, he'll pay attention to Tayor. Even though it was just one game, Ed spent a lot of time with Tayor. He played every possible route, from the miserable endings to the true endings that left a lasting impression. He completed this game countless times, and of all the routes, there wasn't a single one that was easy. And that's why, at that moment, he thinks he's really rooting for Tayor. Just then, they start calling for Lucy, but she doesn't show up for the fight. Ed wonders where she is and why she hasn't entered the arena yet. He sees a crate and knows exactly where she is hiding. He goes over there, opens the crate, grabs Lucy, and tells her to wake up because it's her turn to fight. He thinks that if the fight is cancelled, it will cause a big problem. This episode is very important for the story, as it's the moment when Taylor wields a sword for the first time. Lucy wakes up complaining of hunger and asks if he has any beef jerky. Ed replies that she needs to fight first. Then the duel is announced between the best first-year student, Lucy Merrill, Merrill against Taylor McClure, a swordsman born in this world, but who has never held a sword before in his life. Even so, with his first blow, Taylor manages to cut through Lucy's fast magic, which takes her by surprise. He takes the opportunity to close the distance, but suddenly Lucy uses an intermediate-level electric spell. Taylor is completely overwhelmed by this spell that he even tries to reflect, but Lucy ends up being disqualified for having used mid-level magic, which gives Taylor the honor of being the first to defeat Lucerial. Ed remembers this legendary scene. The referee starts the duel, and Taylor lunges at him with an English punch, shouting that he's going, but he's hit by a spell that knocks him away. Everyone is shocked. He loses the fight with a single blow, while Lucy is still yawning, bored. The audience begins to wonder if it's all over. After all, no one can beat her. She's the best in the class. And on top of that, Taylor has gone for an English punch. Ed thinks that Taylor's life has always been a series of trials. He's been seen as a bumpkin, an underachiever, with no decent grades since the beginning of school. He's never been recognized by anyone. Even in a perverse situation like this, where everyone feels sorry for him, Taylor stands up, trembling. Ed knows that he never gives up, never loses hope, and he's rooting for him. He thinks Taylor can make it. Taylor lunges with his sword, and this time Lucy is really impressed by his speed. Ed thinks she's going to use that magic now, but just then, Taylor's blow is blocked by a sphere of wind. Even so, he keeps trying to move forward, but he's hit by a large magic sphere that creates a tornado and flings him away. He hits a pillar and falls. Ed realizes that it wasn't lightning magic, but wind magic. The judge then declares Lucy Merrill the winner. Ed thinks Taylor has lost. He leaves defeated and hopeless, and Ed knows that's a bad thing. He can't leave Taylor alone now. The magic Lucy used is one you can only get after a contract with a spirit, the protection of the wind. She asks if she can have the beef jerky now, but Ed rushes off, thinking that in the original scenario, Marilda and Lucy were two separate entities. Only because of Lucy's constant visits to the shelter Ed has built in Marilda's forest, the contract between them has grown stronger and stronger. The next fight was his against Fenia, but he ran past her and left her talking to herself. Fenia is shocked to see that he simply ignored her. Ed thinks that Taylor should have won, taken the sword and gained confidence, but he lost because of his very presence in that world. He calls out to Taylor, who is devastated, and tells him that his efforts will one day pay off. He did very well, his opponent was powerful, and he asks him not to let it get to him. Ed knows that if Taylor doesn't recover from this, he'll have a lot of trouble ahead. Then a little about Fenia is explained. The first person to realize his innate discernment, also called inspection, was Emperor Cloel. This ability was not given by a god. The truth is that the life of royalty is full of intrigue and endless conspiracies, and within this abyss, Fenia herself developed this sense as a way of protecting herself. That's why Princess Fenia relies on this ability so much. She wasn't born with it. It was something she cultivated in the midst of chaos, like a blade forged within the hell of the imperial family, living surrounded by falsehoods, but pretending not to notice. At this point, Ed says to take it easy on him, and Fenia responds by saying that she'll take it easy too. The audience begins to comment, saying that he had shouted at Taylor to motivate him, but most believe he was making fun. Some say that Ed is disturbing. Fenia herself begins to think that maybe they're right, that Ed Roth Taylor is using his position to embarrass the younger students, and that when things didn't go his way, he tried to alter the test results. In the past, this would certainly have been true, but Fenia wonders if that's all it was. She remembers the desperation Ed showed when talking to Taylor and realized that it seemed genuine. That's because at that moment, she used her ability to know what he was feeling. When the judge starts the fight, Fenia says she wants to conclude something with that duel. She shoots water magic straight at Ed and thinks he can only use wind and fire magic. She wonders how he'll react. For her, this is the ideal dramatic outcome, the grand finale to get this mysterious man out of her head. Only suddenly he is hit hard and thrown out of the arena without reacting, without reflecting, without even trying to defend himself. Ed simply says he's lost. Fenia asks what he's doing. She thinks he didn't even try to block the path of the magic. The audience comments that he's an idiot, that he was defeated with a single blow, and everyone starts cheering for Fenia, shouting for her to finish him off. Ed thanks her, saying it was a great fight, and that he learned a lot, but Fenia asks what he means by that. She doesn't understand it herself. This man is very mysterious. She realizes that since he got up on that stage, he hasn't looked her in the eye once. He really had no interest in this duel. The judge announces Fenia's victory, but Ed runs off. He thinks it wasn't the right time to duel. Coming into direct contact with Princess Fenia is something that has to be done very carefully so as not to affect the progress of the original story, since she is a central character. But the most important person is still Taylor, the Ed of this world. Running through the corridors, Ed tries to find out where Taylor is. Only it's Fenia herself who comes running after him. Ed asks why she's there without an escort, but she ignores ignores him and questions who he really is. Ed gets confused and asks what she's talking about. Fenia wants to know how he could say he lost, that he learned from that fight if he didn't even intend to win. She realizes now that he just wanted to get off the stage as quickly as possible. She starts to vent that she's having trouble in class. The nasty shopkeeper only thinks about taking over the school, the grumpy teacher Glass only makes things worse, and the palace servants are always demanding posture and etiquette from royalty. Her head is already full, and now she wants to know once and for all who the hell Ed is. Ed realizes that she was really holding in all that frustration. He puts his hands on her shoulders and tells her to take a deep breath and calm down, that there's no need to be so nervous. He guides her to breathe in and out slowly. She obeys, begins to calm down, and then becomes sad. He asks her what all that was about. After that, she's completely embarrassed. Her face turns red, and she asks Ed to forget everything she's just said. Ed just replies that it's fine and thinks he can leave now, but Fenia keeps talking. She says that she has a bad habit of asking too many questions, and that she feels like she's constantly trying to guess what's going on in people's heads. This probably developed because she spent so long surrounded by lies in the palace. Ed thinks, please let me find Taylor, but Fenia decides to ask straight away. She says that he cut off relations with her family because he knew there was a dark side to her, and that the reason for provoking Taylor was that he needed a reason to be kicked out of the family. Ed thinks he needs to answer carefully. Although Fenia is wrong about her intentions towards Taylor, she's not wrong about there being a dark side to Ed's family. But he just replies that he doesn't know what she's talking about. He thinks it's too early to get into that kind of investigation. Fenia says she's right. Logically, it doesn't make sense what Ed did. Why did he shout those things at Taylor? Why was he rooting for him? She asks if, at some point, he felt empathy for him. Ed responds by saying that it's only because he likes making fun of Taylor, that he knows everyone hates him, so if he shows support, maybe he can change the public's opinion of himself. But Fenia is sure he's lying. She tells him to look her in the eye and repeat it. Ed insists he's telling the truth, but she realizes he's not. She says it's ridiculous. She's annoyed that he keeps insisting on lying, and Ed thinks it's tough having to do it, but it's the only way to keep the original story of the game intact. Fenia says it's okay that she can't do anything at the moment because she has no proof. Then she allows him to leave. She knows he's been looking at the door since the beginning of the conversation and understands that he has something urgent to do. Ed thanks her and leaves, but thinks that this is the first time Fenia has shown that side of her. As someone important in the main scenario of the story, she's already involved with so many headache-inducing people and events, and he wonders if it's his fault, if this change is a new addition to the script. Before leaving, Ed turns to the princess and says that his burdens are no match for hers. It may seem inconvenient to say this, but she really does look exhausted. Of course, she needs to pay attention to politics. She is royalty after all. But there, at the Sylvania Academy, she should be able to relax a little. It's explained that Fenia has spent her life trying to see through other people's lies, but this is the first time anyone has seen through her. Ed thinks that's a problem. He's wasted too much time, so he runs down the corridors calling for Taylor. But before he can find him, a girl appears in front of him and tells him to stay away. She tells Ed Roth-Taylor never to bother Taylor again and to stop bullying him now. This girl is Aida, the main heroine of the game. She protects Taylor, saying that what Ed is doing must stop. Taylor asks if Ed is still at school. Ed realizes that Taylor's fighting spirit, which never gives up, has returned. It's explained that while Ed was dueling with the princess, Taylor's childhood friend, cheerleader Aida, ran off without looking back. She went, as always, to comfort her friend, telling him that he's good, that he'll turn it around and be able to win. Now, in the present, Taylor asks if Ed has anything to do with him. Ed thinks that as long as Aida is by his side, Taylor can fall as many times as necessary because she will always be there to help him until he gets strong. Ed just says that his skills with the sword are impressive. He thinks that he's played this game so many times in Taylor's shoes, and that he now knows very well what it's like to be on his side. Taylor asks if it's a joke, but Ed says no, it's serious. He turns away and thinks he needs to be honest with himself. He thought he could just let Taylor save the world and focus only on his own survival, accepting the fate of being the Ed of that game, destined to go through all the hellish misery. But now he's relieved, not because the original story has been restored, but because Taylor, with whom he spent so much time, is well. And that, for Ed, is enough. The two of them watch Ed walk away and wonder why he's acting so nonchalantly. Ed thinks he can't blame them for thinking that. As he walks, he feels a powerful energy, hears a crash, and sees a large pillar of fire forming. He thinks it's time. This is the scene that made all the players stare at the screen. A great spirit of fire is being summoned, but someone reacts with ice magic. A red-haired girl appears, and it is explained that this is the duel between Lortel, the daughter of gold, and Janica Failover, the spirit sorceress. Lortel manages to freeze the creature, but the ice begins to crack and the spirit breaks free violently. Ed thinks that even if things are a little different, he's sure that the other Eds are watching this scene and keeping their eyes focused. That's because this moment shows Taylor the real challenge he still has to face in this game. The person who is using so much power, summoning that flaming creature, a great dragon, and ending Lortel's resistance, was precisely the boss from the first act of the game, Janica Failover. At the end of the fight, Janica wins. Everyone around her starts applauding and congratulating her. The crowd surrounds her as if she were a movie star, as if she were a celebrity. But then an emergency occurs. Doctors rush in to help Lortel, who is seriously injured after the fight. Janica feels bad about it, because while everyone was celebrating, she knew what she had done to her poor opponent. Ed thinks that, unlike in the original story, Lucy defeated Taylor, and in the end it was Janica Failover who became the central character in this joint combat training. She became the protector of the pride of the Sylvania students, the one who protects those who have been there since the past. And although Janica had many friends, now her life is going to become much more hectic. For Ed, this might even be a good thing, because whenever he gets too close to the main characters, his head starts spinning. 2 weeks after all this, Ed stayed away from the central characters and managed to survive and study without too many worries. He'd made a fishing net, so food wasn't a problem, and his statuses had also increased. He now had 6 stamina, 5 intellect, 8 willpower, and 6 luck. He realized that his body was in better shape than before, but he thought it was too early to relax. Janica appeared and turned red at the sight of Ed, asking if it was his habit to walk around naked. Ed replied that she was the one who insisted on coming there to keep an eye on him. He then asked her what she saw so interesting in the forest that she kept coming back. Janica replied that it looked like a maximum security base, and that living there was a constant adventure. She also said that she wanted to talk for a while. She needed some advice. Ed wonders why, of all people, she decided to ask him for advice straight away. Janica explains that Ed left the training ground early, so he must not have seen what happened. She says that in that fight, she really hurt someone. Ed remembers that Lortel had used an intermediate level magic, which was forbidden, but thinks that, for Janica, it didn't matter. She says she tries to forget, but can't. She couldn't handle the situation properly, she lost control, and now she's in doubt as to whether she should apologize to Lortel. Her friends say that it was Lortel who made the mistake first, but she's not sure. Ed replies that if she thinks apologizing is the right thing to do, then let her do it. And he thinks of her, the lovely and lively sophomore Janica Failover. She is precious to everyone in every way, so whenever she feels guilty or criticizes herself, people show up to support her and stand by her side. But Janica knows that even with all this support, it doesn't erase the mistakes she's made. That's probably why she went to him. She comments that, as expected of Ed, he never takes her side unconditionally as others do. Ed says that if she felt offended, she didn't mean to. But Janica replies that no, it's actually the other way around. She didn't feel offended. She realized that Ed has changed a lot since last year. Even when he asked for money in difficult times, he didn't show desperation like other people would. She understood that, indirectly, he was trying to tell them not to get too close to him. But that side of Ed, she had never seen before. Janica says it was actually great. His words were revealing. She wishes everyone in the world spoke to her the way Ed does, and she thinks that being next to Ed gives her a strange comfort. The next day, Ed was hurrying through the corridors, thinking that this was a big problem. The game Failed Swordsman of Sylvania was a true work of art, but very few people had ever seen the true ending of the story. Novice players usually only got the bad endings. One example was when you saved a girl during an ambush by kobolds. During the class ranking test, Ed witnesses one of the Golden Daughter's secrets, and this puts him in danger. Someone is sent to kidnap and kill him, and that's bad ending number 3. Taylor, meanwhile, ends up being murdered. In an episode practicing fighting monsters, if the player separates from childhood friend Aida and joins the Golden Daughter, bad ending number 7 occurs, as Aida ends up falling off a cliff. It was Taylor who was supposed to rescue her. In another route, if the player protects the Golden Daughter from the fire spirit Tarkin, summoned by Janica, he ends up being burned to death, which also leads to bad ending number 3. Ed thinks he needs to run now, but just then someone appears right in front of him. He asks why she's following him, and the girl replies that she didn't expect him to ignore her for so long. It is then explained that she is the fourth failed heroine of Sylvania, a business tycoon and Elta Ketchelm's only daughter. That girl is Lortel Ketchelm, known as the Golden Daughter. She says she wants to buy 2 hours of Ed's time. She's also called the Newbie Crusher. In the game, Lortel is a hidden heroine. Unlike Fenia, she is treated as a villain at the beginning of the story, and her true face is only revealed much later. When players come to understand the pain she carries, they end up torn between supporting her or Fenia. Even so, Ed ignores her and carries on. He doesn't think he can get involved with her now, but Lortel keeps insisting, asking for just a minute to talk. She blocks his path and says that seeing him is a great inspiration, because even in difficult situations, he continues to study and grow. Even if he seems arrogant or eccentric, it doesn't matter. She begs him to listen to her, offering 3 gold coins just for the conversation. Then she asks if he's been close to Janica lately, and suggests that he could help bring them closer together. Ed thinks that 3 gold coins is practically a whole salary for many people, so he approaches and asks if the Golden Daughter also buys connections with money. She replies by asking him to keep the coins for now and puts them in the inside pocket of his clothes. She says that the more people who are by his side, the better. Ed understands that she has already realized that a political war is going to take place between her and Fenia for control of the academy, so she is trying to gather allies. He holds out his hand and says that at least they can shake hands. Lortel thinks that when rich people experience poverty, they end up emotionally crushed. Often, in desperation, they even sell their family and their pride for a few coins. That's very sad. Ed was supposed to be like that too, but he gives her the coins back. Lortel comments that it's ironic, and Ed just walks away without saying another word. He thinks that those coins would really make a difference to him, but to get in the middle of the fight between Lortel, Janica, and Fenia would be to be completely crushed. It's explained that that night, Lortel didn't feel humiliated by Ed's rejection. She analyzed the pros and cons, and as a good businesswoman, never passes up an opportunity. Then, later she meets Janica in the corridors of the gym. Janica comments that she looks beautiful with her hair like that. Lortel awakens a determined spirit within herself to try to turn Janica Feover into one of her allies. She approaches and says that she wishes she had apologized since the day she used intermediate level magic and caused a mess, but she didn't have the chance. Janica responds by saying that she's very ill, not yet completely healed, and Lortel is also full of bandages, but says she'll be fine soon. Lortel wonders if Janica is like those characters in fairy tales, easily manipulated, but is surprised by the question that follows. Janica asks if she's spoken to Ed. Lortel reacts in surprise and asks why she's asking him so suddenly. Janica responds by saying that they need to control themselves when it's personal, but that spirits love gossip. Janica says that she overheard all the conversations that took place north of the academy, and also in the forest. Lortel asks what that means, and Janica reveals that she overheard the conversation where Lortel asked Ed to come closer to her. Janica comments that Lortel knows very well that sincerity can't be bought with money. She says that, for her, Ed's approach needs to be more touching than that. Janica then apologizes for the speech, saying that it's the first time she's found herself in a superior position to someone within the school, as she's now in her 2nd year. She acknowledges that it may have seemed a little embarrassing, leaving the hall. Janica says she's going to start preparing to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit. She's received a lot of support recently, and feels she needs to push herself even harder. Lortel realizes that she misjudged Janica a lot. Janica also apologizes for what happened the other day, acknowledging that Lortel was badly hurt. She says that she hopes Lortel gets better soon. Lortel thinks that even though Janica knows the dark side of the world, she still retains her gentle personality. Janica closes the door, and Lortel is a little scared. She thinks this is difficult, but the look Janica gave her at that moment made her realize that she has to work hard to achieve this kind of thing. At the same time, Janica thinks she has to work hard too, because it's really rewarding when people expect something good from you. Meanwhile, in the forest, Ed is drying his clothes when Lucy smells something very specific. Suddenly, everything explodes upwards, and Ed realizes that someone is approaching. It was the head of the maids from the richest dormitory in Sylvania, Belle Maya, the same one who had thrown Ed out along with his suitcases. Ed tries to explain himself, but she says she already knows everything. Janica talks about him a lot, but Belle Maya didn't know he was living in that state. Still, she says she's glad he's managed to move on. Ed thinks to himself what a good move that was, and wonders where that was a good thing. He he realizes that Belmaya's words are so powerful that even a deaf person could hear them. It is explained that the maids at the Ophelis dormitory are an elite group of women who perform all the household chores to perfection, including feeding the students. Therefore, inside the basket that Belmaya is carrying are probably ingredients of such high quality that only the elite can consume them. Ed understands that this is the kind of information you can't learn in books. He begins to wonder if interacting with Belmaya could change the original story, but Belmaya tells him not to be so formal, because outside the dormitory, he can talk normally. Even so, Ed replies that he can't do that, since she's someone who works so hard. He asks about the basket she's carrying. Ed thinks that apparently Belmaya isn't directly involved in the main story, so maybe they could be friends. The system reports that Ed heard explanations about various new ingredients, such as fruit, mushrooms, and herbs, and gained new knowledge for his creations. He has managed to make a clothesline for drying meat and set up a larger net for catching fish. He heats his cup with fire magic, and the system informs him that his fire magic and his wind blade are both at level 10. Ed thinks that even though he only has 2 common spells, he has used them so much that he has managed to reach an extremely high level. At the time, he was preparing herbal tea, and he thinks that activities like cooking and heating firewood greatly increase his level of survival. Proof of this is that he finished everything before the sun went down. He realizes how much he's evolved in that time, and admits to himself that, to be honest, he's actually enjoying himself. Suddenly, he looks up and sees something strange approaching. Something crashes straight into his camp, blowing him away. Ed despairs at seeing his precious camp destroyed, but realizes that it was Lucy who landed, still wearing her pajamas. She says she almost died, and Ed wonders what could have almost killed her. He begins to wonder what exactly is going on. Lucy says it was Belmaya, and Ed thinks that doesn't make sense. Lucy explains that she skipped class as usual, but that day she was in a bad mood for some reason. When Belle arrived, she came in with a closed fist, stronger than usual. It was so sudden that Lucy ended up teleporting away right there. She thought the punch would hurt more than the landing. Ed thinks, Miss Belmaya, and notices that there's a twig stuck in Lucy's head. He wonders if she's ruined his whole camp, and Lucy does feel pain in her head. Ed is surprised, thinking that she didn't have any protective spells on. Lucy replies that she lost all her mana teleporting. Ed asks if she's really out of magic, and as he prepares a jab, she says that it was because of the destroyed camp. He starts jabbing her in the head several times. This makes Ed think that he urgently needs a sturdier house. He decides that he's going to build a real house with quality wood and not just branches. Later, he goes to the library and thinks that with life as busy as it is now, it's a great advantage to take advantage of library visits to learn all kinds of useful knowledge. He's reading a book on building materials and planning. Now, all he has to do is find a method for smoothing the wood and finishing the roof. While he's concentrating, someone approaches him and tells him that the library is closing. The girl comments that he's trying very hard, and Ed realizes that time has passed quickly. He apologizes, but she says it's okay, and that seeing him studying so diligently increases her motivation too. She introduces herself as Elka Iceland, a first-year student at the College of Magic. Ed realizes by the look in her eyes that she was waiting for him to say his name too. So he introduces himself as Ed Roth Taylor, and Elka is shocked. Ed thinks that this reaction is already very familiar, since the reputation of the former owner of this body wasn't the best. But Elka says that he's completely different from the rumors, that he's been studying fundamental and technical books nonstop, and that he's been working hard these days. She comments that he's already read 6 technical books in a row, and that everyone says he's arrogant and directionless, but that apparently the rumors aren't that reliable. She says she knows few people as sincere as he is, and reveals that she's rooting for him. Ed is a little surprised, but thanks her. Elka wishes her a safe journey back, saying she's staying to help clean the library, but suddenly, everything starts to shake. Ed is shocked. The whole library is shaking like an earthquake, and a bookcase is about to fall on Elka. At the same time, outside, a huge pillar of magical light appears in the sky, as if it were the end of the world. This is the final chapter of Episode 1, the confrontation with Glascan. At that moment, it was 11:30 at night, and there was a temporary camp set up in the student center. Thanks to Taylor and his friends, the students managed to gather in this sheltered spot. 2 hours have passed since the disaster began. Aida comments that she's seen this before in a book on spirit magic. That's a summoning rune, the symbol of the greatest dark spirit, Glascan. Fenia says that this is bad news because the only person with such a strong spiritual connection would be the best second-year student, Janica Failover. The group falls silent. Taylor says that it's a really really bad thing, but that they can't stop thinking about it. If Aida is right, the barrier protecting them now will only buy time. It won't last forever. If Glascan really is summoned, there will be many victims. He says that everyone needs to get into the student center. Some comment that anyone outside the barrier will immediately realize what is happening, and that the teachers and the Imperial Guard can arrive to deal with it. However, a student from the alchemy faculty comments that if it really is a high-level dark spirit, the barrier will have to be extremely strong, and so they will have to resolve everything themselves, as even the director of the academy is out of town. She concludes that if everyone pulls together, maybe they can deal with the spirit. But Clebius, terrified, says no. He's completely against that idea. First, they would have to face intermediate-level spirits and defeat the boss, who is also a powerful spirit. But after that, what would they do? Enter the building and knock down the wall on top of Janica? Even so, that wasn't all. Inside the barrier, there were still high-class spirits. One of them was Tarkin, the great spirit of fire, and the other was the dark spirit, Velocifer. Clebius says he won't take part, that it's suicide. Lortel wonders if Janica really did it all by herself. She thinks it's too much power for a second-year student, summoning Glascan while manifesting so many spirits at the same time. Another student says that most of the power probably comes from Velocifer. Janica is just a bridge that made it possible. Dark spirits are the natural enemies of spiritual wizards, and a spirit of Velocifer's level is far beyond Janica's control. In fact, this type of demon often dominates spiritual sorcerers. They become prey to these spirits, and since Janica is one of the most powerful, she caught his attention. He realized that only she could act as this summoning bridge. But another student interrupts, saying that the most important thing now is not to understand how this happened, but to decide what to do about it. He asks Fenia to lead everyone. Then everyone is silent, waiting for her decision. Just then, someone comes to Fenia's mind. She remembers Ed's words, saying that the place wasn't so heavy, and that she didn't have to worry so much about people. She thinks it would be nice if it were that easy. Fenia then declares that they will leave in an hour, but only she, her guard Claire, and the best students in each class. Only they have enough skills to deal with the situation. She says that everyone must prepare and that she herself will take full responsibility. Suddenly, a student arrives with a report saying that they have finished assessing the resident staff in the teaching area. The dormitory and the potions archive are in a critical state, so it's unlikely that these staff will be able to help. Fenia concludes that at this point, only they can act. A student comes running up and says that there are 2 people trapped in the library, a friend of hers and also a second-year student. Fenia asks who this friend is, and the girl replies that she is Elka Islan. One of the students is startled to hear the name, asks if Elka is really there, and she confirms it. Elka has become an apprentice at the library to study more advanced grimoires. He says they need to rescue her immediately because she can't defend herself. Lortel tries to calm the group down, saying that the library is too far away, and that right now the focus has to be on Janica. Fenia agrees, but remembers that the student's friend said that there was another second-year student with Elka. She says that everyone should trust this student, that he will protect Elka. Ziggs isn't convinced, but accepts. Fenia asks if the girl is sure she saw another student there. She hesitates, and Ziggs asks what she's hiding. The girl reveals that the student who was there was Edroth Taylor. This makes Ziggs visibly angry. She apologizes and explains that he was studying late in the library. She felt a bit uncomfortable with him and left, leaving Elka alone. She asks if everyone there knows what kind of person Ed is, but also says that Elka doesn't care about rumors. The group starts talking about how that loser was stuck in the library. The same old prick. Ziggs is furious about the situation, but Fenia stops him. She says that maybe it's time to put a little faith in Ed. The group remains silent because no one really believed in him. No one wanted to trust Ed at that moment. Ziggs, without saying a word, simply flies off in the direction of the library. The spirits try to stop him, but he cuts down everything in his path. He swears he'll finish Ed off. Then a little is explained about Ziggs' history. The expression from trash to luxury doesn't even come close to describing how miraculous his rise was. At the time he was hunting, and judging by the footprints, what he was looking for was an adult male. From the broken branches and crumpled grass, the target had been there recently. Then Ziggs finally manages to find the right trail. It is explained that the plains to the north of the Empire are wild lands where no voice from the Empire echoes. It's a world where, at the end of each day, you need to check that your head is still attached to your neck. Ziggs is descended from a nomadic people who roamed those lands. When he came of age, he was separated from his family. Without knowing it, he had been abandoned. To survive, he learned to hunt before he learned to read. Before he could buy anything, he learned to scavenge supplies from the corpses he found on the side of the road. One day, as he was dragging the body of a dead servant through town under everyone's gaze, someone stopped him and asked his name. He replied that he was Jay. The girl commented that he looked like a wolf walking on 2 legs. It was at that moment that Ziggs realized what he was living through. wandering the northern prairies, sleeping under the moon, looking for carcasses by the side of the road. He understood that he was a wolf cub, abandoned by his pack. The girl asked if he was all right. Crying, Ziggs understood for the first time what loneliness was. From that day on, he had his first companion. Elka and her father took him in with kindness. After living in civilization for a while, he understood everything he had left behind. The wildlife became a distant memory, and that wolf cub became a man. But in order to protect his first friend, he knew he had to become a beast again. As he continued to cut down the spirits on the way, he thought he was going to have to fight like an animal again. He tells himself that he's heard rumors about this Roth Taylor. They say he's a cheat, that he insulted the princess, and that he makes fun of the younger ones. So Ziggs runs down the corridors towards the library until he finds Ed Roth Taylor sitting there, injured. Ed asks who he is. Ziggs demands to know where Elka is and why Ed is still there. Ed replies that she's in the reading room on the 3rd floor. Ziggs pushes him and runs out. When he opens the door, he sees Elka sleeping peacefully, covered in a sweater. He thanks God that she's all right, but then he looks closely. The shelves are positioned around Elka as if they had protected her. The curtains have been closed to prevent the energy of the spirits from entering. A note left there told her not to panic when she woke up, that perhaps the problem had passed, and that if she saw any spirits, she should run away. Seeing all this, Ziggs realizes that someone has taken great care of her. He notices the blood on her coat, but it's not Elka's blood. Putting all the clues together, he realizes that the person who saved Elka was injured instead of her. He didn't take care of his own body to protect her. That blood belongs to Ed Roth Taylor. Ziggs wonders why someone would do all that. Meanwhile, Ed thinks he was so close. Then it's explained what happened 3 hours earlier, when everything started shaking. At that moment, Elka was already passed out, and Ed was holding her while preventing a bookcase from falling on her. He thinks that it was good to have done that physical training, and realizes that this episode has progressed much faster than he expected. He looks at the great magic visible outside and recognizes the summoning rune. The confrontation against Glascan has begun. Ed closes the curtain and thinks Taylor will take care of it. He shouldn't even be looking at a place where so many of the story's main characters are, because he believes that the future can't be changed. Even so, time is precious, so he can't stand idly by. He thinks that the low-level spirits will be coming here soon, so he needs to prepare. While he's loading shelves and reorganizing the room, he thinks he needs to block all the entrances. The library could be the perfect shelter for him now. But Ed stops for a moment and begins to think. What made Janica so special with her powers was her great understanding of spirits, as well as her strong connection with them. These two attributes naturally increased as she interacted with the spirits. And since this kind of encounter depended on one's spiritual talent, for someone like Ed, who could barely see the spirits, increasing these levels was almost impossible. Only now he was seeing the spirits. Janica had materialized the spirits in front of him, and even though he found the whole thing quite annoying, he thanked her for the food and began to eliminate the spirits with his windblade. After defeating the spirit troop, Ed realized that everything had happened very quickly. By the end of the fight, he had achieved level 7 spiritual understanding and level 7 spiritual connection just by destroying those creatures. He thought he was so close. If he reached level 15 in each of these attributes, he would be able to sign a contract with a spirit. Exhausted from the battle, he was still trying to catch his breath when Ziggs appeared, carrying Elka in his arms, and asked what he was still doing there. Ed was confused, wondering what he was doing there. Didn't Ziggs realize that he was completely finished? Even so, he replied that he was training. Ziggs thought that only an idiot human would believe that, but he said he understood. Now, he finally knew what kind of person Ed was, so this was the real Ed all along. Ziggs bowed to him and said he owed him, calling him Senior Ed, and promised that when the time was right, he would return the favor. Ed then remembered something obvious. Elka was the love of Ziggs' life. She was extremely important to him. How could he forget that? And Ziggs was also the friend that Taylor had always confided in since the beginning of the story. He was very important to the main plot. Ed then analyzed the situation and said that it looked like Ziggs had come running from the student center, and now that he knew Elka was okay, he needed to get back there. Ed also knew that he himself shouldn't be there at that moment, so he told Ziggs to help Taylor. Ziggs was surprised and asked if he was talking about Taylor McClure. He said he didn't understand why Ed spoke so highly of Taylor, since the two didn't even speak to each other properly. Ed explained that Taylor was important because Tarkin could only be hurt by someone with an elemental cut, and that person was Taylor. Ed knew that at that moment, Taylor was about to learn one of his main moves, the elemental cut. To win the episode, this skill would be essential, and if Taylor managed to use it, he would win. Ziggs thanked Ed for his advice, but Ed was already in a hurry. and cut off any formality, telling him to go straight away and saying, "Go, go, go." Then Ed sat down again, all tired, and began to think that perhaps he had interfered in the story again. But he stopped for a moment and reflected. He wondered if Ziggs was already Taylor's friend, and realized that he wasn't yet. It was explained that in Act 1, during the end of semester assessment, the two of them dueled. In that scene, Taylor was unilaterally beaten, but in the end, he learned the elemental cut, used this technique to get through Ziggs' magic, and this made Ziggs recognize his determination, becoming his friend. The problem was that this scene was supposed to have taken place a month ago, so now, in the final chapter of episode 1, the two were still not friends. That changed everything. Without the friendship, Taylor still didn't have the elemental cut, and without that, they wouldn't have been able to do any damage to Tarkin at that point. Ed hadn't realized it, but the main story was being broken into pieces. Later, back at the team's temporary base, Ziggs arrived late and apologized, saying that he could now take part, but Fenia told him to forget it. Even if he had been there from the start, the group would have failed just the same. It was explained that the team's first attempt had been a failure. One of the knights commented that they needed reinforcements, otherwise they wouldn't even make it past Tarkin. Everyone was putting pressure on Fenia, who was leading the group, and she thought that, luckily, everyone had made it out alive, but Claire had been left out, and Clebius had been injured. Even so, Fenia said calmly that they had to do their best to get Tarkin out of the way. It was at that moment that someone approached them, saying that they didn't have time for that they had to go straight to the Tarkin since the ritual was progressing too quickly. If they stopped to defeat each spirit, there wouldn't be time. Fenia was shocked to see who was saying this. The person said that everyone should split into 2 teams and that he himself would lead one of the sides. This person was Ed, and he thought he didn't want to do this, but from now on he would have to intervene in the main story of the game. The guys were shocked to see that it was Ed Roth Taylor. Clebius thought it was a joke, but Ziggs told him to listen first. Then Ed explained that the first step was to get past Tarkin and then deal with Velocipher, who had overpowered Janica. However, as everyone had realized, the Tarkin wasn't hurt by normal attacks because of his scales, so there was no point in spending time trying to defeat him. One group just needed to get his attention, while the other would pass behind to catch up with Velocipher. This second group would be responsible for defeating Velocipher. Lortel, however, said there was no way that would work. The last time they got out alive was by pure luck, and if Tarkin and Velocipher noticed the same group at the same time, they would all be dead. Ed replied that you can only assess risks when you have another plan to compare. The most important objective was to stop Janica, because if she was defeated, Tarkin would disappear along with her. Ziggs then asked who would take part in the bait group. A student summed up the situation by asking who was willing to commit suicide. Taylor raised his hand and said he wanted to go, but Ed immediately refused, stating that he would definitely go to the combat group. Taylor insisted, saying it was quick, but Ed said he was completely lost. Then Ed explained that they didn't have to divide the groups equally, one could be smaller than the other. He said that Clebius and Lortel, with him, would be enough to attract Tarkin. Clebius complained that he didn't want to die, and Lortel respectfully refused. The guys started arguing, but Ed thought there was no more time for that. Fenia then stated that even though she didn't understand Ed's intentions, she felt he wasn't lying, and as the third princess of Cloel, she declared that the groups would be split into 2. Taylor, Ziggs, Elvira, and Aelia would be part of the group responsible for stopping Janica, while Clebius, Lortel, and Ed would take part in the other team, which would serve as bait to attract Tarkin. Before leaving, the only final instruction was not to die, so they all set off on their mission. This happened in the corridor of the Nail Hall. Lortel asked what Ed's plan was for distracting a giant fire lizard. Ed replied that they just had to do as he told them, because if everything went according to plan, they would win. The group ran straight towards Tarkin. Ed told them that Clebius didn't need to worry. It was explained that Clebius, the Dark One, was very fearful and lacked any confidence, but his abilities contrasted with this, since he was the best student among the freshmen at the combat college, specializing in hand-to-hand fighting. Ed knew that Clebius could do it. Clebius thought Ed was overconfident, and wondered if the plan would really work. When they approached Tarkin, the monster immediately became alert. Ed knew that behind the door, guarded by Tarkin, were the training grounds where Janica was. Clebius remembered Princess Fenia's words, and even though he was afraid, he thought that now he was no longer alone, and perhaps he could muster a little courage. It was then that he saw the devastating power of Tarkin. He shouted that the battle was about to begin, and asked how they were going to distract that monster. When he looked back, he realized that there was no one else with him. Without understanding, he was confused. Tarkin advanced, and Clebius began to run desperately, shouting that he had been tricked, cursing the others, and saying that he hated everyone in that world. Meanwhile, Lortel stood outside, just sighing. While Clebius was still in good spirits before the scare, Ed had ordered Lortel to get out of of there, as the plan was now to take Clebius and Tarkin into the corridor. It was done. Lortel asked if Clebius would really be the sacrifice, but he replied that it wasn't a sacrifice. Despite being fearful, he was the best in his class. But the most important thing now was what Lortel needed to do. Outside the training grounds, Lortel was accumulating a huge amount of magic. Ed explained that her job was to open the way for the other group. He said that you shouldn't just trust the rumors about him and that he knew everyone doubted it, but he was sure that Lortel was good at this kind of task. Her magic consisted of several ice crystals that hit the wall with such force that they opened up a large hole. Lortel shouted for the group to get in quickly and thought that in the middle of that joint training session, she had gone off and blown everything up with her intermediate level magic. That's why Ed had given her the job. After all, she thought, this Ed Ruth Taylor really was someone to be inspired by. Now that the way was open, all that remained was to do the rest. She looked at Clebius, who continued to complain, cursing Ed and Lortel. Even so, she remembered everything Ed had said, guided herself by those words, and prepared her magic just as Tarkin chased after Clebius, about to catch up with him. Ed thought that Tarkin was there for a reason. He couldn't abandon his post, so the solution was to arrest him. Because of his scales, direct attacks wouldn't work at all. Lortel said that she had already lost to him once during training, and that no one had even managed to scratch the monster. But Ed showed him something special, and said that it would help him deal with the scales. Meanwhile, Ed ran through the corridors, and thought that Lortel was right. At that moment, she used her ice magic to create a great wall that prevented Tarkin from getting through. Ed thought that no one could really overcome his scales. Then Tarkin broke through the ice wall, and Ed kicked the door open to get through. He thought that all he needed now was even more firepower. He opened a hidden door where Lucy was sleeping. He knew that map by heart. He'd been down this road many times, and he was sure Lucy would be there. He picked her up in his arms, put her on his shoulder, and wondered how anyone could take a nap in the middle of all that chaos. Ed thought Lucy was sleeping there because her shelter had been destroyed. As she had nowhere else to stay, she climbed up to the roof, which was where she normally took naps. To be more precise, she had been sleeping until that moment because, in the game, she had been excluded from the plot. Janica wasn't in good shape, and Bel Maya didn't like that at all. So Lucy ended up running away and sleeping there. She was probably taken out of the original story because she was too powerful. Suddenly, Lucy woke up and said she smelled dried meat. It was Ed who took a bag of dried meat, stuffed it all in her mouth, and told her she could eat it all. On the balcony, he grabbed Lucy, looked into the distance, and thought it might work out. Without a second thought, he simply threw Lucy as if she were a character from the game Hungry Bird. Just as Tarkin was about to kill Clebius and Lortel, Lucy shouted that Ed was very evil. Just then, she activated her magic, Divine Punishment, and unleashed a blast of lightning that destroyed everything around her. The impact was so great that Lortel had to create a shield around herself and Clebius, protecting them both. The power was so overwhelming that it almost threw Ed away. He thought that, somehow, this was the most important moment of all. Tarkin, being a high-level fire spirit, had a shell so resistant that not even an entire team could stop him. But after being hit by Lucy's magic, his protection was completely shattered. Now Ed knew that the attacks would finally work. Tarkin was vulnerable, and it was he who would deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, on the other side, the main story continued. Janica remembered her mother, who said she was proud of her. But other people, who also said they were proud of her and praised her abilities, actually just wanted to take advantage of her. This disappointment destroyed the image of love and humanity that she still carried. A huge explosion occurred, but the combat group was already prepared. Even so, Janica, chained by the shadows, thought that even with such a cruel humanity, she should still smile and welcome everyone. Behind her, however, stood Velosfer, concentrating his power and preparing to exterminate everyone there. Meanwhile, Ed ran and felt the presence of this growing power. He knew that the scene was nearing its end, as dawn was approaching. Fortunately, he hadn't arrived too late. Tarkin was still almost burning Clebius, and Ed asked where Lucy was. Lortel replied that she was probably rolling around, sleeping in a corner somewhere, and that she wouldn't be able to finish off the monster now. Ed said that it would have to be up to them. Lortel explained that she had lost a lot of magic creating the passage for the other group, but Ed insisted that all they needed to do was cut the creature's neck. He knew that her ice magic wasn't that precise, so he would do it himself. Lortel argued that it would be easier for Clebius to do it with his sword, but they both came to the conclusion that he wouldn't be able to. Ed said he would take responsibility and put an end to that creature once and for all. He said he was betting his life on the support Lortel could give. Lortel replied that it was easy to say those things, but in reality the whole thing was a long shot. Ed replied that it wasn't a bet, it was an investment. Lortel said that investments were her area of expertise. With a smile, she commented that she liked him better than the princess, because Ed had put his life on the line for her, so now she would do the same. She concentrated her magic and created lots and lots of ice crystals, forming a new attack. Ed prepared himself, took a deep breath and thought, "Here I come." Meanwhile, Clebius was tired and his body was full of scratches from running, but he was still watching the scene. Ed advanced against Tarkin without any hesitation, even though the monster was ready to burn him alive. When they got close enough, Tarkin began to prepare his magic. Ed knew he needed to get just a little closer to complete the attack, but suddenly a cry from Clebius echoed through the sky. Above them, a huge demonic hand appeared. Ed recognized it immediately. It was Glascan's right hand. That was the moment Taylor saved the day. But Ed thought the timing wasn't so good, as he would have to deal with Tarkin at the same time. Just as Tarkin was about to touch him, ready to incinerate him, he was hit by a huge ice crystal thrown by Lortel. Ed trusted her and knew she wouldn't make a mistake at such a critical moment. Tarkin still tried to recover, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Ed approached and thought that he had used that spell thousands of times. He wouldn't miss now. So, activating his wind blade, he slashed precisely at Tarkin's neck, taking his head off. The system then recognized the victory. Ed had defeated Tarkin. His spirit levels had risen dramatically, and he now had enough power to make a contract with a spirit. Ed looked back and saw that Taylor was also taking action. He smashed into Glascan's hand like a meteor falling from the sky. A huge glow exploded in the air. The hand was completely destroyed, shredded to pieces. Taylor descended slowly, now with white hair. Ed thought that yes, indeed, he really was Ed, as if there was something about them that connected them deeply. With that, the Great Dome, the barrier of dark magic that surrounded the place, was completely broken. When dawn came and everything was settled, the group rested peacefully under a tree. Lucy, as always, was fast asleep. Lortel looked up at the sky and commented that he had met many people who had risked their lives, but most of them were cowards. Ed responded with disdain, asking, "Yeah, so what?" Lortel, surprised, asked what he meant by "so what" and called him senior, saying that they had just solved a life and death crisis together. He said there was a lack of feeling in that cold little heart. She then formally introduced herself as Lortel Ketchum. Ed shook her hand, and the next thing he knew, there were 3 gold coins hidden in it. Lortel said that he had caught him with his guard down because he still owed him a favor. She said goodbye, saying, "See you next time, senior." Ed was confused, wondering what it all meant, and thought that he really didn't want to get too involved with her. Soon he saw some people approaching. It was Taylor, who had come to speak to him directly. Ed knew exactly what was coming. Taylor showed off his fencing and said that he owed Ed his life, thanking him deeply. But Clebius, in the back, shouted and complained, saying that no one should thank that guy, since he almost died because of him. Everyone at once told Clebius to shut up, and he was left crying in the background. Fenia approached and said that Ed Roth Taylor had done a lot for everyone that day. She said she could recommend him to the student council, but Ed replied that there was no need. Although everyone knew that it was Lucy who had done the most to bring down Tarkin, and that Taylor was responsible for destroying Glascan's right hand, Ed felt that the focus should be on them. However, one alchemist commented that Ed was being too modest, as everyone knew how much he had done too. Then Ziggs intervened, asking for respect for Elvira, reminding her that she was a senior. Ed thought that up until that point he had kept his distance from the main characters so as not to affect the original plot. However, now that he could see them all together, he couldn't help but feel warm and comfortable. After all, he had seen each of them fulfill their role in this world, facing difficulties, winning battles, and evolving over time. Taylor was the one who was growing the most in the midst of it all, and AI was the one who evolved the most alongside him. Fenia established herself as a monarch. Ziggs finally found his place in civilization. Clebius would come to have more confidence in himself. Elvira would realize that life wasn't just about fun, and Lortel, who had spent her life buried in piles of gold coins, would begin to value her own life more. Everyone had their role in that world, and in the end, each of them would be rewarded with their own success. Ed knew that. It was for this reason that he had moved away. Later, Ed was removing the rubble, opening the door to the training area and approaching the old arena. Inside there was a cupboard. He thought something was missing, and that was why he had come back. He needed to find someone essential so that he could shine. When he opened the cupboard, there was Janica. Ed reflected that Janica's job was now to stay behind the scenes. He also remembered a conversation he'd had with Lortel, when he'd asked why Janica had turned turned out the way she had. Lortel said he had an idea. He said that he had once found Janica in the dormitory at dawn, and that everything in her room was a huge symbol of sincerity and gratitude. The desk, although large, had no room to open a book, completely taken up by presents and dozens of post-its stuck to the walls. The solution was simple. Janica just needed to remove the post-its and put the presents away somewhere. But for some reason, she was unable to do this. Like the main character in a fairy tale, she became obsessed with the idea of repaying every gesture of goodwill with the utmost effort and dedication. She charged herself every day to do so. Ed also knew that there was no need to explain how reckless what she did was. Philosopher just exploited that weakness. Jane ending up furious was to be expected. What puzzled him was the fact that it had happened a month earlier than planned. In the original scenario, it was Taylor who was supposed to win the fight and stand out. But since he lost, he wasn't the star of the event, and Janica became the center of attention, gaining friends and admirers. Marilda's contract, which Lucy signed, was the reason Taylor was defeated in just 2 attacks. And Lucy only got that contract because she often visited the northern forest, which Ed had turned into the perfect place for a nap. But someone had to be let go when that act began, and that person was Janica. Inside the closet, Janica let out a little laugh and said that now she understood why Lucy liked to sleep there. It was really cozy. She hadn't expected Ed to find her, especially with all the chaos going on outside. After everything she'd done, she stood on the bench, hoping that someone would ask for her, but no one did. She accepted it. She confessed that she wanted to stay hidden for a while longer. Ed asked why, and she replied that it was because she was being a crybaby. He stared at her for a while, remembering the message he had received from the wolf spirit. That request told him to save Janica, whatever the cost. Ed thought he was the only one who knew the future of that story. Perhaps the spirit knew that. While everyone was putting pressure on Janica, perhaps he was the only person who, by choice, tried to keep his distance from her. In fact, Janica was someone you could trust. But in the end, she failed. She tried to make a contract with a high-class spirit, but her haste during the summoning ritual caused her to fall victim to the dark spirit, destroying the college building in the process. She studied magic until late at night every day. She always smiled at her friends, family, teachers, or anyone who was kind to her. Even so, despite appearing to live up to everyone's expectations, she went through some very difficult times that no one knew about. However, as all the effort she put in during this process was so beautiful, paradoxically, failure also seemed to have its own beauty. Ed thinks he can hardly imagine how much the words he is about to say will comfort her. With a smile, he says that she has worked hard. He reflects that while on stage, there was a parade of proud owners and the story's main characters. Backstage, everything was dark and silent. The villain of the first act left the stage just as the real protagonists approached. Then Janica begins to cry at these words, and Ed thinks that he has witnessed this first act many times before, but only now was he truly impressed. He says that before he couldn't see, but now he could see all the spirits surrounding Janica. Ed understands at that moment that only now is he really seeing how this story ends. He reaches level 10 of spiritual connection and understanding. The system informs him that all the spirits present were interested in him. Among them, the great high-level spirit, the wind spirit Marilda, was especially interested in Ed. 10 days passed, Janica faced the Academy's disciplinary committee. She acknowledged all her mistakes and accepted any punishment that came her way. At the Academy's first expulsion attempt, students and teachers spoke out against it, standing by Janica and showing support. During the second trial, Fenia declared that Janica would not be tried for attempted murder against royalty, as she had testified that she had been overpowered by Philosopher and had not acted intentionally. Lortel also spoke out, talking about the loss she had suffered, and the Elte Mercantile Association compensated all the funds needed for the restoration, without demanding anything in return, although they did add a conditional clause in the contract to reduce customs duties on school materials. All this resulted in the removal of the benefits granted to the best students of the year, the loss of awards and decorations, and disqualification from entering the dormitory from the next semester. However, 20 days later, the most important punishment, Janica's expulsion, was officially revoked. This touched everyone's heart. It felt like a scene from a dramatic movie, and everyone was relieved that Janica could finally be at peace at the academy. Her friends prepared an elegant tea table to celebrate. One of them asked that no one mention the Glascan incident, so as not to make Janica uncomfortable. Then she asked if she was ready. The other replied that, of course she was. They all thought together that it was time to move on. At that moment, Janica asked if there was a difference between liking someone and loving someone. Her friends were surprised by the sudden question and wanted to know why she wanted to know that. Janica replied that it was about a friend of hers. She said that this friend had had a dream, but she was clearly trying to disguise it because it was clear that she was talking about herself. In Janica's dream, she was in a large flower garden, making a wreath, until someone approached. It was Ed, like a prince on a stallion. She put the wreath on his head and said that she had prepared it for him. Then, the two of them ran happily through the garden. Janica tried to maintain her disguise, saying that it was her friend's dream, but her friends realized that it was about herself. So Clara asked curiously what this friend of hers had said. Janica recounted that the person said she would be in her room, looking somewhere, and suddenly someone's face would come to mind all the time, as if she were in love. At that moment, Clara quickly got up saying she had something urgent to do and ran off, leaving poor Anise alone with Janica. Anise thought she needed to approach the subject carefully, as Janica's heart was very delicate. She reflected on this love story and wondered if Janica shouldn't think more simply, without making it so complicated. Whether or not she liked someone was a kind of mystery in itself. She suggested that it might be better to be honest with her feelings. Janica agreed, saying that she was right. At that moment, the names got mixed up, because it was Clara who was there, not Anise. Clara then warned Janica to be careful with this kind of delicate subject, as it wouldn't be good for her friend's reputation, even if it was just a dream. Janica thought about it and replied that yes, it was true. She thought it best to avoid rumors about herself for the time being. She thanked Clara for her advice, said she would go back to the dormitory and left. Clara replied that it was fine, that she could go ahead, as she was going to be there for a while longer. She waved goodbye and, when she was alone, banged her head on the table, saying that it was all Anise's fault, who had left her alone at that awkward moment. Meanwhile, Ed was walking through the forest, thinking that, after everything that had happened, he had managed to save some money. Thanks to Fenia's petition, he had been exempted from next semester's fees. With the gold coins he had collected, he bought some tools. On his way back to his shelter, he saw Janica passing through the forest. He thought he had been avoiding her all this time, but now that Act 1 was over, she was no longer as important to the story. He concluded that it wouldn't hurt to at least say hello. He approached her, smiled, and said that it was all over, that she was free now. Janica was startled, hid a little, and replied that yes, everything was fine. Meanwhile, she thought about the words she had heard. Be honest with your feelings. Even so, she ran off saying she had to do something in the dormitory and quickly said goodbye. This left even Ed himself, who had motivated her to be honest, totally shocked. But he didn't mind too much, because he knew he had a lot of work ahead of him. It was time to fortify his base. On the first day, he chose the best spot to build his hut. It was a large site, well shaded by trees, and didn't attract too much attention. He began to work calmly. By the third day, he had gathered enough wood and had become quite proficient with the wind blade, so the work was easy. On the sixth day, he took a break from collecting wood, because the end of semester results came out, and he was surprised to see that his grades were very high. In the theory exams, he performed better than most of the freshmen. Despite this, Janica continued to avoid him in a way, and her friends always cast strange glances at him. On the 18th day, his work as a woodcutter was almost complete. He wondered if anyone in the world of that game had ever achieved as much proficiency with the wind blade as he had. On the 20th day, his vacation from the academy officially began, and he could devote all his time to building his hut. Then a new incident happened. He went to check the trap he had left to get food, but instead of catching something ordinary, he ended up trapping Lucy, who was sleeping there. He thought he should stop using dried meat as bait since she loved it. On the 27th day, headmaid Belle Maya showed up to bring Ed some herbs and mushrooms. She asked how things were going with Janica, and when he said that maybe she hated him, Belle Maya was very confused. On the 30th day, the central pillar of his structure collapsed, and the whole house collapsed. He realized that just assembling and adjusting the joints correctly wasn't enough to guarantee stability. Later at the bakery, he ran into Janica's group. When she saw him, she was totally embarrassed and ran off again. Her friends once again ended up staying there with him. On the 37th day, Ziggs showed up to help Ed with the construction. While they were hammering on the roof, Ziggs commented that Taylor really seemed like a nice guy. Ed replied that he wasn't, but inside he thought it was great. If the two of them became friends, the story would continue as in the original script. Ziggs asked if that side should also be hammered down, and Ed explained that it shouldn't, because the chimney would be placed there. After making several marks on the wood, on the 45th day, Ed dropped the knife on the floor and went into his little hut. He sat down on the floor and admired it. He didn't think there was anything decorated or furnished, but there were walls, a roof, and a complete door. Even insects couldn't get in, and that made him feel fulfilled and comfortable. The system told him that he had completed the creation of his log cabin. For the first time, he felt like he finally had a home. Outside, Janica was hiding, working up the courage to do something. Ed, lying in his hut thought he had finished the walls, the floor, and the fireplace. Perhaps it would be good to add a fence, a place to store firewood, and other small adjustments. Suddenly, something hit the ceiling. It was Lucy sleeping upstairs. Soon afterwards, Janica called out to Ed, all flustered. He was surprised and asked her how she got there, if she knew the way. She then remembered talking to Belle Maya, who said she had been in the forest and visited young Master Ed's camp. Janica asked if she was referring to the hut. Belle was surprised and asked how she knew. Janica explained that she had seen it from afar as she passed by. Belle commented that Ed had built the hut himself and that, to her surprise, it was much firmer and more beautiful than she had expected. She said she didn't know he had such a talent for this kind of thing. She invited Janica to go and see for herself. Janica asked if Belle was also curious about this kind of thing, and Belle replied that, of course, she was human too. She said that anyone who saw a beautiful hut like that would be curious to know how it was made. According to her, it was a natural phenomenon, expected of human nature. That's when Janica had a great idea. Nervous and flushed, she said she was just passing by to see Marilda and ended up seeing the hut. So she decided to stop by and take a closer look. She said it was natural to be curious about this sort of thing. Ed replied that he thought so too. Janica complimented him, saying that the cabin looked great. Ed explained that it had recently ended and asked if the spirits hadn't told her about it. She replied that they had commented on it, saying that Ed was very muscular, with well-worked arms and back, and strong hands for having built the house. When she heard this, Janica was very embarrassed and tried to close the subject by saying that she only knew about it offhand. Ed invited Janica to look inside the hut. He said she might be disappointed as it was still just a hut, but she, her face all red, replied that of course she wanted to see it. Once inside, she was amazed and asked if he had done it all by himself. Later in the evening, sitting around the fire, Janica drank tea and said that she owed everyone a lot. The princess, Lortel, and even some friends had helped by paying for her. She wondered how she could repay this debt. Ed replied that these people had done it for her and that she didn't have to pay them back if she couldn't. After all, her friends were the same as her. After all, her friends weren't loan sharks. Janica admitted that she had never thought of it from that point of view. Ed thought that was her way. She didn't realize that the other incident had happened because the weight of all that sincerity got her down. Even with so many people supporting her with property, tuition, or investments, she decided to move from the Ophelis dormitory, which had state-of-the-art facilities, to the Dex dormitory, all to owe less to others, even if it was just a little. At Ophelis, each student had their own room, but at Dex it was like 8 students in the same space. Spending all day being watched with envy was, for Janica, like living in chains in a prison. But even so, this change didn't solve the deeper problems. The vicious circle continued. Ed said that if Janica wanted to isolate herself for a while, she could come by the cabin whenever she wanted. He explained that he didn't mind. Janica scowled a little, but smiled and said that it actually made her feel quite comfortable. She also said that if he ever felt overwhelmed and couldn't cope with something on his own, he could count on her. She said that no matter what happened, she would help him no matter what. Ed smiled and looked up at the sky. He repeated the word overloaded in a low voice and thought that the second semester was already upon us. It was the moment when Act 2 began, all because of a small, worn-out book, the sage's sealed grimoire. This grimoire had been written by the great sage Sylvania and contained records of advanced magic. The aspectual magic recorded there was a very high-level type of spell, capable of altering the very principles of nature. Although it seemed harmless, that little book would cause a storm inside the academy, a storm that would devour everything around it. Lortel, approaching the grimoire, commented that it smelled like money. Ed, for his part, thanked Janica for her kind words, but thought that perhaps it wouldn't happen to him. He thought Taylor would have a lot of work to do. It didn't concern him directly, but he was still rooting for Taylor. Then began episode 2 of The Failed Sword of Sylvania, called The Occupation of the Ophelis Dormitory. It was explained that the honor students of that dormitory were almost guaranteed a lifetime of nobility-like privileges. They had first choice of seats in class, freedom during meals, special maids, and other very practical advantages. But that was precisely where the problem arose. During the return from vacation, heavy rain hit the southwest region of Valores. The academy provided carriages and boats for the students from the Ophelis dormitory to return in comfort. The students from Dex dormitory, on the other hand, had to walk back, even in the storm. If they didn't make it in time, they would lose points. Outraged by the inequality, the Dex students started a riot right in front of the Ophelis dormitory, as if it were the start of a war. Meanwhile, Lortel was sealing a letter and watching the rain fall, just as he had predicted. Ed thought that situations like that were crucial in the hands of a merchant. One of them had already contacted the representative of the lower students, but this boy only wanted to destroy the academy and the Ophelis dormitory. Discontent among the students was at an all-time high. All that was missing was a common justification. The student William, known for manipulating and provoking with his words, was responsible for triggering the revolt. His justification was clear: discrimination against the regular students, who were forced to walk back in the catastrophic rain. A proposal suggesting a change in the deadline for returning to school was put forward. The head educator of the Ophilus dormitory, along with part of the Academy's administrative division, fervently supported Lortel. At that moment, it didn't matter whether the Academy approved the proposal or not. The mere fact of opening this discussion was enough to infuriate the ordinary students and turn the controversy into something much bigger. It was also explained that the Ophilus dormitory was decorated with pieces of art donated by noble families. The walls, carpets, and wooden furniture were all made by renowned craftsmen. The more damage the rebels did to these possessions, the better. It would be a direct blow to the most sensitive part of the Academy, its already fragile financial situation, aggravated by the incident in Glascan. As negotiations for the Sage's sealed grimoire were underway, the Elte Trade Association seized the opportunity to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Lortel, watching from the window, wondered when the rain would stop. It is explained that there was not a single ray of sunshine in that gloomy sky. Lortel looked up and thought it was just like the sky she saw in the slums. But even so, she couldn't help feeling a little relieved. That land of learning, so incredibly romanticized, had many lights, but that vision covered in dirt was much more vivid for her. The traces of conspiracy scattered across her desk were proof of that. Lortel reflected that this was the trail of someone who had lived her whole life without showing sincerity, always betraying and distrusting others. While so many people struggled desperately to survive, she had become that, and deep down she knew that none of this would change her filthy essence. That's why she was sincerely looking for people of her own kind. In this Sylvan Academy, full of glitter and radiant people, there had to be someone who recognized the miserable existence of a filth-covered rat like her. In her constant search for that someone, she never stopped. Even with a vain hope in her heart, she remained lonely because she believed that each person's true self never changed. To endure this miserable reality, Lortel always took the same position. She was the curtain that hid the darkness behind the stage at all times, and that's why the audience called her the Veil of Shadows. Meanwhile, the revolution was breaking out in front of the Ophilus dormitory. The shopkeeper who had influenced the whole thing was also there. Ed thought that in the original storyline, the incident of the occupation of Ophilus was about the main character confronting the lower students, who had been provoked against Lortel. They faced intermediate bosses, from the 1st to the 5th floor of the dormitory. These bosses blocked the protagonist's way, but also helped the rebels to get in. The boss on the 2nd floor was him, Tata, the decoy. Tata had already mocked Taylor, calling him a loser. After that, he was beaten up by Taylor's friends and held a grudge. He was eventually bought by Lortel. His role was simple: disable the maid's security on the 2nd floor and open the door for the rebels to enter. As soon as the students saw the door open, they ran straight in. Ed explained that, at this point in the story, the head of the 2nd floor had the role of trying to stop the main character and his allies. The shopkeeper asked if that was the subordinate Lortel had bought, and he confirmed it, saying that yes, he was in charge of the 2nd floor. Then something surprising was revealed. The person who occupied this role in the original storyline was Ed Roth Taylor. He was confused, not understanding how he had become a secondary boss in the 2nd act. To understand this, you had to go back 2 days in time. At that moment, Ed was focused on increasing his hunting stats, especially with the bow, as well as improving his senses. He was about to go on another hunt, but he thought that this body, the body of the original Ed, really wasn't made for combat. Even so, he continued to use the bow on every hunt, hoping to acquire at least a decent skill with it. More important than that was the fact that, over time, he was getting more and more visitors to the place. Ed thought that, somehow, living in isolation in the forest attracted more attention than living in the dormitory. He paused to reflect on the 3 most frequent and most important visitors. The first was the extraordinary genius magician who appeared randomly, sleeping on the roof of his hut. She was impressed by every little improvement, and once commented that there was now even a door. She asked if he would make a chimney too. When he kicked her out, she even commented on the glassless window, asking if it was a makeshift sunroof. Ed thought she was a bit clueless, but amusing. Visitor B, however, was different. That was Janica. Every time she appeared, she brought him something. And, unlike the others, Ed received her without any discomfort. In fact, she was the best visitor he had. She helped him with his chores. She talked to the spirits, and he felt very grateful for that. Once, he asked her why she did all that for him. Janica, embarrassed, looked away and scowled. And Ed, without understanding why, just thought, well, what's wrong with her? Janica asks how often Lucy shows up there, and Ed thinks that, well, she does from time to time, and she can be a bit dangerous. Anyway, she's visitor B. The reason he's explaining this is because now visitor number C, the Gold's daughter, Lortel, has also come to ask for his help. Ed thinks that Lortel is the dark veil of the second act. She's probably gathering people to start that revolt in the Ophelis dormitory, but he's already decided that this time he doesn't want to get involved. He intends to refuse all offers. He would do that, of course, if the scenario were taking its normal course. He hears that Tota, who was originally supposed to do all that, has collapsed for some reason. Ed asks what happened and why he fainted. It's explained that in the original story, Tota fights with Taylor, and although Taylor beat him up a bit, it was never anything that serious. But now the story has changed. What Tota said was that Taylor was even worse than that bug called Ed Roth Taylor. At that moment, Ziggs punched Tota so hard that he passed out for a while. Ziggs himself scolded him for talking like that about Ed. Lortel says she doesn't know if it was because of what they said about Taylor or Ed himself, but that they had never seen Ziggs so angry. Ed thinks that you really can't trust people's emotions. Lortel then explains that the task she wants to give him isn't difficult. All he has to do is take Alice's key, open the dormitory, and let the lower class students in. Lortel is sure that many would be able to do this, but she also believes that regardless of how much money they receive, these people could report her to the Academy's internal investigators. If they say she's behind it all, what would become of her? She can't trust anyone there. Ed thinks that Lortel sought him out precisely because his reputation has already been ruined. She comments that he's been expelled from the dormitory, so maybe he wants to get back at the Academy. He replies that he really doesn't want to do that, but when she offers him 20 gold coins, he accepts immediately. Ed doesn't think he's doing anything wrong. He's just guiding the story back to its original course. With one day to go until the dormitory raid, he was under his roof, sheltered from the rain, walking around the fire and reflecting that the dormitory raid had begun before the fight for the sealed grimoire. Lortel's manipulation to bring the Academy's finances to collapse had worked. According to the original storyline, Lortel succeeds in this conspiracy and creates the Market, a lucrative group within the Academy. This new organization rivals that of Princess Foya, who leads the student council. The narrative is divided between the idealistic association and the realistic merchants. What matters is that Ed will always choose the winning side. He just needs to observe everything and then join the group that comes out on top. Of course, he needs to survive until then too. That's when Janica showed up, even in the rain, wringing out her soaked clothes. She comments that she thought the rain would stop that day, but she also says that Ed is really incredible. While she can come and go as if it were a campsite, he has to stay there even on rainy days. Ed replies that you get used to the weather, and Janica says that maybe it's time to move out of the Ophelis dormitory. She comments that she'll have to throw some things away, as the deck storm is much smaller. Before leaving, she asks Ed if he needs any furniture or anything, and he says that if he does, he'll let her know. Janica says she has watches, extra pillows, and even flashlights. She comments that she has daily supplies left over, and that she thinks it's a waste to throw everything away. So she says she can bring these things to Ed. He says he'd love to. Janica gets excited and says that when the semester starts, she'll bring everything over. She then asks about Lucy, wanting to know how often she comes by. Ed replies that, well, once in a while. At that moment, Lucy was on the roof, soaking up the rain. Ed thinks that her extraordinary powers have come with a price. She had always been on the run, using laziness as an excuse, looking away from her promised destiny many years ago. No matter how many screws she had loose, she couldn't help reflecting on her life in moments of solitude like that. Ed comments that Lucy always looks like this when it rains, but he doesn't pay much attention to it himself. Janica says he's indifferent towards Lucy, and even gets a bit excited about it. But Ed changes the subject, saying that he needs to talk to her anyway. He thinks that Janica is still in the Ophelis dorm. The semester hasn't started yet, and the invasion is about to happen. Maybe she'll have trouble getting out of there on her own. Ed then asks for a favor. He asks if, the next day at around 9 in the evening, she can go to the Rose Garden, which is near the Ophelis dormitory. Janica blushes, imagining that this could be a romantic encounter. Ed thinks he can't tell her directly about the break-in, but he can at least get her to run away indirectly. Janica gets up and says it's okay, but she's leaving now. She runs off, shyly, and Ed sighs. He thinks that when the semester starts, the rain will stop and he'll finally be able to enjoy the sunny weather. After that, the forest will be filled with the typical scent of autumn. He reflects that his vacation is coming to an end. The next day at 9 in the evening, Ziggs was exercising. He comments that perhaps he overreacted when he punched Tota and that he should control his emotions better. He also didn't expect Elka to be so angry about what he'd done. Then on his way downstairs, he looks out of the window, curious to see Ed running toward the Ophelis dormitory. As he enters, Ed speaks to one of the employees hired by Lortel and asks where the others are. She replies replies that they are all in the meeting room, busy with a meeting called by the headmaid as an excuse to keep them away. She also says that she has prepared everything for Ed, picks up a bucket with strange contents, and says she will leave it there. Ed thinks all the preparations are complete. Now it's time. The occupation of the Ophelis dormitory is about to begin. Outside, the students were gathered, all with torches positioned in front of the dormitory. They were shouting that they could no longer be treated like this, because there was no equal justice for all. Willen, the representative of the lower students, asked them to listen to their voices. Then they moved towards the door. Suddenly it opened, everyone was shocked but took the opportunity and entered. Willen comments that Ed Ruth Taylor has indeed been hired and that everything was already arranged with the maid, who was pretending to be captured. She nods. Willen says that he always agreed with what Ed said, especially about the inequalities and privileges of the better-off students. He gets emotional, saying that he shouldn't have judged Ed for the rumors, and now he sees that he really is a good person. Ed, visibly impatient, just says yes, let's get them in. Ed thinks that, unfortunately, Willen will end up taking the blame for everything that happened there that night. He even feels a bit bad about it. The maid, who was only pretending to be captured, is also going to escape. No one will stop her, since any superior to whom she could report something is trapped in the meeting room at the moment. What's more, the headmaid, Alice, who controls the protection of the runes, is already in Lortel's hands. The protection runes are activated, and all the students end up locked inside their own rooms. Ed thinks that everything is according to the original scenario, and that it was the Dark Veil, Lortel herself, who set it all up. She approaches him and says that Ed was much quicker than she expected, praising his decision to leave the execution of the plan in his hands. She comments that her socks are soaked and that she hates this kind of weather. Ed asks if she was watching everything. Lortel, while walking, says that the academy staff will be cracking down on the students in no time, so they need to finish everything quickly. Ed replies that yes, she can go ahead, but before she leaves, she says that she has a genuine doubt in her mind. She asks if Ed has ever killed anyone. He stays silent for a moment and replies that no, he never has. Lortel says that she hasn't either, but that she has done similar things. In order to survive, she crushed lives, and in order not to be betrayed, she betrayed first. She lived her life, bearing her own sins, believing of course that there was no other choice. But deep down, they were just excuses for herself. It's explained that by drowning everyone in a sea of sins, she earned the title of Golden Daughter. However, she knows better than anyone that she doesn't deserve respect or sympathy. That's why she seeks recognition from others. She wonders if Ed would be nice to someone like her. Ed thinks it looked like she was possessed by something, and that loneliness catches up with people, whether good or bad. To escape loneliness, there's no other choice but to look for fellow human beings, even if they're rolling around in the dirt. Only when they find someone sinking into the same pit as them do they see a shred of redemption. But Ed says no. She needs to take responsibility for the decisions she's made, and he thinks that person isn't him. Lortel remains silent for a moment, then says she said something useless. She realizes that he's different from her, and comes back into focus, saying that she's going to do what she came to do. After all, they don't have much time. As she leaves, Ed feels a slight relief. He thinks that now Lortel will talk to Alice about the next steps in the plan. When they make the magical defense, and the dormitory goes into a rage, command of the runes will be passed on to Willen, the leader of the lower students. The events of the story will intensify. Willen, taken over by the dense power of the dormitory's defense, will become the head of this stage of the story. This scenario is about the defeat of Willen, who will have lost his mind. All Ed has to do is wait for Taylor to arrive, play his normal role, buy time, and then lose on purpose. Taylor will then go up to the second floor and take care of the rest. It's a necessary sacrifice. Meanwhile, in the Rose Garden, Janica notices the arrival of a carriage so late at night. She comments that it must be something important and wonders why Ed hasn't arrived yet. At least he left a letter saying he might be late. She wonders if he's prepared something special. It's explained that Janica didn't care much about her surroundings, and Ed didn't care what happened to her either. What really mattered was that she was safe outside the dormitory at the time of the invasion. Even so, for the last 3 days, she had been thinking a lot about Ed because despite the guilt she felt, she still asked Marilda about him. That's how she discovered that it wasn't just Lucy who visited the camp. Belle Maya, Princess Fenia, Ziggs, and even Lortel herself stopped by. The spirits commented to each other that, by coincidence, all the people passing through the camp were female students. But they never said this out loud, as it would break Janica's heart. For this reason, she kept waiting for Ed, no matter how much time passed. She even worried about her appearance, wanting to look presentable when he arrived. She says she's going to go back to the dorm quickly just to get ready. In fact, instead of just waiting, she decides to get a new hairpiece. So she goes back to the Ophelis dormitory. Meanwhile, Taylor, the original Ed from the game's story, was approaching to fulfill his role, to stop the whole thing from getting out of hand. Elvira, a renowned alchemist, was with the group of Eds from the game. She asks them if they know how much the herbs in her room are worth, but the group replies that it would be better to let the staff deal with it. Elvira, however, insists that the herbs will lose their properties if she doesn't use preservation magic in time. Taylor, already impatient, asks someone to look after her, as she's trying to get in on her own. Aida suggests that they just wait and see. She comments that Elvira is the best student in the alchemy faculty, so she's sure she can protect herself. Taylor replies that that's exactly the problem. It's not her who's in danger, it's the people inside. If Elvira loses control, she could end up releasing dangerous chemicals everywhere. He tries to stop her, telling her to stop, but she replies that she's had enough and decides to go up to the 4th floor, where her room is. Taylor asks if she really just wants to go to her room and not do anything else. Elvira says yes, she just wants to make sure her herbs are healthy, but she warns that if anyone tries to stop her, she'll force her way through. As soon as she arrives, she kicks in the door and finds a person and the whole set destroyed. She asks if that's Ed Roth Taylor, and Taylor wonders why he's there. Everyone stares at Ed, who is sitting quietly under the stairs. Elvira observes her surroundings, sees footprints everywhere in the overturned office, and says that it's interesting. She didn't expect it. She asks if he's there to stop them, and Ed says he's sorry, but they can't go up now. Elvira finds this amusing, as if he thought he could stop her. She comments that she heard from Ziggs that Ed's magic is quite proficient, but that doesn't change the fact that he's just a second-year student, someone who only uses basic spells. On her side, there was a powerful swordsman and a mage, as well as herself, the best alchemist in the year. It was a huge difference in power. Taylor asks why Ed is doing that, and says that he needs to explain what's happening on the upper floors. As Ed remains silent, Taylor decides to force him to talk. He goes upstairs, but Ed throws a piece of furniture in his way. Taylor cuts through it easily, but Elvira realizes that he was using a skill, even if it was a basic spell. She thought he was going to hit Taylor first, but is surprised by what happens next. Ed throws a blade of wind upwards, hitting the chandelier. The object lands exactly where Taylor was, who narrowly manages to dodge it. At the same time, the defense runes were starting to collapse, and Klebius was panicking. At the salon, the students ask if everyone is okay, and Aida asks them not to worry about her. Elvira is even more impressed when her head is almost cut off by Ed's wind blade. But in the end, what is really cut off is her bag and part of her hair. She recognizes that it's serious. The fact that Ed is trying to stop them indicates that something important is happening on the upper floors. When she looks again, Ed is already in another position. She tries to reach into her bag with the chemicals, but he activates ignition, creating a curtain of flames that prevents her from approaching. Ed thinks the battlefield is ready. Elvira, for her part, understands that this is not good. She admits to herself that Ed's judgment was quick and accurate, and comments that Ziggs misinformed her. Ed's magical proficiency was, in fact, much higher than she had expected. In the midst of the flames, Elvira thinks that, as the best alchemist that year, she represents the main forces of alchemy. But without chemical elixirs or tools, an alchemist's combat power drops to 0. Most carry a magic ring or necklace, but she believed that because she was so good, she wouldn't need it. She wonders if Ed knew this all along, and took advantage of the situation. He made the chandelier fall and used this gap to create a curtain of fire, preventing her from accessing what was in her bag. However, she concludes that if that had been the plan, he would have taken the bag. She then thinks that Ed is a miserable bastard, but nevertheless, she takes something from her pocket and reveals that she has a card up her sleeve. She summons a spirit into which she has put a fire resistance formula and increased its strength, transforming it into a huge creature. Meanwhile, Aida tries to prepare a water spell to put out the flames, but is surprised by a blade of wind wrapped in fire coming towards her. Taylor manages to cut off the spell in time and warns her to stop standing still. He thinks that although Aida's theory is excellent, her combat experience is almost non-existent, so with attacks coming his way, he is forced to defend her. They both stand still in the middle of the battlefield. Aida then asks if Taylor is sure she can defeat Ed if she gets close, and on hearing this decides to make way. She sends her pumped-up, sinister rabbit in Ed's direction, creating a gap. Taylor realizes that it's now possible to take him down. Elvira, excited, also decides to act. She enters the middle of the fire, even though her hood is burning, and manages to recover her chemicals. She teases them by asking if they missed her. At that moment, Ed, facing the summoned creature, dodges and prepares another wind blade blade aimed at Elvira, but she has already prepared a magic formula and throws the chemical reagent right at his spell. The substance creates a thick smoke that begins to put out the fire and control the use of magic in the area. With the fire dying down, Ed deals the final blow to the creature with his dagger, which falls dead. Elvira then asks what he intends to do, since he's a wizard who can't use magic and says he's being arrogant. But they have a swordsman on their side, and Taylor sets off angrily in Ed's direction, not understanding why he's running away. Ed knocks over a piece of furniture on the way, and it contains a bucket of oil, left there by a maid. Seeing this, Aida screams, asking if he's crazy because a fire can kill people. Taylor replies that it doesn't matter if the fire is caused by magic or oil, he can cut it with his elemental cut. He says that before anyone gets hurt, he's going to stop this fire. Elvira interrupts him, saying that the window is open enough for the smoke to escape, and even the flammable carpet is no longer there. She notices that there are no flammable objects around and wonders if Ed saw it coming, trying to stop him. She notices that Ed has already prepared his bow. Taylor runs towards him, but thinks she can easily deal with an arrow. However, she realizes that the arrow's trajectory is heading straight for Aida, who at that moment can't use magic to defend herself. Taylor tries to warn her, but Aida ends up being protected by Elvira, who has used a chemical formula that invokes a mechanical hand, a magical tool capable of stopping small objects. Elvira wonders what the purpose of the arrow was, since it was wrapped in cloth and couldn't hurt anyone. She warns Taylor to be careful, as she's sure Ed still has another plan. But it was too late. Taylor goes to attack Ed, who hears a sound coming from upstairs and thinks the time has come. The boss from the second floor has been released. The fearful Clebius has finally appeared. Ed thinks it's finally time, so he lets himself be beaten by Taylor. Elvira watches everything and wonders why Ed would have done that. Later, Taylor also wonders if he's crazy because there has to be a reason why he's gone so far. Elvira continues to reflect. Something is very wrong. The whole fight felt like an act. If Ed really wanted to beat them, he would have done it all in the shadows. He could have knocked the chandelier right on top of them, or something even worse. But no, he was right in front of them, as if he were a sample, a showcase. And even throughout the fight, he never showed any intention of killing them. It was as if he was just playing. Ed asks Taylor if he's finished. He then sits down tiredly and says that if he's finished, he can stop shouting at him. Taylor's confused and asks what that means. He doesn't understand how someone who has fought so hard now just gives up. Meanwhile, the second floor begins to make a lot of noise. Elvira wonders why Ed lost on purpose. Aida doesn't understand and asks what she means by that. Taylor becomes suspicious and asks if Ed has taken it easy on them. Elvira says that she won't leave the place without an answer, because she knows that Ed held his own in the fight. Everyone is silent, staring at each other. Just then a door opens. Janica, alone, thinks uneasily that perhaps she should change her hairpiece. She wondered if anyone would make fun of her for looking like this, all for such pure love. But imagining happy things was a right she preserved. The difference between imagination and reality, however, can be very cruel. The boy she loved so much, the one she had hoped to meet in the pavilion, was now lying on the ground, covered in blood, having been attacked by suspicious people. Janica arrives and asks what they've done with Ed. She feels she'd be lying if she said she didn't find something strange. Perhaps he had been taken by surprise. But knowing Ed, with his simple way of life and his practical manner during the hunt in Glascan, she knew that, no matter how big the problem, he always came up with a solution. Perhaps only this time had he failed, and perhaps he had begun to reflect on that. Janica had offered, but Ed had never asked for her help. That was the reason he had asked her to stay away from the dormitory that night, so that she wouldn't get involved or put herself in danger. While she was worrying about her appearance, he was already taking a risk. She looks at everyone and asks what they're doing with her Ed. Taylor responds by saying that he's glad Janica showed up. He explains that some students took control of the dormitory, but that Ed stopped them from moving in. Aida, however, tells him that it's not like that Janica is now an enemy. Janica, however, says sincerely that she doesn't even want to know what they're doing. She then gathers a great deal of power and releases an extremely intimidating aura. Ed tries to stop her, but she calmly replies that everything is fine. While everyone is impressed by her power, Janica begins to summon countless spirits. She tells Ed that it will only take a minute. Aida watches and realizes that Janica has summoned intermediate spirits from the four elements, practically forming an army. She warns Taylor that he won't be able to get past her and that he should get out of there now. Elvira comments that if they were already having a hard time facing an aristocrat, imagine now against Janica, the best magic student of the whole second year. She tells Taylor to come back to reality, but fortunately there's still time to escape. Taylor agrees, saying that she's right. Then it is explained that Ed's actions made Taylor realize that this takeover of the Ophelis dormitory was not normal. The students were taking serious risks, but Taylor wasn't the type to give up in the face of a challenge. He asks if Elvira can help him with his herbs, but she doesn't answer in time. He was about to be crushed. Ed, seeing this, despairs and shouts at him. He pulls Taylor by the collar and tells him to go when he says go. He then throws Taylor away, saving him from the blow. Ed stands his ground and says he'll hold Janica while the others go up to the second floor. Aida then asks why he's doing this. It was Ed who had stopped them from the start, but now he said he had changed his mind. Elvira wanted to know if he was really sure how he was going to stop the spirits, but he patted her on the head and told her to get the chemicals straight away. He apologized for cutting up her backpack too. Elvira, still surprised by his authoritarian manner, asked why he was bossing her around like that, but still ran off with Taylor and Aida. Janica, seeing all this, was astonished to see Ed approaching. She told him that he didn't have to make an effort, that he was hurt and could explain everything later. He just had to let her deal with it. Ed, even though he recognized that this kind of attitude might seem disrespectful, asked Janica to tone it down a bit. Confused, she turned bright red and asked if he was touching her. Ed insisted that she send the spirits back, saying that the wind was so strong that she could hardly stand up. Janica then acknowledged that he was right, that she had overreacted. She apologized and said she had been an idiot. When the spirits finally disappeared, everyone was impressed. Ed had really managed to stop it. He signaled for everyone to move on, but at that moment he fainted. Janica shouted desperately for Ed. Later, while she was looking after him, Janica asked why he always ended up so hurt and why he didn't tell her anything. Ed replied that this time it had all happened too quickly, but that next time he promised to tell her. Janica commented that those guys were a bit excessive, but at least they didn't hurt him so much. Ed, however, said that he was sure that the next time they saw him, they would be very angry. Janica asked him to promise never to hurt himself like that again. He said it was fine and thanked her for worrying about him. Ed thought his plan might have gone a little off the rails, but he had fulfilled his role as head of the second floor. Now he could rest for a while in his camp. Janica, however, commented that she had seen a large carriage while she was in the garden. She said that it seemed to have a golden crown on top, the symbol of the leader of the Mercantile Association, Lortel's adoptive father, who had killed her biological father. This was the false boss of the game, who disappeared for a long time and only appeared at the end of the sealed grimoire act. It was the Golden King LT. Most importantly, Ed realized that he had arrived much earlier than he should have. This meant that something was wrong. Something beyond his knowledge was going on. Meanwhile, Lortel was in the dormitory, in the corridor on the 5th floor, with the head maid. Lortel commented that everyone knew that suspicious-looking evil guy. The maid asked if she was talking about the young campmaster, and Lortel confirmed that she was about Ed. The maid said she knew he wasn't the kind of man Lortel liked. She replied that he was kind of cute, but that wasn't what mattered. What she really felt was the same as the head waitress. She had opened up emotionally in front of him and now wondered if she should believe what he said. He said that she needed to take responsibility for what she had done and then abandoned her mercilessly. Lortel commented that she needed to get used to it because this kind of thing was part of life. It was then explained that Alice was the head of the Ophelis dormitory. She was a senior employee who had been working there for over 20 years. She started as an apprentice at the age of 15 and over time proved her competence until she became the dormitory manager. It was there that Lortel invested most of his resources and spent much of his time trying to divert Alice from her integrity. The financial losses from this created a hole in the accounting records. Still, Lortel never considered the place a waste. There, she found someone of her own kind, someone who was capable of abandoning beliefs and values just for a few gold coins. That was the kind of person she could relate to. It was with people like that she could escape her loneliness. This was probably because in the slum ghettos and among the merchants who risked their lives for a coin, she learned that if she didn't stab first, she would be stabbed. But despite her unhappy past and the tragic story that led her there, Lortel was by nature a hidden villain, evil from the start. At that moment, Lortel told Alice that Willen would take over the 4th floor, and that if they handed over command of the magic system, the entire hall would be destroyed from the inside. No one would ever know that they were responsible. She commented that everything seemed to be going according to plan, so she needed to go to the warehouse. It was time to act like an innocent schoolgirl, pretending to be frightened and running there. Only before she left, Alice pulled out a sword and said that since they were being honest, she wanted to let Lortel know that she definitely wasn't the kind of person she admired. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Taylor was tying up Clebius. They had managed to restrain him after he got out of control, and now they made him part of the group. Soon after, it was the turn of Kelly, the boss of the 3rd floor, to be defeated. And although Taylor's group didn't question why a twin maid was there alone, they followed unexpectedly and quietly reached the 4th floor. Until then, the only floor that really presented a challenge was Ed's, but as they went upstairs, they heard screams and saw several students running around desperately. It was Willen. asking for help because he couldn't control the magic. It was then explained that the crystal ball, used to trigger the magic circle's control system, had been placed right in the center of the room. This was the scheme planned by Alice and Lortel. The magical self-defense formulas, carved all over the building to protect it from outside invaders, were now being activated randomly and uncontrollably. It was as if a child had been given a loaded gun. Willen was shooting magic everywhere, with no control whatsoever. The entire building began to shake, and no one could tell if the collapse was coming from inside or outside. With the collapse imminent, some students started jumping out of the windows to escape. The situation quickly turned into a catastrophe. Taylor asked Elvira if she had any reagents that could help. She replied that the night butterfly distorts the target's magic, but with Willen covered by a rune, it was useless. Even so, she said she would try something else. She threw a reagent called Fisherman's Weeds, creating a barrier in the corridor. She said it would at least block some of the magical attacks. That was all she could do. Then she grabbed Clebius and pushed him out of the barrier, telling him and Taylor to deal with the rest. Clebius, desperate, could only think, "Why me?" Meanwhile, Willen could barely keep his own body stable. The magic rays, destructive and chaotic, bounced all over the corridor. He cried, completely uncontrollably, and then a huge explosion happened. The dormitory windows began to explode one by one. Downstairs, Janica and Ed were watching. Janica, worried, asked why they were still there. If Ed kept pushing himself like that, his wounds would open up again. Ed replied that everything was fine and that a lot of the blood wasn't even his. But Ed was also thinking, something was strange. How had this plan been so well thought out? Inside the extremely prestigious-looking carriage was a very important man, the Golden King Elte. Normally, he would be surrounded by a fleet of more than a dozen carriages, but this time, his discreet approach said something different. Elte, Lortel's adoptive father, was the false boss who, at the end of the sealed grimoire act, would be stabbed by her and leave the stage of history. He was a figure who shouldn't have been in the academy at that moment. And as he stood there, Ed wondered why Elte was only now leaving. Was it because she was waiting for the dormitory to collapse? It was then that Ed realized who was with him. It was Shani, the waitress from the third floor, who was responsible for the dishes. Shani was one of the orphans who had been looked after by Alice. Alice, in turn, had originally been bought by Lortel, and Shani had been promoted to head of the third floor. The fact that she was with Elte, a sworn enemy of Lortel, was extremely suspicious. There was no way to imagine that Shani would have betrayed Alice's trust, especially considering that the two had been bought together. But then the scariest possibility arose. What if Alice was on Elte's side? If so, then this could be the possible future in which Lortel would end up dead. Ed thinks that Lortel is the one who comes into political conflict with Fenia in Act 3, and is also the main character's greatest ally in the fight against the Roth-Taylor family. In Act 4, he's already had a hard time taking Tada's place as middle chief, so he wonders what he has to do now. So he tells Janica that he needs to ask her for an urgent favor, something he can't handle on his own, even though he doesn't want to involve her in it. But Janica replies that it's fine, and asks what he needs. It is explained that Elte, the Golden King and honorable president of the Elte Trading Corporation, is the adoptive father of Lady Lortel, who has always appeared obedient. However, behind the veneer, she has been plotting against him for a long time to take full control of power. Lortel knows that he killed his biological parents, so she is persuading the magnates and directors of Elte to lure him away. The negotiations to buy the grimoire of the Seal of the Sage were just an excuse to take him to the Sylvan Academy, where he would fall into the trap without being able to react to the crisis that was approaching his company. Some factors, however, led to the discovery of this truth. Now, Ed has an official document in his hands that can prove Lortel's betrayal, but he knows that in this world, nothing comes for free. Lortel offered a large sum of gold coins, and all it would take is for someone to offer more for anyone to change sides. At this point, Alice begins to feel that she is losing her sight. Because of the accident, she has almost lost all her hearing too. This will be her last year as head waitress. She is in a difficult situation and is the only human being who knows the whole truth. Depending on her choice, everything could change dramatically, for better or for worse. The document attached to Elte's letter contains the names of the institutions that Lortel secretly managed and all the money she managed behind the scenes. Alice trusted her own judgment and ordered Lortel not to move. She warned him that Mr. Elte was on his way to the dormitory and was surprised by the look on the girl's face. She thought she was more mature. She believed that Lortel was seeking revenge on her adoptive father, even though she herself denied it. But Alice excuses herself by saying that, in her eyes, Lortel and Welter are not so different because they both have the same goal. Just then, a huge explosion happened in the corridor. They were carrying Willen, and the group began to accuse Alice of having caused it. It was Ed's group. Elvira shouts that Alice is holding a hostage and asks for caution. Alice is shocked. Lortel, taking advantage advantage of the confusion, throws herself into the Ed's group as if she were a victim. She thinks she should take advantage of this moment to frame Alice, but someone asks why her face is like that. Lortel tries to think of the best possible expression, but unable to sustain it, she runs off. She thinks Elta is coming. She knows he doesn't trust even his own henchmen, which is why he's come in person. The plan to overthrow Elta is almost complete. He will be held responsible for the massive breach of finances and the damage caused. Luckily, Elte is not yet desperate to break in. Now, Lortel just needs to contact the authorities. She decides to send a carrier pigeon in hiding. She thinks that if she doesn't get caught, everything will be fine. However, she starts to get tired halfway. She repeats to herself that everything will be fine, but she thinks that no one in the world understands her. She expected the betrayal, but her heart is still broken. At this point, Lortel starts to cry, but keeps walking. She tells herself that she has to do this. Now she has to run. She has to get to her room before Elte does. If she manages to send the pigeon, everything will be fine. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Elte is arriving. He sees someone standing in front of him and asks who it is. He says that he's just a student and that he should get out of the way. But the student replies that due to the risk of collapse, no one is allowed in there for safety reasons. That person was Ed. Ed says he can't let anyone pass until the academy staff arrive. Elta asks if it was the academy itself that told him to do this. But Ed replies that no, he's acting on his own. He thinks that at that moment, there are three people who know the whole truth. Lortel, who wants revenge on Elte. Elte himself, who wants to destroy Lortel's plans and buy the sealed grimoire. And Alice, who is the root of it all, the origin of this whole plot. Ed doesn't understand exactly why this happened, but now he's with Lortel on the 5th floor. He thinks that maybe he should leave, but remembers that his group must be there and decides to leave it in their hands. He trusts Taylor since he's seen with his own eyes how capable he is. In the end, he concludes that he has nothing else to do there. Elta had planned everything. As long as she keeps these people out, the events inside the dormitory will take their course. Then Ed, as if changing his tune, says, "Oh my god, I can't believe it. You're the great Elte, president of the Elte Mercantile Organization," and quips that there's certainly a good reason for such an important figure to be there. With everything going on at the academy, it would be better if he didn't show up. Elte then gets the message and says that Ed is on Lortel's side, right? At that moment, the scene flashed back to 10 minutes ago. Ziggs had punched a huge hole in the wall of one of the rooms, and Ed had come in saying that everything outside was a mess. He asks why Ziggs is still in there. Ziggs replies that he didn't want to get involved because he could end up losing control and causing an accident, like the building falling on him, which wouldn't be enough to kill him in his opinion. Ed thinks that the boy has too much confidence in his own strength, and Ziggs complains that now, with the hole, it will get cold at night. Ed wonders who this boy thinks he is, a powerful wizard, and then he sees that Janica is there too. She says it's the first time she's going to introduce herself properly to him, since their first meeting wasn't the best, during the Glascan incident. She apologized for that. Ziggs, confused, asks if the two of them are dating. Janica is startled and says, "No, not at all." She then looks at Ed and asks if it bothered him. Ed replies that it was Ziggs' fault for asking such a rude question. Ziggs apologizes in an exaggerated way and asks why they wanted to meet him so badly. Ed says he needs a favor and will pay for it later. Back in the present, Janica and Ziggs were hiding, listening to the whole conversation. Ed insists that if Elte goes to the administrative part of the academy, she will be well treated and welcome. Elte replies once again that Ed is clearly on Lortel's side. She asks if he's been charmed by her cute little face and tells him to take advantage of the clear benefits that are in front of him, rather than gamble on gold coins that he doesn't even know he'll get. He claims that Lortel was born with fox blood and that he has raised her since she was a child, so he knows her better than anyone. Elte says she has a better offer for Ed and tells him to get out of the way. Ed thanks her for the offer, but says he won't compromise for mere gold coins. What would be the point of doubling the payment anyway? Elte understands the answer and decides to change his approach. He says that if words haven't convinced him, maybe blades will. The guards advance on Ed, who takes off running. Elte shouts to ask if he's trying to escape, but just then, the guards are hit by a wind spell cast by Ziggs. Ziggs calls Ed, and Ed replies that he'll come back after checking the situation. He says he'll pay the debt later. Janica says that's fine. Ziggs comments that, from the beginning, he was the one who needed to pay Ed back. Elte observes that, even though they are only students, those two are formidable opponents. Then she orders the guards to attack with full force. At this point, Ed starts breaking down various doors along the way. He needs to find Lortel. When he he finally passes her, he stops and asks why she hasn't managed to escape yet. He asks her if she can't use the back door now and if she can't run anymore. Ed tells Lortel to run as fast as he can. It is said that there is always a reason behind all goodwill and trust. The Mercantile Guild's receptionist Sharo always acted very kindly towards Lortel, but only because he hoped she would divulge precious information by mistake in order to make him money. Kadan, a merchant employee, was always excited to see her because she often alerted him to important events. The reason why Tenny, the bird raised by the academy, was so attached to her was because Lortel always fed him the best food. In Lortel's world, everyone who shows kindness has a reason behind it. At that moment, Ed and Lortel are running away together. Ed says there's no time to go into details, but he wants to know if Alice betrayed her. Meanwhile, Lortel is overcome with guilt. She thinks it was all the result of a silly, stupid mistake. She compares her situation to that of Janica Failover, who grew up surrounded by love and goodwill, and therefore gave it back to the world in a sincere way. But she wasn't like that herself. The day she proposed to Ed, she saw a sincere warmth in his eyes. Seeing someone who seemed to really care, without greed, without wanting anything in return, made Lortel believe that perhaps she too could have a relationship like that. That's why she ended up trusting too much and told Alice her plans, without realizing that her hopes were being crushed. In a life where she never trusted anyone, she always thought she was right. But even after seeing someone like that, she shouldn't have forgotten her true self, dirty and dark. She shouldn't have dared to dream of a happy romantic life. To take over the Ophelis dormitory, Lortel hired 5 people: the headmaid Alice, the twins Senny and Kelly, the representative of the lower students Willany, and the fallen nobleman Ed. Now, Alice, Senny, and Kelly were allied with Elta. Willany was also showing a desire to leave her side, and she imagined that the same would happen to Ed. At this point, Lortel stops running, apologizes to Ed, and says that she can no longer guarantee the 20 gold coins she had promised. Her situation is also out of control. She wonders why she is saying this, as if she has lost control. But Ed, out of patience, replies, "Who asked?" Logically grabs her arm and says there's no time to argue. If Elte catches her now, she'll die. They'll have to think about the rest later. What they need to do now is run away. Lortel is completely shocked. She thinks again that all goodwill and trust always have a motive behind them, and if you can't see that motive, then you shouldn't trust anyone. For her, this should be a rule of life. But then she decides to trust Ed and tells him that Elta is planning to manipulate market prices. This must be her father's doing. After the great monster hunt in the eastern mountains, the price of armor fell. He bought and monopolized all the armor and traded it internally. The plan was simple: manipulative trading. For this plan to work, her father needed money fast. That's why he thought the grimoire might be at a good price, and sent Lortel to Sylvania with the mission of stealing it. Ed says it's okay. He doesn't need to explain anymore. He's understood everything. It is then explained that, in this type of manipulative negotiation, traders A, B, and C buy a cheap product in large quantities and start negotiating with each other, simulating an increase in value. The price rises artificially, and people believe that the product is becoming scarce. They think they need to buy it as soon as possible. Then, when the time is right, the traders sell everything at a sky-high price and make an absurd profit. But this technique only works on the basis of trust between the traders involved. If B or C sell the stock prematurely without warning A, the price immediately plummets and the whole plan collapses. Trader A, who desperately sold his bonds in order to buy the product in bulk and monopolize it, would end up in a very difficult situation. For this plan to work, Lortel spent years buying up shares and bonds linked to traders B and C. But only when Elte was out of office at Sharo's headquarters could the 6 big traders she had bought legally have the sales rights transferred to them. Ed then commented that the whole plan from occupying the dormitory was aimed at blowing a hole in the academy's finances. Thus, the purchase of the grimoire would become inevitable, forcing Elta to leave Sharo's headquarters to get the money she urgently needed. In this moment of vulnerability, Lortel would sell all the armor stored in the headquarters and make a profit. And Lortel wonders how Ed realized all this so quickly. Ed says that there is now only one option. They need to send a letter to headquarters and order the armor to be sold immediately. Lortel replies that she has a carrier pigeon in her room, her direct line of communication with the forces inside the headquarters. But she fears that her father is waiting for exactly that, and may already know who the traitors are. Ed thinks for a moment and tells Lortel to listen carefully. From that moment on, she must do everything she can to remain hidden. If he were in Elta's place, he would have already surrounded the whole school and the island. They will certainly notice if she tries to leave anywhere. He then instructs Lortel to speak to the knights in the rooms and ask them to send an empty carriage to the Arkan Mountains to make it look like she's trying to escape there. Lortel asks where she will stay in the meantime. Ed replies that he has a cabin in the woods where she can hide for 3 days until the situation calms down. He says he'll send the pigeon for her and write something simple like, "Sell it right now, anything," and the rest will be sorted out by the people she trusts. Lortel agrees, but then Ed notices something strange. He grabs Lortel and says there's someone guarding the back door. He says he'll take care of the outside, while she goes into the room and waits until the way is clear. Lortel thinks that, as a longtime merchant ally, Ed acted with precision, dealing with everything quickly and strategically. It was as if he was thinking for her. Ed catches her eye and tells her to stay focused. Lortel confirms, saying that she understands, but before she goes in, she asks why he's helping her so much. Ed, flustered, realizes that he hasn't explained anything and simply replies that there is no reason, telling her to just listen to what he says. He closes the back door and leaves. Lortel, now alone, sits down on the floor and begins to hear a loud sound. She wonders if it's the battle going on upstairs, or maybe even closer, perhaps in the entrance hall. Her heart begins to pound. Outside, a voice said that it hadn't expected to see Ed coming out of that door. It was the maid Shani. Ed comments that for a final obstacle, that was pretty dull. He prepares to face the woman. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the dormitory, it is explained that all the runes in the Ophelis dormitory have been transferred to a magic cube. Whoever controls this cube controls the building. With the magic sword, Shink managed to keep the upper hand against the students from the combat faculty, and at the same time Alice, the head maid, used magic to help him. Even so, all her efforts were in vain, as even she couldn't defeat Taylor McClure. And that's of course because he's the main character. The final battle began as everything was being destroyed on the top floor of the dormitory. Outside, the fight between Ed and Shani was about to begin. The two just stared at each other. Ed thought he was almost out of mana, and that he would only be able to use 2 or 3 more spells. Suddenly, Shani advanced very quickly, using her skills with the blade. But Ed dodged easily as he already knew what her first attack would be, a leg strike. He already knew her entire movement pattern. He stepped on her sword, stopping the blow. Shani then pulled out some knives attached to her leg to throw, but Ed grabbed her arm and threw the knives far away. He already knew her speed and movements completely. Shani was shocked, but activated her special ability. She and her twin sister had shared a unique privilege since they were born. Once a day, one of the sisters could use the other's ability, and at that moment, Shani used her sister's telekinesis to guide the knives directly at Ed. The knives hit him, and she thought she had won, but she was surprised to see him standing motionless, like a wall. He calmly removed one of the knives from his chest, and thought that, even with his sister's skill, that power was pretty weak. Ed pulled all the knives out of his body, stomped on Shani's arm, and even kicked his sword away. He said it was over, that there was no point in continuing. But Shani, desperate, started shouting that she couldn't let Miss Alice down and ordered Ed to leave. Ed replied that Alice had already lost. Shani, in a rage, asked him what he knew about Alice, if he had any idea how much pain she had been through, how many battles she had fought. She was using the power of the runes to try to beat Ed amidst the smoke of the explosion she had caused. Ed, in the fog, thought that he didn't really know much about her, but he knew the story of the game very well, and he knew Ed from the original story very well. It was then that Shani's magical explosion was interrupted. Taylor McClory appeared out of the smoke with his transformation activated, ready to defeat Alice. She weakened, could barely react. A huge explosion took place on the top floor of the dormitory. Ed thought that even though he had heard the whole story, it wasn't his problem. Shani, pressed to the floor with Ed's knee on her back, said that she would never forgive either him or Lortel, and then she fainted. It started to rain. Ed, standing still, thought that unfortunately, he didn't know all the extra stories of that world. There were stories that would never be revealed, and comparing all the losses of that day with the good that Shani had done, rescuing orphans, helping people, and with all her decisions based on her beliefs, Ed concluded that people like that have lives that are really worth living. But his goal hasn't changed since he entered that body. For him, everything he does is for his survival. The system notified him that he had incapacitated Shani, and that he had acquired a new skill, resistance to pain. Ed was surprised to learn this. Then he broke the window, slipped into the bedroom, and commented to himself that the room was luxurious, but everything was organized by necessity. There were lots of papers and books on the table. He thought it must be Lortel's room. He opened a cupboard, found the carrier pigeon, and wrote the message to headquarters ordering the immediate sale of all armor. Ed thinks that the pigeon is now flying through the sky, and when it returns, it will be with Elta's head. At that moment, he walks through the rain with a lot of blood dripping from his body, believing that maybe those cuts won't heal so easily. He reflects that if it hadn't been for Zig's and Janica's help, Lortel would have been captured by Elta, and her fall would have been swift. Perhaps he himself would already be dead. Now Lortel's carriage has left, and Elta has no choice but but to pursue her. Even if he catches the coachman and he says that Lortel never left the dormitory, by now the message must have reached headquarters. Ed thinks that everything is going according to plan, so Lortel must be in the hut by now. However, as he walks along, he sees Lortel right there. Ed comments that she is welcoming him very kindly, but is shocked to realize that she has been complacent. He realized that the real opponent of all this has always been Lortel. Thinking back on everything that has happened, no matter what the perspective, she planned it all, architected every detail. Now, they're alone in a remote part of the forest, and it's the perfect crime. Lortel is the villain behind it all. Ed understands that he needs to use his mind to survive, but his body no longer responds. Lortel approaches. It's too late. She cuts off part of her own clothes with a knife and improvises a tourniquet, tying Ed's body in any way she can to stop the bleeding. She asks why he's hurt himself so badly, and he insists, begging her to help him. She tells him that the rain has stopped, lights the fire, and says that now he just needs to warm up with her. Warmed by the campfire, Ed asks if Lortel's plan went smoothly. She responds teasingly, asking who he thinks she is. She explains that she made the knight promise to draw all attention to himself, and Ed then asks how she managed to convince him like that. He even wonders if she might have taken the knight's family hostage. Lortel answers ambiguously, leaving the doubt in the air, but states that if the plan works, she will gain control of the Elta Merchant Association. The fact that she owes Ed something big doesn't excite him. He doesn't feel like that's something amazing for him too, and his reaction is quite dull. Even so, Lortel gives a faint smile and thanks him, saying she'll never forget what he did for her. Ed only replies that he wants the 20 gold coins she promised, nothing more. Lortel agrees but says she also wants to ask a question. Ed already suspects it's about Alice, but she says she'll handle that herself. What she really wants to know is about Janica, and she comments that they seem pretty close. Ed confirms, saying she's a good person. Lortel agrees, saying Janica is a kind senior, but when Ed asks the reason for the question, she takes a deep breath and says Janica isn't as sweet as she seems. Meanwhile, in the Ophelis Hall, Elte, the Golden King, leaves after receiving a certain report from his subordinate. Apparently, he loses all interest in the hall. Jay isn't doing well in the fight at that moment, but it wasn't the mercenaries who were holding him back. It was Janica herself who was destroying everything. Ziggs asks what went wrong with her and why she's so angry. At that moment, a small spiritual dove lands on her shoulder, and she replies that no one ever said she was angry. The next day, Ed can't attend class because he's without a uniform. Ziggs visits him to lend one and takes the opportunity to explain everything that happened. Willen took the blame for the destruction of the Ophelis dorm, and the headmaid Alice, who had been subdued, remained silent. One of the key players in the scene prevented Lortel from leaving the stage, and since Elte hadn't made any moves until that moment, everything indicated the plan had worked. With events unfolding as planned, Ed believed he could expect good news soon. However, that incident had greatly affected his physical condition. He wasn't in good shape, feeling pain and struggling with tasks that required physical effort. Checking his status, he noticed 2 empty crafting skill slots. He had already decided which ones he wanted to master: spiritual formula infusion, compatible with spiritual sorcery, and magical engineering, useful for creating both conveniences and combat equipment. Spiritual infusion requires a contract, and when creating a product with spiritual consciousness, learning is automatic. Magical engineering, on the other hand, is unlocked by successfully assembling and disassembling a magic level item at least once. Ed wanted to make use of those vacant slots, and for now he could try making a contract with a small spirit. At that moment, Janica appears at his cabin. Ed asks why she isn't in class, and she explains she has body aches and decided to rest a bit outdoors in the forest. He grows concerned, asking if she hurt herself trying to help him, but before she can answer, Janica questions him about Lortel. Ed says she's fine, resting inside the cabin. Janica looks at the place, and Ed thinks that the Ophelis dorm incident had finally ended, but there was still work to be done. Now Lortel had to establish the foundation for negotiating the purchase of the sealed sage's grimoire. During the 3 days she spent waiting, Lortel had to remain in that cabin, her heart full of anxiety. It was frustrating, but not entirely bad. She thought being with Ed made her heart race. His kindness and trust made her feel safe, and that feeling was more valuable to her than any amount of gold. Lortel never wanted to lose that, especially to Janica. She believed Janica's life had always been full of kindness, friends, and family. Lortel thought she wanted that too, at least now, and she decided she wouldn't give up on Ed. She would fight for him. That was Lortel's specialty. 3 days living together with Ed was the perfect advantage. She even thought of burying the cabin in gold, but quickly realized that wouldn't work so well. Besides, she didn't have that much money anyway. Maybe she could pay for his tuition, but just the thought of telling Ed that made her feel embarrassed. She began banging her head against the cabin wall in frustration. Lortel had never had a boyfriend in her life. Maybe that's why she felt so clumsy. Suddenly, someone enters the cabin and tells Lortel to get out. That place was hers. It was Lucy who appeared sleepy and said it was the best little spot to sleep. Lortel was confused and asked what she was doing there. Ed appeared, pulled Lucy out, and placed her in a broken-down cabin. He apologized to Lortel, explaining that Lucy had snuck in. Now that it was resolved, Lortel could sleep in peace. She then asked if Lucy usually came there often, but Ed replied that she didn't need to think too much about her. He said she was like a wild animal that sometimes showed up to sleep in that corner. Lortel then thinks she has another rival. She decides she will sort this out in 3 days. The next morning on the second day, she wakes up excited to talk to Ed, but when she arrives, she sees that Janica is also there. Naturally, she doesn't like that at all. To make matters worse, Lucy is still sleeping on the floor. All Lortel wanted was some alone time with Ed. Meanwhile, Ed is pleased to have finished a new project. He made handmade bricks, a new crafting product, and with them, he built a brick fireplace inside the house. Lortel comments that the barbecue smell is great and asks if he added any seasoning. Ed replies that Belle had given him basil and a few other spices the day before. Lortel then says that since nothing went wrong that morning, it's safe to assume the plan worked. Ed agrees, saying it's good news, but warns they still can't lower their guard. Lortel then says she has something to do, pay the compensation she promised him. She asks if he prefers gold coins or goods. Ed replies that construction materials would be useful, but asks if there's any leftover magical engineering equipment. While the two of them talk, Janica watches from afar, clearly not happy with the exchange. Suddenly, Ed asks a favor of Janica. He explains that he's been trying to learn spiritual magic and wants to make a contract with at least a lesser spirit, or any spirit really. He asks if she can help him with that. Janica, proud, says yes. She says she'll be his teacher and guarantees she can help him make a contract with an intermediate spirit easily. She then asks him to first try to establish a spiritual connection. Janica summons her spirit, Karis, and asks it to try speaking with Ed, but Karis says it's not going to work. Ed comments that he can hear something very faintly, and Karis says he needs to improve his spiritual connection. It also says that Ed's daily routine is too packed, and according to the weekly report, he has too many tasks. At that moment, Janica suddenly interrupts the conversation, embarrassed, and asks if Ed heard that. He replies that he heard something about a weekly report, which leaves Janica a bit desperate. She approaches and changes the subject, wanting to wrap up the talk about the magical engineering equipment. She says she has more stock than she thought, and can supply the amount he needs. Ed asks if she can give him a discount, since he wants to quickly resolve the coin matter. Lortel complains, asking, "A discount? That was practically free. Those were resources she wasn't even using." She explains that it might be difficult, but if he goes to the association every 3 days, he can sell the items for a fair price. She adds that when he does, they can have tea and chat a bit. Janica, now irritated, gets up angrily, saying that Lortel can't just give things away for free. She insists that Ed didn't even help that much. Lortel replies that she's a merchant, and that it's just business. Janica accuses her of just making up excuses, and while the two argue, Ed, calmly eating, thinks that maybe he can learn both things at the same time. At that moment, Belle suddenly shows up, apologizing for arriving unannounced. She says she's sorry to be the bearer of more news. She informs them that Maya is now the new head maid, and hands Lortel a message from Alice, the former head maid. Back at the dorm, where clothes were hanging to dry, a student was talking quietly with Belle Maya. She asked her not to tell anyone because it was extremely secret. She said she thought Janica liked Ed Roth Taylor. Belle wondered to herself if she should fake surprise out of politeness. Then she commented that maybe Clara was just worried about Janica, but Clara replied that she didn't understand how she had fallen for a criminal like that, and that wasn't all. Janica had mentioned another name earlier, Lortel Kelchin. Both of them had missed the opening ceremony of the new semester, as well as the first class of the day. It seemed like a tug of war between Janica and Lortel. Clara said that, at this rate, Janica didn't stand a chance, and to be honest, she didn't understand Ed either. She wondered if he was just a cunning wolf, or if he had a completely frozen heart. Belle tried to be fair, saying maybe he was just going through a rough patch, with no room to think about dating. But Clara disagreed, saying that couldn't be true. She was sure he was taking advantage of both of them. Belle then reflected silently. She thought luck was a very relative thing. Poor Ed was cornered by a thief, an innocent girl capable of destroying the school, and another who just wanted to take naps. To her, that definitely wasn't luck. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. Lortel showed up and asked what was going on. Belle Maya replied that she had a message from the former head maid Alice. Later that night, Janica left, and Belle also took Lucy, who had been sleeping, back to the dorm. That bothered Ed a bit, since now Belle knew exactly where Lortel was hiding. Even so, the situation was still under control. mail. A carrier pigeon brought important news. The proposal to remove Elte from the presidency of the association had been reviewed, and his dismissal was practically certain. Ed commented that it was about time to return to classes. Lortel said that if things had reached that point, her father was probably making his last stand at the association's headquarters. Even so, it would be a futile fight. He wouldn't have time to worry about her now. Ed asked if Elta might still have a trump card. Lortel replied that he was very cunning, so the chance wasn't zero. Even so, Islog, who wanted to be the next president, was struggling. She would have to trust him. Her biggest concern was Alice, but that problem also seemed resolved. Ed asked if Alice couldn't just reveal that it had been Lortel who orchestrated everything. Lortel said she didn't have much of a choice because she had already been paid in advance. Alice just wanted to be on the winning side between her and Elte. The scroll that Belmaya had delivered contained the list of orphanages that Alice sponsored, the maintenance costs for 1 year, and instructions on how to keep them running. Alice's workload was immense, and her health worsened by the day. The academy ignored her complaints, and she ended up unable to keep working, with no means to care for the orphanages. She made a gamble with her own life, but no one seemed to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Alice's closest followers understood. Lortel commented that Alice was on her side because victory seemed certain. However, regaining her trust wouldn't be easy. She made it clear that List was not a threat. Ed took a look and thought that, in the world of merchants, there is no sympathy. If someone makes a mistake, they're treated like a fool. Lortel knew that better than anyone. She said Alice had nothing to gain by revealing the truth, so she would just go with the flow. After all, there are no permanent enemies or allies. Lortel said she was leaving and asked if Ed would stop by the association to sign the contract. He confirmed and offered her a torch, saying it would last a long time. She took the torch and stared at it. Ed asked what she was thinking so hard about. She replied that he was taller than she expected. He was surprised by the comment and asked why she was saying that now. Lortel said that, to win, sometimes you have to make bold moves, and he knew that very well. She then approached him, gently adjusted his tie, and remarked that the essence of human relationships is knowing when to get close and when to pull away, just like that tie. Ed, a bit flustered, asked if his outfit bothered her that much. Lortel said there's nothing wrong with looking presentable. After all, they were academy students. But suddenly, she pulled Ed close and kissed him on the mouth without warning. After the kiss, she said the raspberries they had eaten were delicious, and just remembering them made her happy again. Ed tried to set boundaries and asked her to control herself, but Lortel complained that he was too uptight. Still, she teased that next time she would get a little closer. After all, she needed to practice the pulling away part, too. She then walked off into the forest, carrying the torch Ed had given her, and disappeared using magic. Ed stood there, blushing, and thought that even though he tried to avoid getting involved with the main characters of the story, just like in real life, nothing ever went as planned. He felt uncomfortable, as if he were being pulled to the center of the story, even though all he wanted was to quietly follow his own path. His plan was simple. He just wanted to stay out of major events, focus on what needed to be done, get his diploma, improve his stats, and live a peaceful life. He didn't want to think too far ahead. With that in mind, he realized summer had passed quickly. Now, it was already autumn. Meanwhile, Janica was with her spirits. The spirits told her that Lortel had kissed Ed. Chera said they needed to intervene, that they couldn't just stand there doing nothing. Janica was startled and asked what they were talking about. Tarkin confirmed that he saw it too, and said that Redhead loved playing with people's hearts. Janica asked how Ed reacted, and Tarkin replied that he had built a wall between them. She kissed him, but he responded extremely coldly. Tarkin commented that his reaction was so cold it gave him secondhand embarrassment. According to him, that could only mean one of two things. Either the guy was impotent, or he simply didn't see Lortel as a woman. Janica admitted that was a relief, but Tarkin insisted, saying men are usually good at attacking, not defending, and in his experience, that Redhead was very sexy. He said that if Ed wasn't interested, that was great news for Janica. Janica said that according to the spirits, his reaction was lukewarm, not cold. Tarkin then challenged her, asking if she was really going to let the redhead steal Ed. As the other spirits dragged Tarkin away, he shouted that Janica should kiss Ed too. Another spirit advised Janica not to listen to Tarkin, saying she was charming just by being herself, but Tarkin still insisted that she should lean into her innocent vibe. One of the spirits asked if she didn't want something exciting with Ed, and Janica said she wished for a moment where they could feed each other. Meanwhile, Ed was actually feeding Lucy. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said it tasted terrible. Ed agreed, saying that without seasoning, there was no way the food could be good. Lucy complained that she wasn't a test subject, and it was explained that Ed's cooking skill was still level 6. Main stats greatly affect daily life skills, proficiency, and dexterity was the most important for Ed, but focusing on only one stat led to inefficient growth. He knew he needed to raise everything in balance. The problem was he had been too busy since the start of the semester. After school time, he had only 5 to 6 hours a day to dedicate to survival. Even by cutting down on sleep and getting used to fatigue, he still worried about the efficiency of his actions. Even so, he knew he had to keep following the main storyline. In his daily routine, he kept an eye on key students like Taylor and the 4 academy heroines. Taylor, who was in the combat department, didn't show up often but seemed to be doing well. His partner, Aida, was also fulfilling her role as support. Princess Fenia didn't seem to have any problems for now, but soon she'd have to confront Lortel, so Ed would need to keep an eye on her too. Ed thought the next heroine, Clarice, wouldn't enroll until next year, so there was no need to worry about her yet. Of course, he was also keeping track of Lortel. With Elta's early dismissal, it was still uncertain how that would affect her behavior, but regardless, her plan to get her hands on the grimoire still seemed firm. The reason Ed had needed more time lately was because it was already time to start investigating the college building. That was because the final boss of this act was Professor Glast. He had also discovered that there was a hidden mentor behind the takeover of Ophelis dorm. Speaking with his assistant Professor Cleo Elpin, he told her that if she suspected it, she was probably right, since her intuition was excellent. However, he asked her to be very careful and not overlook anything important, like for example, the divine science thesis he had asked her to find. Cleo replied that she'd look for it first thing in the morning. Meanwhile, in the Ophelis dorm, Cleo's office was also located, and she had her own assistant. This assistant informed her that she had gathered all necessary materials and information for investigating the dorm incident. Cleo, who looked like she hadn't slept in 5 days, thanked her assistant Anise and thought she really needed to stay concerned about the case, even if it was nearly resolved. She was exhausted and barely able to deal with it anymore, but no matter how much she analyzed the situation, Ed Roth Taylor's involvement continued to feel very suspicious. Later, Ed went to the Elte Merchant Association, where Lortel received him. She said she had been so busy that she completely forgot about the contract and informed him he'd have to come back next week. To make up for it, she had prepared some tea. She let him know the magical engineering equipment was ready and he could pick it up. Ed, suspicious, asked why, if she was so distracted, she had gotten all dressed up. Lortel replied that she had a very important appointment today and asked what he thought of her look. Ed, confused, asked, "Important appointment?" She got a bit nervous, said it was something he didn't know about, and changed the subject, asking how the cabin was. Ed replied that it was in the final stages, just missing furniture, but nothing too fancy since it was expensive. Lortel agreed and said she couldn't give anything for free, as that would go against her professional ethics. She asked if Ed worked with wood, and when he confirmed, she broke a chair leg and said, "Oops, this chair can't be sold anymore. What a shame, I'll have to give it away for free." Ed took a sip of tea and thanked her. Lortel stared at him and asked how it was possible for someone not to show any change in expression. She then sat at the table, got closer, and said that she had practically made a final move, yet he still didn't see her as a woman. However, she saw him as a man, and that meant exactly what he was thinking. Even the help she had offered had ulterior motives. Ed said he knew what kind of answers she was expecting, but Lortel cut him off, saying she wasn't expecting any answer. However, she also never went into a fight planning to lose. She stated that one day he wouldn't be able to resist her. She believed that a seductive smile should look the same whether the odds were in your favor or not. The nature of merchants is to never show what they're truly feeling. Later at Sylvania Academy, Janica asked if they could start the first lesson. Ed replied enthusiastically that they could. Janica then summoned flames into her hands and asked him to try focusing his magic and forming a connection. Ed, slightly anxious, agreed and approached the flames, which took the form of a spirit. The spirit introduced itself, saying it was a pleasure to meet Ed and that its name was Mug. He said it was an honor to form a contract with Ed and began talking non-stop about the weekly report, a meeting, an agenda, an organization, everything that had been done just so he would be chosen. Ed started to mentally collapse from the overload of information. Mug said his body was already burning with passion and swore to serve Ed with all his heart. Ed thinks that, in the game, he once acquired a spirit-type ability. They laughed together, played around, celebrated victories and battles, and formed a strong bond. But he's sure that the feeling he had back then was nothing like what he's feeling now. Ed wonders why Mug is so strict with himself. Janica explains that he asked for a good spirit, so she chose one with high magical power efficiency compared to the others, and that the selection process was quite complicated. Ed asks who planned that, and of course, it was Tarkin. He holds Mug in his hands and comments that he's very warm. Janica explains that when he makes a contract with the spirit, he'll be able to feel both magical and physical power, but warns him to be careful with the intensity of the connection. If it's too much, the spirit will get too hot. Ed concludes that if he controls the level of the connection, the firepower will also change. Janica says that firepower is kind of a strange term, but that's exactly it. Ed gets a little emotional, saying Mug is practically a portable heater. Mug's stats are as follows: Connection level 2. Good spiritual efficiency, unique abilities of recovery, blessing, and explosion, as well as fire-type magical skills. Ed, currently a skilled magical student with an elemental specialty in intermediate magic, thinks the spirit is an essential survival tool, since he doesn't even need firewood. Janica comments that she's happy to see him happy, because he always has such a cold expression on his face, and says that if he needs anything else, just ask. She also promises to teach him about connection power and about his own senses before the first class of the day. According to her, if he does that, Ed can rank up very quickly. They also need to practice spiritual combat, and for that, she says she'll make time. She has the right accessories and promises to bring them next time. But then she changes her tone and says that actually she's a very busy person, very, very busy, and people line up begging her to teach them. She says it'll be a bit hard to find time, clearly playing hard to get with Ed, just like Clara advised. A little nervous, Janica asks if it's not too much for him to ask her to teach spiritual magic. Ed admits she's right, apologizes, and says he took too much advantage of her kindness. He says he should at least offer her some money, even if he doesn't have much. Janica immediately refuses, saying that he's fighting to survive and can't waste money like that. She says she won't accept it, and that it would make her really sad because they're closer than that. It's not like a business transaction. Ed replies that she was the one who asked for compensation, so he asks what kind of compensation she had in mind. Janica, embarrassed, says she was just playing around. She explains that a friend told her she's too generous, and that she shouldn't act like that so often. Ed says she has a good friend. Janica says she's not like that with everyone, but either way, she'll explain the details next time. They'll meet at the training field, and Ed needs to bring an accessory and his own textbook. She waves goodbye, and he replies with, "Okay, sure." At that moment, Ed acquires the advanced art of magical engineering. He was at his work table, examining engineering parts, and thinks that what he got from Lord Tell is surprisingly simple to analyze. That allows him to finally acquire the advanced skill he wanted. He asks Mug to light the fireplace, and thinks that if he runs out of fuel, he'll use Mug, and if he runs out of mana, he'll use the fireplace. Now, with everything warm, his home is quite stable, and just knowing that lifts a weight off his shoulders. He wonders if it's already late and thinks about checking his traps outside, but it's too dark, so he considers leaving it for tomorrow. But at that very moment, Cleo was also in the forest, even at night. She says she knows there's a mine behind the Ophelis dorm incident and starts to suspect that Ed Roth Taylor might be involved. She thinks everyone else present at the scene were dorm students or staff, but Ed has no connection to the Ophelis dorm, and if you take Willen out of the equation, he's the only one left. Cleo came to the forest because she heard Ed passes through there, but thinks that unless he was eating or sleeping, he wouldn't have a reason to be out there in the middle of the night, until she sees something shocking. She hides, startled, because it was Ed carrying a deer carcass in his hands and Lucy on his shoulders. Cleo asks herself what that was. She thinks that Director Obel, a great man comparable to an archmage, would need to use all his power against Lucy Merrill, but now she's being carried by Ed. That confirms to her that she was right. The person behind the entire incident is him, Ed Roth Taylor, and she's sure that the girl on his shoulder is Lucy. Cleo thinks she has talent as a detective, since her intuition was spot on. She begins to sneak closer and wonders what all that was. A cabin, a campfire, a furnace. Ed then drops the animal carcass, and Lucy inside the little hut walks into the house and says he should have done all of this the next morning. But since there's so much to do, he'd rather not delay anything. Cleo, still watching, decides to silently approach the cabin, thinking she needs to rescue Lucy. But at that moment, Lucy attacks with magic. Cleo is startled, and Lucy asks who she is. Cleo replies that she's an assistant professor at the academy, but wonders how Lucy got back inside by herself. Lucy had a sinister look in her eyes, but she just grabs a piece of dried meat and flies away. Seeing this, Cleo becomes even more convinced that her theory is right. She returns to the office and declares that it was Ed Roth Taylor. She asks Professor Glast if he knows this student who was expelled from his own family. Glass responds that he doesn't bother remembering the names of trash, but Cleo insists and asks if he knows Lucy, because Ed had dominated Lucy Merrill to the point where she couldn't even use her power. She says she's been investigating him all this time. Glass says this whole story is a mess, but Cleo replies that she used a spell that accesses the memory record of the first floor of the hall. Glass asks if she had permission for that, and Cleo admits she didn't, but had already prepared a report apologizing in advance. She says she saw Ed in the memories, but Glass asks if he clearly said he was the mastermind behind it all. Cleo admits no. She only saw Ed carrying Lucy, and Glass says she might have been asleep. Cleo reflects on that and is kicked out of the room, but the professor still looks over the report and begins to think. That was also recorded. Ed tried to stop Taylor and his friends, but they rushed past him. Taylor was born with talent for the sword. Elvira, with talent for alchemy. There's no way someone as ordinary as Ed could stop people with that level of ability. Meanwhile, in the forest, a large explosion occurs. It was a type of magical weapon created by Ed, a ceremonial explosive dagger, with Mug's explosive fire ability embedded in it. Ed thinks he's been using this dagger ever since he started living alone, and seeing all its power now gives him a sense of pride. Mug comments that the spiritual formula entered the weapon easily because the more a piece of equipment is used by its owner, the more efficient it becomes. He says he'll celebrate this with his master and sing a happy song. Ed picks up Mug, and he starts apologizing, saying he's embarrassed and will never do it again. But Ed tells him to forget the formalities. It is explained that spirits who abandon their physical forms and became low-level spirits can raise their stats through contracts with spiritual sorcerers. That's why low-level spirits are desperate for a contract, especially with Janica. Ed comments that Janica must have promised Mug something, since he doesn't mind making a contract with him, so he tells Mug to spit it out already. Mug replies that he has nothing to hide from his master Ed, and says that the respect and loyalty he feels don't come only from obedience, but also from his dirty ambition. He says that being in a contract with Ed allows him to receive refined magic from Miss Janica, which makes him much more powerful. Ed asks what else. He had heard rumors that Ed's temperament was a bit authoritarian, so he tried to appease him. Ed replies that now he understands that in Mug's situation it's natural to act that way. Mug confesses he's had very bad experiences, as the hierarchy among spirits is extremely cruel. Ed says he understands because he also does whatever it takes to survive, but Mug says he can't forget the formalities, as he feels more comfortable that way. Later, Ed begins chopping wood and thinks that even though his combat skills are progressing slowly, his physical endurance has increased a lot, probably from living in the forest. His storage is stocked with meat, vegetables, spices, and other supplies. He no longer has to sleep outdoors, starving. With time and dedication, he can easily master class content, and by repeating it, he forces the information into his memory. He concludes that this has nothing to do with talent. Each day for him is like a constant march. Although he can't say everything has been easy, it's much better now than when he started. Then he falls asleep. Later, he is awakened by Janica, who shakes him to wake him up. He apologizes, saying he was thinking about something and got distracted. Janica says he's overdoing it, that working hard is important, but he also needs to take care of his health. Ed thinks he needs to focus, because he received 3 letters that day. The first came from the Academy, the second from the Merchant Guild, but the third is the most important. It is evidence that the course of the story has already been significantly altered. The main event of Act 2 was supposed to be the negotiation for the purchase of the Sealed Sage's grimoire. Originally, this negotiation would have been a tug-of-war between the Academy and the Merchant Association. However, due to Elte's downfall, the original client who requested the purchase, Crepin Roth-Taylor, head of the Roth-Taylor family, got directly involved, which resulted in a 3-way conflict between the Academy, the Merchant Guild, and the Roth-Taylor family itself. Crepin planned to use the grimoire to research eternal life. When things got worse, he decided to take part in the negotiation personally, but Patriarch Crepin Roth-Taylor was supposed to appear only in Act 4 of the story. At that point, he is so powerful that no one can surpass him. Ed thinks that no matter what, he needs to get this man out of the picture. If Crepin gets the grimoire, he'll simply walk away calmly. But if that happens, he will become so strong that he'll be the final boss of Act 4, and no one will be able to defeat him, making it impossible to conclude the story. The letter, which included all of Crepin's actions and suspicious signs, was sent directly to Ed. Back at the Academy, someone reports to Princess Fenia that the letter was successfully delivered to Ed Roth-Taylor. Fenia praises Cleo's work and thinks that Director Obel came to tell her that the financial situation of Sylvania Academy is dire. She knows it's a private matter and that she can't just help the Academy out of goodwill. If the situation continues, the Merchant Guild will likely get the grimoire. That's why the director secretly asked for her help. Fenia finds it odd that Crepin Rothtailor even knew he was supposed to be part of the negotiation. Cleo says it was probably Ed himself who reported it. He might have heard rumors, and if she were in his place, she'd also do anything to be accepted back by her family. But then Lortel approaches and says she highly doubts that. She asks if someone as low class as her could have tea with the princess. Fenia replies that her presence is unexpected, since she thought Lortel hated her. Lortel says that's an unfair accusation, because otherwise why would she come to give such sincere advice? She explains that Crepin's involvement in the negotiation is not because of Ed, but rather due to Fenia's father, the Golden King. Fenia asks why that would be, and Lortel reveals that from the beginning, Crepin had asked Elta to buy the item, but she herself had no idea. Even after the princess's father lost his position, Crepin did not change his mind. Fenia says all of this is strange. Crepin doesn't seem to want to buy the grimoire for the Roth-Taylor family, but rather to hand it over directly. It seems like the family's interests are aligned somehow, so she doesn't understand why the Merchant Guild and the Roth-Taylor family are competing for the grimoire. Lortel explains it's because she has no intention of selling the grimoire to the Roth-Taylor family. Given the circumstances, it's best for her to avoid any closeness with trade connections related to her father. Fenia asks why Lortel is telling her all this. Lortel replies that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She says Fenia herself would benefit from keeping the Roth-Taylor family in check, and that in the end, everyone wants the grimoire. She says that besides all that, she doesn't want Ed to get hurt because of this story, and that she's just looking out for him a little too. Fenia asks if she's actually worried about that boy. Lortel says that he's separated from his family and living a new life, that he has no more ties to the Roth-Taylor family. Fenia wonders if Lortel is truly concerned about anyone. She says that might be true, but that he could be useful in this negotiation. If she asked for his help on a personal level, it might be more effective, but if she doesn't open her mouth, Lortel asks, then what? Fenia replies that she has no choice but to use him. Lortel is clearly shaken by that. She comments on lies and exploitation, then laughs and asks, who's exploiting whom? Really? The knight becomes outraged and asks how she dares say such things in front of the princess, but Lortel stands up and says that, just on this matter, they can be allies. She advises Fenia not to use Ed however she pleases, because if she does, she'll be the one getting used. Cleo was very irritated, but Fenia asked her to calm down. She admitted she was still confused by everything. She didn't know exactly what Ed Roth-Taylor was doing or why Crepin Roth-Taylor had gotten so involved, but perhaps the person she should truly be cautious of was Lortel Catch herself. She had never seen that girl confused or unsure of what to do, but just then someone called out to her. Janica appeared and said, "Hey Lortel." Ed was exhausted and wondered how he ended up in this situation. Later, at the Elta Company branch inside the academy, Lortel had no idea Janica would be there too. She had only prepared 2 cups of tea. Janica said it was fine, even though Lortel had plenty more tea stored in the warehouse. Ed offered his cup to Janica, saying he preferred to drink cold water. Lortel asked Ed to pick up the magical engineering equipment. He then saw a shelf full of brand new flawless items. Janica commented that everything looked freshly made, without a single speck of dust. She reminded him that giving things away was against her ethics, but Lortel pointed out that some of the equipment had small scratches, which was already a serious defect, so she could give it as a gift. Janica said she did that on purpose, but Lortel concluded that in the end, what mattered was that Ed would take it and that it would help him. Ed thanked them deeply, but he felt bad for accepting another free item. This was the 4th time it had happened, and he hadn't paid for any of it. Lortel said all he needed to do was keep coming regularly to renew the contract. Janica suggested it would be easier to just pay everything and end the contract, but Lortel replied that she would discuss that directly with Ed, not with her. Meanwhile, Ed was completely detached from the conversation. He felt like he was floating in water. Lately, he had been feeling this often, the result of overworking. He needed to keep an eye on Crepin Roth-Taylor, who was now involved in the grimoire dispute, and there were still 2 weeks left until the event. His priority now should be finding a mattress and a bed. He also needed to prepare the caro he had captured the other day, clean the inside of the cabin, and buy more dried meat for Lucy, until someone called him, pulling him out of his mental drift. Later, back at the academy, Fenia was reflecting. She realized she might have been hasty. Ed's resolute behavior during the camp, and the precision of his orders to contain the Glascan invasion, should have been a sign. Maybe his bad reputation among the students meant nothing. Maybe her view of Ed was wrong. She thought she needed one more confirmation to be sure. That's why she ordered him to visit the royal residence. then asked Claire when the meeting with Ed Rothtailor was scheduled, but Claire said it seemed Ed wouldn't be able to attend. Fenia replied that it was a royal order. He couldn't refuse. Claire then informed her that Ed Rothtailor had collapsed from overwork. At that moment, he had acquired the status effect called exhaustion and needed proper rest to recover. Ed, slowly waking up, thought his body felt heavy and everything was very warm. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Lucy was sleeping on top of him. That's why it was heavy. She was in a deep sleep. Ed wondered if she really had just fallen asleep on him. He thought Lucy was very light, so light it was hard to believe she was human. Even so, he couldn't move while she slept, partly because of his physical exhaustion. He noticed he was in his cabin, but recognized he had never seen that blanket before. Lucy woke up saying she was hungry. Ed asked if she didn't do anything besides sleep and eat. Lucy said he had finally woken up and cast a spell on his chest, saying his mana was terribly distorted. According to her, he had trained too much spiritual magic, and repeating it for months had put his body in that state. Ed asked if Lucy had stayed with him the whole time while he slept. She replied that it wasn't hard, just boring, so she slept too. She explained that she had been very careful. It was a hassle, but the other two understood she needed to stay there. She told Ed not to get sick because getting sick is bad. Sometimes people die from that. Ed thought that in Lucy's story, she had seen her grandfather die in bed from an illness. He thanked her for taking care of him. At that moment, someone entered the cabin, saying he had finally woken up. It was Ziggs, looking quite different. He said he wasn't sure if he could light a fire inside, so he lit one outside. Lucy gave one last look at Ed's body, put on her hat, and left through the chimney. Ziggs asked Ed how many times this had happened already. He commented that it was normal for men to have multiple partners and wondered if this was considered polygamy. Ed ignored the comment and asked why he was there. Ziggs explained that Janica was on outside duty, and Lortel had to return because she couldn't extend her business any longer. Ed noticed Ziggs's hair was longer, and he replied it was because of autumn. He then helped Ed eat. Ed said that eating only that was depressing, but Ziggs replied that in his condition there was no way to eat more than that, and it would have been better if Elka or Clara were taking care of him. But Lortel had said women were banned from feeding him. Ed mentioned he had heard about an incident involving students from the alchemy college who had secretly mass-produced mandrakes. Ziggs confirmed it and said it was all Elvira's fault, but in the end, Taylor and Klebius managed to deal with the situation quickly. Ed recognized that as Scene 5 of Act 2. He had also heard rumors about a monster handled by the Order of Telos that had entered the academy through the sewers. Ziggs confirmed again and said he and Taylor had taken care of it, and that was Scene 7 of Act 2. Ed thought the only major event left was the battle for the grimoire. He asked how long he had been unconscious, and Ziggs said that counting today, it had already been 10 days. Everyone would be surprised to see that he had finally woken up. Still, it would be hard to see him since Janica was at the academy and Lortel had a very important negotiation scheduled for the next day. Ed took the soup and drank it all at once. He thought he had been in a coma for 1 or 2 days, but it had been 10. He called Ziggs's attention and said he needed to send a message to Lortel now. Ed thought there was no time left. The day after his awakening, in Scene 10 of Act 2, the battle for the sealed grimoire would begin. The ones involved were Princess Foen Clole, Lortel Catch, and the man who deviated from the original story, the patriarch of the Rothtailor family, Crepin Rothtailor, the final boss of the act. Later at the academy, Crepin spoke with Fenia, saying it was good to see her healthy and that it had been a while since their last meeting. He commented that he had never had the chance to properly apologize. He said he was informed that she went through a tough time because of a reckless member of his own family, and, as she requested, that member had been disowned. Even so, he felt the need to apologize. Fenia responds that he doesn't need to worry about that. She reflects that Crepin Rothtailor, from the same bloodline as Ed Rothtailor, is a noble, dignified, and wise leader, a patriarch admired by all, who inspires great respect. But Fenia's eyes see the hidden truth. Crepin Rothtailor is clearly a wicked man. He approaches Lortel and confirms that she is the representative of the merchant company. She introduces herself as Lortel Kecheln and says it is an honor to be in his presence. Crepin remarks that he knows she is not LT's only daughter, and that he has heard a lot about her father's wisdom. Lortel replies that they always go wherever there's profit. After all, they've always been guided by the scent of money. Crepin says he understands her position and that, to begin the negotiation for the Sealed Sage's grimoire, each side needs to form their own negotiation team. They should have lunch together, check the condition of the grimoire, and confirm the purchasing method. In short, it would be an auction. Whoever offers the highest bid wins. Fenia thinks the grimoire is a treasure of Sylvania Academy, and that the institution doesn't want the public to know it's being sold. That's why the director created a secret plan. Princess Fenia would support it as a witness, using her royal status, while Vice Director Rachel would quietly conduct the auction on behalf of the director. This is the most direct method possible. One bid only, no price cap. Whoever offers the most gets it. Fenia had been informed of the exchange method beforehand and compared it with similar books that had previously been sold. The Book of Order went for 8,000 coins, the Book of Similarity for 67,700 coins, and the Magical Travel Diary for 7,000 coins. One must consider magical value, academic value, and even luxury value. Lortel definitely knows these numbers by heart. But the problem is that the one who will win the grimoire is Kreppenroth Taylor himself. The vice director receives the bids and thanks both parties for their valuable offers. Fenia reflects that this kind of auction requires knowledge of the opponent's financial limit. The key is knowing how far the other side can go. Since Lortel showed profit interest, she shouldn't offer more than 8,000 coins. Any amount above that would be a loss. If Kreppen bids just slightly above Lortel's limit, the grimoire will be his. But Kreppenroth Taylor reveals his bid, 85,500 gold coins. Fenia thinks that he's not the kind of person who would visit the academy by choice. He's here solely for the grimoire. However, Lortel's bid was 9,400 coins, and with that, the purchase of the Sealed Sage's grimoire was completed by the merchant company. Fenia wonders why Lortel didn't aim for profit. Kreppen says he'll be leaving now, and Fenia, watching him go, questions what Lortel's true goal was. Could it be that from the beginning she wanted to keep the grimoire out of the hands of a man as vile as Kreppen? But Fenia also thinks that Lortel would never do anything driven by a sense of justice. Even if Kreppen was worse, Lortel has her own dark intentions. Maybe someone asked her to do this. Someone who knows the true nature of the Roth-Taylor patriarch. She remembers Lortel saying that Ed no longer had ties to his family, and Fenia thinks of him. Even after being expelled by his own family and thrown into the wilderness, he survived with determination and even confronted the shadows of his own bloodline. Ed Roth-Taylor. Fenia begins to tremble, wondering how she could have contributed to the ruin of someone like him. She feels very guilty for what happened to Ed, but also thinks maybe this misunderstanding was a blessing in disguise. Lortel, now holding the grimoire's transfer certificate, remarks that she's going to resell it to Kreppen himself. He offered 85,500 coins, and she bought it for 9,400. That's a profit of 76,100 coins. From the beginning, Lortel just wanted the certificate to resell it to Kreppen. Ed, for his part, had sent a letter saying he didn't care whether she resold it or not. With the grimoire's certificate in hand, she could now ask Kreppen for any favor. Literally anything. Lortel asks how Kreppen dared to say anything in front of a merchant. She comments that giving a pass for Ed for just 900 coins is a real bargain. She says she can do anything. If Fenia had seen her expression at that moment, she would have been disgusted. Ziggs tells Ed that in the end, Lortel won. He says Ed should have seen her face when she delivered the letter. Ed thinks that Lortel gambled on the sexual attraction she has over him, while Kreppen probably bet on some privileged information he received from inside. Ed even feels a bit bad about what's going to happen next. At that moment, someone comes running and announces that Ed woke up. It's Janica, arriving breathless and stomping her feet. Ziggs asks why she's there since it's not even lunchtime. She walked all the way from the academy to the camp. Janica says she already finished her morning classes and can handle evening tasks. Ed apologizes for worrying her. Ziggs comments that it looks like Ed caused a lot of trouble, but Janica denies it, saying it was nothing. Ziggs reveals that when she returned to the academy crying, everyone thought she was heartbroken. Janica tells him to shut up and summons a spirit to silence him and drag him away. Shortly after, Mug appears and runs to Ed. He feels terrible for not realizing how hard Ed had been working. He says he wanted to apologize right away but was afraid of disappearing, so he took mana from Miss Janica. Ed asks why he's being so dramatic, and Ziggs returns after being beaten by the spirit. He confirms that Mug's reaction isn't an exaggeration. Ed was unconscious for 10 days. Ed then reflects on that time and thinks, 10 days? If he was out for that long, all the meat he stored must have rotted. His fishing net likely snapped, meaning he lost all his food sources. He'll have to start from scratch. Janica asks if he's planning to push himself again. She says she'll help him. Ziggs also offers to help with hunting, saying he's good at it. He adds that when it comes to work, the best way is to handle things as they come. Everything will work out somehow. At that moment, Ed realizes something. It wasn't that long ago that he was sleeping alone under an improvised wooden shelter, with not a single coin in his pocket, being bitten by insects in the dark, with no one by his side. Many things were tedious, but he solved countless problems and survived until now. He thinks Ziggs is right. Everything will work out somehow. Janica remembers a conversation she had with Marilda, the wind spirit. Marilda thinks Ed is exhausted, but that this is Janica's chance. Lortel is busy with negotiations and can't visit the camp often. She has to make use of this time. Marilda says Lortel is clever, and Janica needs to learn from her. She says that to win a man over, you have to act like a fox. First of all, she needs to dress better. She looks like a countryside housewife, but Marilda quickly adds that this might actually be a good thing. Because unlike Janica's energetic and lively personality, men also like women who show a calmer side and are good at handling daily chores. She advised Janica to act smart, roll up her sleeves, and tie her hair back. She asks if she's going to see Ed today. She says go, and make some progress with him. Janica repeats in her mind, progress? Marilda asks, when you went to Ed's camp, what were you planning to do? How did you plan to get closer to him? Janica replies that she wasn't planning anything. Marilda gives her a sinister look, then lets out a loud, sorrowful howl. The other spirits nearby wonder what that howl was, so full of emotion. Marilda says that was ridiculous of Janica. With so many chances to be by Ed's side, she still hasn't thought of anything. And Ed is growing, but it seems like Janica isn't using the best strategy. The best way to win over Ed during these tough times would be to take on the role of a shoulder to lean on, someone who helps without expecting anything in return. Even so, Janica says she does have a plan. She begins to whisper in Marilda's ear, and Marilda replies that it's a good plan. Back at Ed's cabin, now at night, he thinks the stew Janica made was excellent. Maybe he should learn to cook a bit from her. But more important than that, he needs to recover soon. After all the help he's received, he can't keep looking so tired. So he decides to go to bed early that night, until he sees something strange. It's Janica, saying he looked really tired. Ed asks if she hasn't left yet, and notices she has a mischievous look in her eyes. He asks what she's trying to do, but she just giggles and says she's not trying anything. Janica says that what he's going through isn't hard just for him. Exhaustion affects both the body and the mind, and she knows he's been working harder than anyone else. She also mentions that many people helped and comforted her during her hard times, but in the end, the one who helped the most was Ed. Not because of comforting words, but because he stayed by her side. Janica says that he went through difficulties too, but that he did a good job. Ed replies that he doesn't need to hear that, but Janica insists and says he worked so hard for so long that he can admit he had problems. She asks if he didn't face hardships. Then Ed throws himself onto the pillow and admits with a sigh that yes, he did. At that moment, Janica rests her head on him. When morning finally comes, Ed wakes up and realizes that Janica slept beside him. He chuckles and thinks that now he's fully recovered. The system shows that his new skill, magical engineering, has only 2 proficiency points. He thinks he didn't develop much over the last 10 days because he was in a coma. But he also reflects that the pursuit of magical engineering items and advanced crafting skills greatly affects core stats and are much more versatile than regular abilities. The problem is that there's a clear limit to how much someone can grow just by self-study. Most magical engineering recipes are rewards from main storyline quests. Since he doesn't want to interfere with the scenario, it's difficult to obtain them directly. Even so, it seems Taylor isn't particularly interested in magical engineering either. Probably because even with the recipes, you can't craft useful items right away. You need materials that only appear in the later stages of the original story. However, Ed's situation is different. He has someone at his side who could search for materials even from the other side of the world. At that moment, Lortel appears and says she's relieved to see him doing better. She was very worried, but she herself doesn't look very well. She's suffering from chronic fatigue. Her hair is dry, her skin rough. These were hard days. She sits beside Ed, and he asks why she came all the way there if she's so busy. Lortel replies that she needed to rest a bit, and that she also wanted to talk about her company, which was previously named after Elte. Even though Elte was overthrown, she plans to change the name to the Exchange Company and restructure the business. She explains that she needs someone to help manage the employees, organize inventory, oversee product flow, and handle external affairs. Basically, she needs a co-executive. And of course, she was thinking of Ed. Lortel says she imagines him waking up in the morning and going to work in the company building right next to her. He'd have lots of benefits, and since they'd be married, they'd even share the loot. She smiles and says maybe she's thinking too far ahead. But Ed asks Lortel if it isn't strange that she's doing so much for him. Lortel replies that he doesn't understand anything. She says she knows how he feels, that he must be thinking, what's wrong with her? Or, why is she doing all this for me? And that he probably wants to keep everything strictly professional until the end. Ed thinks to himself that yes, that's exactly what he wants. But Lortel continues, saying it's because he doesn't understand. After living a whole life in a world where hundreds of gold coins come and go, and where you never know who will betray you first, what matters most is finding someone who will never betray you. Someone who stays with you even if all the riches disappear. Ed thinks that for some people, that might be family. For others, a lover, and for a few, a friend of decades. But for Lortel, who's seen countless wealthy merchants rise and fall, the fear of falling herself is constant. Lortel asks if Ed couldn't stay by her side. Ed replies, "At least say that without laughing." Lortel admits it didn't work, but she almost got him. She says she's human too, and it's hard to pretend. She asks how it felt, if he felt the urge to protect her. Normally, when she shows that face, people's hearts change. She says it's a shame, but still, not everything was a lie. They fall into a slightly awkward silence until Ed says he intends to graduate from Sylvain, but he has no intention of leaving school until he secures something stable. Lortel replies that she can wait for him to graduate, but Ed knows it's not that simple. She has the free pass in her hands. She comments that it's nice to see him again after so long. Ed thinks he might have done something terrible, and just imagining what will happen in the future already makes him feel indebted to her. Lortel also thinks that this was very dangerous. Her plan was to say that he now belonged to her, but seeing Ed in that state shook everything. If she had waited a second longer, she would have revealed her true face. She even brought the change from the payment for the magical engineering products and thinks it would be strange to go back there and see him again. She decides she can just leave the money in the cabin. But suddenly, who comes out of the cabin is Janica, holding a pillow. She asks if Ed went to the river because she's going to prepare a snack for him. The two of them meet on the path. Lortel asks why Janica left the cabin, and Janica throws the question back, asking why Lortel left the river. And that was the beginning of a new disaster, including for Ed. Later, Ed is in the forest with Mug, and Mug says he needs to drink plenty of water and eat well. He says that if Ed collapses again, he'll end up dying. So, for Mug's sake, he asks Ed to live a healthy life. He says he wants to stay in touch with him. Ed comments that Tarkin must have scolded Mang, and he apologizes for that. Ed thinks that, thanks to Ziggs and Janica, he now has enough food and firewood, and thanks to Lortel, he can furnish his cabin. The only thing on his mind are the 3 letters he received. One from Lortel, asking him to be careful since no one knows what Elta might do. Another from Princess Fenia, with a personal message about Crepin's movements. And the last one from the Academy itself, with an unexpected sender, Professor Glast. He had sent a letter scheduling a meeting with Ed after the conference, but at the time, Ed was unconscious, under the effects of exhaustion. Now he remembers. Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and the final scene of that act has already begun. Ed recalls that Glast always believed a select and talented group could change the world. To revive Sylvain, the great sage, he began researching aspect magic, capable of distorting the laws of the world. But to fully understand it, he needed the sage's sealed grimoire. But the Academy sold out Glast, so in his desperation, he stole the sage's sealed grimoire and tried to inject Sylvain's spirit into the body of Aida, who had been born with aspect magic. It was, literally, the narrative of a man who had gone mad. But of course, the protagonist, Taylor, took the lead and saved Aida. He overcame the traps of the secret lab and the spiritual library. After the entire plan was ruined, Professor Glast made a sudden announcement before falling from the top of the magic tower. Despite always dreaming of academic advancement and discovering new talents, he spoke his last words. But Edger doesn't remember them. In any case, the start of Glast's conquest war is the turning point. It's when the owner of the sage's sealed grimoire changes. The connection formula also changes, and everything starts with the kidnapping of Taylor's friend Aida by Glast himself. At that moment, Aida was trapped in a cell, and Glast showed her the waterway demon. He said the creature was quite terrifying, wasn't it? Aida screamed, saying it was all his fault. She hated him. But that man at that moment was no longer Glast. It was Ed Roth Taylor. Ed asks if she isn't being too cruel, since he was kidnapped with her as well. He asks why he would ever do her harm, and he thinks that yes, he too was kidnapped. That was the final scene of Act 2, the conquest war of Glast. And Ed realizes this wasn't part of his plan. Then it's explained what happened 3 days earlier. Ed had managed to finish everything he couldn't do in the last 10 days due to being in a coma. But because he hadn't trained during that time, it was a major loss. Still, he thinks that Glast's war is about to begin and regrets not having increased his magical engineering level. However, he knows that for that, he needs specific diagrams and materials. He thinks of a way to raise his magical engineering level. The final scene of Glast's conquest war has 4 stages. Among them, the hardest is the 3rd, the secret laboratory. The boss of that stage is Reyna, the librarian from the spiritual library. She is so strong that it's nearly impossible to clear that phase without using the Sword Saint form. But that's Taylor's problem. Ed, on the other hand, is interested in the contents. He remembers that the library is full of extremely valuable magical engineering diagrams. There are more than a dozen. 2 of them are for legendary items. He knows it will be dangerous, but it's fine as long as he doesn't go alone. Later, in Professor Glass's class, he announces that the students, Adele from Class B and Ilia from Class C, will be joining Class A next semester, of course, because of pure talent. He says that even joining midway will not hinder the class content, so there's no reason to worry. Lortel thinks there are many talented people in that class. Class A had only 3 students, but it will grow to 5 next semester. That makes sense, since it had been years since Glass last supervised a class. She also thinks that Ilia may not be strong in combat, but she has an impressive affinity with aspect magic. Zig stands up, reluctantly, and says the only criterion to enter that class is talent. Students who put in the effort can flourish in unexpected ways. But Glass asks if he's suggesting that they're being underestimated or that he's ruining someone. He says he's not belittling anyone. Then Glass states that the most effective way to ruin someone's life is to rely on vague talent and support it improperly. Lortel sighs and thinks that, even before entering the academy, she had already analyzed the faculty. Glass has a hypocritical obsession with talent, probably because of his daughter. Professor Glass's only daughter, named Mayuri, was a fairly average mage, but he had great faith in her, which is natural for a father. However, Mayuri herself realized that it wasn't a father's faith, but the blind belief of a professor from the magic department. Because of that belief, she was prematurely sent to face monsters. She was still young and ended up dying. Since then, she heard that Glass became obsessed with proving talent. For most of the time he spent at the academy, he devoted himself to the enigmatic research of aspect magic. But those who know his past understand that what he's pursuing isn't exactly aspect magic, but rather its creator, acclaimed as the most talented in history, the greatest sage of all, Sylvain. Perhaps that's why he brought Aelia into this class. Glass then turns to Lortel, but quickly changes his mind and says to forget it, since it has nothing to do with the class. He says he'll talk to her tomorrow. Lortel wonders if he's that eager to talk about the sealed grimoire, but in the end, she doesn't care. Whatever he says will be useless, because the connection ceremony that will transfer the grimoire to her is about to begin. Meanwhile, in Cleo's class, Ed thinks the ceremony is about to start. Just barely, but he managed to complete his plan. The core of this plan is to follow right behind the protagonist. He will follow Taylor to the laboratory and collect everything that's left behind. He has already made a list of the items he needs, especially the magical engineering ones. Among the most important, he wants to get the Eye of Glock, which temporarily boosts mana and the proficiency of all skills, and the Delheim's Hourglass, which reverses all physical effects for a few seconds. These 2 are legendary items. Ed thinks that, because of how difficult it is to gather the materials, these items are usually only useful in the final stages of the scenario, so they won't be of any use to Taylor. That's why he's going to take them for himself. While he's there, he'll also be able to observe how Taylor clears stage 5, and with that, his plan will be complete. He remembers that Glass Conquest War begins on the same day as the grimoire's connection ceremony. He told Janica that he lost an item in the underground canal, and that the 2 of them would search for it together. He thought she'd be upset, but in fact, she was thrilled. That makes Ed feel a bit guilty, considering how much she worries about him. But even so, she's a great friend, especially in combat. His plans seem perfect, until Professor Cleo approaches and says that Glass is calling for Ed. He finds the situation odd, since Janica had just told him she'd visited his cabin recently. And that's exactly what Glass wants to talk about. Ed thinks that, at this moment, the professor should be far too busy with the connection ceremony. It's strange, but he agrees to go. After all, it's Professor Glass. Last time he couldn't even respond to the letter because he was in a coma. Since he's being summoned again, it must be for something important. Later, in Glass's office, Ed asks why Alia is there, but he notices that she's very afraid of him. It's already been 10 months since the incident when he tried to attack her. Even so, it's understandable that she's uneasy. But why exactly is she there? Ed starts thinking that Alia is going to be kidnapped, but then he questions, wait, why was he called too? He begins looking through the papers in the office. He notices the notes aren't about grimoires. He's searching for anything that might show that the future has changed, that something has gone off script. Then he finds his own file, Ed Roth Taylor. He deduces that Cleo must have reported to Glass what she saw at the cabin. Maybe he connected that to what happened in the Ophelis dorm. But what does all of this mean? At that moment, Ed senses something and draws his dagger. The one who opens the door is Professor Glass himself. Alia runs toward him, asking for help, saying Ed has gone crazy. But Glass immediately uses aspect magic and casts time prison on Alia, trapping her in space. He tries to attack Ed, but Ed counters with his dagger and activates Mug, triggering triggering a large explosion. Glast praises Ed's quick response. He says Ed analyzed the whole situation with impressive clarity. Just from the documents, Ed figured out his intention. Ed asks if there's any reason for him to be captured too. After all, Glast only needed Aida and her affinity with aspect magic. Ed offers to stay quiet. He says he won't tell anyone. Glast responds that he has a goal and asks Ed not to think badly of him. Ed thinks that, at the very least, the professor could offer an explanation. Is that really too much to ask? He realizes that Glast still cares about his reputation. And it makes sense. If Ed escapes from there, he could tell anyone what Glast did. That would ruin the entire scenario. But thinking about it more, if he gets kidnapped, he'll be taken directly to the secret lab. It's basically a free ride. So Ed decides that maybe it's worth getting kidnapped on purpose. Then Glast looks at Ed and asks if he's decided to fight, but Ed simply stands up. At that moment, Glast traps him in a time prison, something that only happens because Ed allowed it. Glast begins approaching Ed Rothtailor and says that from the very beginning he was a little suspicious of him. He remembers what Cleo said, that Ed is academically successful despite living alone in the forest, as if he had 48 hours a day. Glast also says that even Claire called him a secret genius, though she admitted she didn't expect an academic record like his. Glast was amazed when he saw Ed fighting through the crystal ball. His approach was clearly that of a weak but intelligent person, someone who uses every possible resource to win. To Glast, that shows he is a product of effort, not talent. He notes that Ed's expression shows no discomfort, which reminds Glast of something he lost in the past. His daughter once said she would bring honor to the family name through her achievements. Remembering that shakes him deeply. While Ed is trapped, Mug manages to escape through the academy window. He rushes toward Ed's cabin, where Janica is preparing stew. She comments that Ed is late. At the same time, Lucy was thinking about her grandfather, a man who ventured through many parts of the world, uncovering truths about magic, and earning the title of the Great Mage. His master was Sylvain herself, who died young, and her beautiful face remained forever engraved in his mind. Melancholy consumed many of his emotions, and even after living a long life, the memory of her face haunted him. The pain of loss sometimes froze his reasoning. He even wished to break and twist reality just to see her face one more time. But he understood that what's lost remains lost forever. He wrote that Lucy should be strong. He dedicated to her the final sentence of his book, which also became the final sentence of his own life. Lucy, sitting on the roof of Ed's cabin, feels longing. She thinks that Glocked, more than anyone, accepted death and waited for it without resistance. She wonders if the pain of loss will ever be healed. To soothe that pain at that moment, even a small pouch of dried meat would be enough. She shakes the pouch, but it's empty. Looking down, she sees Mug approaching Janica, who begins to get annoyed at him. Lucy, confused, wonders what is going on down there. Meanwhile, in the Tricks Hall, the main meeting hall of Sylvain Academy, the connection ceremony with the grimoire was underway. Glast was participating, handing over the grimoire to Lortel, the current head of the merchant company that had purchased the artifact. Everyone's attention was focused on the representatives of each group, Lortel and Obel Forsyth, the director of Sylvain Academy. Lortel was certain that the director was around the same age as a certain man, but he was strangely different from Creepin. After the grimoire transaction, during the connection ceremony, Creepin called Lortel for a private conversation and asked her to hand over the grimoire. It was something she had planned from the beginning. She didn't want to cause a scene. For her, the amount of money was already enough to support all the lies she had told Fenia. She had asked for an absurd amount, 12,000, or rather, 1,000 gold coins for the grimoire, but Crepin accepted it on the spot. He also warned Lortel that Elta had recruited a group of mercenaries and that they were heading to Sylvain, asking her to make sure nothing went wrong. Lortel thought Crepin was a very unpleasant man, but in the end, it was worth it to extract information from him. At that moment, Lortel was ready. While the connection was happening, Glast was performing a kind of ritual. Lortel commented that she was about to issue a transition certificate and, best of all, would finally secure her free pass with Ed. But then, black and a spectral magic began to spread through the hall. A massive magic circle appeared before the grimoire, and golems were summoned throughout the area. Lortel realized in shock that the grimoire was being taken over by Glast, and it simply vanished. She thought that along with the grimoire, her free pass with Ed had disappeared as well. Despite the absence of Ed Rothtailor, the story continued. Meanwhile, in Professor Glast's secret laboratory, Aida wondered why, of all people, she ended up trapped with Ed. He, on the other hand, remained calm, only wondering if Glast Outpost had already stolen the grimoire. That's when someone told her to shut up. It was a chubby boy with a magala, saying that if they kept yelling like that, the monster would wake up. That was Kun, a researcher. Kun said they were lucky, since Glast had ordered not to use them in experiments. After all, they were still indispensable talents. Ed thought that was true. Kun noticed how calm Ed was and warned that he would be reviewing research, but would keep an eye on both of them. Ed thought there was nothing else he could do. If he just waited, Taylor would show up and play his scene. He had probably already passed through the now ruined library. Ed's plan was to gather replicas of various magical artifacts and magical engineering devices. There was absolutely nothing he could do at that moment. What bothered him, what weighed on his conscience, was knowing that he had to do all this with Alia. Then she threatened him. She said if he took another step, she would start screaming. She told him to leave, threatening to rip his tongue out if he got closer. But Ed replied that he had nothing against her. If he wanted to hurt her, he would have already done it. If he truly intended harm, he wouldn't have missed the opportunity. Alia fired back, saying it was a lie, that he was Ed Roth-Taylor, a villain. Ed asked her to stop with the nonsense and just be quiet. He said that if she waited, Taylor would come and save her. She asked how he had the nerve to mention Taylor's name, and he answered by asking why he couldn't. He apologized for what happened during the entrance exam, saying he had his reasons. He reminded her that he also helped in the fight against Glascan. He said that she might not trust him, but she could trust Taylor, and surely he was already on his way. Aelia, surprised, wondered if Ed really just apologized. Suddenly, Mug came running toward them, asking if Master Ed was all right. He was all scratched up, but said he was fine. He said he could feel, hear, and see. Mug was desperate, but Ed grabbed him and asked where he'd been, saying he was clever to find where he was. Aelia asked if that was a spirit, if Ed actually had a spirit. He replied that it was none of her business, but Aelia insisted, saying that if he had a spirit, he could have used it to send a call for help. Ed thought it wasn't necessary to add more parameters to the story, or else the future could change even more. Then Mug told Ed not to worry. He had already made an emergency call, and someone was surely approaching to save them. He could clearly see the angry look on Janica's face. She was charging straight at him. That fiery-haired merchant was also coming, along with that little mage girl in the witch's hat. She said Ed didn't need to worry because an army was coming to rescue him. Ed got really angry at Mug and threw him against the cage. Then he shouted for Coom and said he had changed his mind, that he no longer wanted to stay. But Coom told him to stop making noise, or the demon would wake up. He also said that Ed was just a student and should stay quiet, then left the room. Aelia asked why he was acting like that all of a sudden, since he himself had said they just needed to wait in silence. That's when Mug appeared again, bringing the cell keys. Ed thought that Mug always did unnecessary things, but he took the opportunity and opened the cell. However, instead of freeing Aelia, he locked her in again. He told her to shut up and only answer with yes or no from that moment on. Ed explained that this place was full of all kinds of demonic experiments, and it was very dangerous. If they discovered he had vanished, they would come looking. That's why he promised not to harm her, as long as she stayed inside. He also said that in any case, she wouldn't get far if she ran. She tried to argue, but he cut her off, saying, "Don't respond, only yes or no." And she answered simply, "All right, yes." Then Ed told her to stay quiet and say nothing else. He said he would take care of it himself and ran off. As he ran, Ed thought there would surely be a major twist in Act 2 of Sylvain Academy. He knew how to handle small variables to some extent, and also recognized that if skill levels increased, many problems could be solved just by using information to his advantage. However, it was also common for variables to appear that he couldn't solve on his own, like the battle between Janica and Lortel, that he could probably handle, but there were more complex problems. All veterans and experienced players had spent hundreds of hours in that game, and despite all his caution, there were still no-win situations. One such case was the completely invincible enemy from Bad Ending number 27, Lucy, the lazy one. He thought he hadn't paid attention to that ending, but he knew that if certain conditions were met, it would become inevitable. The condition was simple. After the incident, if Professor Glast and Lucy met, the bad ending would occur. Ed understood he had to stop Lucy from coming to that place no matter what. If she showed up, everything would go wrong. Meanwhile, in the Ophelis dormitory, Taylor was calling for Ziggs, asking for a favor. He needed to save Aelia. That's where Phase 1 of the final chapter began, the chase after Glast. The story was proceeding normally. After Glast escaped, Taylor asked Ziggs for help, and the final chapter of Act 2 followed a familiar path. In Trix Hall, there would be Lortel. In the sewer system, Janica. In the library, for now, no one. And in the demonic research lab, Ed and Aida. Setting foot on that path and then deviating from it was quite an interesting experience. The demonic research lab was originally a problematic area where Kun had released all the demons, causing many issues. But Ed managed to get through because the demons were still locked up. That was a relief. However, the meeting between Lucy and Professor Glast was inevitable, and that practically guaranteed a bad ending for this story. It was a situation that required urgency. At the same time, the spiritual library was being guarded by Reina, the spiritual librarian. Ed thought her patrol pattern was very familiar. He had already memorized it. He also had a solid grasp of combat strategies, but he knew that Reina represented a valuable experience for Taylor. Once they reached halfway through, they could only get past if Taylor used his sword technique. If the protagonist wasn't well trained, they would struggle. After all, Act 2 was when Taylor needed to grow the most. The main places where he learned essential skills were from the resurrected demon in the sewer system, and from Reina, who granted him more experience. At that moment, along the way, Ed was simply stealing magical artifacts, while Reina patrolled calmly through the library. Ed stayed hidden, filling out his list with everything he could grab. He thought that when he finished collecting everything he needed, he'd head back, but it was really a shame to leave behind so many valuable resources. As always, Mug helped during the patrol, letting Ed know when it was safe to move unseen. However, a sudden tremor shook the library. Ed realized that this earthquake wasn't part of any plan. The shelf he was hiding behind collapsed, and he was immediately spotted by Reina. He thought he had seriously messed up. About 30 minutes before that quake, in Trick's hall, a golem was attacking one of Lortel's subordinates, but she managed to freeze it and shatter it into pieces. Lortel commented that if the negotiation hadn't been discreet, the reputation of Sylvain Academy would have been ruined. It was shocking that the grimoire had been stolen during the ceremony. The director said that even if it took time, he would personally take responsibility. He also stated that regardless, Professor Glast's plans wouldn't succeed. Lortel asked if he knew what Glast was planning. The director replied that it was wise to say he was trying to perform one of the 3 great taboos. These 3 taboos defied world order, distorted the flow of time, and denied human destiny. The first was the pursuit of immortality. The second, resurrection of the dead. And the third and most dangerous, time travel. Lortel asked if Glast's plan was to revive the dead, and whether the director had known that all along. The director responded with another question, asking if she now considered him insane. He explained that it was talent that moved the world forward, including Sylvain herself and Muri, Glast's daughter, who had tried to advance her talent prematurely, but met a tragic end. The director said that if Glast really completed the resurrection spell, who did Lortel think he would bring back? His daughter or Sylvain herself? Lortel was confused until someone burst through the door, announcing that something serious had happened. Glast had been seen fleeing through the sewers, being chased by student Taylor. According to witnesses, not only had he stolen the grimoire, he had also kidnapped 2 students, Aida, a first year, and Ed Roth Taylor, a second year. Lortel panicked upon hearing this. She wondered if Ed had really been kidnapped. She also noticed a strange sound nearby. She thought the director, being the greatest wizard of that era, would take responsibility for recovering the grimoire. But at the same time, she herself felt the need to act. It might seem irrational, but she knew the sound came from the sewer direction. Then she saw Tarkin spewing fire everywhere. On his back was Janica, desperate and determined to find Ed. Lortel decided she was going too. She said the director was being too inflexible, so she would retrieve the grimoire herself. She ordered part of her team to stay, but the rest to follow her. She was ready to enter the battle. It was also revealed that a very respected combat alchemist, even within the Alchemist Society, was involved in this incident. It was Dorothy, a third-year student and head of the alchemy department. Her battle power was so formidable that even members of her own club struggled to face her. However, not even Dorothy had managed to showcase her true talent during the first act. Professor Glast recognized that and had been a true mentor to her. But there was a reason behind it all. Dorothy followed all his instructions until at one point she said it was too much. She found herself face to face with Tarkin and Janica, who was furious, demanding to know where Ed was. At that moment, Dorothy fainted, foaming at the mouth. Janica, confused, asked if Tarkin had really said it was this way. She repeated the path to herself. Second left, then right, then left again. She was clearly getting lost. Then she wondered if Dorothy's collapse was her fault. Even so, Janica decided to cover for Dorothy. While she did, Lortel appeared. She observed the scene and thought that, besides Lucy, Janica was surely one of the strongest students in the academy. She knew that Janica could completely destroy the sewers and cause massive chaos if needed, just to ensure Ed's safety. Lortel was already imagining the scene in her head. She pictured Janica rescuing Ed, cradling him in her arms, and then falling in love with her. She imagined the two of them getting married, and it drove her insane. Lortel thought that she couldn't allow that to happen under any circumstances. It was obvious that she was a cold and rational person, but when it came to Ed, she could even commit a crime. She then approached Janica and said that Ed had already been rescued, that he was seriously injured and resting in the camp asking for her. She said he was already recovering there. Lortel thought to herself that she needed to save him, but first, she had to get rid of Janica. Janica, suspicious, asked why Lortel was saying all that. She said she had confirmed Ed's location and rushed there like an arrow, reaching the entrance. She said it was impossible they had passed with Ed without her seeing, as she was the first to arrive. Lortel pretended not to understand what she meant. Janica then said it wasn't the time to argue and asked if Lortel had sent anyone to search for Ed. That made Lortel reflect that it was true. Ed was really in danger. Janica said she had asked Lucy for help, but Lucy just yawned and said she was going for a walk, so now she was alone. Lortel agreed that it wasn't the time to get in the way. She told her staff to wait there. The two decided to split up. Janica would take the east side of the sewers and Lortel the west side. Lortel thought that the most important thing now was to rescue Ed, so she ran as fast as she could. Janica ran too. Both were determined to save Ed before the other. Meanwhile, Ed was in trouble facing Reina. He had been completely caught off guard. Suddenly, the ceiling cracked wide open, and the debris collapsed onto Reina, bringing her down. Ed thought that if it had really been an earthquake, it would have been better. Reina was lying on the ground, completely wrecked. The one who came to rescue Ed was Lucy, the first to arrive. She said she was bored, so she decided to come save him. With that, the competition between the girls came to an end. Meanwhile, the director was observing the scenery. An employee asked if he was really okay with just standing there doing nothing. The director replied that yes, it was dangerous, but it was also a great opportunity for the students to grow. He said that flowers bloom where leaves fall. The other employee asked if such intense pressure wouldn't be harmful, but the director answered that he had no doubt this was the best generation of students they had ever seen. Looking at the Academy's history, he said this generation was a rarity. In each class, there were so many promising students. They looked like stars in the sky. He said it was almost as if someone was warning him that in the upcoming trials, the students would need to understand that talent alone was not enough. The pressure needed to be intense so that diamonds could be formed. Then it showed the path Lucy had taken from the camp. She had crossed the mountain, dug a tunnel straight into the library, and landed right on top of Reina. Ed was a little disappointed by all that, but Lucy asked if he still had any dried meat. Ed replied by asking if she really thought he'd have dried meat in a place like this. Lucy then said she wanted to go back, but needed a place to take a nap. Ed answered that now wasn't the time for that. He thought the situation was a mess. Based on the time, Janica and Lortel were probably running there. Considering how much Taylor had grown up to that point, if he defeated all the bosses in the second half and skipped Reina, the scenario wouldn't fall apart. That meant everything was still under control. The real problem was Lucy. If she met Glast, the bad ending event would begin. Ed then asked Lucy to stay with him for a while. He felt nervous, but said that someone once told him the greatest blessing is to have someone who simply stays by your side in silence. He said that Lucy was very strong, and that being with her made him feel safe. Her presence alone helped him. He asked her to stay with him until they got out of there. Lucy kept sniffing around for dried meat, but Ed told her it was all gone. He asked her to just stay. She replied that if he wanted to leave, she could help, but Ed explained that he still needed to sort out a few things before going. Lucy agreed, but said she also had a favor to ask. Then she laid down on his back and fell asleep right there. Ed then decided that on the way back, he would pass through the library, pick up everything he needed, find Janica and Lortel, and finally get out of that hole. While Lucy kept searching for dried meat, creatures appeared in the library, bats. But Ed used his ignition magic and burned them all. His elemental magic increased, along with his proficiency in mana resonance. Ed realized he was farming, gaining a lot of experience at that moment. He mentally apologized to Taylor, but promised he wouldn't take too long. Meanwhile, Lortel passed through a location and noticed the presence of a concealment spell. The magical resonance she felt was unique, the kind of vision only Professor Glast had ever recognized in her. Unlike Janica, who specialized in spiritual connection, Lortel quickly found the way. At that moment, suddenly, Lortel realized that for the first time, she genuinely wanted to help someone with pure intentions. She felt a glimpse of a new kind of relationship, something that couldn't be bought with money, and her heart was filled with warmth. Lortel thought she had felt this before, and at that instant, it was like she could hear her own heartbeat. But suddenly, the wall exploded and Ed appeared, casually saying that he had been looking for her. He sighed and explained that he had been kidnapped but was packed with magical equipment. Without worrying about her shock, Ed just asked for help carrying the stuff. Lortel looked at each item and thought about how absurdly valuable it all was. It was a fortune in her hands. Still, she questioned if he hadn't been in serious danger. Ed said he had, but somehow managed to escape. That was when Lortel realized that Lucy was with him. This deeply worried her. She thought things were becoming far too dangerous, especially when compared to Janica, whom she considered a coward unwilling to take risks. In contrast, Lortel had been proactive, even going so far as to make a move on Ed and kiss him. But that day, returning home breathless, nearly setting the forest on fire, she wondered how he could act so naturally, even with another girl by his side. Ed started to explain that he needed her to store the scrolls for him, and that if the trading company could deliver the materials, he could pick them up later. If she wanted to buy something too, she just had to say. Lortel thought she needed to take control of the situation to push back, but Ed approached so naturally that it made her nervous. He said he could only trust her. Lortel thought that at that moment he had crossed the line. She kept remembering the things he had said earlier and trying to hide her inner confusion. She asked sarcastically if he wanted a receipt. Deep down, she thought she was too weak to handle this kind of thing. Suddenly, one of Lortel's subordinates came running, saying he had finally found her and that there was a serious problem happening. Meanwhile, in another part of the underground canals, Taylor and his group were warning each other not to let their guard down. Clebius, afraid, asked if they really had to keep going, but Alvira told him to stop being a coward, reminding him they had to save Aida. Clebius replied that he never even liked her that much and didn't get why they also had to save Roth Taylor. Taylor answered that, unfortunately, they had to rescue him along with Aida. But Ziggs tried to calm him down, reminding him that she was a good person and asking him not to give up. That was when someone pointed to one of the tunnels. It was the seer Adeli, who said she felt a strong presence in that passage. She had the sense they would face a very dangerous opponent. When she pointed to the left tunnel, a huge explosion occurred. Tarkin appeared holding someone who was begging, saying they knew nothing. It was Cleo, who then fainted. Right after that, Janica appeared, saying she had gotten lost and didn't know the way back. When she turned around, she asked how everyone was doing, but behind her was an army of spirits. Ziggs responded casually, but the rest of the group wasn't as cheerful. Taylor immediately recognized the fear growing inside him. He had already faced Janica in that state, and knew there was no guarantee of victory, but he was determined to do his best. Meanwhile, Janica wondered why everyone was looking at her that way. If she had done something wrong, if she had overreacted with the professor who fainted by herself. Ziggs asked why Taylor was so tense and told him to calm down. Then suddenly a firm voice echoed, saying that was enough. It was Ed, coming from the right tunnel. The group, surprised, reacted by asking what Roth Taylor was doing there. Then Janica approached Ed, asking if he was alright, if he was hurt. Elvira and Taylor watched all of that with great concern, because Taylor had already realized, together with Elvira, Ed's combat style. Even using only basic magic and few tricks, he had managed to face 3 much stronger students. The real problem, however, was the allies Ed had. Taylor thought that since the incident at Ophelis, Ed had definitely become even stronger. If it were just Janica, maybe he could win. But against Ed, the chances were 0. But at that moment, Ed walked past him and said to hurry up because Alia was waiting. Ed moved forward, thinking that now was the time for each of them to play their roles. While Taylor handled the main stage, he would take care of the variables. His plan was to capture Elta. Ed remembered the report from the company employee saying that Elta's mercenaries were with him, which meant it was the moment to act. In the original scenario, he had been completely defeated without even having a chance to react. Elte, the King of Gold, was the mid-boss of Act 2, but this time, he had been removed differently and had escaped. Lortel already knew he was planning a counterattack, but she had made a grave mistake. Many company employees were absent, and Ed had obtained various magical engineering blueprints and schematics. However, if someone asked him what his best tool was, without a doubt, it would be his knowledge of the future. The current scenario was already heading toward the second confrontation with Glast, the final boss. There were no changes in the plan. If Elte was the mid-boss of Act 2, then he had to be defeated in this act. Ed believed he was ready to capture him. He then called Jay and said that if they kept following that route, they would definitely find a safe passage. After that, all they needed was to rescue Aelia and get the details directly from her. Ed then called Taylor's attention. He knew that in the end, it was Taylor who had to resolve that scenario. At that moment, Taylor needed to learn all his unique skills and master them completely in order to grow and succeed. Because in the next scenario, he might face someone even more dangerous. There was still much to be resolved in this chapter. After that, the demons summoned by Glast would cover the sky with their terrifying magic. In the future, trials would appear so harsh they would barely be survivable. After saying that, Ed paused and asked Taylor to do his best. He thought maybe he didn't even need to encourage him that much. Then Ed left with his group. Lortel explained that the goal of the merchant company was to gather proof that the responsibility for the drop in jewel sales, which led to LT's downfall, fell on her. Ed responded that, in that case, they should first go to administration and report the mercenary invasion. But Janica interrupted, asking him to wait. Ed, in a rush, replied that they didn't have time and needed to move. Janica, however, insisted. She said he could get hurt again. She knew he was after LT, didn't know all the details, but remembered that he had been kidnapped and detained, barely escaping. Even so, he still wanted to push himself. Just a few days ago, he had fallen into a coma from exhaustion, and now he was risking himself again. She didn't want to see him get hurt once more. Ed thought she was right. Honestly, he knew he had no direct obligation to the merchant company's affairs. But the truth was, dealing with variables like that was inevitable. He couldn't just say no. If they wanted to capture Elta, they needed either Lortel or Janica. Lortel agreed with Janica. She admitted she was being arrogant by involving Ed directly. She said he should be in a safe place. Ed was glad the two had reached an understanding, but he also knew he couldn't just sit around resting. He thanked their kindness, but stated that, unfortunately, Lortel's business was no one else's concern. Janica, confused, asked what he meant by that. But Ed shut the conversation down and told everyone to move, as there was no time. Internally, Ed thought he hadn't meant to say it like that. He saw that Janica was really shaken. She asked if that meant it wasn't her concern, so Ed had his own problems too. Ed took a look and said, "All right, she was right." He thought Janica was really smart. No wonder she was at the top of the class. As he approached, Ed noticed something strange had happened there and commented that it looked like a mess. He said he thought Taylor had acted terribly and asked what he had done to that upperclassman. But then, thinking again, Ed realized that the one responsible was actually Janica. Janica explained it wasn't her intention, that she ended up doing it unintentionally. She said she wasn't someone without compassion for others. Ed responded that they could talk outside, at the exit. Lortel agreed, saying they should first request help from the academic department and that the carriage should be waiting at the entrance. However, when they got there, the carriage had already been destroyed and the subordinates had been defeated. Lortel was surprised by the speed and soon saw who was responsible. Elte, her father, the Golden King. Elte said he had taught her how to manage the records and that even if they investigated everything, they would hardly find evidence against him. But there were flaws in personal management, and at that moment a subordinate who had betrayed Lortel appeared at Elte's side. Elte said she'd better smile because it took a long time for her to show that expression. He said it would be a real shame if the last piece of evidence called Lortel was destroyed through torture. The defeated subordinates weren't actually out of commission and lunged at Ed, who stood at the front. But, as expected, Lortel raised a magical barrier to protect him. She already knew Elta wouldn't be alone. She said that, just like last time, mercenaries had been recruited based on academic capabilities, and Professor Glast probably knew about it. Elta, however, stated that this time was different. He had gathered the best mercenaries on the continent. Then he ordered that, except for Lortel, the lives of the others didn't matter. He told them to finish everything quickly. The mercenaries unleashed a heavy rain of arrows. As the attacks approached, Janica used a defensive wind barrier. With the support of her spirits, she managed to disperse all the arrows. She commented that the mercenaries' movements were very well coordinated. Ed thanked her for the help. Elta added that spirit mages were indeed powerful, but something felt off. He was using a legendary magical engineering item, the Belarus Suppressor, an artifact that nullifies all magic in the area for 10 minutes. Ed thought that even being single-use, that item was extremely expensive. The Belarus Suppressor was more advanced than the Night Butterfly Flower Potion used by Elvira to enforce magical restrictions. Although it had the critical downside of needing time to activate and being easy to detect, it was still a dangerous item. In addition, Elte had numbers on his side and an army composed entirely of mages. Lortel said that if the suppressor activated, it would be over. Ed asked how Elte intended to take responsibility for all of it. How would he deal with the consequences? Elte replied that even so, it was better than losing his own life. Ed thought that at the beginning of the story, a third-rate villain who should have fallen and been forgotten was now creating a massive butterfly effect, enough to cause major disruption. In fact, he was talking about himself, and if that boss survived, it would have a huge impact on that world. Elte, the King of Gold, was the mid-boss, but in the end, he was stabbed in the back by Lortel, who left the stage. Elte had murdered Lortel's biological parents and used any means necessary to reach his own glory. He was a complete villain, but he carried no resentment for it. The reason he persisted was simple. He wanted to survive, just like Ed. However, Ed had no intention of yielding. He knew it might sound selfish, but this was his story. At that moment, Ed called Lucy, asking her to wake up. She grumbled that everyone was being being too loud, but opened her eyes and activated her magic. After a bright flash, Lucy gathered all her power. That was her awakening. It is then explained that the great mage Glocked, at the end of his life, wrote the book The Memories of Glocked. The content didn't match his fame, and few knew he wrote it while living isolated in a small cabin. One of the only people who knew this was Lucy herself. Her grandfather always said she had natural talent, a blessing from the stars. But he also said that wasn't a reason to stop studying. He asked Lucy to remain humble with her power and to be careful with loneliness, because the kind of strength that dominates everything is always followed by bitter solitude. That's why he made his granddaughter promise 3 things. The first, never kill. Avoid as much as possible, even by accident, staining her hands with blood. At least while in the academy, she should remain faithful to the life of a student. At that moment, the mercenaries were completely terrified. None of them could move. It was as if they had never witnessed so much power in one place. In truth, it was instinctive. Their bodies refused to move out of sheer fear of dying. It was as if, seeing that light passing through them, they thought, let's stop here. Elta, confused, asked why everyone was frozen. One of the mercenaries tried to justify it by saying it must be some kind of spell, and even so, tried to attack Lucy. But Lucy wasn't a mage who controlled magic with precision. Despite being a mage, she had no refinement. Her power was pure brute force, a compression of overwhelmingly powerful magic. When she reacted, Lucy unleashed an explosion so violent that it launched the mercenary far away. Her magic was basically pure violence. Elte commented that he still hadn't activated the artifact, that it just needed a little more time. Lucy then approached him and said he seemed to be the leader. If they captured him, everything would end right there. But at that moment, Ed appeared and said it was already enough, that it was better to stop there. Suddenly, Ed felt a strong tremor throughout the entire area. He looked up at the sky and saw massive black lightning bolts cutting through the air. Ed immediately recognized it. That was the high-level spell cast by Professor Glast, known as Infernal Ascension. It was magic that defied the natural order itself. The sky, covered by 10 magic towers, was the stage for the climax of the second act, the setting for the final battle. Ed thought the timing was perfect. That meant Taylor had probably already defeated the monster underground and learned his core skill. He now had all the necessary companions by his side. It would still take a little longer, but Taylor would be able to stop Glast. The fact that Infernal Ascension was happening at exactly the same time as in the original game meant the main scenario was flowing correctly. Since it was an irregular spell, far beyond anything else in the world, everyone was shocked, including Janica and Lortel, who couldn't understand what they were seeing. But Lucy could. She explained that each of the 10 towers of magical energy played the role of absorbing a different type of advanced magic. She said she wasn't sure, but it looked close to a possible resurrection of the dead. Ed thought about the epilogue shown after completing the second act in the game. In it, after the incident, Lucy slowly woke from her drowsiness and explained how the spell worked. That was because in the game, she had been napping on the rooftop during all the chaos. But if someone woke Lucy before the first stage of the event, she would meet Glast, who would propose not to revive Sylvania, but rather his disciple, the great mage Glocked. If that happened, Lucy would turn against everyone and defeat the allies. That was bad ending number 27. Lucy Merrill was not an enemy made to be defeated easily. Even with hundreds of hours of gameplay and research from the most experienced players, no one could beat her. Due to variables that weren't foreseen in the main scenario, changes began to occur. But Ed decided to improvise a solution. Elte then took the Belarus suppressor and finally activated it. The magic in the area was suppressed, and the effect was directed toward Lucy. He shouted for the allies to attack since no one could use magic now. But Ed, even without magic, used his windblade to cut one of the mercenaries. He thought that he himself was also a variable in that world. Elte, surprised, asked how he could still use magic with the suppressor activated until he realized that all the artifact's power was focused on Lucy. As legendary as it was, the artifact had limits. Even if you draw water from the sea, you never empty the ocean. Lucy then declared that she would open the way. With a firm movement, she broke the Belarus suppressor and said she needed to go elsewhere. Ed acknowledged that Elta had the experience of a veteran mercenary, but the feeling he gave off now, after surviving so many dangerous situations, was that death was near in the face of that power. Lucy began to prepare her magic, but Ed intervened, saying she could also die if she continued. Lucy knew that. Ed then said that if she didn't want to kill, it was better to stop there. After all, that was one of the 3 promises asked by the person who cared the most about, Ed looked directly into her eyes. At that moment, Lucy deactivated her magic, turned around and replied that she understood. Ed asked where she was going. Lucy answered that, for her, everything ended there, and that she just needed to leave that place. Ed then asked if she was sure she wouldn't regret it. The two remained silent for a moment. Lucy lowered her head and remembered the words on the last page of Glock's memoirs. What is lost is lost. The one who lost must become stronger. That's why she needed to be the strongest. That's why Glock dedicated that last sentence in the book to her, Lucy Merrill, before he left. With her head still lowered, Lucy said she wouldn't regret it. Then, before Ed's eyes, she simply vanished. Later, Janica confirmed that all the mercenaries had retreated. Ed ran out of there, relieved that he had left the decision about what to do with Welter open. From that point on, Lortel would take care of Elta and the rest of the group. Ed felt exhausted. He had once again pushed himself too hard. Still, he ran at full speed to the tallest building of the academy, Trix Hall, the starting point of this episode. It was there that Glass stole the sage's grimoire, and where Taylor began his pursuit. The wounded were being well cared for at the academy, but Ed never imagined he would return to that place. He returned to the stage where it had all begun, the secret laboratory, and without realizing it, all the pieces had fallen into place. That was the beginning of his journey, and also where it would end. As he opened the doors, he came face to face with Lucy. Ed thought that one of the buildings Janica had destroyed in the student center was precisely Glock Hall. He also remembered that the institution that granted him a scholarship was the Glock Foundation. That man had lived simply and modestly and had donated all his fortune to Sylvania Academy. Ed sat next to Lucy and noticed that Glock's traces were scattered throughout the academy. That's why it had been hard to find Lucy, but he knew she would be there. From the top of Trix Hall, it was possible to see the entire academy at once. For Lucy, that was the relic left by her grandfather. Lucy asked if Ed still had any jerky left, and he replied that he had already told her earlier that he didn't. Then he asked what she was doing there. Lucy said she was thinking about the old days. Ed commented that if he fell from there, it would be certain death. But Lucy said that in the past, something had made her very sad, and she had cried a lot because of it. However, with time, that sadness had faded. Ed asked why, and Lucy answered that after thinking a lot, she realized the reason was simple. Time had passed. A lot of time. Reopening old wounds was foolish. Even if you tried to save someone with some sort of holy magic, that person would have to leave again one day. From the beginning, Glock was already prepared to die. Lucy said that if Glock were resurrected, he would probably be furious. Trying to bring back the great mage would be a blasphemy. She had known this from the start. Trying to resurrect someone was a purely selfish wish. Ed then asked if, for her, everything was truly okay now. He thought that even though he couldn't speak from the point of view of someone who had been prevented from going, he couldn't help but ask. In the beginning, Lucy had wanted to bring back Glock with all her determination, but then changed her mind. And if she changed her mind again, something terrible could happen. Lucy looked at him and asked if he... Ed interrupted, confused, thinking she was still talking about jerky. But then Lucy asked if she could rest her head on his shoulder for a moment. She leaned in and settled there to take a nap. Ed remembered that one day he had wondered how he ended up in a situation like that, but in the end, it was just that. Destiny. In the future, it would be hard to find someone as passionate about holy magic research as Professor Glass. Even the study of resurrection magic would end with his passing. The dead are dead. What was lost is already gone. The form of loss is different for everyone, but it comes to all. That's why it's important to accept loss, and to learn to value what you have now. Lucy, silently crying, understood that truth. Ed thought that, at that moment, the two of them simply sat there for a long time, gazing together at the great tower of energy in the sky. The starry sky above them was truly incredible to behold, but that brief moment of peace was interrupted when a giant rose to protect the sacrifice. It was clear who was fighting now, Taylor and his group. The ancient weapon created by Glass stood before them, with its power core being none other than Aida. That was the magic golem, Glass's final trump card, and now the final battle against him began. The climax of the second act of the so-called failed swordsman of Sylvania. This was the final page of that stage of the story, the decisive moment, the rescue of Aida, imprisoned in the heart of the golem. After a massive explosion caused by one of the golem's attacks, it was Jay who took the full impact and opened a gap. Taylor then ran, jumping over the golem's arm with speed, taking advantage of the opening. As Glass was attacked, he thought that his nearsightedness was getting worse. Without his glasses, he couldn't see anything clearly. Then he was struck in the shoulder. While trying to resist, Glass reflected that his life as a professor was like reading a static text. He spent his days immersed in the conclusions of sages, analyzing holy energy, managing curricula, and reviewing academic materials. Time passed, and the view outside his office window changed. When it snowed, the freshman from elemental studies would frequently come to his office, saying she wanted to train intermediate magic. When it rained, the youngest professor, who had caused that big accident, would always come begging for forgiveness. And on windy days, the former headmaster, who passed by on his way to work, would always stop to have a cup of tea with him. Even after becoming headmaster, Glast remained there, in the same place, surrounded by papers. Deep down, he wished his painful memories would disappear. That was why he took the grimoire. He then reacted and hurled Taylor away, breaking his sword. Next, he used small-scale temporal reversal magic to heal his wound. But he thought, frustrated, that even with that power, the memories still remained. As he prepared another attack with the magic golem, Clebius asked fearfully what that thing was. Glast then used an even more powerful spell, multiple temporal reversal, capable of completely stopping time. Ziggs was thrown back, but soon time also stopped for him. Taylor barely managed to hold on even with his sword broken. Glast, with blurred vision, could barely see what was in front of him. He could only see, beyond the long darkness of his closed eyes, all that he had lost in the past. He believed he was almost at his limit, but Taylor rose once again. Glast asked them to give up, to stop trying to fight him, but a great magic emerged from the heart of the golem, breaking its structure into countless pieces. Not even Glast understood what was happening. It was Taylor who had activated his transformation, wielding the divine sword of death. Glast, however, once again turned back time, rebuilding the golem entirely with his sacred magic. He even reversed the surrounding environment, even if it cost the lives of everyone around him. He said it was useless to resist. But at that moment, an ice spear launched by Ziggs struck him, opening a new gap. Taylor was not the only one with room to act. Jay had also cleared a path. Pressured, Glass thought that everything he had done had led him to that moment. His magic golem exploded completely. Then, in the middle of the smoke, Taylor appeared wielding his divine sword and finally managed to save Aida. With the battle over, Glast admitted his defeat. He fell from his great magic tower, his vision still blurred, missing his daughter. However, before hitting the ground, he activated a sacred spatial leap spell, falling into a time reversal incantation that transported him far from there. It was the last resort he had to survive. Still, Glast was gravely wounded, bleeding, and would probably die anyway. It is explained that in the original script it was already certain that nothing else would happen beyond that point. The fate of Glast, the professor who carried so many regrets, was sealed. He would certainly die there. But at that moment, Ed appeared, and Glast remarked that it was already time for the curfew. But Ed felt there was still something he wanted to check before that happened. 1 hour earlier, Lortel believed the mercenaries had already been taken by Janica, and that Elta had been detained by the company. The dangerous elements had been dealt with, so as long as she confirmed Ed was safe, everything would be fine. At that moment, she found Ed with Lucy, who was lightly clinging to his sleeve, which made Lortel confused and alert. Soon after, Cleo and Dorothy also appeared, visibly exhausted. Ed wondered why they were crying, but both were in shock upon seeing something unexpected. The one who had defeated them was there, Tarkin, standing next to Janica. Janica asked Ed if he had really said the tower was being powered by a sacred weapon, as she wanted to confirm that information. At that point, it had become a conflict involving Ed, but at first, Janica was doing it to protect the forest to the north, where the spirits live. However, a few days ago, Tarkin said he had detected in that forest the same magic found in the tower. It was a spectral magic, and there was no doubt who was behind it. The problem was that there were no magic towers in the northern forest. So what was Glass doing there? Ed thought that since no serious accident had occurred since then, maybe he didn't need to do anything else. But just then, Dorothy fainted again, and Ed thought that even after they had dealt with Elta, it was still hard to imagine the impact of all this on future developments. That was why he wanted to double check, and that was why he now stood before Professor Glast, who was clearly on the verge of death. Janica asked what he was doing there, and Glast replied that he was looking at the moon, finding it amusing. But the others said there was nothing funny about it. Glast knew he was in a ridiculous situation, and Ed asked if he knew he had failed. Glast replied that yes, he would have failed anyway. He had been reckless, never thought he would be defeated by his own students. And even if he had won, the headmaster would still have defeated him. Maybe he hadn't been stopped earlier because of the headmaster's feelings for him. Glast admitted that Ed was a better student than he had imagined, but he realized it too late. Ed then asked why he had been kidnapped, and the professor explained that Ed had an impressive ability. At first, he thought he might be useful in his plans, but Ed passed out from exhaustion, and the plan failed. He captured him quickly, but when he returned, Ed had already disappeared. Glass said that dying alone there was the price for his sins, and that it wasn't a bad trade, considering the gravity of what he had done. The 17 years he spent with his daughter were anything but lonely. They were very long years, but they passed quickly. Ed asked if he had a long history with Professor Claire, since it would have been 4 years of undergraduate studies, and 5 more after she became a professor. If he had stayed until the end of her term, they would have known each other for 17 years. Ed mentioned that he met Claire on his way there, and she was crying. She had said that Glast was the kind of person anyone would hate: strict, petty, grumpy, selfish, and arrogant. He was someone you had to work hard to like, but still, he was the greatest scholar she had ever known. At that moment, everyone figured Glast also knew his own fate. Dorothy was very shaken because, like it or not, Glast had helped her discover herself. Even so, he took Luna as a hostage, and in the end, no one could deny that he had strayed from the path. Glast mocked his own situation, thinking he would die alone, but that was a mistake. If you think about it, Claire became an assistant professor at a young age, and Dorothy a veteran in the alchemy department, even without any special talent. Professor Glast often said that people without talent had no value, yet still, tirelessly, he dug deep and nurtured the hidden talents of his students. It was as if, deep down, he was trying to tell himself that his own daughter also had value. In the end, he wasted those years only to die alone. Despite everything, he was a mentor to some, a companion to others, and left his mark on everyone's heart. Professor Glast was terribly nearsighted and, over time, became unable to see anything without his glasses, not even his own reflection. He said that before using the demonic advent, he saw the Library of Souls and told Ed that he had worked hard to obtain the legendary recipes. But in the end, it was all meaningless. Ed asked what he meant by that, and Glast just pulled a key from his pocket, saying he was impressed and that Ed should now clean up that whole mess with his own hands. He handed over the key and declared that from that moment on, the library was Ed's responsibility. Ed asked why he was giving that to him, and Glast replied that maybe he wouldn't hate him as much if he did. He then explained that there was a safe under Reina's desk and instructed Ed to take everything from there before the Academy launched an investigation. Finally, he left a message for Lucy, asking her to pay more attention to her surroundings. Ed thought those were wise words. He couldn't see Lucy's expression at that moment because she was outside his field of view, but he felt when she tightly grabbed his clothes. Professor Glast, eyes already closed, rested peacefully against a tree. With the moonlight illuminating his body, at first glance, he looked like he was just sleeping. They stood there for a long time, silently watching Glast's body. Later, Ed heard the rumors spreading. People said that first he was involved in the incident with Glast, then the takeover of the Ophelis dormitory, and now the theft of the grimoire. He was present in everything, and they called it true misfortune. He heard it repeatedly. It's always Ed Roth-Taylor. Ed thought he had been hearing that all night. In his official report, he only wrote that he had been kidnapped by Professor Glast, tried to escape, sought help, and after that, found Taylor and his group. That was all he had declared. He wondered if only now the principal had decided to act like a real leader of the academy. Ed said that was what he had written in his statement. Janica and Lortel had come to help him afterward, but then the principal asked if he had escaped alone and left Aelia, who had been kidnapped with him. Ed thought that Aelia had been immobilized, and besides that, she didn't trust him. The principal replied that it was enough and admitted he was starting to distrust Ed a lot. According to him, the boy was acting like a side character, someone who didn't know anything, but seemed to know too much. Ed replied that he was almost flattered by that, and the principal commented that he was a very cunning student. In the Ophelis dormitory incident, and now again, he recognized that Ed had actually been a student victim of the Academy's negligence. Ed wondered if the principal had really read his statement, or was just basing it on his school records. The principal acknowledged that Ed had worked very hard and said he deserved a good reward for everything he had done. Later, when Ed left the principal's office, Janica commented that he had finally come out. Ed asked if she was okay since he had been worried after that battle. Janica said she was fine, that he could relax, but Karis whispered something in her ear. Then Janica admitted that she actually wasn't completely fine. She had gotten a bit hurt, saving Ed, had some scratches. Ed asked if it hurt a lot, and she said her back was in pain, clearly pretending just to tease him. Ed said that after that incident, he realized something important. He understood that Janica had always been the one who helped him get through everything, and now he felt more comfortable saying it. But after seeing her get hurt because of him and witnessing what happened with Professor Glast, he thought there was no point crying over spilled milk. Ed said he hated being a burden to her, that she always ended up getting hurt because of him, and so he apologized repeatedly. Janica denied it, saying she was lying, that she hadn't actually gotten hurt. She apologized for that, but Ed quickly realized something and asked if her dorm was the Dex Hall. He said that maybe next semester he might be moving there too. Janica asked if he was really moving to Dex, and Ed replied that he didn't think she'd like knowing that so much. Ed thought a lot had happened, but everything passed in the blink of an eye. The second act had occurred smoothly, exactly as it was supposed to. The principal had said it was time to put an end to that miserable life, and that Ed would return to being a normal student, because he had earned it. That's why the principal allowed him to return to the academy dormitory. As he walked back to his cabin, Ed thought that personally, he'd like to build a fence, grow some food, and reinforce the cabin's structure. But he understood it was all pointless, because maybe his life at the camp had come to an end. Just then, Lucy fell from the roof with a terrified expression. Lucy started remembering a moment from the past, wondering if it was going to rain. She was in the Lamelin mountain range in the north, but didn't understand why she was dreaming of her childhood. Since it was a dream, she decided to look for her old man. He was there, sitting in his chair, and she was impressed. But when she entered the room, everything changed. When he turned around, he was a rotting corpse, asking why she hadn't saved him. Lucy realized it was a nightmare and calmly woke up. One of the maids appeared and asked if she was awake, saying they would get her ready for school. Lucy remained silent, activated her high-level spatial magic, and fled into the forest. She arrived just as Ed was returning to his cabin. Upon seeing him, she felt a strange sense of relief and wondered if it was going to rain. But when she heard Ed mention that his life at the camp was ending, she slipped off the roof and fell. Lucy became completely desperate, and Ed, upon seeing her, remembered a professor who used to say that when it comes to people like that, the best approach is to ignore them. The professor would say that if your goal was to have a pet-like family member, the best way was to act as if they didn't exist, because that way the cat would become more affectionate. It was harder than getting a girlfriend. Ed remembered that was the experienced Professor Flubin, whose classes were very popular. At first, Ed did poorly in them, but began to study harder, and now almost no one could surpass him. When the class ended, Professor Flubin called Ed to his office and asked if he knew about the academic scholarship program. Ed replied that it was the one that reduced part of the tuition in exchange for completing academic tasks. The professor explained that it was a great opportunity for him. Ed asked what kind of work it would be, and the professor replied, probably all kinds of tasks, but especially helping Professor Cleo, who was overwhelmed since taking over the responsibilities left by Professor Glast. The student Inez was very capable, but couldn't handle everything alone. The professor said that at the end of the semester, Ed could take care of the evaluations, and during the break, the conference schedules, and even the freshman placement. Ed thought that if the freshmen were arriving, that guy would be entering too. At that moment, Lortel was with the Sealed Sage's grimoire and said that Ed's magical sensitivity was truly impressive, but she wondered if she should really resell that grimoire to Crepin, since Ed had insisted so much that she buy it. She thought he didn't want Crepin to have it. Even so, she bought it with the intention of reselling, because there was a lot of money involved, so she had to be smart. She remembered the free pass she had received from Ed and blushed just thinking about it. She told herself just this one more deal, and then she'd stop. Lortel also wondered who would teach in place of Professor Glass now, but at least she didn't have to worry about the camp anymore. At the end of the semester, it wouldn't be just her who was busy. Janica and Ed would also have little time to see each other. As for Lucy, according to Lortel, she probably wouldn't go through such drastic changes, but even so, she had a very bad feeling. She didn't know exactly what it was, but something was deeply bothering her. Meanwhile, at the cabin, Lucy commented that the firewood was running out and that it wouldn't be enough to get through the winter. Ed agreed, saying she was right. Lucy asked why he hadn't been hunting lately, and Ed was surprised that she was actually saying something useful that day. He realized he had been a bit careless with the camp, since lately he had been thinking a lot about the possibility of moving to the Dex building. If that really happened, he would have less contact with Lucy, and maybe things would become more stable if he distanced himself from her. At that moment, Janica appeared running, full of energy. Ed asked if she had already finished her classes, and Janica explained that Professor Marie's class, which was scheduled for the late afternoon, had been canceled, so she decided to go to the camp. She said that when winter break came, Ed wouldn't be able to stay at the camp anymore, so she wanted to visit him as much as possible and spend good times with him. She mentioned she was a bit sad that this lifestyle was coming to an end, because she really liked that camp. She said not being able to come back there was a shame, but she understood that the environment was also important to him. If Ed really wanted to move to the Dex building, he just had to say so. She offered to help him with whatever he needed. While Janica was speaking, Ed discreetly took Professor Glast's key and thought it was time to open the secret vault, but Janica handed him a letter. Ed asked if it was a registration form for the Dex building, and Janica confirmed, saying that if he left it to the last minute, he might miss the chance. That's why it was better for him to keep the form until he made up his mind. Ed sincerely thanked her, and Janica said she had already filled out hers, so they could do it together. However, just as they were about to start filling out the form, Lucy suddenly appeared in front of them, very nervous. She shouted, telling them to stop, and asked Ed not to accept the form. Ed thought that everything started that day. Later, while he was practicing spiritual magic, Mug commented that that Ed had accumulated a lot of experience, and Janica praised him, saying he had improved very quickly. She added that Ed's spiritual sensitivity had already surpassed that of many apprentices, and that his mana sensitivity had also improved a lot. Then she looked at Lucy and asked if she had done something wrong, because normally Lucy's appearance was impeccable thanks to the maids at the Ophelis dorm. But that day she had escaped from the dorm still in her pajamas. Ed thought that his mana sensitivity had indeed improved a lot, and now he wanted to start learning intermediate magic. Even so, he realized it was much harder than he had imagined. Even practicing all day, he still hadn't managed to master even the basics. While he practiced, Lucy sat in his lap, and even in the dining hall, she was on his back. Janica apologized, asking if she had done something wrong, but Ed noticed that Lucy's hostility was being directed at Janica. However, Lucy's expression was more fearful than angry. Ed went back to practicing magic, but still found intermediate magic extremely difficult. That was when someone called out to him, and as expected, it was Lucy. She asked with serious eyes what she was supposed to do when Ed left that place. Ed replied that he already had a place to go. He mentioned he needed to check the fireplace, as the nights were getting colder, and if they stayed there without care, they could end up freezing. However, if he went to the Dex building, he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. He was thinking of finishing everything before he left, but Lucy called him again. This time, her gaze was much more serious, and she said firmly that she wanted to go with him. At that moment, Ed climbed down a rope into the hole that Lucy herself had made in the ceiling and wondered what had made Lucy go there. Lucy said they could have gone down together using her magic, but Ed replied that it was fine because he also needed to test if he could climb up and down on his own. When he arrived at the bottom, he saw so many magical engineering devices that he thought he would not be able to carry everything at once. He would need to go back several times. While clearing the debris, he told himself that who would have thought there really was a secret safe there? Ed wondered why that man had kept that key until the end, but when he opened the safe and felt the magical power inside, he immediately understood the reason. Later, while they were climbing back up the rope, Ed thought it was almost time to send the magical materials that Lortel had requested, but before that, he would ask for a ladder because he was already getting tired of climbing like that. Lucy then asked what exactly that item was, and the system replied that it was a legendary item, the Golden Phoenix Ring of Glass. This ring distorted the timeline by pulling magical power from the future into the present. Ed thought that theoretically he could use advanced magic by borrowing that power from his own future, but he also knew that if he borrowed too much, he could become temporarily incapacitated. Using this ring recklessly had a high cost, so it should only be used as a last resort, when cornered and with no chance to survive. If not in battle, he could also use it to make a contract with a high-level spirit. Janica could control several spirits at the same time, not only because of her sensitivity, but because of the amount of mana she had. Beginners like Ed only had 2 slots for spirits and could communicate only with lower spirits, which was a consequence of their low mana. However, if he managed to temporarily increase his maximum mana, theoretically, he could make a contract with a powerful spirit, although it was a very risky calculation. Lucy commented that if there was time, maybe they could think of something like that, but Ed replied that time had already passed. He believed that even reviewing the entire library, he would not find anything more valuable than that. He thought Professor Glass would not have wasted his time since he said that encouraging mediocre talent was a sin. He believed that ring had been hidden by him until the end because it was capable of breaking the maximum mana barrier. That gift had been made especially for his daughter. When they returned to the surface, Lucy mentioned that once the final button of her sleeve had fallen off. At the time, she did not even notice, but without it, the sleeve became wide and uncomfortable. She spent a long time dealing with that and then said that when something goes away, that is when we realize how important it was. Something that seemed insignificant could actually be essential. Lucy had followed Ed to ask a question. She wanted to know if he was really going to the Dex building and asked if he could consider the possibility of not going. Ed was surprised because that kind of talk was hard to come out of Lucy's mouth, but his heart remained neutral. He pondered between entering the Dex building or continuing to live in the camp. He said life in the building would be much more comfortable. After all, living outdoors in winter did not seem like a good idea. Lucy agreed and then wondered if it was going to rain. Ed knew she usually predicted rain by observing the clouds and feeling the humidity in the air, but he replied no, it was not going to rain because it was not meant to. Lucy kept looking at the sky. After a long rainy season, people end up thinking it will rain, but this time, what fell was snow. The rainy season had already passed. Ed said he had been so busy lately that he had not even managed to secure enough firewood for winter, and that maybe he would need help, remembering that Lucy herself had already said the firewood was running out. She then hugged him and knocked him to the ground, asking if he was serious. Ed replied that he was already very used to life in the camp, and that if he improved improved the living conditions a little, there could be many advantages. Then he noticed Lucy's expression. He threw himself to the ground and thought that the second act had ended like that. Now the third act was beginning, where the trials would become even more intense. When he closed his eyes, many thoughts came to mind. The dispute between Princess Fenia and Lortel for the position of Student Council President, the new important characters and enemies who would join the Academy as freshmen, and finally, the one who would take the stage at the end of it all, the final boss of the third act, Lucy Merrill. At that moment, Lucy was on top of him, and Ed thought it had never been an easy task, but decided to put aside his worries for a moment. Even after the next episode, he was sure that he and Lucy would be fine and alive. He saw Lucy's expression, something he had never seen in any other route of the game, and that was how he had that certainty. Then winter arrived. The falling snow brought a cozy feeling, but at the same time, accumulated snow meant accumulated work. It had been some time since Ed decided not to overload himself so much, but the next day, he would have to start his tasks as a scholarship student of the Academy, and intended to finish everything that was piled up. He needed to chop firewood and prepare supplies, but at least with the cold, preserving meat became easier, so food preparation was quick. He'd given up the benefits of the dormitory in exchange for a discount on tuition fees, and at least for now the financial issue was settled. He no longer needed to divide the whole day between tasks, but that did not mean he could sleep all the time. Who was in his bed at that moment was Lucy, and Ed thought he had stopped leaving her outside, even though he knew she had protective magic. Leaving someone outside was a matter of consideration. He believed his time to rest could come at any moment, but the time to take risks was now. So he took his ring and prepared to begin. He imbued his body with the phoenix's flame and asked if Marilda was listening. At that moment, the academy was completely covered in snow. Meanwhile, Janica was in a refined place, an elegant bakery. She thought about the taste of the sweets, supervised by a former royal partner, and the atmosphere of the flower-filled veranda. Those luxury sweet sets were much sought after and hard to get, but she was there calmly having her coffee. Clara, however, decided to be direct and said that Janica was heading down a dangerous path because she was infatuated with Edroth Taylor. Janica asked how she knew that, and Clara replied by asking how she could not know. At first, she had been a little disappointed, but her opinion about Ed changed a lot. She accepted the situation but commented that the problem now was another. Recently, when she was with him, she felt her heart beat so fast that she couldn't even speak, or she got so nervous she couldn't look him in the eyes. Janica asked why she was suddenly saying that, but Clara told her to answer. Janica said that instead of feeling nervous, she felt comfortable with Ed. Clara said that was exactly the problem. According to her, Janica was heading toward one of the worst romance endings, the notorious friend zone. Clara called her friend silly, saying there was no use in exchanging feelings that only go one way. Janica needed to think about what she herself wanted as well. Just chasing after him, thinking that would create a relationship, was an illusion. That was stalking. The spirits themselves agreed with Clara, but she quickly changed the subject, saying to leave that aside. After all, winter break had started. Clara said she would go home and that she would be very worried about Janica, but left a piece of advice. Instead of trying seductive games, she should try to awaken Ed's protective instinct. Annis thought Clara herself did not seem to have much experience with relationships. Everything she said might make sense, but the change in how Ed was seen had been greatly influenced by Clara herself. It was Ed that Janica liked, and she always spoke well of him to friends and academy staff. Now everyone seemed to trust him, but Annis's opinion was a bit different. She thought, for example, of Professor Cleo, who got scolded by the librarian, who was also a student and did not show any imposing presence. Annis really wondered how Cleo had become a professor, but veteran teachers always said Cleo had an impressive skill, her good luck with people. Somehow she got the guidance of the best academics like Glast and Fluben and completed her doctorate with their help. Now she had the best assistant she could wish for, Annis Hallin, a second-year student in the Department of Magic. Annis was respected even by the academy staff, considered the best assistant anyone could have. The clumsy Professor Cleo's laboratory was always impeccable thanks to Annis's efficiency, who collected personal information, circulated through the library, and managed the Tricks Pavilion. If she were discovered, it would be complicated, but she always overcame everything with a delicate smile. Few people knew her true nature except Janica and Clara. For Annis, personal relationships were just masks. While the teachers had not yet returned from the bakery with the snacks, she took the opportunity to analyze all the information about Ed Rothtaylor, belonging to the Rothtaylor family, the most powerful in the Kloll Empire. He was the second among the three children of the direct lineage of the family head and the only boy. Annis said this public information was irrelevant. In Ed's birth year, Crepin Rothtaylor usurped the title of family head. At 2 years old, Ed became the official heir, received church baptism at 5, started etiquette classes at 8, and at 12, he He should have been attending more advanced classes, but his first-year grades showed he did not seem to have talent. Returning to talk about Anise, when she entered the academy, her family situation was complicated. For that reason, she had to manage on her own as an assistant and scholarship student. She saw Lortel as a model student because of her survival skills. Although she did not have the same talent with money, she managed very well. Meanwhile, Anise was reading the entire chronology of the Roth-Taylor family. Apparently, Ed grew up in an oppressive environment, receiving a very strict education. Financially, he lacked nothing, but he had no academic talents and did not show notable skills in the first year. He probably lacked confidence and preferred kind and cheerful women. Anise read more and more about him and in the end said it was not so complicated after all. She decided to practice a little, but at that moment, Professor Cleo returned to the office, full of things from the bakery, offering some to Anise, and was surprised to see that she had even made black tea. As always, Cleo ended up dropping her own cup, in the clumsy way she was, and thought Anise would get mad again. But Anise only asked if she was okay, and if she had hurt herself. When she learned everything was fine, she said it was good that she had not gotten hurt. Cleo was really impressed with that kindness. Later, Ed commented that it was difficult to wash his own school uniform, so he thanked Belly, who replied that washing one more uniform did not increase her workload. Besides that, she always ended up helping those who were supposed to serve her. She mentioned that lately, while washing Miss Lucy's clothes, she noticed many hairs stuck to them, and when washing Ed's clothes, she could smell Miss Lucy's perfume and saw several white hairs. Ed thought it was true. Lucy had been clinging to him a lot lately, and he found it impressive that Belle could notice that just from washing clothes. If she were not a maid, she would certainly be an investigator. Belle then asked why Ed still kept formalities with her, and he replied that he only felt comfortable that way. Belle said she felt more comfortable without formalities. Ed thought the position of head maid was equivalent to a senior position among academy staff, and since he was no longer a noble nor a student of the Ophelis Hall, it was hard not to treat her formally. Still, she insisted that he did not need to do that, but Ed said he would keep the formalities, calling her Miss Belle, and explained she had a very important position. Belle replied that he could feel free to be informal, since he had many more people to take care of than she did. She also said that worrying too much could become a burden, and that the decisions of the young ladies around him were their own choices. Even so, she said she could help if needed. The workplace was stable, so everything was fine. Belle said they had already finished the construction at the Phyllis dormitory, and Ed was impressed that they had restored everything so quickly after so much destruction. She explained they were receiving freshmen, and that was why it was so important. She said that among the 7 new residents they should attend, one had already enrolled at the Phyllis dormitory and was moving in. Ed asked if it was Tanya Roth-Taylor, and Belle asked if he already knew, so she concluded it was her. Ed thought these holidays would be quite complicated now that his little sister was arriving. Back at the camp, Ziggs spoke to Ed and said he would return to his homeland during these holidays. Ed asked if Elka would also return, and Ziggs replied yes. He wanted to spend some time with her. He asked if Ed would stay around there, and Ed said probably yes, since he was going into the 3rd year and needed to master intermediate magic to maintain his honor, so he would have to study hard until then. But Ziggs commented that a year before Ed was still at the basic magic level, so he advised not to try too hard to avoid ending up in a coma again. Ziggs said he did not feel any magical energy in Ed's body, and asked if he had exhausted his mana again, putting his hand on Ed's forehead to see if he had a fever. He asked if Ed was okay, and Ed replied he had his reasons but could not use magic for a while. Ziggs said that if he said so, then that was fine. Ed thought Ziggs's greatest quality was his coldness. If someone said they had a reason, he simply accepted and moved on, which was quite convenient. Ziggs remembered that Ilia had been asking about Ed. It seemed there was a misunderstanding and she wanted to arrange a meeting to apologize. She had asked where Ed's cabin was, but Ziggs did not say since it was personal information. Ed thanked him and said she did not need to worry about that apology. He was not upset nor holding grudges. Ziggs commented that Ed was not understanding, just completely indifferent. Ed replied that anyway, Ziggs himself was not much different, and then asked for help before he returned to his homeland. He handed over a small bag with the reward he would receive for that, and explained that Professor Glast had authorized the use of the underground library, but it was a mess and needed help to organize everything. Ziggs said that if it was for money, it was no problem. He could help with that during training, but he asked what Ed wanted to use the library for. Ed replied that he intended to turn it into a workshop, and Ziggs asked if he also did magical engineering, because he already had a life in the camp: mana training, spirit summoning, arc and flash, magical engineering, and soon he would be working at the academy. Ziggs commented that people like Ed were the most successful, but told him not to overdo it. Ed was indeed pushing his list of tasks as a scholarship student a bit too hard. Later, in Assistant Professor Cleo's office, Anis thanked the scholarship students for being there, but Cleo was trying to speak at that moment and could not communicate. She seemed really exhausted. She was dealing with conference agendas and the teaching schedule deadline for the next semester. Anis mentioned that Cleo had been awake for 44 hours, so she said that as head assistant, she would pass the important matters on to them. The scholarship student's job was to prepare the placement exam for the freshmen and supervise on the day of the exam. Ed thought about that, since every year the exam was handled by Professor Glast, but now the person responsible would be Professor Cleo, which he already imagined. Even so, he was surprised to see that Clebius was there too. Anis explained that Clebius's job was to fetch reserved materials at the Trix Pavilion, and Onyx, another scholarship student, would help the assistant professor with her tasks. As for Ed, Anis thought Clara and Janica were ignoring one detail. There were many women around Ed Roth-Taylor, and just by appearance, he already seemed like a ladies' man. Now that they would work together as scholarship students, Anis saw it as an opportunity to test him. She spent the whole night studying the ideal type and prepared perfectly. If Ed fell into her temptation, he would be a weak man. She stated that they would work in a place, just the two of them, and she would make sure he and Janica separated. Later, in the northwest of the academy on Mount Oren, Anis commented that it was not a very high mountain, but still dangerous because of the snow, and slipping there could be fatal. She said it was tiring, but Ed seemed fine. He suggested they take a break, and she thanked him, clearly trying to flirt, saying he was attentive and had great endurance. She mentioned that she had some misunderstandings about him, and Ed asked what she meant by that. Anis explained she was very close to Janica and therefore worried about her friend walking with someone who did not seem like a good person, but she admitted she was wrong. Ed replied that he did not care about that. While reviewing his list, he thought maybe she was tired of being head assistant alone for so long. Without realizing it, she must have gone through a lot. Anis replied that it was okay now that he was there and held onto his arm, saying that others helped a lot, but she really liked his presence. She mentioned that he had been expelled from his family, and so had she. When she entered the school, her family began to fall apart, but she really wanted to keep studying there, so she held on alone, as if she had gone through a long, lonely winter. Ed thought she really gave the impression of being very independent, both financially and academically. She had managed on her own. He told her not to be so melancholic because she was holding things together very well, and Anis thanked him, saying they had many things in common. Ed wondered if she was not more emotionally cold and realistic, because now she seemed quite different from what he knew. At that moment, Anis tripped. Ed did not know if it was on purpose or not, but he caught her before she fell. She said she had tripped on a stone, but when Ed looked at the ground, he saw none. Anis wondered why she was feeling so warm inside and said she needed to calm down a bit. She went to sit for a while, but Ed was already understanding that little game. Anis, now alone, began thinking out loud. She said that Ed really seemed responsible and confident, but it was hard to tell whether that was just an appearance or if he was actually like that. She commented to herself that the role she was playing, of someone who had gone through hardships, was a good way to get closer to him, but she wasn't sure whether Ed preferred cuter girls or more mature ones. So, she blended a bit of both with some subtle touches disguised in her actions, including the accident, and everything went as she had planned. Even so, she wondered if she had overdone it. What caught her off guard was that Ed had a much better physique than she had imagined. He pretended to be all proper, but he was stronger than he looked. Anis had thought he was just a spoiled noble boy with no real-world experience, but now she realized he had decent skills. When she thought about Ed's looks, she finally understood why Janica had taken an interest in him. She realized she was focusing too much on that, and at that moment, everything became clear. She understood that this was how he won girls over, but she told herself she was different from them. Meanwhile, Ed admired the view of Mount Oren and thought that the scenery alone was enough to make someone forget their worries for a good while. Still, there were always problems, without a clear solution, like the one he was facing now, named Tanya Roth-Taylor, the noble villainess, as he called her. Daughter of a duke, Tanya was a master of politics, and her manipulation skills were almost instinctive. Because of that, she planned to become the first student council president in the academy's history during her first year. Belmaya had mentioned to Ed that Tanya arrived at the dormitory before anyone else, probably to secure as much support as possible before the semester started. Ed thought that, at first, he believed he could prepare for that, but the biggest problem was how his little sister would treat him. Tanya knew Ed, but he didn't know Tanya. Ed Roth-Taylor was just a passing villain, someone who appeared briefly and then disappeared. Not even the game's book had much information about him. He was just an extra character, a side figure, and Ed genuinely had no idea what Tanya thought of him. Meanwhile, Tanya arrived at the academy thinking her brother was trash. She reflected that Sylvania was full of stars, like the Princess of Clol, the leader of the Elter Company, a spiritualist who had signed a high-level contract while still a teenager, a great alchemist who created the immortal potion as a student, the beast who ruled the northern lands, the swordsman from the Nortondale clan, but the most impressive of all was the magic prodigy who was said to have received the blessing of the archmage Glocked. Just thinking about being surrounded by such legendary figures made Tanya's heart race. From that moment on, she would live her academic life among legends. Belle welcomed Tanya and informed her that the maids had already arranged all the luggage she had sent, and that her room was the second door to the right on the third floor. Tanya stepped down from the carriage and asked the servants to complete the admission process for her because there was somewhere she needed to go first. She thought that the first thing she would do in the long-admired land of learning, Sylvania, was eliminate the shame of the family, Ed Roth-Taylor, that disgrace. Tanya had received a letter from her father, Crepin Roth-Taylor, saying he was filled with joy to hear she had enrolled at the academy and that he would support her ambitions. He asked her to establish her position and represent the family firmly. Tanya replied to herself that she would live up to her father's expectations. Crepin had also mentioned that Sylvania would treat her according to her social status, but in the end, it was a land of learning. Even the princess respected the academy's professors, so he advised his daughter not to rely too much on her nobility, since any upperclassman would be her superior. At that moment, Tanya was talking to some upperclassmen and said that she surely knew about her family's stain, that despicable being. She said she knew him very well because they had grown up together. The other person replied that, in that case, her childhood must have been quite difficult. Tanya replied that the upperclassman's childhood could not even compare to hers. She thought that it wasn't hard to carry on a conversation naturally, so she continued saying that Ed was full of arrogance, that he knew nothing about elegance, and still had held the position of heir until he was expelled from the family. Tanya reflected that speaking ill of someone was a quick way to build intimacy, so she went on saying that Ed had no determination, that he only scratched the surface of things and gave up in the end. She added that his pride was so great he never admitted his own incompetence. He barely understood the concept of mana sensitivity and already thought of himself as a great mage. She said that when he entered Sylvania, it was ridiculous to see, and when he got expelled, she felt enormous relief. She also said that for someone of the upperclassman's level, that should have been obvious. Then Tanya began to wonder why it didn't feel like a conversation, and realized she had been talking to herself. She remembered her father Crepin's advice, who said that when encountering another person, especially in negotiations and agreements, it was important to respect the other and never underestimate the opponent. Crepin had mentioned that they met during a discussion about the sealed grimoire of the sage and wished her good luck in her conversation with Lortel. Lortel then asked if she was going to keep talking to herself. Tanya felt an enormous pressure and replied that it was nothing, but thought that Lortel seemed angry about something. Lortel asked why she would be angry and said the whole thing was very interesting. Meanwhile, in the cabin, Ed was almost done with everything he needed to do. All that was left was to build a storage area for materials, expand his cabin, gain 3 levels in magical engineering, and learn special skills with the bow. He was reading the intermediate magic study manual on focused explosion and primordial wind. He thought he had picked that material up from Professor Glast's library the night before and found it very convenient to have access to all the books without a return deadline. Ed considered that his first day of work as an academic scholarship student was complete, and it seemed that Anis had more work than he did. At that moment, he tried to light his campfire with magic, but remembered he couldn't use magic for now. He couldn't practice, but wanted to master the theory first. When he entered the cabin, he saw someone lying in his bed. He thought that before, she used to appear in places he would never expect, but now he was getting used to Lucy's movements. He pulled the blanket off her and calmly asked her to light the fire for him. Ed lifted Lucy out of the bed and thought she was really light. He asked her to light the fire, and she did it immediately, causing a big explosion. Ed said that was enough, and that she could go back to sleep, but Lucy said she wanted to stay outside too. She dozed off again, but then sat beside him and commented that his scent was very strong. Ed thought he had spent the whole day near Anis, so her scent had probably stuck to him. Lucy asked if he had a fever or if something hurt, and Ed asked if it was that obvious. Lucy told him not to get sick, because people who get sick might end up dying, and said that if his mana was misaligned, she could help. She used magic, went quiet for a moment, then said he was completely empty of mana. She said he had done something very reckless, but Ed replied that he could handle it. Lucy said that once winter ended, maybe she would be much stronger, and then she might ask him for a strange favor, like petting her head. Later, they were sitting by the fire. Ed was petting her while reading his book, and Lucy was loving it, until someone approached saying it had been a while, and it was Lortel. Ed asked if she had come because of the request he had made, because if that was the case, he could have gone to the association. Lortel replied that it wasn't just for that. She came because she had something very important to say, and also a few questions to ask, while staring directly at Lucy. Meanwhile, on the academy campus, Tanya was talking with Elka, and said that if she helped punish that man, she would reward Elka as much as possible. She offered several books from the Roth-Taylor mansion, and asked what she thought. Elka got all excited, but Ziggs stood up and asked if it was true, and if she was really Tanya Roth-Taylor. Tanya noticed he had a well-trained body, and she could clearly feel the mana flowing through him. She thought it would be great to have him on her side. Ziggs then asked if she was the veteran Ed's sister, and she replied yes, getting a bit nervous. Ziggs said he understood, gave an excited smile, and told Elka that she heard it right. She was Ed's sister. Right after, he handed Tanya a magical artifact, explaining that it was a mana generation item used in the mandatory freshman classes. He said it would be useful during mana sensitivity training. He asked Elka if she had grabbed the material from the elementology class, and she said yes, although she had almost thrown it away. Ziggs kept helping Tanya, giving her several items, until she was overloaded and asked if he had heard her proposal about Ed. Ziggs said he had, but commented that siblings almost never got along, and that Ed's personality explained a lot of misunderstandings. Elka then called him so they could leave. Ziggs said it was a pleasure to meet the sister of his senior Ed, commented that he was heading into his second year and said they could get along well since he was also close to Ed. He said she must have the same determination as her brother, and that being born into a good family with relatives like Ed was a great stroke of luck. He ran off, and Tanya, buried under all the items, fell flat on the ground and wondered what in the world had just happened. Later, in Professor Cleo's office, she was completely worn out from exhaustion. Anna said that after dealing with the class allocation exam, Cleo could get some rest during the break. Cleo asked if that was what youth looked like. She found Annis impressive, already on her second day without sleep, with unbelievable stamina. Annis thought that it really wasn't easy to rely on external scholarship students, like Onyx from the third year, or Klebius from the first, because neither of them had done their work properly. She had to review everything on her own. But Ed Roth-Taylor had been completely different. There were no mistakes in his paperwork, and Annis thought his ability to handle practical problems was rare, especially among nobles, who usually had no idea how to deal with that kind of thing. She thought she'd be lying if she said she wasn't surprised, because he seemed like someone who had been raised quite spoiled. At that moment, Cleo approached and asked Annis if she had spent a lot of time with Ed, saying they seemed similar. Cleo said she was going to tell her something, but that she shouldn't tell Ed, and revealed that when the Ophelis dormitory was invaded, she had investigated Ed, and believe it or not, he had built a camp bigger than her own laboratory with tools, a workbench, a campfire, display racks, dryers, and smokers, all handmade. You could feel how much he had worked to survive, and he still managed to get the best grades in the class. Even Glast recognized his effort. Cleo went on to say that Ed made a contract with a spirit, and that she had no idea how he managed to get past that barrier. But he must have worked very hard. Annis thought there were clues explaining his surprisingly well-developed practical skills, and that Ed definitely hadn't lived the typical life of a pampered noble. Cleo said that she and Ed had a lot in common, and Annis responded by thanking her for the compliment, even if surprised, thinking Ed seemed like a good guy. She believed you couldn't rely only on other people's opinions and hoped that he and Janica would have a happy relationship. But when she got closer to him, she saw that there was nothing wrong. He was simply decent and responsible. She thought he was just a nice guy, good-looking, not arrogant, well evaluated by the professors, much kinder than she had imagined. And on top of that, he had a strong physique. Cleo noticed that Annis was distracted and nervous, so she stood up, opened the window, and said it was a bit warm. The wind blew the papers away, and Cleo ran to catch them, asking if Annis was okay, and saying she had been working very hard. Annis thought that this wasn't good, not good at all, and asked herself what she should do now. But then she remembered that Cleo had said Ed made a contract with a spirit, and started thinking that if Jane had helped Ed with that, the spirit must be very competent and trustworthy, someone who could report everything back to Janica. That made Annis even more nervous. Cleo suggested that since they had finished the work, they could have a snack together, but Annis ran off. At that moment, by the great tree of Marilda, it was said that the Failover family motto was harmony and coexistence. Janica's loving and kind heart, always caring about others, was what made her shine so brightly. Loneliness had never been part of her life, and it had earned her many true friends. But now she received the news from Mug that Ed and Annis were getting closer, and Tanya was heading toward her to try to start a conversation. Tanya had heard directly from Lortel that Janica was a good, loving, and kind person, someone who was always open to dialogue. But this time, it seemed that this kind and considerate version of Janica was not present. She was very angry. Meanwhile, Lortel was at the camp with Ed, commenting that most of the materials he had requested had already been acquired, but the legendary level ones were very hard to find, especially in the winter. Even so, she was busy and still helped Ed a lot, but Lortel said she was going to take care of it anyway, and Ed replied that she should be resting now, that she didn't need to come all the way there, especially considering the distance was not so short. Lortel told him not to worry, because in fact, she came precisely to get some rest. Ed thinks that the moon, which was once round like a platter, now hides, leaving only traces. Life passes in the blink of an eye, time flies, and when winter arrives, it brings a quiet calm to everyone, as if the whole world is preparing to hibernate. But how each person deals with that stillness varies. For Ed, this winter is a trial, a time when he must protect himself from the cold. For those who do not have such concerns, winter ends up intensifying the feeling of loneliness, like walking alone through an empty street. At that moment, Lortel asks why Lucy is sleeping there on his leg, and Ed simply answers that it is winter. Lortel asks if that is really an answer, and Ed notices that she seems a bit bothered by it. Lortel says she only came to talk about the items, that if it weren't for that, she would not have come at all. Ed asks if she had another reason, and Lortel replies that of course she did, asking if he is pretending not to know. She shows a hologram of the grimoire, and Ed asks if she really made the offer in the end. Lortel confirms that she did. The hologram then transforms into a letter, and she says it was an interesting story. She reminds him that he himself said he would do anything for her if she made that offer, and explains that the virtue of a merchant is to make sure at least the invested value is recovered. Ed asks what she plans to ask that is so important, and Lortel replies that she cannot ask for something so big that Ed would feel burdened or struggle to carry it out. She only asks that he stays by her side. Ed thinks that now they are entering the third act, and the conflict between Princess Fenia and Lortel is about to truly begin. Lortel has already realized this, and is preparing for the political clash and strategic maneuvering. The Princess of Benevolence, Fenia alias Cloel, is the destined arch-rival to cross paths with Lortel, and according to the scenario, she will become the student council president and take control of the academy to strengthen her influence. With that power, in the fourth act, she will become the central character in uncovering the dark secrets of the Roth-Taylor family. Lortel tells Ed that a time will come when everyone at the academy will have to choose a side, and an inevitable choice will be made. She asks that Ed be by her side, nothing more. Ed thinks that Lortel doesn't know it, but in the end, the one who will decide which side wins is the true protagonist of this story. Ed says that even if he stays by her side, he doesn't think it will make much of a difference. Lortel agrees, saying it is true, that despite Ed's prestige improving at the academy, his support won't yield many results. Ed comments that she said that very bluntly, and Lortel asks what is wrong with that. For her, it is not a matter of political significance, it simply does not hold much meaning for her. Ed says it's fine, that it doesn't seem too hard. Then Lortel burns the letter, and Ed thinks that with her enigmatic smile and clever moves, she is a girl of 1,000 faces. But then Lortel says that this makes her very happy, and Ed realizes he didn't know she was capable of showing that kind of expression. The next morning, Ed thinks that since it is vacation period, there are no classes, and today there are also no tasks as a scholarship student, so he wanted to take a peaceful nap for the first time in a while. Even so, he ended up waking up early out of habit. He asked Lucy to light the fire for him, and while she does that, he remembers the long conversation he had with Lortel the night before. But there is something he can't stop thinking about. Lortel mentioned that Tanya was walking around the academy, talking to everyone a bit. She asked whether Tanya truly saw Ed as an enemy, or if it was just a silly sibling rivalry. She even said she thought that attitude was kind of cute, that Tanya wanted to speak with everyone, and would probably soon show up to talk to him. Ed thinks that she was right. Tanya, the biological sister of the body he now inhabits, had arrived. The relationship between them was still a mystery to him, and until he learns more, there's not much he can do. Tanya arrives a little nervous, saying that it has been a while since they last saw each other. She comments that she brought a gift since it had been so long. Ed notices that she is clearly nervous and uncomfortable, even scared, but at least she doesn't seem angry. Then he understands. When he was with the family at the mansion, he had probably been a horrible person to her, and now he feels bad for having misjudged her. When Ed stands up, Tanya flinches, and he remembers a terrible scene from the past. The former Ed had thrown a plate of food to the ground, mocked Tanya's ability to eat without disgust, and said that with filthy maids like that, It was hard. He even stepped on the maid's head, while Tanya, trembling, begged him to stop. Afterwards, he fell silent and questioned why she was acting that way, asking if she pitied people she considered worthless tools, saying she was not yet a true noble. But now the current Ed was being kind. He thanked her for the gift, saying he would make good use of it next semester. Technically, he was no longer in a position to say much. They were not even siblings anymore, so it was kind of her to bring a gift. He told her to stay there and not sit too close to the fire. Then he mentioned he was almost out of herbs, but even so, he wouldn't skimp. Tanya recognizes Lucy, and Ed tells her not to worry. He calls Lucy and asks her to give Tanya some space. Then he returns with 2 cups of tea and says he heard that Tanya had been exploring the academy, meeting lots of people. Tanya confirms, saying she had heard a lot about him. Ed asks about that, since he doesn't know that many people. Maybe Ziggs or Janica. But when Tanya and her group heard Janica's name, they nearly lost it. Ed asks if she met Janica, saying that among the people he knows, Janica is definitely the kindest. Tanya replies that yes, she is really kind and also very strong because she summoned a great fire spirit and started throwing it at the servants like they were toys. Ed asks if she really did that, and Tanya quickly tries to deny it, saying no, that Janica was very kind and only encouraged her to focus on her studies. Her denial is so desperate that Ed confirms what he already suspected. Something is strange. The Tanya he remembers was not this shy. Tanya thinks that everyone she has met, who knows Ed now, shows affection toward her. Ed tells his sister that he is doing his best and asks her not to see him negatively. He remembers that he was disowned as punishment for his sins, and admits that he was pathetic back then, that there are things he cannot fix. But even so, he apologizes. He mentions that he heard she wants to become student council president, and says that, of course, he supports her decision, even if he cannot help much, wishing her good luck. Ed thinks that, despite saying that, he knows Tanya will not become the next president. She is a villain who exists only to highlight Fenia. But even so, she ends up being special to him. After all, she is the first relative he has met since arriving in this world. But when he sees her expression, he realizes he really does not know how to make this relationship grow. Later, returning to the Ophelis dormitory, Tanya's legs were feeling weak. She thinks she knows the true nature of that trash brother of hers, but when she was nearly burned alive for speaking badly about him, she noticed the genuine anger in Janica's eyes. Janica truly believes in and trusts Ed, and Tanya finds that very strange, because Sylvania Academy is filled only with elites, including the brightest and most gifted student, the mage Lucy Merrill. In a place filled with such extraordinary people, no matter how well Ed hides it, the truth will come out at some point. She then realizes that Lucy's room is right next to hers, and thinks that makes sense, since they are in the most luxurious dorm at the academy. Tanya concludes that Ed probably just got lucky. At that moment, Lucy asks if she is Ed's sister, and as she gets closer, says that if she needs anything, she can just ask. Then she enters her room. Tanya thinks that even in the prestigious Ophelis dorm, only the top students use the golden nameplate, and she now realizes that she just spoke with Lucy Merrill, the great mage, the greatest prodigy of all time. She feels lost and tells herself that she no longer understands anything. Later, in the Rose Garden, Anis asks Belle to introduce her to a man, preferably someone tall, handsome, and successful. She says that Belle works at the pavilion and must know someone like that, but Belle responds that Anis is not the kind of woman who gets involved with just any man, and asks if she has ever had any romantic experience. Anis gets a little flustered, and Belle apologizes, saying she didn't mean to offend her, that she didn't say it with any bad intentions. She comments that she knows Anis is always busy and doesn't have time for romance, just like Ed, who is entering his 3rd year now. And when she thinks about it, she realizes they have a lot in common. Belle then stops and asks if Anis is talking about Ed. Anis admits she is, that she can't fool her, and says that despite having heard bad rumors about him, when she met him in person, he was much better than she expected. Belle asks if she is interested in young Master Ed, and Anis replies yes, that she was attracted to him as a man. She comments that, in fact, it's even good news, because if even she was drawn to him, that means Janica found a good match. She just needs to stop thinking about him that way, and everything will be fine. If he were a really bad person, at least she would have realized it in time. It's not like he's the only man in the world. Belle asks if Janica has noticed that Anis is interested in Ed, and Anis replies that finding Ed was like finding gold. She says that may sound a bit disrespectful, but what she really wants is to find love and bring the story to a close. Anis says that yesterday she passed by the professor's wing and saw Janica, but they didn't even greet each other. Janica looked really sad, and she says that next week, during the class allocation exam, she will have to act as proctor alongside Ed, and she feels very guilty about what she's doing to Janica. Belle tries to comfort her, saying that maybe it's not as serious as it seems, that it might even become something positive. She says that Janica has always always been kind and sincere with others, and that both Anis and Clara always tried to protect her. But the problem is that Janica tends to be too perfect with people, and being so flawless isn't always a good thing. Belle thanks Anis for trusting her with all this, and says that, likewise, showing imperfections can be something that makes a person more attractive, awakening a protective instinct. Anis remembers what Clara said, that Ed attracts a lot of women, so she needed to use her protective instinct with him. She thinks her mind feels clearer now, and Belle's encouraging words, saying she doesn't need to feel guilty, helped her sort out her thoughts. In the end, she laughs at the situation. Anis realizes that when Janica has a heavy heart or is confused, it is obvious where she will go. And at that moment, already in the early evening, Janica was at Ed's camp, while Ed was thinking it was time to prepare materials for the construction of the storage shed. He wanted to make everything much more spacious, so he needed to hurry. At the same time, Janica was in front of Ed, and he realized that she clearly wasn't well. So he made her some tea and commented that it was snowing again, that there was already quite a bit of snow piling up. He told Janica that if she had something on her mind, she could talk about it, but Janica apologized and said that she couldn't talk about that. Ed replied that it was okay, that if she didn't want to, she didn't need to say anything. Then he covered her with a cloth because of the cold and thought that sometimes he forgets, but Janica must also be going through her own academic struggles. She sometimes seems like a cornered little animal, and it's hard to ignore that. He thinks it's really cold. Winter continues, but spring is slowly approaching. So for a while, the two stay there, warm together. Meanwhile, Tanya was thinking that even though the head of the family was often away due to matters of the kingdom, the Roth-Taylor family mansion had always been peaceful. But after the death of the eldest daughter and heir, Arwen Roth-Taylor, Ed took over as the new heir, and everything changed. He is the type of person who only shows his true nature after gaining power. A pathetic piece of trash who thinks everyone belongs to him just because he received a small fraction of the heir's authority. She remembers a day when he flipped a table, asking why she kept staring at him, and said he was going to kill her. Tanya picked up a dagger and said yes, after all, Arwen was already dead, and that was good for him, wasn't it? Then Ed grabbed her and told her to kill him already, that the heir's position would be hers, and asked what she was waiting for. But of course, Tanya collapsed, unable to do it. She thinks that was part of her daily routine, and once again Ed looked at her with those damn eyes. She spent half her life oppressed by that gaze. He never raised a hand against her, despite being of the same blood, but the mansion, just like every family member, was in a situation where no one could escape him. She lived as if she were insignificant until the opportunity came. Ed Roth-Taylor was disowned, and Tanya thinks that now, with him out of the way, the only thing left is to prove her own worth. This election for student council president is an opportunity she can't miss. And there's also the class placement exam. So on the day of the exam, there was Anis, asking Ed not to come any closer. She didn't want him to approach with that pleasant scent and that charming look. Cleo says they've already discussed all the important information, and now it's just time to go upstairs and prepare for the exam. This was the beginning of episode 3 of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, the placement test for the freshman class. Ed thinks that unlike the previous exam, which took place in the Northern Forest, this one would be held on Mount Oren. And since Professor Glast was absent, Professor Cleo was leading everything, with many changes. Instead of searching for hidden magic orbs like in the last exam, this time the students had to look for magic stones, which were easier to find. Furthermore, the magic stones were not intentionally hidden, and there was no score difference between them. Anyone who found a magic stone and placed it on the exchange altar would have the chance to enter Class A. At first glance, it seemed easy, but like master, like disciple, Cleo made this very difficult. To enter Class A, the freshmen had to fight and defeat various magical beasts and wild animals, and only those who survived could reach Class A. It was absurdly hard. In the end, among all the freshmen at Sylvania Academy that year, no one managed to enter Class A. Ed thinks this is already part of the planned scenario. The fact that no one passed this exam will be tied to an important event later on, so it needs to happen exactly like this. That's why Ed made no comment about the difficulty. What reassures him is that, although it's a hellish survival test, no freshman will be hurt, since they will fight against illusionary beasts created by magical engineering devices known as illusion discs. The scholarship student's job will be to ensure safety after installing the devices, especially the purple disc, which is the most important. From what Ed knows, the reason no one managed to enter Class A was because of this disc. Although Ed wants to praise everyone's dedication, Anis was struggling a lot to carry the disc. Ed, of course, offers help, but Anis is shocked, steps back, and nearly falls. But Ed manages to catch her, though her bag falls and the purple disc rolls down the stairs. Klebius grabs it and tells him to be more careful, because if that disc broke, it could be a disaster. Ed comments that, as expected of the best combat student, the semester's scenario was almost ruined ruined right from the start. But at that moment, even while holding the disc, it literally disintegrates in Clebius's hands, turning to dust along with the other item in his other hand. Clebius asks what they're going to do now. Ed, seeing the situation, lets go of Annis, so she falls to the floor, thinking that everything had been going too smoothly to be true. It is then explained that last year, during the joint combat practice, the failed student Taylor wielded a sword for the first time and defeated Lucy, gaining a lot of attention. Although the scenario was distorted and he lost in the end, that led to the acceleration of the first act. This year's joint combat practice was also an important event. Talented and elitist first-year students challenged the seniors, and when the battle started, the freshmen completely ignored the word practice and lost all control. But all of them were stopped by Taylor alone. After a year of training, Taylor had grown much stronger and impressed everyone. Among the crowd was St. Clarice, who was hiding her true identity, but began paying attention to Taylor. This was the beginning of the bond between him and one of the four main heroines of the game. The Saint is a crucial character, so this event needs to unfold exactly as planned in the scenario. For this to happen, the first-year students must lose control, and that only occurs because none of them made it into Class A. But the purple discs being used were broken, and people began to panic. Cleo said it looked badly damaged, and the students lost hope. Annis apologized, saying she should have paid more attention, but Ed replied that dwelling on it wouldn't make the item work again. He said that if they kept going like this, too many students would end up getting accepted into Class A, and that couldn't happen. He insisted he was sure he could fix it, as long as Clebius helped, and he grabbed the boy, who didn't understand what was going on. Later, at the exam starting point, Tanya stood ready with the other freshmen. Even though princes, princesses, and ministers study at Sylvania, everyone is equal while wearing the same uniform. But if there's one exception to that rule, it's the spiritual guide of millions of followers, St. Clarice. She thanked everyone for their reverence, but said it wasn't necessary. If they focused too much on etiquette, their lives would become very difficult, so she asked them not to be so formal with her. Tanya said it was an honor to meet her, and introduced herself as the future head of the Roth-Taylor family, Tanya Roth-Taylor. The saint remarked that Crepin had received her blessing when he was young, but she didn't remember much. Tanya considered that a great honor, and said she also planned to receive the blessing when she became an adult. The saint replied that she would be waiting eagerly. Tanya thought that this meeting with the saint could boost her career, but at that moment, fireworks were launched to signal the beginning of the exam, and all the students started running. Tanya knew everyone wanted to get into Class A because of the full tuition exemption, the right to live in the Ophelis dorm, free access to all wellness facilities, and the honor of being in the most prestigious class. It was everything a student could want. All the freshmen were pushing past one another, eyes locked on the top of the mountain. Tanya, upon picking up a magic crystal, noticed that there were many stones scattered around, and said that just placing the stone on the altar wouldn't be enough. She remarked that there must be some mechanism to distinguish each person's abilities. Then she heard someone shouting. It was a barefoot girl, and Tanya asked if she had tripped or hurt herself. The girl replied no, that she had just always wanted to step on snow barefoot. Tanya, confused, asked why she would suddenly do that there, and the girl said it wasn't that strange, that the snow was softer than she expected. Tanya became even more confused and wondered if the girl had hit her head. Then she introduced herself, saying she was Tanya, second daughter of the Roth-Taylor family, and commented that it looked like they were classmates. The girl was impressed and said she had heard the Roth-Taylor family was very prestigious. Tanya replied that not everyone in the family was like that, and that no matter how powerful it was, the family always ended up producing trash. She thought that the last time she saw Ed, he had changed a lot, but she knew who Ed really was, and the fear he had placed in her mind still hadn't disappeared. The girl commented that she came from a very remote region, and since Tanya was from such a prestigious family, she should be more respectful, right? But Tanya said to forget about that, since they were at Sylvania. The girl smiled and agreed, saying it was true, they were indeed at Sylvania. She introduced herself as Kylie Ekne, from a small city-state called the Duchy of Terranay, located in the east. She admitted she didn't know much about the world and apologized in advance if she did anything weird. Tanya said that now that they were classmates, they could speak more informally and that they needed to hurry because of the exam. But Kylie said she didn't care much about grades, since getting into Class A would just put her more in the spotlight, and she didn't want that. Tanya thought about that unexpected answer, but suddenly Kylie grabbed her hand and said she would help her with that, and that this way they would become friends, right? Then she ran off, pulling Tanya along, and commented that it was the first first time she had a friend her own age. Tanya warned Kylie not to do that to just anyone, because if she had done that to a princess or the saint, she'd be in trouble. Then they headed off toward the exam. 30 minutes after the start of the exam, a boy who was almost at the top was already thinking he was first. But at that moment, the beast Clebius appeared and punched the boy in the head. Clebius commented that it was strange, dirty, cowardly, and not worthy of a senior, but Ed said it was still tolerable, wasn't it? And when they asked about him, Ed replied that it wasn't going to be just him. A large explosion occurs in the forest, and Ed explains that Clebius and Anis will be blocking the top of the mountain, protecting the freshmen so they don't reach the altar. Anis thinks that, since it was all her fault, she will do her best. The senior Onyx, a master of flight magic, will be responsible for security, and informs Cleo that she will need to write a report on the change in the exam's content. Cleo says yes, unless she ends up falling asleep again. The professor begins preparing the report. Onyx is in charge of security, Clebius in the south, Anis in the north, and she asks about Ed. He replies that he will stay right there, protecting the altar directly. Cleo comments that she can barely feel his mana and asks if he's okay. Ed says he has a plan and that he's fine. While everything was chaotic, with Onyx rescuing students to keep them from dying, Ed was holding a purple illusion disc. He managed to fix it a little, but it's still cracked and might not work properly. Completely repairing it is nearly impossible. Besides that, Ed still hasn't recovered all of his magic. The magic stone used in this exam, as is typical of the academy, is of extremely high value. He places the stone on the exchange altar and thinks that even if it takes time, by using the altar, he can steadily recharge his mana. Mug appears and speaks to him, but Ed doesn't understand much since he's still out of mana. Even so, he says it's good to see him again. He thinks the others will hold the line long enough and that he has enough magic stones for that. His objective is simple: don't let anyone pass. Then he summons his spirits, thinking he's ready. Meanwhile, the freshmen were getting completely overwhelmed. Tanya confronts a creature and sees that it was Clebius, who tells her to hurry and end it all. But then he hears a large explosion and wonders if it was Anis's magic. In that brief moment, Tanya runs off with Kylie. At that moment, Anis was facing one of the freshmen. In terms of combat, she's only slightly above the rest of her class, but even so, freshmen have no chance against her. But this particular freshman she let pass because he was on a completely different level. Joseph Whitefelts was Dorothy's brother, but unlike her, who had to work very hard. This boy received the title of researcher from the Magic Association at the youngest recorded age and could freely use intermediate level magic. In short, he was a genius and a strong candidate for the top student of that year. Joseph told Anis not to feel disappointed, that she surely had her own areas of expertise, but Anis replied that he was mistaken. She was frustrated, but not because of that, and told him to just go. After he passed, Anis felt a little upset. She thought she had pretended to be perfect and flawless, but in the end, she caused a big problem and didn't manage to offer any solution. To make matters worse, it was Ed who took charge once again without complaining a single time. He led the conversation constructively, while she was defeated by a freshman and failed to block the north altar. More than frustration over defeat, she was angry at herself because the reliable face of Ed was the first thing that came to her mind when she thought about how to fix the situation. Ed then told Joseph that he was the first visitor. He already knew how it worked. He just had to place the magic stone on the altar. But of course, Ed wasn't going to let that happen so easily. Joseph commented that this system was a bit odd. If he defeated Ed and placed the stone on the altar, who would the next ones face? Ed replied that it wasn't his concern. Joseph agreed, saying Ed probably already had a solution for that too. Ed thought that Joseph wasn't that curious. He was just buying time to analyze the environment. Joseph noticed the purple illusion disc, an improved version of the standard one, and deduced that Ed must be from the magic division. But he didn't feel much mana coming from him, even though he knew Ed had used magic stones. Using a magic stone in the very first battle meant Ed had a very low mana reserve. Joseph was disappointed with the academy and then used his fire spell, a concentrated explosion. He thought it was impossible to dodge or defend against it, but then saw Ed easily evade the attack, concluding that he had combat experience. Ed began preparing a spell, and Joseph noticed it was fire magic, something like combust or ignite. He prepared himself expecting a basic spell, but when Ed cast the magic, Joseph was impressed by the size of the flames. He thought Ed must have enough mana for an intermediate level spell. Even so, Joseph managed to defend with a magical barrier and commented that it was a waste. No matter how strong Ignite was, it wouldn't break through his defense. Joseph reflected that in battles between mages, the outcome often depended on mana reserves. If both spent a similar amount of energy with each spell, he would win, since he had more mana. He also thought Ed probably didn't have much experience in magic combat, and that once he ran out of mana, he he wouldn't be able to defend himself anymore. But at that moment, Ed grabbed Joseph and said that a magic barrier could block spells, but not physical force. Then he kneed him in the face and asked if he really thought he would only be facing mages just because he was one. Joseph staggered back after the attack, asking if Ed had really gone through the flames, but warned that he wouldn't lower his guard. Ed realized the opponent was using intermediate level ice magic, but kept casting Ignite, a basic spell. Joseph asked if he would keep using the same spell and figured he was probably trying to block his vision with the steam. However, Joseph also mastered other elements and decided to use combustion magic. At that moment, everything was consumed by flames. But Ed had the blessing of flame, a temporary immunity to fire, so he passed through the flames quickly toward Joseph. Even so, Joseph managed to defend himself with physical resistance. Joseph wondered where Ed had gained so much skill. When it came to casting speed, he was much faster, but Ed was clearly superior physically. Ed then left his dagger stuck in the barrier and asked Mug to cause a big explosion. Joseph was then launched into the air by the explosion and tumbled down the mountain. All battered, he thought he couldn't lose focus. He concluded that Ed wasn't faster than him with basic magic. That was spiritualism. It was a spiritual technique Ed used, crossing the combustion with his own body using a blessing, and even hid the spiritualism within the flames. Joseph realized that Ed was using magic, spiritualism, and magical engineering items, so he wondered who the hell that guy really was. Joseph admitted defeat, but threw the crystal at Ed's feet and took the opportunity to cast an ice spear at him. Ed dodged it easily, but Joseph went for a close-range punch. Ed thought a punch from someone who had spent his life studying magic wouldn't cause much damage. Then Joseph was hit by a wind spell, more specifically the Blessing of the Storm, which said that when struck by a melee attack, the target would be launched away. Joseph flew down the mountain like a bullet, destroying everything in his path until he got stuck in a broken tree. He admitted he had lost and collapsed while his crystal shattered. Ed commented that he did well and that it was an admirable decision, almost catching him by surprise. Joseph, collapsed and about to faint, asked what his senior's name was. Ed introduced himself as Ed Roth Taylor. At that moment, Onyx arrived to retrieve Joseph. Meanwhile, in a carriage, Ziggs was talking with Elka, and she asked why Ziggs had gone into the magic division. If he had chosen alchemy or combat, he would be the best, but Ziggs said he didn't care about being the top student. Maybe he would be in alchemy, but not in combat, since the current best was Clebius Nortondale, who, at that moment, was being defeated. He wondered what that was just now, and a freshman asked if he was okay, if the holy magic had been too strong. Onyx told them to keep going, that he would take care of it. He approached and asked if Clebius was okay. With 20 minutes left until the end of the exam, Tanya and Kylie finally arrived at the end. Tanya asked if he was the final test, and the field was already full of freshmen completely destroyed and defeated. She thought that once he was feared, once hated, that damn man. Ed responded directly and told them to just give up, leaving that chaotic scene. It was explained that St. Clarice had two dreams. At that moment, she heard the prayer of a priest, remembering that a noble person must keep their convictions unwavering for life, and that people should be like a blank sheet of paper. This was the dream planted in her by Archbishop Verdio, but the other dream she had heard from someone else. That person said it was better to die in dirty water than to live as a blank sheet. It was Adele who said that, affirming that compared to the gray rocks of the Ramelin mountain range, everything else was nothing more than a sandcastle. She spoke of the green mist of the Denkin swamps, the golden fields of the imperial capital, the emerald pastures of the land of Pulan, the opaline smokes of the alchemical land of Crete, the red rooftops of the trade city Oldek, and the blue-green knowledge of Sylvania, the land of learning. She also spoke of the yellow sand sea of the Great Dristea Desert and the purple shadows of the lawless zone of Coritan. Adele said that pure white was just a small fragment of a vast world filled with colorful romanticism. Adele, once the keeper of the sacred church flames, left the clergy and came to be called an anti-romanticist. No one knew how she wandered between the buildings, but when night fell and the world went to sleep, she would sing by Clarice's window. The dream Clarice had at night was of the world outside, while she listened to her only friend whispering under the stars. Adele said that ordinary life was also romantic, that simple friendships and mundane loves could hold a touch of nobility, greater even than thousands of prayers received daily. She said that the embrace of someone who loved her could be worth more than all of that. After leaving the clergy, Adele enrolled in Sylvania and during vacation would travel the world, just like she was doing now. Since her departure, Clarice began walking every night in her dreams through the places Adele described. At the end of those journeys, Clarice always ended up in a deep embrace with someone. The solitary path she now walked was being shared by two people. The multicolored road, in clear contrast to her pure and white life, was the boldest imagination she could ever have. To enter Sylvania, she disguised herself. Father Verdio helped her with that, saying she could never reveal her true identity and should always carry that magic item. He said that the saint would always be surrounded by the blessings of the sacred law, and that, at least, was a relief. Clarice asked who would even suspect, but Verdio said caution was never too much. Going to the Academy of Sylvania, even with the church's permission, was already a transgression on its own. Sitting on the wooden bench by the roadside, near the teacher's building, no one paid her any attention. Just being there made Clarice's heart race, and she felt a deep satisfaction. No one bowed their heads as she passed. No one looked at her with reverence, at least not in Sylvania. There, not a single person treated her differently. She was treated as an equal. Who would think she was a saint? No one, except one person. It was then that she saw Ed telling them to just give up. Tanya asked if their final test was her brother, and Clarice thought that meant he was also a Rothtailor. Ed asked if the two of them couldn't just go back, but if they insisted, then they should come, and he summoned the power of Marilda. Of course, that power was far beyond the two of them. Tanya thought that even students who had dedicated their lives to spirit training couldn't do that. She thought Ed had already surpassed graduate level. Even active spiritualists who could control 6 intermediate spirits were considered veterans. But at that moment, Ed was with a high-level spirit. Clarice said she would give up, saying they needed to be rational, and warned Tanya that this was too much already. Tanya thought it was true, it was a high-level spirit, but she remembered the time she gave up in front of Ed in the past. If she gave up now, it would be just like that time. So she told Kylie she wouldn't give up. She said that with great status and prestige also came responsibility, and the burden it carried. Tanya remembered clearly what Ed was like 2 years ago, someone who could barely cast basic spells, and now he was summoning a high-level spirit. She thought it had to be a trick. All she had to do was knock out the summoner, and it would be over. But with a simple breath, Marilda sent the two of them flying. Tanya thought that wasn't supposed to be happening, wondering how it was possible, and if he really had an advanced spirit. The two were thrown far away, and Clarice questioned whether that man was really Tanya's brother. Kylie had always had a fantasy about nobles, imagining impeccable appearances, warm smiles, elegant manners. But upon hearing that Ed, who seemed the complete opposite of all that, was the heir of the Rothtailor family, she became certain he was the misfit of the family. She knew nothing of the world outside sacred purity, but even Clarice, naive as she was, could clearly sense that Tanya held deep resentment toward that misfit. Kylie stood up and told Tanya to follow through with the plan. She said she would act as bait so Tanya could get through. She claimed her body was different, that she could do it, but Tanya said she would end up hurt because of it. Even so, Kylie stepped ahead and asked if he was a horrible person. Besides, she said Tanya was her first friend in Sylvania. Tanya thought that normally she would have dismissed such a ridiculous idea, but on the way to the altar, she saw a veteran charging forward furiously, only to be taken down by a mysterious flash. She wondered if Kylie had some special power, but what surprised her the most was that Kylie, who seemed timid, was charging forward with great courage. Tanya wondered if she had always been like that, but realized she hadn't. She was just crazy. She was serving as bait, and even though she was still afraid, she ran straight toward Ed and Marilda. Marilda didn't take Kylie very seriously at first, until she saw that power, that sacred light. What Kylie used was the blessing of the sacred law, which activates automatically against any hostile being. That actually hurt Marilda, but her breath was so strong that Kylie was blown far away inside her protective bubble. Ed asked if they were done already, but Tanya replied by asking if he really thought she would give up. Then she approached with a wind spell, an explosion aimed directly at Ed's face. He was thrown back for a moment, but it turned out that wasn't actually Ed. It was an illusion created by the illusion disc. By the time Tanya realized it, it was already too late to react. She saw several mana arrows heading her way, and Ed simply told her to stay very still. Tanya thought it was impossible. The person who could barely hold a sword was now using a bow and even creating arrows with mana. Ed said that was just a warning. If he had wanted to hit her, he would have. Tanya, completely terrified, wondered if that was really the Ed Rothtailor she knew. She thought it was just like last time, that no matter how hard she tried, nothing ever changed since childhood. She thought that once again, she had been unable to do anything. But Ed said she must have worked really hard to make it there. But he also had his reasons and couldn't go easy on her just because they were family. He said that if he did, she would only get angrier. At that moment, he unsummoned Marilda and commented that his sister had been amazing, saying that he himself would have run away in fear. It was just an illusion, but she faced it to the end. Ed said she had surprised him and that he was wearing the brooch she had given him on his tie. He said that she had always been on that side, right? And Tanya thought that something really had changed in her brother. Ed said she should be proud. Of course, Tanya got emotional and began to cry. Ed was confused and wondered if he had said something wrong. Kylie approached and told Ed not to come any closer, warning that if he treated Tanya badly, something bad would happen to him. At that moment, Professor Cleo called out for Ed, saying the exam was over, and asked for help because Klebius had fainted. Kylie asked if the exam was really over, but at that moment she realized her voice was changing. The transformation magic was wearing off. She wondered if she had lost that magical item, the one Verdio had given her. Cleo came closer, asking what was going on, and Clarice thought her true identity would be revealed. But at that moment, Mug picked up the artifact and handed it to Ed, who quickly passed it to Clarice, telling her to be careful and not lose it. Clarice, still confused, took the artifact. Cleo asked Ed why he was so injured, and he replied that it was nothing, he was fine. And so, the freshman allocation exam came to an end. As always, Ed Roth-Taylor put everything in its rightful place on the stage, except for one small flaw, a seemingly insignificant distortion, but one that caused an unexpected impact. And because of that distortion, two ruby eyes like jewels were watching Ed. Clarice thought that Ed had almost used a formal tone with her, as if he knew she was the saint. The professor said Ed was completely exhausted, and that they would let him rest, and the rest of the work would be left to them. She asked if Onyx could help lift Klebius, and Onyx, looking upward, replied that it was fine, but he was puzzled as he thought he had seen something human up above, although he assumed it was just his imagination. Meanwhile, at the altar, Ed was lying down, but Marilda was whispering in his ear. She said that she believed there was a kind of beauty that transcended time and values, and the clearest example of that was the sky. She went on to say that even the most expensive works of art have many interpretations and depend on personal taste, but asked who doesn't think a sunset is beautiful. Ed replied that she was being quite philosophical, and Marilda said that humans, with their lives so short, don't know what it's like to be amazed by every moment. Ed thought that the voice whispering in his ear belonged to a high-level spirit, and according to Janica, who was probably right, it talked too much. Marilda commented that someone as meticulous and impeccable as Ed, yet so careless with himself, always ended up exhausted and getting hurt all the time. Ed asked what that had to do with anything, and Marilda replied that the point was he needed to fall in love. She called him an idiot and said he needed a kind and cheerful person, someone he would want to be close to, someone strong enough for him to lean on. She said he needed a support person, something he clearly didn't have, and asked Mug if she was right. Mug answered yes, that she was absolutely correct. Ed thought that Marilda didn't have a contract with Janica, they were just friends. And even if Mug and Marilda didn't have a rigid hierarchy like Tarkin's, it still seemed like he was afraid of high-level spirits. Mug said Ed should try what Marilda was suggesting, and Marilda repeated the word try as if she found it curious. Mug said it was nonsense, but quickly corrected himself, saying that actually she was right, and that Ed could do everything she had suggested. Ed then changed the subject and asked if Marilda had noticed whether Janica seemed a little down about something. Marilda asked why he was worried, and Ed replied that it was obvious. Marilda said that if Janica didn't want to tell anyone, she wouldn't gossip about it either, and that she wasn't going to go around spreading it to everyone. But she advised Ed not to worry too much, saying that it would be good for Janica to go through a winter period. Everyone needs difficult experiences to learn and grow. She commented that the world isn't a fairy tale and that Janica would have to wait for spring to come. Then she said she had talked too much for today, that she was draining a lot of his mana by talking non-stop in his ear. Ed commented that her current form also drained a lot of mana. Marilda replied that it was an expensive and in-demand form, but still more efficient. Ed asked if she had other forms, and Marilda asked if he would like a more graceful form, like that of a girl. Ed said to forget it, that he only asked because there was a difference between that small form and her normal-sized form. Marilda then climbed onto his head to scale the tower and asked if he was still a bit slow because of that magic stone. She wanted to know if he really thought he controlled controlled all that magic alone, because a high-level spirit like her wouldn't make a contract with just one person. And then she vanished. Ed concluded that he still didn't have enough mana to maintain a high-level spirit for that long. But if it wasn't his mana sustaining the summoning, then whose was it? Thinking it through, the answer was simple. The other person who had a contract with Marilda besides him was Lucy, who was up at the top of the tower. Ed commented that the place didn't seem very good for a nap, and Lucy replied that she hadn't gone there to sleep, since the cabin was better for that. Ed asked why she was there then, and Lucy said she didn't like cabins that felt too empty, so she went out for a walk. Ed thought that unfortunately, the exchange altar that walk had led them to marked the end of Act 3. St. Clarice, surrounded by doubt, realized the darkness behind the religious order and began to question them. The apostles of Telos decided to punish her, heading to the island of Archon. Unaware of this hidden truth, many people from the academy followed the archbishop's orders. Princess Fenia's Imperial Guard, the mercenary group from Lortel's guild, the Templar Knights from the Holy City, high-ranking academy staff, and even the hunter group from the protagonist's generation, along with Director Obel. Within this tangled web, all swords turned toward a single target, a young woman who tried to protect the island of Archon by following her master's final words, Lucy Merrill, the all-powerful prodigy. But no matter what they called her, she didn't voice a single complaint. She was the one who awakened, and after defeating all the major figures on Archon Island and single-handedly eliminating more than half the hunter troop, her body eventually succumbed to exhaustion. She was defeated by the protagonist Taylor, who had mastered the final technique of the sacred sword. But only after the events was the truth revealed, and everyone came to understand why Lucy had tried to kill the apostles of God. Everyone claimed they didn't know she was a bad person, that there was a story behind it. But even if people say that to someone who lived through it all, late understanding hurts more than the original misunderstanding. However, whether due to her nature or because she believed words wouldn't change anything, Lucy bore the entire burden alone. Of course, he had no intention of stopping Lucy, but he didn't intend to sacrifice her either. He wasn't that cold. Letting things play out this way didn't necessarily mean a completely bad ending, and that was because her grandfather, before dying, left behind the words that, after the storm, the ground becomes firmer. Most of Sylvania's trials would be overcome on their own, but there would be one trial that could only be conquered with Lucy's help. When that time came, he asked that, in honor of her old grandfather, she lend her strength. Only Lucy knew the weight of her master's final words, the great mage and her only relative. She also needed to let go of all those suffocating emotions. Ed thought that this battle would be long and that many dangerous moments would still come, but those were events expected in the Act 3 scenario. Suddenly, though, Lucy leaned on Ed and said she had just realized something about herself. She said she sometimes felt lonely, then laid her head on Ed's lap. Ed was about to say something but remained silent, and thought that, at the very least, he could make one promise. Next time he left the cabin for a long period, he would give notice in advance. The next day, near Ophelia's dormitory, Belle commented to Clara that she had returned from vacation too early. Clara replied that home had become unbearable and brought a gift for Belle. Many people assumed Annis was from a noble family, but in reality, Clara was the one from a prestigious baron household. Belle took the gift and thanked her. Clara commented that the academy was her true refuge, and in any case, she was happy to see her friends again. She had brought several delicious treats and already prepared a pie with tea for Annis and Janica, heading off cheerfully to meet them. At that moment, Belle even crumpled the box she was holding, sweating with nervousness. Later, Clara wondered why the two girls weren't saying anything. She considered whether they might have had a fight. Clara remembered that Janica and Annis always had lighthearted arguments, but the atmosphere now felt strange. She thought about telling a joke but hesitated, unsure if it would help. Then Janica asked Annis if it was true that she had hugged Ed. At that moment, we see Ed Roth Taylor's profile. Age 18, third-year student. Achievements: a skilled survivor and summoner of high-level spirits. His attributes were 13 endurance, 13 intelligence, 15 skill, 12 determination, and 11 luck. He had mastered combat, magic, survival, and alchemy skills. At that moment, he had just completed another project, a wooden protection wall. Ed thought that items like this no longer increased his skill or proficiency, as he had already practiced a lot with wood. Now he needed to find new materials to evolve. Someone approached, saying it was good to be prepared for the strong winds coming. It was Belle, who said she was happy to see Ed looking healthy. She was carrying Lucy, who was trembling for some reason, and explained that the academy had issued new orders. During the snowstorm season, leaving the dormitories was strictly prohibited unless absolutely necessary. Since Lucy was considered a high risk for escape, she needed to be watched closely. Lucy was asking for help, and Ed said he got the message. Belle cleared her throat, hoping Ed would notice something, and he replied that he would keep using informal speech. Concerned, Belle asked if he really thought he could survive an entire week of snowstorms in his current condition. With all due respect, she said she didn't think that wall would be enough. Ed explained that the structure was only meant to protect the supplies. Besides that, he had tied ropes around the roof and secured it tightly to the ground. He had also stored all traps and hunting tools inside the cabin to shield them from the weather. During the snowstorm week, he intended to focus on his magical engineering research in the Spirit Library. Ed told Belle that he had shelter, so she didn't need to worry too much. But he also noticed that she seemed to be concerned about something else. He asked if it was her first time dealing with a snowstorm while in a leadership position. Belle replied that it wasn't that, but she was worried about something else, though she felt speaking up would be intrusive. Ed said the way she said it only made him more curious. Still, Belle wished him good luck, clearly thinking about Janica and Annis. Back to the moment when Janica asked Annis if she had really hugged Ed, Clara asked what she meant by that. Annis became extremely nervous upon hearing it. Clara tried to lighten the mood, saying it must have been a misunderstanding or maybe the spirits had told the story wrong, but Annis said it was true. She confessed that she had flirted with Ed. Clara asked what that meant, and Annis apologized to Janica, saying she truly hadn't trusted that guy. She thought he seemed like someone who would try to take advantage of her, so she only wanted to test him. Nothing more. Annis said that kind of guy wasn't even her type, told Janica not to worry, and added that Ed had seemed like an arrogant delinquent from the start, always complaining. She asked what Janica even saw in him. Janica said that was too harsh, that Annis didn't even know Ed that well. Clara just stood between them, unsure of what to do. Annis said she was sorry for not speaking up earlier, that she only wanted to test Ed, but Janica asked why she did that when no one had asked her to. She had been extremely worried about it, barely able to sleep at night. Janica considered Annis a very important friend and couldn't handle the feeling of betrayal. She didn't know how she should feel and started to wonder if she was overthinking things. Annis tried to calm her, saying she was special, especially to Ed, and from what she could see, the two of them were in that phase of friendship that was about to become something more. Janica asked if she really thought that, and Annis replied that she did. She said that, honestly, judging and testing Ed might not have been the best attitude, but she did it out of concern for Janica, so Janica couldn't be mad at her for it. Janica thanked her for being honest. Clara commented that she had been worried, thinking that Annis really had an interest in Ed, but noticed that Annis's face was slightly flushed. Something felt strange. Clara stood up and asked Janica if that misunderstanding was bothering her that much, maybe because she had gone to the northern forest while they were away. Janica admitted it was true, then ran off, saying she was going for a walk. Clara told her to come back soon. Annis told Clara that she had already thought it through, and Clara asked what exactly she meant. Annis said she wanted Clara to introduce her to someone, a guy maybe, but added that she could break stereotypes too. She said she wanted to go out with Clara, asked what she thought about going on a date with her, and told her not to look at her like that. Annis said she felt really bad for lying to Janica, but either way, she had heard that physical distance also makes hearts drift apart. She commented that once the scholarship students completed their responsibilities, all of that would come to an end too. But a little later, Annis was completely frozen in place. That was because Professor Cleo had announced they would continue working together. She said Clebius and Onyx were doing an excellent job and it would be a waste to leave them out of the lab, especially Ed, who had performed exceptionally well. He was practically in the position of student assistant and would receive more scholarships. Cleo said that place was better suited for dedicated people like Ed than the other labs, and the environment there was more comfortable too. Annis was desperate upon hearing that. Meanwhile, Ed's magic skill had reached the proficient level. He had contracts with Mug and Marilda, and still had 2 empty slots. At the camp, Janica commented that he needed an intermediate spirit. Ed noticed that Janica seemed much more energetic, unlike the last time he had been at the camp, when she had seemed a bit down. Janica asked when that was, and Ed replied that he had already forgotten. He thought that with Janica, he felt more at ease, probably because she was a character who had completely diverged from the original storyline. She was the only person his age who followed her own path. Janica said she knew he had a contract with Marilda, but still found it strange. She said his body wasn't ready yet for a high-level spirit. Ed explained that he had used a few tricks and showed her the golden phoenix ring from Glast. He explained everything the ring could do, and also revealed revealed his future plans. Janica then concluded that if he couldn't use magic at the moment, then making a contract with an intermediate spirit was really impossible. Ed said that once the new semester began, his mana would return. Even so, Janica congratulated him, saying that among spirit summoners, making a first contract with a high-level spirit was like celebrating a second birthday. She also asked if he was really going to stay in the spirit library for the entire snowstorm, saying he was very dedicated. Ed replied that she wasn't far behind either, as she remained the top student in class. Then Ed remembered that when the snowstorm ended, the student council presidential election would take place. Since Janica was the best student, many people would be paying attention to her. Janica replied that everyone had been telling her that, but she really didn't know, since she was trying to maintain a neutral stance about it. Ed thought that in the original storyline, Janica wasn't very prominent as the top student, and due to her personality, she respected all candidates equally. Janica then remembered something and asked if Ed's sister was also running. Ed confirmed, saying that she was far more ambitious than she looked. Janica asked if he was close to his sister, and Ed replied that since he was exiled, it wasn't something he could say proudly, but they were still family. Like it or not, he would have to deal with her for the rest of his life. He said he wanted to get along with his sister, that he didn't love her deeply, but he cared about her. Janica asked if he liked her that much, then maybe it was just a normal sibling fight. Then she tugged on his sleeve and asked what Tanya liked, saying she wanted to give her a gift or maybe make some food she would enjoy. Ed asked what she had done to Tanya, and Janica replied nothing, but Ed kept staring at her. He thought Janica was terrible at lying, and that it didn't even take 3 seconds for her to confess everything. Ed concluded that, in the end, it wasn't even that big of a deal. Meanwhile, at Ophelia's dormitory, it was announced that the snowstorm would begin early in the morning. Going outside would not be allowed unless there was a very special reason. If students needed anything from outside, they should inform the maids. However, St. Clarice was still thinking about the scene from days ago, which she couldn't get out of her head. The terrifying image of a third-year senior lingered, but what struck her more deeply was a sense of strangeness. It felt so natural that she wondered if she had seen it wrong. It was as if Ed, when handing her that artifact, somehow knew her secret. She wondered if he really did know. She had worked so hard to live a normal school life, and many people had made sacrifices to make it possible, including the priests, to keep her identity hidden. But now her school life seemed close to ending in that way. It was hard for the saint to gather information about Ed. What she heard most was that he lived in a cabin in the northern forest. She thought that once the snowstorm began, she wouldn't be able to leave the pavilion for at least a week. By the time it ended, spring would arrive and the new semester would begin. If that happened, she might lose the chance to resolve everything, whether that meant silencing Ed or through some other means. At that moment, she opened the windows. She thought she was scared, but she would face the intense cold, the darkness, and Ed Roth Taylor himself. She remembered what Adele had told her, that if you spent too much time staring at white walls and ceilings, your vision would start to fail. She needed romance. A world full of colors, something she would never understand without experiencing. So the saint jumped out of the dorm window using her magic artifact, and upon landing, she had already transformed into the identity of Kylie. She thought that she couldn't allow the freedom she had gained to be taken from her. To be sure of that, she needed to find Ed Roth Taylor, so she ran toward the forest. Now, in Clebius's mind, he thought his eyes had long been accustomed to the darkness, since his life had always been filled with shadows. The most vivid memory he had was the moment when everyone in the Nortondale family turned their backs on him. Everyone except his brother. That scene in which he stabbed a sword into his brother's heart might have been a curse. His brother's final words never left his mind. Professor Cleo pulled him from his thoughts, asking if he was going to spend all his time in another lab. Clebius replied that it wasn't exactly that. He just honestly thought that the academy assistant work was too much for him. He mentioned that he had caused a lot of trouble last time, but the treatment there had been great, and he liked the place. Clara thought he had taken it badly, or had received an offer from elsewhere, but said he could stay if he wanted. Clebius said he thought he would, and the professor told him to continue like that. He thought it over and replied that it sounded good. Meanwhile, Ed Roth Taylor, who wasn't born with any physical talent, had pushed his body to the limit through training. The vacation period, during which he focused on his training, was nearly over. Up to that point, he had reached level 23 in spiritual infusion and level 4 in magical engineering, levels that could already be considered specialties. With a little more training, those two skills could be used at their maximum potential. So his final goal for the coming week was to focus on that, studying in the spirit library. Ed asked Ziggs for help and gave him a bit of money so he could use magic to clean up the debris. But in addition to that, it seemed that Ziggs had also organized the books that were scattered around. He had arranged everything with great care, there, categorizing by theme and title. Ed didn't even know he had done that. Ziggs probably had Elka's help, and the two had fun calling it training. Even so, Ed felt very indebted to them both. Now, however, it was time to begin reading all the crafting methods. Studying everything at once would be inefficient, so it was important to choose one path and focus on it. Ed's current goals were to create the Glock's Eye, an artifact that temporarily increases proficiency in all perception-related skills, and the Delheimer Hourglass, which restores the body to the state it was in a few seconds earlier, removing all damage and wounds. Ed wanted to create at least one legendary-level artifact. He had a wind amplifier, a noise generator, a greenhouse crystal, and a magic orb. With these materials, he was practicing intensely to improve his magical engineering skill. Once he became fully familiar with it, he could craft even higher rarity items. He thought that the materials were ready. All that was missing were the tools. But when he reached into his bag, he realized he had forgotten all of them at the cabin. Returning to the surface, Ed kept blaming himself for that terrible mistake while forcing his body to keep working. Meanwhile, Clarice was also in the forest, thinking that if she spent too much time looking only at white walls and ceilings, her eyesight would get worse. She needed something new, like a romance or a world full of colors. But at that moment, everything was white because of the snow. Then she finally saw a river and remembered that they had said the cabin was near one. According to the map, that was the lower part of the river, so she just needed to follow it upstream. She thought it was all starting to feel like a real adventure. Although Clarice only learned sacred magic later on, she was now more skilled than many mages. What truly set her apart was her innate ability to use sacred magic, especially the blessing that automatically activated intermediate or higher level spells whenever any hostile entity tried to harm her, reflecting the damage back to the enemy. Because of that, it didn't matter if it was a wild animal or a human attacker. Clarice never got hurt. Even so, she was very afraid of Ed. As the former heir of the Roth-Taylor family, it was possible that he had received the clergy's blessing from Telos, which would nullify her protection. Sacred magic doesn't work against those who share the same faith. Of course, it would be unthinkable for a blessed devotee to raise a blade against a saint, but at that moment, she wasn't a saint. She was just Kylie. Kylie then entered the cabin, but when she opened the door forcefully, she knocked over a bucket full of blood. The moment she saw the spilled liquid, she was horrified. When she looked up and saw the body of a dead boar hanging, she became even more terrified. Everywhere she looked, there was blood. She began to feel like she was trapped in a nightmare. That's when she heard footsteps approaching from outside the cabin. Ed opened the door and looked around, not understanding what was going on. Clarice had hidden under the table, trembling with fear. Ed accidentally triggered a trap, which made Kylie even more frightened. After that, he picked up his machete and got closer. Clarice was so nervous she could barely breathe. Ed crouched down and calmly asked who was there. When he looked closer, he recognized her and asked in surprise if it was Kylie. Ed asked what Clarice was doing there, but at that moment, she got so scared that she instinctively activated her sacred magic. The divine energy burst out and threw Ed across the room, making him knock over books and break everything around him. He stood up injured, mainly on his head, while Clarice collapsed to her knees in despair, telling herself that she didn't mean to do that. She blamed herself deeply, wondering if she had killed someone, and mentally confessing to Telos that she had committed a terrible sin. She wondered how someone like her, who was supposed to live a pure life like the snow, could have done something so grave. Ed, still recovering, got up and angrily complained, asking if she was kidding him. But right then, Clarice fainted from fear, and Ed got even more irritated with the whole situation. Meanwhile, at the Ophelis dormitory, Belmaya was already aware of what had happened. They asked if a search should be organized, but she declined, explaining that the number of staff was too low. Belmaya knew Kylie's true identity, as the highest-ranking officials at the academy had been informed by the church's decision. If something happened to the saint during the snowstorm, it could become a national scandal. The maid who accompanied her thought Belle was great at her job, always calm and rational. Instead of worrying about Kylie's safety, Belle considered it more efficient to handle the situation discreetly, since the saint was protected by sacred magic. Belle decided to go find her alone and asked the other maid to take care of the students, especially Lucy. The maid reported that, according to witnesses, Kylie had gone toward the northern forest. Belle asked if it was the same forest where that man lived, the one who seemed to have good luck with women. She thought that with the snowstorm, the two of them alone might end up warming up together by the fireplace. She didn't even want to imagine more and rushed out. She needed to find the saint before something worse happened. On the way, Belle thought about the rumors circulating about about Ed, a strange guy who lived in isolation in the forest, a man of few words who carried the bloody corpses of wild animals. Many students talked about him, but Belle knew the truth. The only real danger was people falling in love with him. Despite his cold appearance, Ed was attentive, did his work properly, and even though he was surrounded by girls interested in him, he remained focused. Deep down, he was a reliable guy. Still, just thinking about how relationships could get complicated gave Belle a headache. She imagined that Ed probably didn't know about Kylie's secret identity. When she entered the cabin, she found Ed bandaging himself. He greeted her, and she asked what was going on. After hearing the whole explanation, Belle understood the situation, but reminded him that if they didn't return soon, the snowstorm would get worse. Ed agreed, saying it really wasn't good for the housekeeper to be away from the pavilion for so long. He figured the reason Clarice was there was suspicion, even though he had done everything possible not to give any reason for that. He apologized for his rude behavior and said that the saint. At that moment, they asked if he had known the truth from the beginning. Ed explained that he was also a baptized follower of the Church of Telos, and that when he noticed her illusion magic fading, he immediately understood who she was. He asked her to let go of the chair and explained that since the beginning of the year, his plan had not changed. He didn't want to get involved with the main plot characters, but if he left things as they were, Clarice might end up doing something reckless. So it was better that she knew he was aware of her secret identity. Ed said it seemed like she was feeling suffocated, living a restricted life, and that was why she had infiltrated the academy, searching for a normal life. He said he understood that suffocation, but stepped closer and asked what she thought it meant to live freely in a forest. He wanted to know how she imagined his life was out there. Clarice then understood that it wasn't freedom, it was survival. She remembered Adele and thought that everything in life has two sides, even freedom. If Adele represented the light side of freedom, Ed represented its dark side. Ed apologized for his disrespectful attitude, even in front of someone as respected as the saint. He felt that maybe she had no one to tell her that harsh reality, so he recommended that she return now before it was too late. Then he thanked Belle for coming all the way there, but she replied that she was just doing her job. Clarice would return to the Ophelis Pavilion, where she would have a warm place and soup to heat up, far from the snowstorm. Meanwhile, Ed would stay in that cabin, surrounded by the smell of blood and the weight of reality on his shoulders. Clarice thought it was truly sad when the dream of idealized freedom fades, but felt that, at the very least, fleeing the holy city and coming to Sylvania had been the right choice, because there she found someone truly worthy of respect. Belle noticed that Clarice was blushing and wondered if she had also fallen into Ed's trap, thinking maybe she too had fallen in love. And so, spring arrived. Meanwhile, at the Laplace Bakery, Ed commented that the tea was great and said it was hard to get a reservation at that place. But Lortel replied that she wasn't there to eat, but to talk business. She explained that she could easily get a table there. The bakery's chef said she could feel free to ask for anything she wanted. Lortel commented that having such exclusive power was amusing, and Ed, observing the chef's expression, concluded that she was the only one enjoying that privilege. Lortel countered by saying that she didn't usually torment others without a reason, but admitted that it was fun. She then explained that the snowstorm caused several problems with supply deliveries to Arkan Island. The Laplace Bakery had made a huge order of unnecessary items before that, and when the delivery date arrived, they canceled everything, which was basically a fake order. Since ingredients became scarce, the situation was somewhat understandable, but monopolizing products intended for other clients was outrageous. She mentioned that business ethics still mattered. The chef begged her to ask the merchants to stop doing that to him, but Lortel said it was already resolved, just a finalized contract. Since she had class in the afternoon, she asked if she could go along with Ed, but he said the mood there was a bit heavy. Later, as they approached the faculty building, Lortel said she hadn't meant to be so harsh, but the storm had cut off the central warehouse supply, and the funds in circulation were stretched thin. Even with many assets, it was time to tighten the belt. Ed was surprised to see that even she was facing financial difficulties, but Lortel explained that managing money was her strength, and as long as she didn't increase unnecessary expenses, everything would be fine. That was when Lortel noticed that Ed was going to class without bringing any books. He explained that he would stop by the library to borrow some during his morning walk. Lortel asked if he didn't have his own books, and commented that the academy should provide that material since the costs for a student were quite high. She was almost reaching into her own purse to help and asked how much the books cost, but Ed thanked her for the gesture and said it wasn't necessary. Changing the subject, Lortel brought up the election for student council president. Ed noticed she didn't seem very enthusiastic about running, and she confirmed it, saying she preferred to focus on commerce. However, Ideally, someone favorable to her would hold the presidency, so she asked if Ed would consider running. He declined, saying he wasn't interested and that there were no guarantees of winning. Lortel said she had already expected that answer, then asked about his sister. Ed confirmed that she was referring to Tanya, and Lortel replied that she would support anyone but the princess. She'd rather die than support Fenia. Even knowing that most of the upper-year students would back Tanya, Lortel said it would be difficult for her to win. Although Tanya was the youngest daughter of the Roth-Taylor family, the class difference between her and Fenia was enormous. Ed realized that Lortel was analyzing the situation accurately. In the current scenario, the one who would become president was Princess Fenia, and even if Tanya gave it her all, the gap in votes wouldn't shrink. In the end, she would suffer a crushing defeat. Lortel asked if he supported the princess, and Ed said he wasn't sure. If he had to choose, he would support his own sister. Lortel said that was a relief, since most of the academy already idolized the princess, and she had been worried Ed might be one of them. Then she rested her head on his chest and asked if he knew how much she liked him, saying she almost got jealous. She looked at him for a while and asked if her attack had worked this time, trying to check his heartbeat. But Ed moved her head away, and Lortel sighed that it hadn't worked, wondering what she had done wrong. Ed said she hadn't done anything wrong, but that until graduation he would still be in a complicated position. Lortel, curious, asked what would happen after graduation. Ed stayed silent for a moment, until Lortel commented that she had just received some important information. She said graduation was still a long way off, of course, if he managed to survive her charm until then. Ed thought that his main goal was to graduate safely, but he knew that wouldn't be easy. There was still the final boss of this story. Only when the protagonist defeated the final enemy would peace return to the world. Only then would Ed be able to graduate safely, counting on the support of Clarice, who represented the church, and Princess Fenia, who represented the royal family. Only with their help would Taylor be able to overcome the final challenge. Until then, Taylor had to follow the script, grow, and gather his allies. Ed thought that the placement of the freshmen had also gone as planned, and Clarice had managed to maintain her disguise. He truly felt sorry, but Tanya didn't stand a chance in the elections, which meant the scenario would finally begin to return to normal. However, contrary to Ed Roth-Taylor's expectations, something was about to change inside the room of a very important girl. Princess Fenia was deciding she would no longer run for president. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, Clebius was extremely nervous. He was complaining to himself, wondering why, of all people, he had received a challenge form. He couldn't understand why someone wanted to fight him. In Ziggs's room, another student was talking to him, saying that, as a freshman, he wanted to learn from a senior. Ziggs replied that the excuse didn't convince him. The student, named Wade Callermores, stated that he wanted to prove his worth. Ziggs commented that Wade had already earned the title of top first-year student. Wade explained that this was only the first step. His goal was to challenge notable seniors, like Janica, the top third-year student, veteran Drake from the combat department, and the famous veteran Ed, whom everyone in the magic department talked about. Wade said everything followed a reason. First, he sent a challenge to veteran Clebius, who was ignoring the invitation. But if he could beat Clebius, considered the best in the combat department, then he could challenge Elvira from the alchemy department, and finally, veteran Ziggs. He added that Lucy didn't count as a challenge, and to him, Ziggs was better. Ziggs thought Wade was arrogant for believing he could beat him, then Janica, and even Ed. Ziggs explained that in Sylvania, one had to learn that being wrong was part of life. Wade said he knew defeating Ziggs wouldn't be easy, but the senior meant something else. He said Wade wouldn't even come close to Janica, Ed, or himself, and that this journey would end at Clebius. He said the boy needed a little more sense. Later on, Ziggs met up with Ed and thanked him sincerely for organizing the entire mess in the library. Then Ziggs explained everything to Ed, who asked if it was Wade, the freshman who ranked first in the first year. Ziggs confirmed and explained that Wade had been challenging all the promising upperclassmen and seemed to be interested in Ed as well. Ed then recalled that Wade Callermore's hunt for upperclassmen was an arc that happened in episode 3, chapters 3 through 5. It was explained that Wade was the son of the Northern Border Commander and was born with a natural talent for swordsmanship. With his overwhelming skill, he secured the title of top first-year student, but he was unsatisfied with that title and began challenging seniors one by one, defeating several well-known figures at the academy. He even managed to beat Ziggs himself, though it was a close victory. Still, it was a win. However, Wade's journey came to an end when he faced Taylor. Ziggs mentioned that there would be a freshman welcome event that night and asked if Ed wanted to go check out the kid's face. Ed declined, saying he already had a commitment, but thanked Ziggs for the heads up. Continuing his morning walk, Ed thought that although Ziggs didn't seem like someone who cared about those things, seeing the lively atmosphere of the academy brought a bit of energy even to him. Ed felt that the fresh air at the start of the semester made every step feel lighter. But Jay suddenly remembered something he had forgotten to mention. He had found out that Princess Fenia had been feeling down about something. something. But whenever someone mentioned Ed around her, it was clear that she paid close attention. Any mention of Ed's name, and she immediately focused, which made it clear she was more interested than she let on. Later, Lucy thought that the intense cold was already a thing of the past. A butterfly landed right on her nose, and startled, she tried to wave it off while lying on the roof of the cabin, telling it repeatedly to go away. At that moment, Janica commented that Ed's magical sensitivity had really improved, and that now, with his contract with Marilda, he could probably control an intermediate-level spirit with no problem. She said no one would believe how much he had improved in just 1 year, and Ed thought it was the perfect moment to call her Master Janica. He found her pretty cute like that, but since she considered herself dignified, he decided to play along and said all of it was thanks to his master. Janica explained that normally, to make a contract with an intermediate spirit, you had to travel across mountains and valleys until you found one that matched your wave resonance. Just having enough mana wasn't enough. You had to find a spirit that truly resonated with your mana flow. But Ed replied that with Marilda, that hadn't been a problem. Even so, Janica warned him that he had a natural affinity for fire and wind elements, so if he wanted more variety, he shouldn't keep choosing the same ones. Ed thought that made sense. Making a contract with a spirit of the same element he already mastered made control easier, but also limited his adaptability to other situations. He thought that, just like Janica, who could control all elements, he should also try to diversify as much as possible. Still, he knew it wouldn't be easy to find another spirit. Janica explained that this was why spiritualists usually saw their intermediate spirit as a lifelong partner. In the book The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, there was even an illustration of the spiritualist class wandering through nature between forests and rivers, evoking a certain romanticism with the spirit they found, as if it were a true ally and friend. Janica suggested that Ed begin training his magical sensitivity by concentrating mana in his eyes. When he opened them again, he saw all the spirits surrounding Janica. She said she had found all those intermediate spirits and picked each one out for him. Ed asked if it wasn't hard to walk around with so many, but she said the spirits liked to follow her and that she had already spoken with all of them, so everything was fine. Even so, Ed felt very unsure and confused. Then he was introduced to spirit number 1, an intermediate water spirit that looked like a pelican. Ed thought that even though the spirit was technically a lower one, it acted as if it were very important. He found the idea of having to choose his spirit a little strange, and Janica asked if everything was okay, or if he wanted to leave it for another time. Ed said everything was fine, but wondered where the fated encounter was, the romance of the story, and if this would really work out. Later on, the directors and staff of the academy were a bit disappointed because the top students, Janica Failover from the 3rd year and Lucy Merrill from the 2nd, couldn't attend the event. They were worried it would end up being dull, but that concern faded due to an unexpected presence, one of the most noble figures of Sylvania, Princess Fenia, who had decided to participate. Although the Sylvania Academy valued egalitarian culture, she was still a princess. Both nobles and commoners got nervous around her, so no one approached. In the end, only one person had the courage to speak to her during the welcome ceremony: the loyal heir of the royal family and successor of one of the 3 great swordsmanship families, Wade Callermoors. At that moment, he was winning a chess match against Fenia. She commented that he played very well, but Wade said she got too attached to her pawn. If she had let go of it, she might have won. Fenia replied that applying political theory to chess was unnecessary, something typical of royal tutors. Wade responded that it seemed she had already lived quite a bit there, and Fenia said she had learned to be more objective. One day, she thought it was better to try to understand everyone, but she began to realize that maybe she had been wrong. Wade said that in Sylvania, people learn they can be wrong, and he mentioned he heard that from Gig. Reflecting on that phrase, Fenia thought that expelling Ed had been a mistake. He had built his own space in the wild forest, and over time, his presence became increasingly strong. It was said that even among the freshmen, he was highly respected. She thought that Ed was living an upright and exemplary life at the academy, and his presence was now a constant reminder of the mistake she had made. Fenia thought that admitting she could be wrong didn't apply only to that moment. Ignoring reality didn't solve anything either, because regardless of position or status, at Sylvania Academy, learning was an obligation. She thanked Wade and said that thanks to him, she had been able to organize her thoughts and asked for a rematch. She realized that one couldn't keep running from their mistakes forever. summer, and that it would take around 4 days to clear all her commitments. After that, she would go to the camp in the northern forest. She wanted to sit by the fire and pour everything out in a conversation with Ed. It seemed a late spring had finally arrived for Princess Fenia, and for the first time in a long while, she felt light. But on the morning of the third day, the news of Ed Rothtailor's death would reach her. Meanwhile, Tanya was writing a letter to her dear father. She said that since he spent most of his time in the capital, sending letters to keep him updated had become a routine. But to her, the fact that the letter was no longer coming from the family mansion, but from Sylvania Academy made it special. It was the first time she had spent so much time away from home, and she was still adjusting, but she didn't forget the pride of being part of the Roth-Taylor family. The academic load and the Academy's egalitarian atmosphere made her adjustment a bit more difficult, but she made some friends, or rather colleagues. Tanya commented that the goal she had confidently declared the day she left home, to become student council president, was going well, but she was worried because Fenia, who was loved by everyone, was also going to run. Even so, she said she would fight until the end. She also approached Senior Lord Tell, who, despite not being much older, seemed like a complete merchant. Soon, negotiations would begin, and besides that, Tanya found it hard to admit, but ever since Ed had been exiled by their own father, there was no need for explanation. It was clearly a disgrace and a stain on the family. But to be honest, her brother now seemed much more responsible and dedicated, like a completely different person. She thought she might be exaggerating, especially since, when she was very young, she barely remembered what her brother used to be like. But recently, she had a strange dream about their childhood. It was on that peaceful hill behind the house, where in spring, lilacs and daffodils bloomed. She remembered walking up that path, smelling the flowers, being guided by two people, one holding each of her hands. One of the hands was Sister Harwian's, and the other, the one holding her hand firmly, should have been their father's, but she recalled it might have been Ed's, because he wasn't so rebellious back then. She wondered if he had truly changed. At the end of the letter, she said she had been thinking a lot about everything, and signed it with love. Your daughter, Tanya Roth-Taylor. At that moment, Crepin was holding a dagger marked with the deadly poison. He said he had already sent a reply to his daughter, mentioning the elections and the negotiation of the sage's letter, but he knew it would be hard for her to handle everything alone. So he decided to send trustworthy people to support her. Normally, sending a family representative was not allowed, but since the reason was commercial, the Academy had authorized it. When the attendants left the room, Crepin removed his gloves and said he still wasn't used to it. His hand was completely consumed by demonic power, and he casually used it to confirm the future through the crystal ball. Crepin thought it was an absolute power, that by specifying a cause, it was possible to confirm the inevitable outcome. He saw Ed Roth-Taylor being stabbed with the dagger of deadly poison, and Janica witnessing everything, including the moment when Ed fell off the cliff. Janica tried to save him, but failed. When she turned around, she was filled with hatred. Crepin commented that it was not exactly a pleasant feeling, but he believed it was a necessary sacrifice. Then it is explained what happened 3 days before Ed's death. Tanya was analyzing the voting poll results, and Fenia was leading by a huge margin. She had such high recognition that practically any citizen of the Empire had heard of her. If Princess Fenia truly decided to run, Tanya knew she wouldn't stand a chance. Tanya already knew this was likely, and unfortunately she would have to give up that hope. Maybe try again next year. Meanwhile, Ziggs walked past her and asked if she was going to the elemental practice, wanted to know if her classes were going well, and said that if she felt any discomfort, she could have tea with him any day, along with Elka. The other freshmen, seeing this, were amazed, commenting on how amazing Tanya was for talking with the upperclassman Ziggs. Even Lord Tell stopped to talk with Tanya about some business matters, and the freshmen were even more impressed. When Lucy also spoke with Tanya, they nearly lost it, saying her network was wonderful and that she was elegant, didn't show off, she was perfect. Tanya thanked them and praised their work, telling them to rest in their rooms. But as soon as she entered and closed the door, she asked herself what was going on. In recent days, her position and reputation within the Academy had risen inexplicably. She thought she hadn't done anything in particular to deserve it. But after some thought, she understood that all the attention was because she was Ed's sister. She had always thought her brother was trash, but now it was she who felt that way. She wondered what exactly was happening. At that moment, the door was opened by the subordinates of the Roth-Taylor house, Kadek and Knox. Tanya commented that it seemed her father was paying quite a lot of attention to her, and said it was nice to see them again after so long. Kadek replied that he had heard she was working hard, and said he was happy to help. He explained that he would assist in the negotiations for the purchase of the Sage's letter, gathering information on prices and the company's budget to facilitate the process. Knox said he would help with tasks related to the student council election so she could focus on her studies. Tanya said she didn't need all that, but then they said a new piece of information had been released that morning. Elsewhere, Janica commented that Princess Fenia would not be running for student council president. A royal secretary had made the official announcement, and everyone was talking about it. But Ed said there was still a chance she might change her mind. He thought about the true villain of the fourth act, Crepin Roth-Taylor, known for his flawless skills. Everyone saw him as the benevolent head of the Roth-Taylor family, but only the princess could see the darkness behind him. With royal power and control over the academy, Fenia would be the strongest ally to face him, because soon Sylvania would be in his sights. Still, he believed she had given up on the election. Janica stood right in front of Ed and said she was starting to get that feeling. The same feeling that he was about to do something reckless again. She said she couldn't bear to see him get hurt or bleed one more time, that he had already suffered enough on his own, and that if he was going to do something, she wanted to help. Ed replied that, to be honest, he wanted the princess to become the council president. Janica was surprised and asked if he was serious, since Fenia had been really cruel to him, and considering he was Tanya's brother, she assumed he would support his own sister. Ed said that in the end, there wasn't much choice, since the princess had decided not to run. Ziggs approached and commented that a lot of people were watching that scene between them, and asked if it wasn't too warm for that kind of thing at that hour. He apologized for interrupting the moment, but said he might understand Fenia's reasoning. Janica asked what he meant by too warm, and Ziggs explained that the princess was like a lone alpha wolf, who because of poor decisions led her group to their deaths. Even with an arrow pointed at her, that kind of wolf would never react. In Ziggs' eyes, that's what Fenia was going through. It seemed she had lost confidence and could no longer take action. He said he would leave the two of them alone for now, and mentioned that spring rain would begin tomorrow, so they should be prepared. Ed thought that Ziggs' animal instincts were far superior to human senses, and that his intuition was extremely reliable. But in the worst-case scenario, Princess Fenia might have completely lost her animosity toward the Roth-Taylor family, and Ed wondered what he would do if that were true. Janica commented that if it rained, it would be a good setting to train with the water spirit, especially near the sea. She said that the next day they would try to control the spirit at the cliff's edge. Ed, who had been worried before, smiled and thanked Janica, thinking that for now, he would only do what was within his reach. Meanwhile, Lucy was outside, sniffing the wind and wondering if it would really rain. But then she sensed something, quickly came down from the cabin and stared at the forest as if someone were approaching. But it was just Ed, so she lay back down to nap again. Ed thought that spring had finally arrived, but with the constant rain, it was hard to go outdoors, and the non-stop falling droplets left Lucy in a slightly melancholic mood. Still, he thought that if it was going to rain anyway, it would be better for the storm to pass quickly. He approached the cliff and said that the place was good enough, and Mug replied that it was his first time visiting it. Indeed, the cliffs were vast, a desolate and rarely visited area, but perfect for training the water spirit. Mug praised Ed's choice, saying that the intermediate water spirit, Licia, was an excellent choice. However, Ed soon noticed people approaching and asked Mug to stay quiet. These men said it was an honor to see young Master Ed because in Phase 3 of the final battle against Crepin in Act 4, the two who appeared, Kadek and Nox, were the officials who represented the shadows of the Roth-Taylor family. Ed knew very well that they were Crepin's most loyal servants. Now they were on Arkan Island, and Ed thought they looked familiar, but not exactly welcome. He said he had been expelled from the family, so they no longer needed to call him Young Master. Kadek replied that he had heard many things about him, but they were there following a simple order from Crepin to assassinate Young Master Ed. However, they knelt before him, saying they had regretted it. They brought a poison dagger marked with deadly venom to fulfill the order as if Ed were just any target. But after investigating his reputation at the academy and seeing how he lived, they saw the same spark from his youth and realized the true heir of the Roth-Taylor family had returned. Nox said they would explain everything to Master Crepin, and Kadek begged the young master for forgiveness. But Ed, still aiming at them in silence, told them not to show up with such useless talk. Kadek remarked that Ed had really grown up. It was then explained that Kadek was the Eagle Knight, the one who sliced the wind with his sword. When Ed tried to dodge an attack, he saw that another person was striking as well. It was Nox, the Firebear Knight, who crushed his enemies in flames. Ed barely managed to dodge and countered with an arrow, but his water arrows were completely blocked. He thought they truly were the servants who operated in the shadows of the Roth-Taylor family. Nox asked if Ed remembered Meliana, the girl who lost sight in one eye because of his pranks. Nox said she was his daughter, and then he attacked with all his fire firepower. Ed admitted it was true, but commented that revenge was always empty. He managed to completely block the attack and said he knew well that in the end of revenge, all that remains is emptiness. But Nox responded that he didn't want to hear that from him. Nox broke part of the shield, and Ed admitted he was right. Caddock said he had indeed matured, but claimed blocking Nox's mana-imbued mace was impossible. Ed dodged, but he knew a single hit would be fatal. Caddock said that bow was only a hindrance, which was why Ed moved so widely and couldn't focus on his surroundings. Now completely surrounded, Nox tried to hit him, saying there was nowhere to run. Ed replied that he knew that, and then his spiritual dagger hit Nox's back. Caddock realized it was telekinesis, a spiritual technique. He thought Ed had only used basic magical defense and common spells until then, just to lure them in while he prepared his dagger strike. Ed called for Mug and caused a large explosion on Nox, which made Caddock worried. Water arrows were fired at him, and even though he dodged most, one struck his leg. He wondered how Ed managed to attack in the middle of that explosion, but quickly realized it was because Ed had used fire resistance blessing. Caddock called Ed useless and asked what had happened in the meantime, but then told him never to aim at a low area again and instead to go for a vital spot. Then he used his wind attack, but when he got close to Ed, the blow was completely nullified. That happened because Ed had used Noxo, but Caddock jumped in, determined to finish him off once and for all. However, Ed's water spirit appeared behind Caddock, and he could barely believe what he saw. That arrow that hit the ground had summoned Laisha, the intermediate water spirit, and Risha bit Caddock's head, drowning him. Caddock ended up dropping both his regular and poison daggers and could no longer breathe. Meanwhile, Nox picked up the poison dagger and almost managed to strike Ed from behind. That was possible because he maintained consciousness thanks to his enormous resilience, something Ed hadn't foreseen. When the attack finally hit Ed, Marilda's storm blessing was activated, releasing a massive wind blast that struck Nox, leaving him too weak to continue. Both Nox and Caddock fell at the same time, completely defeated. Ed was a bit bloodied and exhausted. Nox commented that ending things with a single blow was a luxury, and Ed replied that it was a line Nox himself should be saying. Ed thought that their presence there meant his father had finally decided to kill him, so he knew he would die sooner or later. That's why he preferred to die there. Even so, he said that at least Nox would no longer be consumed by revenge and asked him to consider that a farewell gift for a loyal family servant. Then Ed stabbed himself in the belly with the dagger and wounded himself. At that moment, he coughed up blood and was poisoned. Janica was approaching at that moment and saw everything, including Ed's body being kicked off the cliff. She ran toward him but couldn't save him. She remained silent while witnessing the scene, and Nox thought having a witness was unfortunate, but his body was so damaged he couldn't move. That's when he felt a tremendous force, something even he, a veteran knight, had never witnessed before. A being superior to high-level spirits emerged there, a unique creature of each natural element. It was the summoning ritual of a supreme spirit, and the only one capable of controlling it was Janica. She asked Nox if he had any idea what he had just done. A colossal magic circle appeared in the sky. Few could understand its true meaning. Janica, a genius being who had already demonstrated her mastery in spirit summoning by calling upon the dark spirit Glascan, was now achieving something even greater. The scene, melancholic and engulfed in fury, rose as the price of an absolute sacrifice, burning like a scorching sun that turned the land to ashes. The creature's tail was so immense it surpassed the size of entire cities. According to legends, its fury had reduced the Outpost mountain range to mere grains of dust. That was the ruler of absolute fire spirit, Theorphis. Even partially summoned, Theorphis was already enough to destroy that entire forest. It was unnecessary to understand the magic circle, to realize that, in the face of such monstrous power, all that existed was pure and inevitable death. Nox was terrified to the point of being burned by that scorching sun. However, something saved him. A wind spirit appeared, and it was Marilda herself who told him to escape from there as fast as possible and tell the whole world what had happened. Janica asked what Marilda was doing and told her to get out of the way. She tried to push her but realized she couldn't. Marilda replied that it was because Janica wasn't the one who summoned her. Meanwhile, in the sea below the cliff, Ed raised his arm. He remembered when Lord Tell had asked about his research in magical engineering. Ed replied that it was going well. Everything he had done so far was training, but when he finally tried to create something, it was a great success. That happened because he had acquired a legendary artifact, the Delheim Hourglass. As it was single use, it was completely destroyed. Ed emerged from the water coughing and spitting, thinking stating that thanks to the hourglass, his body had recovered from the injuries caused by the fall and the curse. However, time had only been reversed for a few seconds, so when the salty water entered his wounds, the pain was still intense. Ed thought that the situation had been a bit unexpected, but he summoned Marilda to solve it, even without knowing if it would work. After having used the Delheim hourglass, an item that shouldn't even exist until the third act, Ed hadn't expected to be pushed so far, but at least he survived. He reflected that Kreppen Rothtailor, with his cause and effect magic, made everything extremely complicated. Even if Ed defeated Caddock and Nox, Kreppen would still come after him until he found a future where Ed would die. That's why he had to die in quotation marks. Ed still didn't know the true reason behind the attack, but as long as Kreppen believed he had truly died, things would settle down for a while. After all, it was hard to remain on Arkan Island without a valid justification. At the moment, they were using the pretext of helping Tanya with business matters, but as soon as the negotiations ended, they would have to leave. Ed thought that, in short, if he could stay dead until the end of the election and the conclusion of the deals, he would survive. He even thought the phrase sounded good, but the problem was that he could barely stand. That's when Tarkin appeared, climbing down the cliff. Ed commented that he was so sore he had almost accepted his death, but was glad to see her. Janica, however, threw herself on him with a strong hug, knocking him to the ground and leaving him speechless. He apologized to her, saying it seemed to be a habit of his to keep worrying her, and hugged her back. Later, inside a nearby cave, Janica concluded that if Ed disappeared until the end of the election, that really would be the best option. She said he didn't need to worry because she would give him all the support he needed. Ed thanked her but asked her to move away a bit because his body still hurt a lot. She apologized, saying she thought her warmth would help, but then got flustered and told him to forget it. Ed commented that the rain hadn't let up and he still had many things to handle up there. Meanwhile, back at the cabin, Lucy thought that if someone asked what she was doing, she would say nothing, as always. But in truth, she was waiting. The main difference was that this time, she didn't feel bored, but comforted. She could see Ed coming out of the forest, going to the fire pit to check if everything was okay. Then he would use his foot to adjust the wooden base, go to the clothesline to hang the soaked clothes, and upon seeing the tools left outside, gather them and store them in the shed. Lucy thought that, in the end, his routine was quite busy. No matter what happened, he always came back. To end the day, Ed would light the lamp, sit at the table, and start reading his magic books. Lucy would lie on the couch or the floor, and eventually fall asleep to the sound of the rain, the crackling fireplace, and occasionally the sound of pages turning. She sensed a faint smell of magic, perhaps even blood, but she was drifting off. She remembered Ed thanking her for taking care of the house, so she thought she was fine, that she would get up. That was when she came across Caddock and Nox, who introduced themselves as servants of the Rothtailor family. They said they were badly injured and had been attacked by wild animals. Lucy replied she would help, but only if they told the truth. Then she asked exactly what they had done. Later, someone examined the dagger that had been found. It bore the mark of deadly poison. She wondered why such an artifact was there, and stated that if the dagger had been used on someone, that person had certainly died. Considering the height of the fall, it was unlikely they would find the body. She then wanted to confirm the facts. She said she understood the following. Student Janica had gone to the location to train with Ed, but when she arrived, she found him impaled by the dagger and falling off the cliff. Janica confirmed that was exactly what had happened. The investigator commented that it must have been horrible and asked if she knew who the culprits were. Janica said yes, that it had been the Rothtailor family vassals, Nox and Caddock. The investigator replied that he understood. He said that as soon as the sun rose, he would notify the authorities, but then he noticed someone approaching. It was Lucy, who teleported in quickly. Janica asked what Lucy was doing there and told her to calm down. She said the two would return and explain exactly what had happened, but Lucy replied that she had already captured the assassins, Nox and Caddock. At that moment, she grabbed Ed's bow and concentrated a large amount of power. In an instant, she vanished in a beam of energy, and Janica said she needed to go after her immediately. She said she couldn't explain, but had to find her before things got worse. Meanwhile, Caddock and Nox were imprisoned and being tortured. Lucy earlier had asked if they, being vassals of the Rothtailor family, were at the academy under the pretense of helping. She wanted to know what they had really done. Nox replied that they weren't suspects, that they were legally there only to assist Tanya Rothtailor. Upon hearing that name, Lucy fell silent, but shortly after, she blasted a hole in the wall of the Ophelis dorm. Upon entering, she asked where Tanya Rothtailor was. The maids called out to Lucy, asking what was going on, but they were already prepared with magical artifacts to seal her magic. Belmaya tried to understand the situation, but Lucy, simply focusing her power, shattered the artifact as if it were nothing. She said she wanted to see Tanya Rothtailor right then and there. Elsewhere, at the same time, Wade was participating in a match and had just defeated Elvira. Elvira complained that he was getting full of himself, and Wade replied that he was flattered, but he hadn't defeated everyone yet. Ziggs was still left. Ziggs sighed while the surrounding crowd was impressed. Many believed Wade might actually be able to beat Ziggs, but suddenly, a great tremor shook the area, leaving everyone surprised. That had been caused by the explosion triggered by Lucy, and Wade commented that they needed to find the maids. Ziggs, however, said it was already too late for that. He realized that everyone had been petrified by a time-binding spell. Then it was explained that in that world, there were two kinds of people. Some dedicated their whole lives to studying every detail of magic, while others, true geniuses, only needed to see a spell once to replicate it. Lucy repeated that she wanted to see Tanya Roth-Taylor, and Janica asked why she was doing all that. While the maids guided the students, Ziggs asked what was going on. One of the maids replied that she wasn't sure, but if what Lucy had said was true, third-year student Ed Roth-Taylor was dead. Upon hearing that, Ziggs stopped while the others continued. They asked if he wasn't coming, and Wade commented if he was thinking about revenge. Ziggs apologized and told them to go on without him. He then broke down a door to access the area Lucy had destroyed. Ziggs had already suspected since she hadn't shown up after the earlier noise, and the door was locked. He figured there was only one possible place to hide in there. When he opened the closet, he found Tanya hiding inside. She was completely terrified and wondered why all of that was happening. Ziggs thought that if what they were saying was true, then Tanya would be responsible for everything. But that didn't make sense to him. Even if their relationship wasn't good, it was thanks to Ed that Tanya's reputation had grown so much. The idea that she would send someone to kill her own brother made no sense at all. Ziggs said he would ask only once and asked her to tell the truth. Was it she who ordered Ed to be killed? Tanya, terrified, answered no, swearing that she hadn't done it. Ziggs couldn't be sure whether she was telling the truth, but he knew that if things continued like that, Tanya would end up dead. Just imagining the possibility that Ed had died made him feel devastated. There were still many things he couldn't understand. Even so, Ziggs told Tanya that when all of this was over, he wanted to hear the full truth from her. But for now, he would hide her and told her that if she left, she would die, so she had to stay hidden. Ziggs didn't want to see Tanya dead, nor Lucy being blamed. He said to Lucy that he would do everything possible to stop her, but Wade asked if he still hadn't understood. At that point, their only option was to follow Lucy's orders. Even so, Ziggs decided to try to protect Tanya and said he wouldn't hand her over. Wade, seeing Tanya's terrified state, said that decision made no sense, but if Ziggs was really going through with it, then he would stop him and deliver Tanya to Lucy. Meanwhile, Lucy was using Ed's bow to fire multiple flaming arrows at the dorm, completely destroying the exterior. Suddenly, someone who had been petrified fell right on top of Clebius, and it was Dorothy, who had been caught in the time-binding spell. Clebius, shocked, wondered how someone of her level had been defeated, saying it was a nightmare. Then he saw Lucy's power above him and, upon catching her gaze, ran off screaming in panic, saying he only wanted peace, but always ended up in those situations. In the middle of his escape, he tripped and fell face first into the mud, getting a mouthful of dirt. Lying there, he thought it was normal, that there wasn't a single person in the world who wouldn't be scared by something like that. At that moment, someone approached and asked why Clebius was like that. It was Elvira, whom he thought was still in the middle of a fight. Elvira explained that she had gone to get materials because she had used everything in the previous battle. She also said that besides the #1 students, no one could hold Lucy off for long. Considering the situation, in the best case scenario, they would need to hold on for about 30 minutes until the supervisors arrived. Clebius agreed that the situation was complicated, but said he didn't even have the strength in his legs to stand. Since he couldn't fight, he decided to go to the teacher's department to inform them of what was happening. Elvira said goodbye and headed toward Lucy, and Clebius was left feeling awful, calling himself a coward and trash. Meanwhile, at the base of the cliff, Janica warned that the situation was serious, with everyone heading there, including Marilda. She explained that Lucy was completely out of control. When asked where she was going, Janica said it looked like she was heading to the Ophelis Pavilion to find Tanya. Ed, fully bandaged, stood up and said it looked like he would have to resolve everything again. At that moment, Lucy remembered something her grandfather once said, asking if it didn't hurt to fall in the rain. He said it did hurt, but that she should never forget that feeling. Over time, things like that, like being bedridden from pain or injury, would become rare when she met people who had dedicated their lives to things she considered as simple as breathing. Lucy then blocked all the powers that had been fired at her and asked if no one was really going to come get her. Since no one answered, she said it was fine. It would probably take a while, so she would go to Tanya herself. Glock commented that Lucy would become an incomparable existence, a mage of extreme power. Lucy then used temporal imprisonment on everyone around her, and after petrifying them, walked down in search of Tanya. Glock added that one day she would even forget the pain she was feeling, but Lucy replied that he was a liar. At that moment, she stepped on a trap that caused a large explosion. Even so, she blocked everything effortlessly. The one who had said it was Elvira, who was surprised because it was a type of magic she had never seen before. She also noticed that Lucy's casting time was incredibly fast. Lucy then simply hurled Elvira against the wall, making her cough up blood. Elvira understood in that moment why that was happening. Lucy wasn't casting magic like others. She was directly manipulating her own magical power, which was pure and powerful. Elvira explained that mages with affinity to mana could cast spells using their own magical energy, and that alchemists also had a similar technique because they understood magic and transmuted it into other forms, such as reagents and components for magical engineering. She then used a crimson crystal reagent, creating a massive chain of magical circuits around Lucy. Elvira said that overloading so many artifacts at once would cause all the surrounding magic to vanish. She said everything she had dedicated her life to building would be destroyed in the process, but still thought that not everyone had escaped yet. She needed to buy more time for the maids, so she cast magic at Lucy, trying to overload the artifacts. However, she realized they couldn't handle that much magic. Each small artifact around Lucy was accumulating an absurd amount of power. Lucy understood that it was possible to calculate the amount of magic needed to overload a magical artifact, but she also knew that no one had ever done that within the academy. She possessed enormous power, something Elvira had once believed was impossible until she saw it with her own eyes. It is explained that Belle Maya, the head maid, Traciana Bloomliver, the top student in the 4th year of the magic department, Dorothy Whitefelts, the best alchemy student of the same year, and 14 more maids, combined with the time Elvira managed to hold her back, totaled only 3 minutes of resistance against Lucy. After completely defeating Elvira, the wounded Elvira held on to Lucy's foot and asked if she really thought she wouldn't regret all of that. She said Lucy didn't understand the reason behind it all, and stated that he wouldn't want to see her doing this. Lucy remained silent, but replied that she would think about it after finding Tanya. At that moment, Clebius appeared before Lucy. He said he must be insane for confronting her and declared she would not pass. Even Elvira was surprised to see Clebius there. But Lucy, with a single attack, sent him flying. It was explained that the time required to defeat the best student of the 2nd year of the combat department, Clebius, was just 1 second. Meanwhile, Wade was still fighting Ziggs. He charged at Ziggs, who managed to grab a sword lying on the ground, dodge Wade's attack, and counter with several thrusts. Wade wondered if that technique belonged to the island family, and he thought that, even modified, the base was still the same. It was a combat art developed by embracing life and civilization at the Zlan mansion, mixed with the original brutality of the beast. Even though it was something completely wild, the technique worked. Even so, Wade managed to dodge one of the strikes and noticed Ziggs' guard was open. He thought victory was his, but when he tried to deliver the final thrust, Ziggs used a wind blade to knock his sword away and punched him in the face, sending him flying. Ziggs then asked if he wanted to keep going, and Wade replied that it was only just beginning, because he loved fighting strong opponents and never passed up that kind of opportunity. He jumped back into the fight even more frenzied, but Ziggs said Wade was pathetic because he didn't love fighting, he only loved winning. That was why he only sought out people he knew he could beat. Wade asked what he meant, and Ziggs said that if he really sought someone strong to fight, he wouldn't have chosen Ziggs, because the strongest person wasn't him. It was Lucy. He called Wade a coward and a scared little kitten. Then Ziggs disarmed Wade and used his technique on him. Wade was almost hit in the neck, but surrendered and asked what they expected him to do since she was impossible to defeat. He said it would be stupid to challenge her. Ziggs replied that that was his limit. At that moment, Ziggs felt another powerful tremor, caused by Lucy, who had just thrown Clebius. It is explained that the main cause of death in the world is arrogance. People who advance without thinking, relying too much on themselves, often ignore the risks. Those who don't value their own lives try to prove their worth to the world, using favors and glory as if they were their identity. But arrogant people do not deserve respect. That is why it is wise to fear someone like Clebius, because fear was his main weapon. Clebius then pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into his own leg and chest on purpose. It is explained that living like that recklessly eventually leads to a moment when a person finds themselves in a situation where their own feet can no longer move. Even if they manage to run and flee for a long time, there will come a time time when that is no longer possible. The body simply won't respond. Even so, trembling violently, Clebius began to feel more confident. These were words his father once told him, and that was what defined Clebius's faith. He transformed completely, and Elvira, frightened, asked what that was. Lucy had already prepared a pillar of flames and cast that spell 100 times at Clebius. But Clebius thought he still hadn't forgotten the promise he made not to kill anyone there. The reason he fought that way wasn't because he wanted to kill someone. In truth, it was because he was fully aware that he couldn't kill Lucy. Lucy wondered if he was getting faster, always appearing behind her. When Clebius struck her, the storm blessing activated and threw him away, but he still managed to stay on his feet. Clebius felt his wounds piling up, one over another, and amidst the coagulated blood, even more blood began to pour out. Lucy thought that, considering how much blood he had already lost, he should have passed out. Even so, the more injured he became, the more his magical power increased. Lucy was blocking the countless attacks Clebius unleashed against her. She began to understand the reason. He was using a cursed sword, a well-known taboo of the Nortondale family, the forbidden technique of the blood sword. Clebius even managed to crack Lucy's barrier with his attack. He was extremely motivated. Lucy then used her spectral magic again and fired several lightning bolts at him, but was even more shocked to see that Clebius didn't feel anything and broke her barrier once more. As a last resort, she created another barrier, this time using repulsion magic, and hit Clebius directly in the chest, sending him flying into the dormitory. At that moment, he looked much more wounded and calmer. It is explained that the blood sword technique consists of using one's own blood as the primary source of magical power. This technique is the taboo of taboos. Clebius remembered his childhood, when everyone said he was a monster who had claimed yet another victim in the family. This technique was forbidden to be taught or passed on, but Clebius's brother consoled him, saying that he was not a monster. In the present, Clebius slowly opened his eyes. It is explained that he was the one who mastered that technique on his own, becoming known as the Sword Demon, Clebius Nortondale. He thought his brother had been right, but there was one thing he couldn't deny. Clebius would never be able to defeat Lucy. She was the true monster in that fight, and it was at that moment that Lucy used Heaven's punishment. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Ziggs was trying to escape, until someone said that was the right way. It was Lortel, leaning against the door, saying that if they passed through the door at the end of the hallway, they would be free. Ziggs asked why Lortel was there, and she said she imagined most of the paths had already been blocked. Tanya had only made it that far because of Ziggs, hadn't she? Ziggs asked if Lortel knew anything about Ed, and she said maybe. He asked what she would have done to Tanya if he hadn't been there, and Lortel replied that she would have dismembered the girl. Ziggs asked if she wasn't being hasty, and Lortel agreed, saying it was true that before that she should have tortured Tanya first. Tanya tried to defend herself, saying she hadn't done anything, but Lortel just told her not to worry and told them to go through the door quickly, saying she would never beat Ziggs in direct combat. Ziggs was unsure, wondering if she was really letting them go just because she knew she couldn't beat him. He thought his now paralyzed body recognized that feeling well. That was something common in Sylvania. One must never make Lortel an enemy, because from the moment she shows hostility, no one knows what she is capable of. Ziggs kept wondering what he should do now. Meanwhile, outside, Elvira was crying, begging Clebius to stop. He had already been struck by extremely high-level magic countless times. Clebius was completely injured, but still conscious. Once again, he remembered his brother telling him not to think too much about it, that he had done nothing wrong. The ones who were wrong were those who challenged the world based solely on their own merit. His brother told him to raise his head and take a look, because that was not a curse. The image he showed Clebius was that of a true hero, someone who charged forward without hesitation toward an army large enough to cover an entire mountain. And it was only thanks to that man, Belkis Nortondale, that their family still existed. With this ability, Clebius might one day become someone like him. Clebius thought that might have been a mistake, but even so, he charged at Lucy again. He knew their family harbored the demon of the sword. No matter how much they tried to act like normal people, the moment they lost themselves, everything around them turned to blood. The Nortondales could no longer apply morality. In that state, the red-eyed monster caused carnage with each swing of his sword. Lucy fired another laser toward Clebius, but he dodged by jumping over her. When he was about to strike, he was hit by a divine punishment. Lucy was shocked because Clebius's blade had stopped right next to her neck. Clebius thought that with that kind of power, he could never become a hero. He remembered the moment when he killed his own brother, who thanked him with his last words, saying that being killed by him allowed forgiveness, because he would never hold a grudge. He asked Clebius not to feel guilty. Clebius thought that on that day, by the hands of a monster, the only person he ever called a hero had died. In that moment, he gave in. His transformation came to an end, and he reached his limit. He lowered his sword and concluded that he didn't need to be a hero. He just didn't want to become a monster. His sword returned to its original form, and he collapsed unconscious. But with that, he bought enough time for everyone to escape. When Clebius finally lost consciousness, it was explained that as the blood sword technique is used, the wounds increase, covering the body and the Nortondale sword with the user's own blood. And the more blood, the greater the magical power becomes. Ironically, it is at the edge of death where its greatest strength lies. Even so, not even that immense power was worthy of comparison to Lucy's magnitude. But that day, the unimaginable happened, something that would never be repeated. Lucy was wounded on the neck. She faced death for the first time. For someone who had lived her entire life undefeated, above all others in power, it was a feeling impossible to comprehend. The fear of death, felt for the first time in its purest form, shook her completely, leaving her consumed by uncertainty. The only thing she knew at that moment was that she had to kill Clebius, until a water arrow interrupted her. Clebius noticed and commented that, as expected, she wasn't invincible. When he saw the hooded figure, he recognized and said that damned Ed was still alive. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Ziggs was trying to figure out what to do. He couldn't waste time, but he also didn't want to make Lortel an enemy. That's when the window shattered, and even Jortel didn't understand what was happening. Janica crashed through the window and landed directly on top of Lortel, in a very awkward position. Janica shook herself dry and casually asked if Tanya was around, making the situation even weirder. Lortel started thinking that Janica, even knowing what had happened to Ed, was still smiling. Maybe she had finally gone crazy. Janica asked if she was interrupting anything, and that's when Marilda appeared, saying that, actually, she arrived at just the right time. Clebius repeated that Ed was alive, and Ed asked if it was really him. Clebius confirmed and said he had been beaten like a dog, that he knew he couldn't win, but still put his life on the line. He admitted he could never be like Ed, then collapsed face first into the mud, saying he should have just run away. He asked if he was the only idiot in that hell, if he was so weak that he couldn't intervene or stop anything after all. He said Elvira sacrificed everything she had built until that day. He knew it would have been easier to just exist like everyone else, but thought that maybe even if he died, he could become something close to a hero. But even that, he couldn't manage. Ed placed his hand on Clebius's shoulder and said he was truly grateful to both him and Elvira for what they had done, and said Clebius's fight definitely meant something. Both were stunned by that recognition, but Clebius confessed he knew he was the worst of the worst, and then passed out in Elvira's lap. Ed thought that he hadn't said those words just to comfort him. He was truly surprised. He knew absolutely every ability of the main characters in that world, and even including himself on that list, he couldn't think of anyone capable of doing what Clebius had done. The time he bought for evacuation was about 10 minutes. Alone, he managed to stop Lucy, even after she had awakened. Ed apologized for not having told Lucy anything, but he had reasons for faking his death. It was a desperate situation, and he saw no other way out. At that moment, Lucy let her hat fall and ran toward Ed, hugging him. She said she thought he had died, and Ed reassured her, saying he was alive, right there with her. They stayed embraced in the rain for a while. Meanwhile, Ziggs's dormitory could take pride in never having felt fear since he began living in civilization. But faced with that sight, even he felt a fear he had never known before. Ziggs thought that maybe Ed's death had driven them insane somehow, but Janica said she had something important to tell about Ed. Even so, Ziggs completely ignored it and cast a wind spell against the wall, catching Tanya's attention and telling her to go that way. He began guiding her toward the professor's department to ask for help, saying that since she was heir to the Roth-Taylor family, they would surely help her. Ziggs said he would stay behind to hold them off as long as he could. Tanya asked why he was doing that for her, and Ziggs replied that it was because she was Ed's sister. Otherwise, he would never have gone that far. With that, Tanya ran off, and Ziggs prepared for the imminent battle against Janica and Lortel. He knew that, no matter what he said, they wouldn't listen. Even so, he said that just like Janica, he also had someone he loved. Janica was confused and asked what he was talking about. Ziggs said that just imagining a similar situation already made him angry. It was as if his entire body burned from the inside, but he knew it was something that couldn't be avoided. He said that because it was for someone he loved, he could understand. He knew that Janica loved Ed more than anyone else, and was fully aware of how pure and sincere her feelings for him were. He told her she should use that burning passion to control herself, but Janica, without hesitation, cast a fire spell straight into Ziggs's stomach, sending him flying. Ziggs was completely burned, but still alive, and even so, Janica began beating him while screaming that he wasn't dead, telling him to shut up over and over, completely out of her mind. Meanwhile, in the dormitory courtyard, Ed and Lucy were still hugging. The spring rain fell softly, like a sigh of the season, and the droplets danced in the breeze while petals fell, revealing the essence of that moment. Emotions also followed their own course. After letting out a deep sigh and regaining clarity, even the strongest bonds began to shift. Until that moment, Lucy believed that her affection for Glock and for Ed were tied together, as if they were a single, inseparable emotion. But what once felt so solid now revealed unfamiliar nuances. Even though they were similar, there was something very different between the two connections. Suddenly, Lucy stepped out of the hug, embarrassed. Ed asked what was wrong, and just hearing her name said by him, as usual, ignited a flame in her chest. Little by little, Lucy began to understand the true nature of that fire that consumed her. It was something more. She felt something more for Ed. Lucy thought that the delicate scent of grass in the air when they were at the cabin brought a sense of peace, like a shelter. She didn't dislike him, and perhaps that was why she had grown so attached, rolling on the ground, feeling that emotion intensify. Other people, however, didn't see it the same way. Just like a smoker's body always carries the scent of cigarettes, Lucy carried the smell of grass, earth, and the fields. She believed that once someone starts noticing another's natural scent, it becomes almost impossible to ignore or detach from it. Ed said they still had a lot to do there, and judging by the situation, the administration team would take a while. He knew he owed many explanations, but for now, he would explain everything to Clebius, Elvira, Jortel, and also to Tanya, who Janica had gone to find. Ed said they would take advantage of the rain stopping to go after them. Lucy asked what he was talking about, and Ed asked if she hadn't been paying attention at all. He wanted to know how she thought she was going to escape that situation. She would probably be taken to the commission. Because of what happened earlier, both Clebius and Elvira had been seriously hurt. Lucy asked if she needed to apologize, and Ed replied yes. Those two had lost a lot by confronting her, and Elvira had even sacrificed all the artifacts she had. Clebius had lost leaders and leaders of blood. Even if the wounds were self-inflicted, it was still a complicated situation for both of them. Even so, he said Lucy should apologize. But in Lucy's mind, she had done everything she could to stay in control and not kill anyone. However, she noticed Ed's expression, who sighed before saying it was fine, that if she didn't want to apologize with him, he would explain the situation on his own. Lucy thought he had sighed because of her. She thought he hated her now, that he was disappointed in her. So she said it was fine, that she would apologize, that she would do it. Ed commented that she was smart, said it looked like she hadn't gotten too hurt, just as he expected, and told her they should get going since time was short. But Lucy was completely red. She thought that when she smelled the grass, her lungs tightened and her back suddenly warmed. She wondered how everything had ended up like that. To her, Ed was like the caretaker of a resting place. They had sat together around the campfire, eaten together, and a whole year had passed with them living side by side, bumping into each other and growing closer. Lucy was embarrassed by all of it. Ed said that it seemed Tanya still hadn't been found, and that they needed to help her. But Lucy grabbed his cloak and asked if they really had to go right now. Ed was confused and didn't really understand. Later, when morning came, at the main entrance of the pavilion, Ziggs apologized to Janica for what he had said. Elvira and Clebius were resting together. Ed commented that it seemed everyone was there now, but he noticed Lortel was acting strangely and asked what was going on. Lortel turned and said she was just happy to see him safe and sound. Ed thanked her for her concern, but Lortel said that, rationally speaking, it was obvious that wasn't true. Ed wasn't the kind of person who would die so easily. Considering all the magical artifacts he had, it was clear he had used a Delheim hourglass to protect himself. As a merchant, she knew how to recognize that sort of thing. She said she was just confirming the truth. Ziggs responded sarcastically, saying yes, of course, that was exactly it. He said she hadn't shown any real reaction. Despite how serious the situation had been, there was only a small argument, nothing more. Lortel adjusted Ed's clothing and said that of course she had never believed he had died, but seeing him like that was comforting. She admitted that she was a little worried, or rather very worried, and said that now he would have to make it up to her. Then she grabbed him by the collar, but someone interrupted the gesture. It was Lucy who pushed Lortel away. Ed asked what was going on. Lucy just wanted to push Lortel away from him, but when she got close to Ed, she became so embarrassed that the atmosphere turned extremely awkward. Lortel wondered if Lucy was also in love with him. Ed patted Lucy's head and asked what was wrong. He said Lortel was just worried and that she didn't need to act like that. He said he understood why she was so agitated. responded. It was explained that normally Lucy wouldn't care about Lortel's actions, but at that moment, her feminine intuition told her something different. Janica walked up to Lucy and pulled her forcefully, saying that she agreed with her. But Lucy pushed Janica too. The three stood in a silent standoff, vying for Ed's attention. Ziggs observed the scene and understood exactly what was going on. That's when Elvira called out to them, reminding them there wasn't much time. Ed agreed and began explaining the whole plan to those who were present. Lucy finally apologized to Clebius and Elvira, while Ed and Ziggs went out to search for Tanya, who had run off. Before reversing the people who had been turned to stone by the temporal prison, Ed explained everything about the mercenaries from the Roth-Taylor house. When the two woke up, they didn't realize Ed was alive, because he had already disappeared. Later, Clebius woke up and wondered what was going on. He realized he was completely healed. Then he looked up, saw Elvira, and asked what that was. Elvira responded by asking why all the fuss. Clebius, still confused, asked if this was the afterlife. Clebius had been practically dead, but Elvira told him to relax, since the administration team was on its way, and he would have to tell them how he managed to stop Lucy. Elvira thought that, as an alchemist, discovering something new was always a joy. Lucy apologized and healed Clebius. As for Lortel, she promised to pay a considerable sum of money, as long as Ed kept everything a secret. Even what Ed said at that moment was a surprise. Elvira told Clebius to rest for now. He asked what he was seeing, but then calmed down, sighed, and said he hoped it wouldn't have to be repeated, because in the end, the one who really stopped Lucy was Ed Roth-Taylor. Clebius confessed he hadn't been able to do anything, but Elvira thought that among so many recent discoveries, that one had been the most important to her. Clebius commented that life was crap, and he already expected Elvira to make fun of him, but she replied no, that this time he was right. She also said that life really was crap. Despite the many words stuck in Elvira's throat, in the end, she just stayed silent. The two of them then raised their heads and looked at the sky for a long time. A sky full of bright stars, stars they had never really noticed until that moment. Meanwhile, Tanya Roth-Taylor was still in the forest, falling face first into the mud. Even so, she told herself that she had to keep going, that she couldn't stop there. She believed that if she were caught, she would be killed. But unfortunately for her, no one was chasing her anymore. No one believed she was the one who ordered Ed's assassination. But she kept thinking desperately that she needed to run. Ideally, someone would stop her, but there was no one to do it. The next morning, the headmaster announced that the investigation into Ed Roth-Taylor's death had been concluded. They used a residual visualization spell to reconstruct the scene. Even though they couldn't recreate everything perfectly, Janica's testimony matched what the magic revealed. The vassal stabbed Ed, and he fell off the cliff. The Roth-Taylor family's vassals, named as the culprits, were imprisoned in a facility beneath the academy, and the punishment would be transferred to the royal palace. Before that, the academy had to report the events accurately. The headmaster said that Ed's death was practically confirmed, and they just needed to organize the details for the royal report. Professor Flubin said everything was already prepared, but the headmaster was still concerned. It was important to bring the matter to a proper conclusion, as the death of a student had a far greater impact than expected. Lucy was completely shocked when she heard about the supposed death of Ed Roth-Taylor. The professor asked if the students had been evacuated during the night, and the headmaster confirmed, saying that Ed must have been a student with great influence among the others. In the end, Lucy was stopped by a second-year student from the combat department, Clebius Nortondale, and the situation only resolved when Lucy was found in the rose garden. Not even the headmaster knew that boy was so remarkable and said he deserved to be honored. For Lucy's case, they decided to hold a disciplinary hearing, with Vice Director Rachel responsible for overseeing it. They also took statements from the injured students, Clebius and Elvira. The damages included the destruction of the outer wall on the third floor of the dorm where Tanya's room was, the wall across the hallway from the Ophelis Hall entrance, the marble floor of the rose garden, and a gazebo. While not insignificant compared to the hall occupation incident, the damage was far less severe. Rachel thought that if there were at least some sign of remorse from Lucy, it could all end with a light punishment. Other educational institutions, along with the royal family, considered Sylvania the finest academy in existence. That was because it had produced a rare genius mage. For this reason, expelling Lucy was not a viable option. Rachel believed that ideally, it should all be resolved without leaving any disciplinary record. However, Lucy showed no sign of remorse or reflection. The vice director then gave her a long scolding, wrote several pages of reports, and had Lucy sign them. In the end, Lucy's scholarship was revoked, but it didn't change anything since the Glocked Scholarship Association paid her tuition in full. Lucy accepted the decision calmly, as she knew deep down it wouldn't bring the major consequences. Even so, she was was startled when Belle Maya appeared. The woman introduced herself as Belle Maya, the head maid in charge of the Ophelis dorm, and said she had a witness. It might have seemed presumptuous on her part, but she wanted them to reconsider Miss Lucy's disciplinary punishment. Belle stated that such a punishment wouldn't truly make Lucy reflect, and suggested the penalty be adjusted. However, Lucy insisted that she wanted to sign, that she wanted to receive the punishment. Even so, Belle picked Lucy up in her arms and explained that sending her back to the Ophelis dorm would not be a punishment, but a reward. So she suggested limiting Lucy's outings for a trial period. The other maids promised to do their best to cooperate. Belle Maya guaranteed that Lucy would be watched 24 hours a day. Rachel accepted the recommendation and decreed 30 days of probation. She thought that, fortunately, there would be no disciplinary record. Lucy, confused, apologized and tried to show remorse, but didn't seem to be truly reflecting. Belle then looked into her eyes and declared that she would prove her ability to keep Lucy from running away again. Rachel confirmed that Lucy would remain under probation for the time being. Meanwhile, down at the bottom of the cliff, Ed commented that, in the end, the punishment had been rather mild. Janica said it was probably because Elvira and Clebius spoke well of Lucy. At that moment, Janica finished preparing the stew and mentioned that she used to cook that meat when she came home. It was her specialty. She also did laundry, taught spiritual lessons, attended school classes, and cooked. She was very stubborn about doing everything by herself. Ed wondered if that was what people meant by someone pure. But his thoughts soon shifted back to the student council election. There were three things that worried him. The first was that Fenia seemed to have completely lost the will to become student council president. The second was the disappearance of Tanya, who was supposed to be the villain opposing the princess. And finally, the two vassals of the Roth-Taylor family, Kadek and Knox, were imprisoned inside the academy. Ed thought he had staged the whole spectacle to make Crepin believe he was dead and stop worrying about him. But everything had spiraled out of control. Kadek and Knox were accused of Ed's murder and imprisoned. Now, he needed to free them somehow to maintain the illusion of his death and make sure Crepin continued to believe he was out of the picture for good. Ed felt that only then could this suffocating, reclusive life come to an end. He still had so much to do. Janica commented that since Ed was the young master of a duke's family, he had already been involved in all kinds of problems after being excommunicated. She, on the other hand, was just a girl from the countryside who didn't really understand Ed's life. That's why she felt like she couldn't comfort him the way she wanted to. Saying anything to cheer him up felt wrong, like she was pretending to understand what he was going through. But Ed told her not to worry so much. Janica had already helped him more than enough. Still, she confessed that she wished he would stop suffering so much, that it hurt to see him going through such hard situations. She admitted she was being greedy. Ed even blushed at her words. The two turned away, and Ed thought that being alone with Janica lately always led to moments of silence. It wasn't an awkward silence, but it made him feel strange. He thanked Janica for always caring so much about him, and she also became quite embarrassed. Even so, they knew the most important thing at the moment was finding Tanya. Janica didn't know where she was or what she was doing, but Ed was clearly worried. He said he knew a place where she might have gone. From the beginning, Ed had been surprised that Tanya wasn't like he remembered. In the game, she was always a strong, fearless, and proud girl. Now, he had seen her strength with his own eyes. Even so, he believed Tanya was fine. She was probably planning her future, with confidence and elegance, as always. However, at that very moment, Tanya was crying heavily beside Fenia. She kept saying she had never ordered anyone to kill her brother. Fenia, in turn, remembered that even before Tanya arrived, she had already heard about the death of Ed Roth-Taylor. To deal with the complicated relationship she had with him, Fenia had canceled several appointments and moved others forward to try to meet with him. But that day ended up being the day of his death. She thought that if she had been faster, maybe it wouldn't have happened. However, her petty pride had stopped her from acting. The goal Fenia had been preparing for, gathering resources since her enrollment, was to become the president of Sylvania's student council. Even though it was a weak power compared to the royal families, it still granted authority within her domain, whether inside the academy or not. She believed she wouldn't end up as a princess, who only relied on her royal status. Becoming council president meant earning her position through her own merit. She believed that, by using her own influence, and not her royal background, she could handle the darkness within the Roth-Taylor family. She was absolutely sure of that, up until the moment she admitted to herself that maybe she was someone who should never have power. It was then that Cleo knocked on the door, and the one who appeared was Tanya, completely dirty and beaten up. Fenia said that, even without knowing exactly what had happened, the Academy's preliminary investigation pointed to a high probability that Ed had been killed by vassals of the Roth-Taylor family. With Ed excommunicated, the only person left on Arkan Island was Tanya herself. Tanya said she understood if they didn't believe her, but she swore she hadn't killed her brother. Fenia then hugged her, saying she knew how much she had suffered, and asked her to tell everything that had happened. Fenia thought she had already made a mistake in the past, but she couldn't afford to make another. She had learned. She decided to believe Tanya and said she would hide her until the situation was resolved. Tanya thanked her deeply, saying she owed the princess, but Fenia replied no, that it was simply her duty. She reflected on how Tanya was a gentle-tempered girl and felt strange realizing that she had been trying to enter a political battle against someone like her. Right after that, the princess was called to the reception room. Upon entering, she realized that her true opponent was someone else. Lortel was waiting for her, asking how she was and commenting that Ed's death was truly unfortunate, but the Academy's plans needed to move forward. Fenia asked why she had come there. It was explained that in the Academy's current chaotic political situation, the only person capable of analyzing everything clearly was Lortel. She then asked why Fenia was hiding Tanya. 3 hours earlier, Lucy was lying in the Ophelis dormitory, saying she really wanted to die. There were still 29 days left until the end of her reclusion. Meanwhile, on the cliff, Licia was attacking Ed, who defended himself with his dagger. He could easily cut through the water spirits, even when another one formed right behind him. He defended against all of them at once, and after that, put away his dagger. Mug commented that his reflexes and agility were incredible. Licia said that the training would end there for the day, and noted that, for a mage, his physical and close combat skills had improved significantly. She imagined he had been dedicating himself a lot, and Ed replied that it was thanks to her. That training had been perfect, especially since Mug was very small. In Ed's profile, he was level 25 in spirit infusion, and his contracted spirits were Mug, Lacia, and Marilda, with the sensitivity and understanding attributes being 22 and 27, 11 and 10, 4 and 3. Respectively. Ed commented that training with Marilda was practically impossible, but Licia replied that she would be more useful than herself, for example. Ed laughed and said she had to be joking, since Marilda was the size of a house. But Licia explained that high-level spirits can condense their form to any size they want, which is why they can travel freely across the island of Arkan. While doing push-ups, Ed thought that strangely, he was feeling incredibly satisfied. Even with horrible attributes, his technique had reached level 15, but he knew that, from this point on, advancing to level 16 and beyond would be exponentially harder. He thought he would need a mission that granted a lot of experience. Still, he concluded that he was close to his limit. He wondered if he should focus on new special abilities or on intermediate level spells. In any case, what he couldn't do was get comfortable with that satisfaction. Otherwise, his growth would stagnate. It was at that moment that he noticed Lortel approaching. She said she wanted to witness a bit more of that divine vision, and commented that she fully understood how trapped he must be feeling right now. Lortel told him to rest whenever he felt exhausted. That situation couldn't be allowed to happen again. Ed replied that, in fact, he was relatively more comfortable than before, since he was getting help with food and cleaning. Lortel asked about Janica, and Ed said yes, most of the time. She then asked if he also had spirits beside him, gave a teasing wink, and commented that they saw everything, grabbing Ed's arm. Mug went into a total meltdown, and Risha silently disapproved of the scene. Ed asked what she was going to do now, and Lortel replied that she would soon visit Princess Fenia, believing it would be a good opportunity to talk about money in relation to the elections. But before that, she wanted to settle their deal. As she had said before, freeing K. Knox wasn't that complicated, but she didn't intend to do it for free, considering she wanted part of the payment up front. Ed asked if it was really up front, and Lortel responded by asking if she could hug him. Ed felt a bit awkward, took a deep breath, and although Lortel was confused by his movement, he gave her a strong hug, pulling her against his chest. Lortel blushed completely, quickly backed away, and placed her hand on his chest, growing even more embarrassed. Ed asked what had happened, and Lortel said that attack and defense were totally different concepts. She said he seemed confused, and so was she, but that was very different from what she had imagined. She then asked why he wasn't wearing a shirt, and said that consent should always be kept in mind. Ed replied that he only did what she asked, and Lortel said she knew that, but still leaned against him again, saying she had also come there because she wanted to hear his answer to what she once asked, that he take her side, even if just once. Ed asked what she was planning to do, and Lortel explained that soon she would have many enemies and wanted him to be by her side, even if the whole school turned against her. Then, during the meeting between Lortel and and Fenia, Lortel went straight to the point and said she was there to ask why Fenia had hidden Tanya. She remembered what Ziggs said about Tanya looking for a noble person who could help her, and Lortel thought that since no one at school knew her whereabouts and she had been seen running toward the dormitories, that was the most likely place. Fenia asked why she was looking for Tanya, and Lortel realized that despite the princess's efforts to hide it, her expression was easy to read. She said she still had matters to settle with Tanya, and as the princess knew, she was quite resentful and petty. When she saw someone more powerful, she pretended to be weak, but when she believed someone was weaker, she treated them cruelly. Fenia replied that the Roth-Taylor family was so powerful that not even the royal family could treat them lightly. And even so, Lortel thought their heiress was weak, asking if that wasn't a rushed judgment. Lortel disagreed, saying she didn't believe all Roth-Taylors were powerful. She stated that considering she herself controlled the economy of the entire island, she didn't see Tanya as someone stronger than her. She explained that if the princess truly decided to help Tanya, the situation would get more complicated, but she had already anticipated that and came prepared. Lortel declared that she would run for student council president, and that if she summoned the princess in the name of the council, Fenia would have to hand over Tanya. However, she admitted that this would only work if she had more power than Fenia, and said that in the princess's current situation, she wouldn't be able to hide Tanya for long. While explaining all this to Tanya herself, Fenia said that the Roth-Taylor family's vassals had been imprisoned, and that Lortel controlled all the routes on the island. Besides that, it also seemed that she was in love with Ed, so even if there was no concrete link between Tanya and the murder, Lortel could consider her guilty. And Fenia admitted that the situation was truly complicated. Tanya thanked the princess for telling her everything, and then Fenia asked if it hadn't been Tanya herself who ordered Ed's death, wanting to know who had done it. Tanya replied that she wasn't the one who gave the order, but admitted that she was the one who caused it all. She said the reason Caddick and Inox came to the academy was under the pretense of helping her, and the one who sent them was Crepin Roth-Taylor. She explained that the reason her own father, someone who had never cared about Ed's existence, made that decision was because she wrote about her brother every day. Crying, Tanya said she was the reason for his death and that, no matter what, she couldn't let this continue. Fenia asked what she planned to do, and Tanya said that in that environment, which was meant for learning, her brother had shown how much a person could change when they fought to survive. That's why the only way she could survive now was by uncovering the truth behind Ed's murder. And to do that, she needed to become the student council president. Fenia said that wouldn't be easy, since Tanya was being accused of killing a member of her own family. But Tanya said that for the sake of everyone who helped her, and for her brother, no matter the situation, she couldn't allow herself to remain like that. Fenia then asked if Tanya wanted her help, and Tanya asked if she would really do that for her. Fenia replied that she too owed something to Ed Roth-Taylor, something she hadn't been able to reclaim. Later, at the branch office of the trading company, Lortel's personal secretary, Liena, handed her a stack of important documents she had requested, asking if she really intended to run for student council president. She commented that Tanya was also running, and that Princess Fenia had declared her support, but even so, Liena didn't expect Tanya's approval rating to be so high, considering the recent accusations. She also asked if Lortel was doing most of the work alone, since she had even been losing sleep, and wanted to know if she would really be able to handle all of it. Lortel asked her to speak only what was necessary, and Liena apologized, saying she would send the files immediately. It was explained that with Ed's death, the election for the presidency of the Sylvania Student Council had begun. Lortel replied that for so many useless questions, Liena would soon have all the answers she wanted. It was said that everything was now in Lortel's hands, and that every passing moment carried immeasurable urgency and speed. Meanwhile, Lucy was focused, trying to balance a pillow upright, and finally succeeded, but it fell a second later. She asked how many days were left, and the maid replied that there were 27. The maid apologized, saying the proposal had only been approved the day before, and that it took a long time to process everything. She explained that the documentation team was usually very slow. Lucy then concluded that 29 days remained, and it was noted that time didn't pass the same for everyone, and she wasn't the only one imprisoned. Meanwhile, in the academy's basement, where Caddick and Inox were held, Caddick commented that Duke Crepin's judgment seemed to have been right, even without being fully developed. With that improvisation and combat ability, if Ed were alive, he could have become a real threat to the family. Inox agreed, thinking that this wasn't just about Ed's skills. The spirit summoner, willing to burn all her magical sensitivity to summon a spirit, or the mage who chose to seek revenge without hesitation, were people with strong ties to Ed, and that showed a potential that was impossible to predict. Even knowing how horrible the degenerate heir of the Roth-Taylor family had been, Inox had always wondered why the head of the family had ordered his assassination. But now he could, albeit cautiously, speculate. With that level of capability, if Ed had lived and had ideas contrary to the family's, he could very well have faked madness when named heir, fled to Sylvania, and maybe even was building an army for himself there. But in the end, Enox concluded that talking about it now was a waste of time. Then a guard stood up and confirmed it was true, saying that the most important thing at that moment was for them to escape and report everything to Chief Crepin. Everyone was stunned by that, but the guard ordered them to be quiet and not to worry, as there were people who would benefit from their escape. He introduced himself as Dune and revealed that he was an agent of the Elte Trading Guild. Meanwhile, Lucy was thinking about Ed and asked Belle Maya how much time was left. Belle immediately replied that there were 24 days and 3 hours remaining. Lucy asked to be killed, but Belle said she couldn't do that. Lucy apologized, simply repeating sorry in silence. Near the dormitory, a girl very different from the other students walked calmly. Everyone was struck by her appearance, the aura she gave off, and her shining hair. When Kylie approached, the girl vanished and commented to herself that she looked like a student, but wasn't wearing the academy uniform. She admitted there was still a lot she didn't know, and said she needed to learn a lot that year. She intended to live every day to the fullest at the academy. However, when she looked at the paper in her hands, she grew discouraged. She had thought that after reclaiming Pavilion Is, she would soon meet Miss Tanya again. But now, Tanya was missing. She was also surprised to read in the academy newspaper that Tanya had entered the student council race and was competing against Lortel. But the most shocking news was Ed's death. The Roth-Taylor family's servants, the same family that disowned him, were among the prime suspects. She thought that the image of that cabin during the winter snowstorm was the perfect representation of how her senior made her reflect on the meaning of freedom. She could still feel as if it had all just happened. Knowing that the first friend she made at the academy, Miss Tanya, was being named as responsible for this murder made everything even harder. Even trusting Tanya, the news that the servants had escaped from prison further damaged student morale. The atmosphere at the academy was gloomy and depressing, especially around Cleo. The headmaster went as far as to say that a significant workload seemed directly tied to the death of student Ed, and that he wished for a professor to take full responsibility for the case. Someone who knew something about Ed, had a connection with Klebius, and knew the student Lucy. No professor from the magic department matched that profile, but Flubin mentioned Assistant Professor Cleo. Cleo had even more work to do, and commented that whenever that happened, Ed would help. She said that people often don't value what they have until it's gone. She looked at Annis, who also didn't seem well. Annis thought that even though their connection was brief and had no future, she still felt a painful tightness in her chest. Still, she thought she needed to stay strong, and when she saw Ed's image in her mind, she decided she had to endure. But the one who testified about the true culprit behind Ed's death was Janica herself. Annis thought that if it was already hard for her, it must have been even harder for Janica. Even so, Janica was in good spirits, saying she would try making curry for the first time. She told Annis she thought she was good at cooking, and asked what she thought. Annis replied that she had a bit of trouble with fire, but believed she could manage. Then she stood up and hugged Janica, asking her to pull herself together. She said that man was no longer there, he was dead, and that she needed to accept that. Janica responded that it wasn't about that. The spirit beside her said it wasn't the time for that, but Janica told him to be quiet. Later, when she was with Ed, Janica said she had heard that Tanya had appeared again at the academy. She had been hiding with Fenia all that time, but now seemed to have decided to actively cooperate with the investigation to prove her innocence. Princess Fenia made an official statement supporting Tanya, which helped recover part of her popularity. However, the students who supported Lortel gathered in much larger numbers. The registration for candidates hadn't even ended yet, but the atmosphere already seemed completely in favor of Lortel. Janica then asked if Lortel had done anything while she was there. Ed realized that this was going to be a problem. Janica commented that it wasn't her business, but if things continued like that, something bad would happen. Ziggs appeared next and said that Lortel would probably end up becoming the new student council president. He explained that he came because of the promise he made to Ed, but he also saw that Janica was there. He said that personally he didn't mind if Lortel became president, but the escape of Kedek and Nox had further strengthened the accusations against Tanya, as if she were responsible for Ed's murder. Ziggs said he had gone to see Fenia and Tanya at the princess's request. Even after their conversation, he realized that Tanya was not doing well. Tanya was, as Ed's sister and a classmate of the class leaders, she had always been a notable student, even without running for council president. Now, being accused of murder, all the academy students looked at her with suspicion. Soon, the registration period for candidates would close, and Tanya would have to speak in front of everyone, but it didn't seem like she would be able to handle it. Ed said he already understood and didn't need to hear more. He thought they were now in Act 3, Scene 2, the election for Student Council President. He knew this episode had no battle scenes as far as he remembered, but it was a a part of the script designed to clearly show the human connections the protagonist had built during his time at the academy. Following the classic path, Taylor would actively support Princess Fenia's faction, since she had expelled Ed and saved Taylor at the start of the semester. But of course, an election campaign wasn't about convincing every student individually. The class leaders of each year had great influence over the other students, so the real objective was to persuade those leaders, especially the ones connected to the chosen candidate. Lucy found everyone annoying and didn't vote. Janica wanted to give one vote to each candidate. Wade supported the princess, while Dorothy was on Tanya's side. In the end, the only ones who could truly be convinced were the class leaders, a total of 8. Whoever gained the support of 5 or more would win the election. If Princess Fenia became council president, Taylor would receive direct support from the royal family, which would be essential until the end of the story. In Act 4, during the confrontation with Crepin-Roth Taylor, royal power would be vital. The same applied in the battle against the final boss. Keeping the main scenario flow was a matter of life and death. On one hand, it was a weapon for personal benefit, but it was also the safest method to survive the trials to come. Even though small parts of the story had already changed a lot, the main flow still needed to be preserved. Princess Fenia needed to become president. If she kept hiding, public opinion about Tanya would only worsen. To stop Lortel from becoming the new president, Fenia might have to run again. Ed thought that maybe it would be better to reveal his survival to Fenia and convince her to run for president, or try to persuade all the class leaders he had a connection with to balance the situation. There was still time before the official registration deadline to make sure the princess entered the race again. But he also thought about Tanya, the sister who was supposed to disappear from the story as a momentary and unimportant villain, but who had now become a murderer because of him. She was facing a trial that wasn't even part of the script. Ed wondered if he would have to choose between following the script or protecting his sister. Ziggs noticed that Ed was full of doubts and suggested canceling the meeting for the day. But Ed refused. He said it was time to begin, that they needed to check the results of the training so far and review a few things. He commented that moving the body helped to clear the mind when it was clouded. Ziggs thanked him for that. He said he hadn't had a decent duel in a long time either, so he wanted to stretch his body. They both agreed that a light duel would be a great idea. Meanwhile, Tanya was once again thinking about her old memories, which had suddenly come back. They were distant memories, but she could recall them perfectly. They were memories of 3 siblings walking together through a garden full of flowers: Arwen, Tanya, and Ed. She thought that was the last memory of them together. After that, her life was marked by pressure and responsibility. But at least before all that, she had a few happy moments with him. At the same time, there was a protest in front of the princess's estate, demanding that Tanya renounce her candidacy. She wondered how things had ended up like that. Ed thought that helping or not helping Tanya, who was in trouble, was something that could completely change the course of events. That's why he was still hesitant. Besides, even the things that had already gone off script, he still couldn't understand exactly what had caused the change. Ziggs was preparing his greatsword, and Ed thought of him as the strongest second year, except for Lucy. However, he was someone who, due to exhaustion and poor opponent choice, should have been defeated by Wade, but ended up winning. Ziggs started the battle with a large slash from his blade, and Ed thought the strike seemed small, but couldn't underestimate it. So instead of dodging, he decided to block. He thought Ziggs was indeed one of the strongest in this scenario, so he used a basic defense spell, wanting to see how much he himself had grown. In the middle of the smoke, Ziggs took advantage and moved quickly, and Ed was surprised by the speed, unable to understand how he moved like that. Ziggs nearly landed a deep blow and was even shocked himself, as it should have been hard to dodge. That's when he saw the spiritual dagger stuck in the ground, and thanks to Mug, Ed caused a huge explosion. But he noticed that Ziggs's evasive movement wasn't normal. That was it. Ziggs was using telekinesis to move his own body during combat. Ed concluded that no matter how precise your physical or magical movements were, this wasn't something you could copy. It was a skill that required practice and senses far beyond theory. Then Ziggs launched ice spikes toward him, and Ed thought the attack was strong, but clearly just a distraction. Ziggs was buying time to use an even more powerful spell. Ed commented that they weren't supposed to go easy, and Ziggs replied that at first, yes, that's why he had planned to use only a sword. However, he decided to prepare a high-level spell, Mana Armament, because he remembered that training should be just like real battles. Another massive explosion followed at that moment. Meanwhile, Janica was wondering if Ed would complain about the curry. She had put in a lot of carrots and hoped no one hated the food, since everyone would be hungry afterward. After a long time of destruction and intense exchange, Ed was quite injured but still able to block Ziggs's attacks. When his barrier broke once more, he prepared his water arrows and fired 3 of them. Ziggs managed to defend with wind magic, and Ed thought about wind mana armament. It was a magic that turned the user's magic power into weapons. Generally, mages didn't even need to use weapons, but since Ziggs could wield them so easily, this type of magic had become perfect for him. Then Ed realized that Ziggs had used telekinesis again and appeared right behind him. He thought that kind of movement was impossible to predict, but at the exact moment Ziggs was about to land a direct hit, Ed activated Marilda's Storm Blessing, which pushed him back with a very powerful blast. Even so, Ziggs managed to hold his ground and didn't get thrown too far, although he was quite injured. That was when Ziggs stepped onto one of the spells Ed had prepared. Ed was impressed by how fast it happened. What he had set up was a spiritual field called Manifestation. From the small bubbling puddles, several clones of Rhea emerged. Ziggs quickly eliminated the first one, but it distracted him, and he didn't notice that Ed was right behind him, ready to use the single-point explosion. Ed had already expected Ziggs to be incredibly strong. By learning mana armament, he became someone capable of growing in accordance with the scenario. Thinking about that, Ed concluded that if things continued this way, they wouldn't have any trouble dealing with the enemies to come. Ziggs commented that it had been impressive, and as he thought, he couldn't let his guard down against Ed. He said he would now fight seriously and activated the advanced mana armament called Convergence. Ed immediately realized what it was and sent Rhea to attack, but when she got close, she was easily destroyed by the gravitational force caused by the resonance of the convergence. Ed thought that at the beginning of Act 3, he believed Ziggs had already shown all of his potential in this scenario and didn't expect to see him use that form so soon. The only time he had witnessed it was in Act 4, Chapter 7, during the Cathedral invasion. That was Ziggs' final combat form, the Spear of Nature. Ziggs explained that to fight someone like Ed, the best option was to use brute force rather than trying a psychological battle. He then launched several convergence blades at Ed, who used fire magic to defend himself, striking each of the blades. Even so, he thought he was running out of mana. Although the single-point explosion was a low-cost spell, he didn't have many options left, and the real problem was that a second attack was coming. Ed placed one hand on the ground and prepared his defense. Inside the barrier, he grabbed his magic tool, the enhanced shockwave orb. Ziggs noticed it and said that if Ed was using a tool, it meant his mana had run out, so this would be his final move. He charged with the Spear of Nature straight at Ed's face, but was surprised when Ed used wind magic to protect himself, despite supposedly being out of mana. Ed replied that if Ziggs was going all out, he would return the favor the same way. Then he activated Glass's Golden Phoenix Ring. He thought he wouldn't be able to use it for long like last time, but he would extract the minimum amount of magical power and materialize it at the right moment. After a great effort, someone finally spoke to him. The voice said he had managed to summon her without Lucy or Janica's help. It was Marilda, who appeared in her human form and said that Ed had made great progress. Meanwhile, the protest at the academy continued. People wondered why there were 4 candidates, since the result already seemed obvious. They said the winner would be Lortel, who had a massive following and was the head of the company. Liena asked Dune what he would do if she really won. Dune replied that, in that case, no one inside the academy would be able to stop Lortel. Lortel, for her part, said, "Oh heavens," when she saw Tanya, commenting that she looked beautiful and asking what had happened. She said Tanya looked nervous, but Tanya walked by confidently, only saying that she did not kill her brother. Lortel was impressed by that presence. Tanya stood in front of the microphone in front of everyone and began her speech, introducing herself as Tanya Roth-Taylor, currently running for Student Council President. The crowd fell completely silent. She, visibly nervous, continued her speech, while Lortel watched and thought it wasn't bad at all. Tanya was managing to keep up appearances as if nothing had happened. Maybe she was trying to prove her innocence, or maybe she truly had a knack for politics. But Lortel noticed that 10 minutes had already passed since the speech began, and no one had reacted to Tanya's words. In the end, Tanya thanked them and said that was all. At that moment, the crowd started calling her a murderer, booing and throwing paper balls at her, demanding that she explain the accusations against her. They shouted, asking how long she planned to keep denying it, and brought up the internal conflicts of the Roth-Taylor family. While thanking them, Tanya was struck by several objects until she tripped over a bottle and fell. People were being extremely cruel to her. She wondered if she had made a mistake by stepping onto that podium. Maybe she should have run away from the academy. She needed to escape now. But just as some people were preparing to grab her, a wind spell blew everyone away. Tanya was completely confused, but she saw Marilda, and riding on her was a hooded figure. Tanya thought it was as hazy as those memories. She couldn't tell whether they were real or just dreams. She couldn't remember clearly, so she gave up trying. But there were moments when those memories became so vivid that it was impossible to doubt them, as if she could never forget them again. Of course, the person riding Marilda was Ed, who said he had many things to explain, but needed to deal with the situation first. A few days before he appeared on the podium, Marilda had already said that Ed had made immense progress, stating that the efficiency of his magical power had greatly improved. There were still restrictions on what he could do, but it was already enough. Marilda used an updraft to hurl Ziggs into the air, and Ed found it strange. He reflected on Ziggs' growth as the boy fell headfirst toward the ground. His ultimate form had already been activated. The amount of magic used wasn't even that great, but he had completely depleted his mana reserves. Marilda commented that the efficiency was good, but admitted she didn't like that human form. She said it was hard to talk with such a small mouth, and that her skin was so thin she felt cold. Ed thought that by using every magical technique he had, and with Marilda's help, he truly became very powerful. But it was at that moment that Marilda sensed something strange coming from Ziggs, and Ed thought victory should be his. Marilda reacted too late, as Ziggs had already attacked. However, at the last second, Ziggs stopped because Ed had surrendered, saying he had lost. He dissolved his spear and said he had learned something that day, although he still couldn't believe how strong Ed had become in just 1 year. Ed thought that Ziggs was stronger than in the original story. Maybe his calculations had been wrong. He said Ziggs was really strong, and Ziggs replied that he would continue training with or without him, but seeing Ed grow stronger every day was a great motivation. The two of them sat down, exhausted and covered in injuries. Ed reflected that he tried to keep the story's flow on the right path, and his knowledge of the future was part of that. But there was one absolutely essential condition for Taylor to win the final act. That's why Ed believed this was the only correct route. Even with the route so messed up, countless dangers and unexpected events had arisen that he hadn't anticipated, yet he still managed to keep everything on track. As a result, he began to fear more and more the factors outside of his control. He hesitated when deciding whether to save Tanya or not. When he found out that Kadak and Nox had escaped, he realized that the little of the original route he wanted to follow had already slipped from his hands without him noticing. Now he had to focus on what he could still control, Ziggs, who would become an essential ally for Taylor in the final act, needed to get stronger, and as a precaution, Ed became stronger too. Above all, he had gained reliable companions. Even if it seemed naive to think that way, he felt it was okay. Maybe straying from the original route didn't mean the ending would be bad. At that moment, everyone started running and fleeing the podium, but Joseph asked for calm, saying he had seen that high-level spirit before. Others also said they recognized him. It was Ed Roth Taylor. He had really been alive all along. Ed took the microphone, introduced himself as Ed Roth Taylor, and said he had not been murdered by Tanya Roth Taylor. He stated that, first of all, he was there to support his sister more than anyone else. It was then explained that Janica, the top student of the 3rd year, Lucy, the top of the 2nd year, and the Imperial Princess Fenia had already declared their support. The top student of the Combat College, Klebius, the top alchemy student Elvira, the 2nd-year student Ziggs, the top 1st-year student of the Magic College Joseph, and the best overall 1st-year student Wade were also on his side. But before all of that, Ed said that as part of Tanya's family, he had always supported her and wished her vision as a candidate to be presented fairly. By saying that, Ed finally felt he could breathe a sigh of relief. Later, near the administration office, the administrative director asked if it was true that he had been stabbed with a poisoned knife, used the Delheim hourglass to survive, lived alone in a cave, and was rescued by Janica Faylover. After that, he went straight to the podium to save Tanya. And yes, all of that had really happened. Ed, with the expression of someone who hadn't slept in 30 days, confirmed with a simple yes. The administrative director replied that it was fine. This would be the last interrogation. Ed had already lost count of how many he had gone through, especially after reaching double digits. He was too exhausted, but he was called again. Someone announced the 3rd-year student from the School of Magic, Ed Roth Taylor, and the one calling him was the director himself, who told him to come in. The director explained that he had read all the reports and acknowledged that Ed had gone through difficult times. He apologized for the academy's and the security team's inexperience for allowing that incident to occur. Ed replied that it was by no means their fault, as the other party had prepared carefully. Even with security measures, it would have been difficult to prevent something like that. The director said he appreciated that perspective, but pointed out that, looking at the timing of everything, it all felt very artificial, as if someone had waited for Kadek and Inox to escape, faked Ed's death, and only then made him reappear. He made it clear that he didn't intend to get involved in the internal conflicts of the Roth Taylor family, but as someone responsible for the academy, everything that happens there must be reported to the Imperial family. He said that as soon as he reported that Ed was alive, the Roth Taylors would also find out, which he believed was something Ed didn't want. Ed asked if it was possible to delay that report a little. The director asked why he would take that risk, and Ed explained that, as the director might suspect, the one who sought his death was his own father, the patriarch of the Roth Taylor family, Crepin Roth Taylor. The director said he didn't care about what happened outside inside the academy, but Ed insisted that even though they were one of the Imperial Pillar families, the Rothtailers were trying to do everything quietly, without anyone knowing, and that this could become a major problem in the future. The director interrupted him, saying Ed's grades had improved significantly, as had his reputation among the students. His younger sister Tanya Rothtailor also showed great potential. Among the upperclassmen, Ed had an excellent reputation. He remarked that this sudden change felt like Ed had become a different person. Even so, he reaffirmed that Sylvania would always stand by its students, and a talented student like Ed would certainly have the Academy's support. He told him not to worry, that he would keep that in mind when making any decision, and authorized Ed to leave. Ed thought the director probably understood the whole situation, but still chose to turn a blind eye to it. Even so, the fact that he was alive would never leave the Academy. Later, Clarice, or rather Kylie, informed that Miss Tanya's schedule was finished for the day and that Tanya felt happy with that, and remarked that now that she had become the student council president, she would work for the good of everyone, though she might still be a little biased, since she was human like anyone else. She asked Ed to let her know if anything happened to him, and promised to help however she could. He watched Tanya walk away with a smile on her face, and then Lortel appeared, saying that the phrase, "we are family," was pretty nice. Ed asked how long she had been there, and Lortel replied that she had been there since the moment he said that embarrassing line. Ed said he had heard the rumors and asked if she was okay. Lortel replied that she was, that everything was going according to plan. The decisive factor in Tanya's election was the scandal involving embezzlement and abuse of authority, which had been deliberately orchestrated by Lortel. Even the act of overshadowing the other candidates and turning the election into a one-on-one competition was something she had calculated. Her visit to Princess Fenia to show hostility toward Tanya was a way of pressuring her to run. Both Tanya and Fenia felt a strong sense of guilt over Ed's supposed death and would be ready to help him if he returned, as he did. Lortel told Ed that even though she knew she would soon have many enemies, she still wanted to keep him as a friend. When he understood her plan to save Tanya, the training battle with Ziggs served to eliminate the hesitation that still lingered inside him. Saying he saved Tanya simply because they were family wasn't a lie, but saying that was the only reason would be. The fourth act was a battle against the Rothtailers, and he was the enemy of that family. Tanya still belonged to them, so she was the best double agent he could have. But only those who understand the darkness of the world need to know those truths. Like the girl who lives surrounded by misfortune, Lortel. She said that her notoriety at the Academy had been quite high lately, and since Tanya didn't like her much either, she would leave things in Ed's hands for now. Ed replied that she had a terrible habit of trying to control everyone around her, and Lortel simply said that was just her way. He asked if she was really okay, and she answered that the rumors weren't affecting her profits, and that from the start, she was the villain of that academy. As long as Ed didn't become her enemy, she would be fine. It was explained that there are always hidden desires in human relationships, which is why it's hard to know exactly what people's intentions are. Now the scene was about to begin a new phase. The future of Princess Fenia, who no longer held her former position, was unknown, and Ed also didn't know what would happen in the power struggle between her and the Rothtailers. He wasn't sure of anything and could only wait and see. Ed noted that it had been a month since he had last gone to the cabin, and thought there were a few things he needed to take care of. To restore the camp to normal, he had to lower the fire and clean what was still messy. When he walked in, he found Lucy lying on his bed, sleeping deeply and drooling on the pillow. He sighed, picked up a dusty book, sat in the rocking chair, and thought that for now he would rest, because he was finally back at the camp. 3 days later, when news of Tanya's election spread, Janica asked if she would be one of the evaluators. She was talking with the spiritual studies professor, Melina, who wore a rather revealing neckline. Melina asked if Janica didn't want to earn some extra points. Despite it being hard to compete academically with professors, Janica, at her age, was already dealing with high-level spirits and was better than many active spiritualists. Melina mentioned that the joint combat training would be held soon and that it would help reinforce Janica's dignity as a senior student. But Janica said she didn't want to strengthen her image in that way. Even so, Melina said that she was the best spiritualist in the academy, always cheerful, always smiling, as if she were the happiest person in the world. She added that she knew Janica was dating Ed. Janica looked confused and asked what she was talking about. Melina told her to stop pretending, since they spent so much time together, had private lessons, and wherever Ed went, Janica went too. She said that lately, every time Janica had free time, she was near him, and that she often smiled for no reason during class. To Melina, that was typical of someone who had just started dating. Janica asked her not to bring up that kind of subject, but Melina said she had never noticed it herself, yet everyone already knew. Everyone knew that she was dating Ed Rothtailor. To continue telling the story, one must go east of the region of Esparta, a place that can only be reached after 3 days and 3 nights on horseback. In the southeastern part of Esparta, there is a mountain range known as the Land of the Pulin Farms. Following the Pulin rivers deep into the mountains, one eventually arrives at Torin, a small agricultural village nestled among the peaks, with fewer than 300 inhabitants. Janica Failover was born there and lived in that village. She communicated with spirits even before she could speak or crawl. She was clearly a prodigy, the shining light of that place. Occasionally, outsiders would show up, and Janica especially remembered a boy who worked as a postman. He was the only person who spoke to her formally, since Janica was one of the few young people in the village. Most had already moved away. For much of her life, Janica was the youngest and most beloved in the village, so that formal way of speaking was strange to her. Perhaps due to her kindness and warmth, the postman began to feel more comfortable and eventually spoke to her more casually. The village girl grew up surrounded by love and never lacked anything. She was adored by everyone, even a bit too much, including by the postman. Perhaps it was inevitable that he would fall in love with her, but Janica, not knowing how to handle those feelings, ended up rejecting him. He ran away from the village and did not return for quite some time. However, sometime later he came back with an unexpected letter, an admission letter to Sylvania, addressed directly to Janica. Before leaving, he spoke to her formally once more. It had been 3 years since Janica entered Sylvania, and nowadays she could barely remember the boy's face, but she still recalled what had struck her deeply. She feared rejection, afraid that someone close to her might start treating her with distance. She was lost in thought about this while reading a letter. The receptionist called her attention and said that she knew the past few days had been difficult for everyone, but if she had any requests or questions, she should feel free to ask. Janica was in the administrative office of the Trix dormitory and replied that, after reviewing the documents, she could easily handle the administrative task. She explained that the letter she was holding was a request to leave the Trix dormitory. The receptionist was surprised, as she had no idea why Janica was being evicted. But if even Janica didn't know, perhaps someone else could find out. Surely many people would be willing to help her through such a difficult time. Janica had always had many people around her in the past, but for someone who considered attention a burden and wanted to avoid that kind of involvement, bringing up such a topic was difficult. This became a subject of conversation with her closest friends. Anis remarked that she should have realized Ed was alive, since Janica had been very cheerful lately. Janica apologized, saying she had her reasons. Anis replied that it was fine. She was sure Janica had no other choice, but she wanted to know what her concern was now. Janica explained that, as Anis well knew, she was very bad at turning people down, and also not the type to ask for something out of fear of rejection. Anis agreed, but said that if she kept doing everything for Ed without asking anything in return, she would end up as his personal maid. She asked whether Ed could continue living in isolation, doing everything as he pleased, while Janica cooked and cleaned everything. Janica replied that no, she did it because she wanted to. Ed had never asked her for any of that, and this time, she was the one who wanted to ask something of him. However, because they were so close, she felt uncomfortable. Maybe the kind of relationship they had made it harder to make that request. Anis suggested that maybe they should create a little distance between them, which might make it easier for her to make that kind of request. She said that if Janica was that aware of what was happening between the two of them, maybe it was time to calm her heart a little. Anis grew nervous, wondering if it was really possible to create any distance between her and Ed. First of all, asking something like that of Janica was practically impossible. Maybe if she did truly pull away, that man would be left alone. But at that moment, Janica stood up, interrupting Anis, thanked her, and said she had a great idea. She walked out beaming, and Anis stayed there, unable to stop her. She wondered what on earth she had said to poor Janica, what exactly she had done to make her leave in that state. Meanwhile, Ed was advancing to a new level in magical engineering. He had already reached level 6 in proficiency, level 7 in magical engineering product understanding, and level 4 in rapid production. He had unlocked new formulas, but one in particular caught his attention more than any other. It was the Thunderstruck Millennial Scepter. The formula was simple, and the scepter was extremely powerful, classified as a high-rarity item. The issue wasn't in crafting it, but in acquiring the ingredients. The wood used to make the scepter couldn't come from an ordinary tree. It had to be from a millenary tree that had been struck by lightning. Even though it only appeared as the final reward in the protagonist's third act inventory, it was hard to find or buy. Millenary trees weren't common, but in that forest where he was, there was one. It was Marilda's garden guardian tree. The real issue was the lightning. While thinking about that, he looked at Lucy, who was sleeping in a hammock on the roof. When Ed woke her up, his face was very close to hers, which startled her so much that she climbed up a tree like a cat. Ed commented that it wasn't the first time he had woken her up like that and asked why she was so surprised. He apologized, saying he didn't mean to scare her. Lucy replied that it was fine and asked what he wanted to say. Ed said it wasn't anything urgent. They could talk later since it was about time for her to leave anyway. Later, Janica appeared. Ed commented that she was a little late. Janica agreed, saying she was about 10 minutes late, but Ed said he wasn't judging her for it. He just found it strange since she was never late. He asked if something had happened, if she was okay. Janica replied that there was no reason, she was just late. She thought she might be doing it on purpose to create some distance between them, but Ed didn't seem to care. He said she was an extremely busy and in-demand person, so it was fine to be late now and then. Still, she had come to help with a sensitivity training session, and he offered her tea. Janica accepted, but wondered if her distancing plan had failed and how she should proceed with it. At the end of the day, Janica commented that Ed had already become very skilled in such a short time. He handled the spirits very well, and his sensitivity was excellent. She said it would take longer to control Marilda's powers since she was a high-level spirit, but his handling of Mug had improved a lot. They had great affinity, and the compatibility between the two was excellent. Mug replied that he didn't think he deserved so much praise, but promised to work even harder. On the way back, they encountered Belle Maya, who had come to fetch Lucy. This time, Lucy wasn't sleeping as usual. Belle Maya said that Vice Director Rachel needed Lucy, who was the top student of the year. She also said she had been very shocked to hear about Ed's death and was relieved that he was safe and alive. Ed apologized for causing such a commotion, explaining that he had his reasons. Right after that, he and Belle Maya exchanged a long look, which left Janica a little confused. Belle Maya remarked that, as a maid, she was usually in an inferior position to the students, and asked if Ed knew that. Ed replied that yes, he understood, but even so, he refused to speak informally to her. Belle Maya said she would leave then, as maids didn't have time to worry about ways of speaking. Ed said that was fine. He would continue speaking to her formally. Belle Maya was visibly irritated, and Janica thought she had never seen that expression on her before. She hadn't known there was this kind of clash in values between them. Hearing the talk about speech styles, Janica remembered the mailman and everything that had happened in her past. Belle Maya told Janica that she had been worried about her since she left the Dex dormitory and said it was good to see her in good health. Janica replied that being close to friends wasn't such a bad thing after all, and Belle Maya said she would be going to prepare for the inspection, as she needed to make Lady Lucy a bit more presentable. Before leaving, she said she hoped neither of them would have trouble with their studies, especially Ed. Suddenly, Janica called Ed and asked if they could start speaking formally to each other. Ed was confused and asked why. Janica replied that maybe it was because they hadn't known each other for that long, or maybe it was something a bit awkward, and she wanted to keep some courtesy and politeness between them. At least try it once. She asked politely. Ed thought that if she insisted, then that was fine. Since curfew was near, they wouldn't have much time to talk anyway. Then Janica greeted the Honorable Sir Ed, and he replied with an "ah yes, of course," trying to keep his composure, but he felt that something was off. His voice barely came out, and it seemed that Janica's emotions were affecting him too. She was clearly embarrassed and anxious, and somehow he began to feel the same. 3 minutes later, sitting in front of the campfire, they tried to speak at the same time, but said nothing. Ed thought he had experienced awkward silences with her before, but this time it was much worse. This time, he knew their relationship was close, so he wondered why she was acting that way so suddenly. The problem was that the idea had come from Janica herself, and she clearly hadn't expected the atmosphere between them to become so strange. Ed wanted to break the tension but didn't know what to say. Janica, completely red in the face, quickly stood up and said that curfew was almost upon them, so she had to go. She said goodbye formally, saying she would see him tomorrow, Sir Ed, with great respect, and ran off. Ed stood there not understanding what had just happened, wondering what the hell that had been and whether it would stay that way from now on. The next morning at Marilda's guardian tree, she asked Ed if he intended to keep speaking so formally with Janica. Ed asked why she was asking that if she could see everything that happened. Marilda explained that it wasn't exactly like that within the academy she didn't have that kind of omniscience. What interested her was what had happened during the lessons. Ed replied that it had been the same as the day before. They said a bunch of nothing, just a strange and uncomfortable atmosphere. He thought maybe Janica was going through something and showing her stress in that unique way. He had never considered that before, but now it seemed possible. Marilda then asked if that meant Ed was worried about Janica, and he replied that of course he was. Marilda smiled mischievously, and Ed, changing the subject, asked if he could take 1 or 2 branches from the tree, since he needed to craft the thunderstruck millenary scepter. Marilda asked if he was going to make another tool, saying she thought he was just distracted thinking about Janica, but in the end he was always busy. She also said he didn't need her permission to take a few branches from the tree, but Ed insisted, saying it was literally her tree since her name was attached to it. Marilda explained that it was a bit confusing because she only protected the forest, but didn't exactly own it. The forest, according to her, belonged to an old friend, and it was this friend who had given the tree her name. Ed commented that it didn't mean much since her life was so long that she must have had many friends over time. Marilda then asked if he knew why spirits had animal forms. She explained that all spirits have a spiritual form from the start, but taking on an animal shape is easier, as animals are more familiar and convenient in terms of accessibility. She said she had copied a human form in the same way, and that by making a contract with Ed, she was able to read his thoughts. Her appearance, according to her, was the ideal type of woman Ed secretly liked. Ed was surprised by the revelation, but Marilda laughed and admitted she had lied. She said that reading thoughts wasn't possible, and that the transformation itself was an extremely difficult kind of magic, so she couldn't just copy anyone. Marilda said she had lived for a long time, long enough to witness all the twists and falls of the academy, as well as its rebirths. She had lived on that island before it was populated, even before the academy was founded. Marilda said that girl was there back then, but never sought attention, dressed simply, and seemed refreshing, carefree, and free. According to Marilda, she was a unique type of person she had met in her entire life, and that woman had infused her mana into that tree, using it as a core. That same person was the one who established the academy on the island, and who assigned Marilda to protect the forest. Ed thought that this connection wasn't taught in the game, and he had no idea how the two were related, but he realized that Marilda's appearance was identical to Sylvania herself, the great mage who founded the academy. That night on his way home, Ed was approached by Janica, who acted extremely elegant and formal. Ed asked if she wanted an apple, or rather, if she would like to eat some apples. Janica said yes, then went silent. Ed asked her to extend her plate, and after that she started eating the apple. The atmosphere was terrible. Janica didn't know what to do, so she buried her face between her knees to avoid speaking or looking at Ed. Ed asked if she was in pain, if she was hurt. Janica replied no, but said it was harder to talk while looking him in the eyes. She asked for permission to ask a very weird question, but wanted him to listen all the way through before answering. Ed sighed and said that was fine. He thought that even though he had the body of a boy in this world, he was still an adult inside and mature enough to be a good listener. Janica then asked what he would think if she left the Dex dormitory to live with him at the camp. At that moment, Ed cut his own finger without even realizing it, because he wasn't paying attention to what he was doing. Blood spurted out, and later he showed up with his finger bandaged. He thought that despite the difficulties at the beginning, he had been living like that for a year now, and could handle many problems quickly and efficiently. But this was different. He mentally thanked himself for cutting his finger, because it gave him time to think. Ed reflected that Janica was probably waiting for an answer, and even so he needed to say something. Before commenting that her request might be a little absurd, he said he thought Janica was an amazing person. She was sincere, kind, and loving, and he was sure he wasn't the only one who thought that. He said he liked her a lot, which made Janica turn as red as a chili pepper. After that, Ed continued saying that, whether she liked it or not, he was a man. He didn't know if Janica fully understood everything involved in what she had said. She was beautiful, had a natural charm, and might see him now as a kind and respectful man, but he didn't know what might happen if they lived under the same roof. Janica tried to catch her breath. Ed added that, to be honest, all men were the same in a certain way. He said it was nice that she trusted him that much, but was interrupted by Janica, who replied that even so, if it was with him, she would be fine. The two of them were deeply embarrassed and could barely speak. Ed thought that for a while, he and Janica had been walking a tightrope trying to understand what their relationship actually was. He stood up silently and reflected that what she did earlier, when she suggested they speak formally, had really made him think. Right after a turbulent election for student council president, he thought he would finally have peace, a moment to breathe. But then Janica came out of nowhere with that proposal. He was a little upset, but didn't want to show it or take it out on her. He sat down again to calm himself and asked if she was going through some kind of difficulty. He thought that when unexpected things like this happen, there's always something behind them. Considering Janica had brought that up completely out of nowhere, he had to consider the hidden factors. Janica replied that yes, she was going through something, but it wasn't anything Ed didn't already know. She said that actually she just wanted to run far away from everything. Janica said she really missed the room that used to be hers alone. She mentioned that it might sound silly or petty, but Ed thought that since the beginning, Janica had always been the center of attention, constantly under pressure pressure from all sides. Living in shared dorms, constantly surrounded by watchful eyes, wasn't easy. For an entire year, she endured it, forcing herself to always respond with a gentle smile. Janica said that the camp felt like a refuge for her, so she thought she'd like to escape there as much as possible. She knew that would probably be very troublesome for Ed, but even so, she felt she had to ask. Ed confirmed that yes, it was troublesome, but he also asked if that wasn't just life. He said life is made of burdens, and each person has to carry their own, as well as deal with the burdens of others. He acknowledged that it was complicated, but not something impossible to handle. He added that next time, he would be the one throwing a burden on someone else, on her, because that's how things work. He also mentioned that she was already coming there to teach him about spirits and sensitivity, and it wasn't like they had just met yesterday. Ed truly believed that their relationship would last a long time, even though he thought it was still too soon to live under the same roof. Ed asked what Janica would think if he built a cabin for her there at the camp. He imagined her reaction would be to jump for joy, considering her personality, but to his surprise, Janica just hugged him tightly, crying. Ed commented that she wasn't even speaking formally anymore. He thought that Janica had tried to create distance between them but had failed miserably. He wondered what would have changed if she had succeeded, if they had really drifted apart. Still, even if they had, he was sure that Janica was the kind of person who takes the first step to help someone, and that he could always count on her no matter what. And seeing her like that, on the ground, crying and asking for help, he knew he could never ignore her, that he would always reach out and offer her a shoulder to lean on. The next morning, Ed thought that yes, he had offered her a cabin, but building one wasn't easy at all. Besides that, he needed to prepare for classes, for exams, and to craft the scepter. He might have to sleep less that week, but then he heard a loud noise outside and felt everything shake. When he stepped outside, Tarkin appeared saying he was finally awake. Tarkin said he needed to warn him that he didn't have much experience building cabins. At that moment, several spirits were bringing materials for the construction. Tarkin commented that Ed looked tired, and he was too, because the night before there had been a big spirit party where he drank all night. Even so, since it was for Janica, they were going to do the job. Tarkin said the location of the cabin had already been decided. It would be on the opposite side of Ed's cabin, and there was nothing more romantic than opening the doors in the morning and seeing each other right away. Meanwhile, the spirits were discussing the details. Mug appeared on Ed's shoulder and said the plan was to finish everything in 10 days. He would lead the construction, coordinate everything efficiently, and make the work function properly. Tarkin was surprised to hear 10 days, and Mug explained that considering the strength of the lower-ranked spirits, the work shifts, rotations, and breaks, that was the time needed. Tarkin grumbled that, in his time, spirits stayed summoned for 3 days straight, working for weeks in the mountains and ready to fight the next day. Now, in Mug's time, spirits needed breaks and time off. Tarkin asked how, at this rate, the lower-ranked spirits expected to reach the intermediate rank. Mug said he could adjust everything and finish in a week. Tarkin told Ed he would start soon. Then Mug outdid himself and said he could complete everything in 5 days. Ed asked if he could really do that in such a short time, since it had taken him months to build his own cabin. Mug replied that if Tarkin ordered it, he had to do it. Ed thought he was starting to feel bad for Mug, since he hadn't done it out of malice. Even so, he had his own work to do too, but at least with the spirits handling the cabin, his schedule was a bit lighter. Now Ed needed to deal with crafting the millennial staff. He thought Janica had already done so much for him, and of course he wanted to repay that debt. He felt that just giving her land to build a cabin next to his wasn't enough. Even though Janica already had many staffs, received from family and friends, and even though he didn't know if she would actually use that type of staff, he still hoped she would like the gift. He planned to make it with all his care. Later that night, Lucy couldn't sleep. That was because of the loud noise from the spirits carrying materials everywhere. But what really kept her from sleeping wasn't the construction, it was Janica's presence. As always, Janica was glowing with happiness to see her, and that was exactly what made Lucy even more uncomfortable. The two of them had already had this confrontation before, right after that battle. Janica wasn't very good at expressing her feelings either, but she still didn't intend to lose. Arrogantly, Janica said she was going to live there with Ed, which made Lucy very angry. Meanwhile, Ed was at the academy building with a piece of dried meat in his mouth, picking up several elemental magic books. He thought he needed to learn new spells. He knew his direct explosion spell was practical, but it didn't have very high firepower. He remembered what Ziggs had said before the duel, that using overwhelming power was the best way to deal with him, since Ed didn't have great firepower. On the way, Ed was distracted by music. It was Adele, the romantic, who was playing. That surprised him a little, because although she had appeared since the first act as Taylor's teammate, she wasn't a character who showed up frequently in the game and didn't have many interactions with Ed himself. Even so, she spoke to him and asked if he was busy as always. Again, Ed wondered why she was talking to him. Adele said she she had heard a lot about him, both from Taylor and Alia, and that both of them had complex feelings about Ed. He replied that it wasn't his business, but still felt a bit curious to know more. Ed had heard that Taylor was growing strong, as expected, since he was the protagonist of the story. That way, he would easily get through the next act. Adele asked if Ed wanted to hear something. She was a fairly famous bard on the continent and used to travel, although she was currently just staying at the academy. Ed replied that he was in a hurry. The books were heavy. Adele said it was a pity. Before he left, she commented that if one day he were to take the Roth-Taylor throne, he would have to kill with his own hands the person he respected the most. If he hesitated at that moment, he would be the one to die. Ed wondered if that was a prophecy. He thought Adele seemed calm at all times because she was a prophet. She had the ability to predict the future, but since not all prophecies came true, he decided not to worry too much about it. Even so, he felt uneasy because he also knew parts of the future. Based on the scenario of the third act, Adele was going to die. Later, Ed was being rejected. He was thinking about creating 2 thunder-infused millennial staffs, one for himself and one for Janica, since that staff was great for spirit magic. However, the person he asked to summon lightning onto the staffs wasn't very willing. Lucy said she would only make one. Ed asked if she would have to use the same spell anyway, and when he noticed she was insistent, he said it was fine. She could make just one, and he would give it to Janica. After all, he had to give the staff to the one who would deliver the best performance. Lucy got very angry and said fine. She would make both, but with one condition. She pulled Ed, saying he had to go somewhere with her, and it was then that he started hearing more about the archmage Glocked, who was her grandfather. Regardless of the field of study, he was a true genius. He studied elements, monster ecology, herbology, mana management, sensitivity theory, spirit studies, and with all that accumulated knowledge, he ended up acquiring 2 high-level spirits at once: Teorphus, a fire spirit, and Fried, a water spirit. After he retired, Glock dedicated himself to developing the next generations. He invested almost everything he had in the education sector and hardly spent money on himself. In the end, Sylvania Academy was only what it was thanks to him, because he literally spent all his funds on the institution. At that moment, Ed was being dragged by Lucy to a place far away from where they were. It was then explained that after doing all of that, Glock isolated himself in the mountains, where he found a monastery with an abandoned child. That child was Lucy herself. What even surprised Glocked was that Lucy's magical talent was spectacular. She was a genius, perhaps humanity's most precious talent. Because of that, the greatest archmage in history spent his final years polishing that talent, refining the precious gem that Lucy was. He was a great man and even wrote a book about his life, where he told all his epic tales and grand adventures. But the last letter he left behind was much sadder. He wrote that he had a wife in his youth, but lost her while trying to subdue Teorphus. He also said that all his companions had died before him. He was the last one left alive. Those who remained around him didn't even know half of his story. The others only wanted to take advantage of his fame. Maybe that was why he isolated himself, but in the end, there was one last person by his side, the one who would inherit his duty and his will. That person, alone, made that old man die happy. Lucy said that was how the great journey of the Archmage Glocked ended, and that was how her journey began. Maybe that story had already ended. But then she asked if Ed knew where Glockt's hometown was. Ed said he had heard about it in class, that he was born in the lawless zone of Kohelton, but Lucy said the books were wrong. He had only spent his youth in Kohelton, but his true birthplace was the island of Arkin. Lucy said that even she didn't know exactly what was so important about that place, but every time Glock talked about living in Arkin, he looked serious, with a worried expression. Even on the day of his death, he still showed concern for the academy. She called him an old idiot and a stubborn man because his heart always remained in Arkin, and there was no way to change that. It was then that Lucy told Ed about the journey she had lived. Back then, young Lucy was alone in the isolated cabin with Glock's cold corpse. She covered him with a blanket, tied the body with leather cords, and used ice magic to preserve it. Many mages would be drained just trying to maintain an ice spell for 1 hour, but she did it effortlessly, as if it were nothing. That story would silence anyone. Glock's cabin was in the mountains of Ramelin, in the northwest of the continent. Lucy went alone, taking the coffin all the way to the south of the continent. She passed through forests, crossed the great lake of Ica, the alchemical city of Crete, the plains of Malin, the holy city, until she finally reached the borders of the Cloel Empire. After that, she crossed the county of Teldanil, followed the river, passed through the merchant city of Oldek, through the county of Awulin, the barony of Islan, the county of Sale, the duchy of Rothtaylor, the marquisate of Feder, and the county of Teep. ease. She crossed the entire continent, carrying Glock's coffin until reaching the Mexus bridges, which connect the continent to the Arkan Islands. Lucy made that entire journey using her mana to maintain the ice spell. By the time she reached her destination, she could barely move her own body. She said it took her a total of 3 months, including a whole week she got lost trying to find the right place. Then the two of them went to the spot she pointed out. Lucy explained that, according to the records left by that old man, it was at that place where the Archmage and the Great Sage exchanged information, knowledge, and experiences. That was where her journey had come to an end, and there it was, the book titled Introduction to Aspectual Magic. Author, Glock Eldervin. That was Glock's travel diary through the southern lands, containing his reflections on magic across the southern continent. In the game, that book is sold for 7,000 gold coins. It's one of the greatest books in history, his posthumous work, containing only the analysis of aspectual magic. It is so valuable that its price can't even be calculated. Lucy said Ed could keep the book, since she had already learned everything it contained. She remembered every word her grandfather had left behind. Even though she hadn't lived half the life Glock had dreamed for her, Lucy still thought about fulfilling the promise she made. If any danger approached the academy, she would do everything she could to protect it. It wasn't a happy story, and she knew listening to all that probably wasn't very pleasant for Ed, and going all the way there must have been a hassle, but she wanted to show it to him. Even though she said her journey had ended after arriving at Arkan Island and burying her grandfather, Lucy still couldn't escape his shadow. That made her an eternal guardian of the Academy of Sylvania, sometimes driven by emotion, sometimes by fear. It was no surprise she was lazy, but as soon as she fulfilled that final promise, she could finally begin a new journey, carving her own path and creating her own story. Ed knew that moment wasn't too far off. That day, he decided to be lazy with her too. The sound of the waves and the mild air, neither cold nor hot, created a peaceful moment. After sitting there for so long, he thought it had been a stroke of good luck. A few days later, Janica's cabin was finished. She said she hadn't expected it to be built so quickly, and the spirits were all exhausted. Mug, trying to introduce himself, could barely speak. Janica asked them not to work so hard. Mug said it was Tarkin's fault, or rather, he let it go. He also said they could finally ascend to the next rank and go rest. Janica thanked them, explaining that they weren't dying, just being unsummoned, and that it was fine. Then she wrote the word cohabitation on the ground. She was extremely happy about this, about living side by side with Ed, until the door to his cabin opened, but the one who appeared was Lucy, who had just woken up. Upon seeing the message on the ground, cohabitation, Lucy thought that sleeping together sounded much better than that. She considered that she had won. Later, Ed was learning aspectual magic. He reached level 1 in magic manifestation and was training. Even Marilda was impressed. She asked if it was another failure because just looking at it seemed difficult. She wanted to know if he could maintain the mana flow with that type of magic. Ed replied that he wasn't sure, but that he had to try. Lucy woke up and said the main part of aspectual magic was understanding its principles. Magic is a study where theory and senses coexist. Ed would begin to feel it with time, as he practiced. Lucy, with ease, moved several objects using her own aspectual magic. Ed praised her affectionately, patting her on the head, making her completely red. He said she was a genius, but also acknowledged the effort she put in. Ed thought that maybe no one besides Lucy knew that Glock had left a book on aspectual magic. He also thought that this kind of magic didn't even exist in the game. Aspectual magic allows manipulation of time, space, and even the mind itself, which makes it extremely powerful. But because it goes against the natural order of things, it is one of the most difficult types of magic to understand, with very few available studies, and it carries many risks. Lucy learned to use it on her own, purely through intuition, and that's why she had trouble teaching someone else. The only person who could have taught her was Professor Glascan, but he was dead. Ed thought it would be hard times trying to learn it, until someone shouted, asking if he was with another woman. That person said it was fine. After all, he was a man in his prime. But Ziggs interrupted, saying that, for the love of God, Ed was going to end up in hell at that rate. Ed dismissed Marilda's summoning, and she commented that she wasn't even having that much fun reading that book. Ziggs apologized. He thought it was another woman, not a spirit. He jumped to conclusions, and Ed asked why exactly he was there. Ziggs replied that he had brought some old magic books that Ed himself had asked to be discarded. Ed thanked him and asked him to pass the thanks on to Elka, because now he had to start from the basics. Borrowing all the time would be a bit annoying, so Ed commented that he carried all that weight there and needed something in return. Ziggs said it wasn't necessary, but since Ed insisted, he said he was doing student council work with him. According to Ziggs, he had gained a good reputation after what he did with Tanya during that previous incident, and now she trusted him a lot. Tanya also seemed to want only trustworthy people around her, so So Ziggs asked if her brother, Ed, would like to work with them. Ed asked if the team was really that short on people. Ziggs replied not exactly, but since it was the first time in the history of Sylvania Academy that a freshman became president of the student council, she wanted to form the best cabinet possible. Ziggs explained that a third-year senior from the Corello County and the top fourth-year student from the Dex course had already joined the cabinet. In the future, Tanya also wanted to include the top first-year student of the College of Magic, Joseph, as well as the top third-year assistant, Annis, the top fourth-year student in alchemy, Dorothy, and of course, Ed Roth-Taylor too. She was gathering only talented and reliable people. Ziggs then asked if Ed would really refuse. He pointed out that Ed was already doing magical engineering, spiritual spellcasting, physical training, living deep in the forest, managing all that, studying, and still learning a new type of magic. Ziggs said he expected a refusal, but maybe Tanya would be disappointed. It was at that moment that Ed's ADH hit, as he noticed the new cabin. He thought that maybe, after saving Tanya and changing the whole scenario, it was expected that the predictions no longer mattered. The mere fact that Ziggs was on the student council was already surprising. The whole list was coming together in completely unexpected ways. According to the schedule and timeline, the joint combat training was approaching. This would be the biggest event of the third episode of The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, and also the final event of Chapter 3. In this event, an incident occurs where the top first-year student in alchemy, Cloud, loses the final battle, and, in order to win, takes the forbidden drug known as the blood of the evil god. Ed remembered this event well, because it had a very unpleasant ending. However, now the scenario was completely different. He had no idea what might happen. Everything could take a new and unknown turn. Meanwhile, an extremely elegant carriage was approaching Sylvania Academy. If it weren't for the mages who had spent the night casting weight reduction spells, that giant carriage would never have been able to move. The strength of the escorts was comparable to an army. The residents of the Holy City nicknamed it the Palace on Wheels. The resources used were excessive and unnecessary, and inside the palace, there were only two people. One of them was Verdio, the archbishop responsible for taking care of the saint before she was sent to the academy. Verdio commented that it was farther than he expected, but that it was good to see the situation of the saint with his own eyes. Next to him was Eldine, the pope, who said that thanks to Verdio's plan to visit nearby noble territories, this visit became possible. He praised the planning and said they would soon arrive in Sylvania, and since he was the pope himself, there should be no problem with the preparations. Meanwhile, Tanya was losing her mind with everything she had to organize. She said that not only the pope was visiting the academy, but also Verdio, and both at the same time. She was going crazy. The official purpose of the visit was to spread the word of the god Telos and perform a new type of baptism, but Tanya knew that was just a cover. They were there for a meeting. In the office, everyone was in a panic, running back and forth, papers flying everywhere. Tanya knew the real reason for the visit was concern about St. Clarice, who was the heart of the Holy Order. Then she noticed another meeting request. For some reason, the Pope had requested a meeting with Adele, a second-year student. Tanya said she didn't mind, and asked them to schedule a meeting for her with the saint as well. At the same time, Clarice herself was getting ready. Today, the Holy Pope would visit the academy, and she would no longer present herself as Kylie, but as Saint Clarice. After a long time, she would appear publicly before the students, as the true saint she was. Clarice asked if the joint tournament started today, and Belmaya confirmed it, explaining that fortunately the event would cover the Pope's visit. Clarice thought it was unfortunate, as she was really looking forward to interacting with the other classes. She thought she didn't want to return to the imperial capital. Student life felt like a dream, something she had always wanted, but she still hadn't found the person she was supposed to meet. The girl responsible for the sacred fire who always looked toward the open world, the wanderer Adele. Clarice remembered she had walked a lot through the academy and crossed paths with second-year students, but Adele was so good at entering and leaving places that she never managed to see her. Even so, she wanted to meet her soon because she wanted to share the stories she had lived with her friend during the trials, like the time she found herself in the middle of the night, in a snowstorm. After so many years of only listening, now she also had stories to tell. Of course, she wouldn't tell all that to Verdio because some problematic things had happened, like the Academy's top student almost destroying the institution and the involvement of a fallen noble in a suspicious murder case. If Verdio, who had always cared so much for her, found out, he would certainly remove her from the Academy. And she couldn't disobey him, not because he had mind-reading powers, since mind-reading belongs to the category of sacred magic, and doesn't work on her because she is the saint, but because since her childhood he had been like a teacher to her. That was why it was so hard to lie to him. Belmaya told Clarice she could relax a little and gave her a light shoulder massage. Clarice wondered if her nervousness was that obvious. She thought that for now, everything was fine, as long as she could maintain her double identity inside the academy. But if she were discovered, she would have to say goodbye to her student life. Then she remembered someone who knew her true identity, Ed Roth Taylor. She knew Ed wasn't the type to go around spreading it, but what if he met with Verdio? What if Verdio read his mind and found out everything? She would be expelled from the academy. Belmaya asked if the saint wanted some hot tea to calm down. Clarice said it wasn't necessary, but asked to be prepared to leave. Belle replied that there wasn't much time and asked where she wanted to go. Clarice said she needed to find Ed Roth Taylor, that she would only calm down if she saw him. She needed to see him as soon as possible. Belle was surprised and didn't quite know why, but she found it strange how all the girls threw themselves at Ed, and she herself didn't want him to meet the saint. Later, the list for the joint training tournament was released. Janica told Ed she hadn't received any challenges. Ed asked if there was anyone she wanted to face, but Janica replied that it would seem arrogant to challenge someone directly. Ed thought the event had started just like in previous years, being a tournament where students fought each other and the results affected their grades. Lower-ranked classes could challenge higher ones, and the novelty was a new rule allowing formal challenge letters to be sent. In the current scenario, there were no first-year students in Class A, which meant they might stand a chance against second-year students. Since there were many strong characters in the protagonist's generation, the matches between first and second years promised to be the most interesting. Ed, however, had no interest at all in the third or fourth-year fights. Janica then asked what they would have for dinner that night. Ed replied that he still had some leftover meat he had bought from the inn's restaurant. They could season and cook it. While thinking about it, Ed reflected that among the third-year students, his and Janica's generation didn't have many strong people. The previous year, aside from Janica having defeated Lord Tell, there had been no one capable of defeating her junior. The fourth-year students, on the other hand, could easily defeat any opponent, but the strongest ones were rarely challenged. Janica commented that Ed was addicted to that book, and he just kept reading without saying anything. Ed said yes, it was a very important book, and for now he would read only that to stay focused. He thought that for some reason he wasn't receiving challenges either. Maybe because he was now seen as someone strong within the academy. Even with the challenge system, he knew that didn't suit Janica's personality. It was too hard for her, and he himself wanted to avoid any unnecessary tension. At that moment, the Pope's guards were clearing the way because the traveling palace was arriving. Ed realized the situation had changed a lot. It was strange that St. Clarice wasn't going to participate in the joint tournament because of the Pope's visit. He wondered why this visit was happening now. What variable had changed so much that it led to the Pope's arrival being brought forward? What exactly had he altered in the story to cause this? It was then that St. Clarice herself approached. She said she had planned to send a letter to Ed, but preferred to meet him in person. With a small smile, she pulled out a chair to sit, saying she couldn't stay long, but wanted to exchange a few words with him. Ed replied that it was an honor, and Janica, nearly crying, said it was also an honor to see the saint in person. Ed thought that even though Janica was from a rural region, a third of the empire believed in Telos, so it was natural for her to be nervous. She desperately asked Ed what she should do. He thought that seeing the saint like this made it even harder to believe she was Kylie. Thanks to her hours of training, the saint's movements were graceful and elegant. There was no trace of the clumsy girl he once knew. Ed commented that he had heard the Pope and the archbishop would be there soon, and asked if it was okay for her to stay there for a while. Clarice explained that the Pope would visit the Trick's dormitory, and that it was a relief that it coincided with where she was staying. She also mentioned that the announcements for the joint combat tournament matches were about to start, and commented that she didn't expect to find Ed there. Ed wondered if she had come just to talk to him. Why? Clarice said that although the Pope was very intelligent, the archbishop was even more so. It almost seemed like he could read minds. The way he seemed to know exactly what others were thinking was fascinating. Maybe it was some kind of sacred magic. There were rumors that the archbishop could see people's thoughts. As she spoke, Ed started to piece everything together until he realized the true reason for that awkward conversation. The reason Clarice came to talk to him was that she knew he had already discovered she was Kylie, and now she was worried about her identity being exposed. Ed replied that indeed the archbishop was amazing, but there was no way he would ever meet someone like him. After all, he was just a fallen noble with a horrible social status. Besides, Ed explained he would be busy with the academy's main event, so it was unlikely he'd cross paths with the archbishop. Clarice looked relieved to hear that. Janica then asked if the saint had come there just to see Ed. Clarice answered maybe. Janica, still nervous about the Pope's visit, wanted to confirm if she really had taken the carriage just to talk to Ed. Clarice said yes, but added that she was human too. She was curious and nervous. She stated that there were other people she wanted to see too, not just him. Clarice, completely nervous, said she just wanted to see Ed for a bit, but got so restless that she ran off with the guards following behind. She returned to into the carriage and left, with everyone looking at Ed at the same time, who thought that dealing with Clarice or Kylie was equally complicated. Later, the event finally began. People were talking about the rumors involving Ed, saying he now seemed like a much more powerful student than before, and maybe that was why he had received a challenge. Ed then wondered why he was in the arena until he saw the challenger approaching, wielding a huge axe and saying Ed should get ready. Ed explained that there was a rule for first and second year students stating that mages could not use intermediate rank magic or magically sharpened weapons. However, for high-class students, it was different, and he made it clear that this would become evident after that duel. The opponent was Kordek, a fourth-year student from the combat faculty, someone of high rank. The audience was impressed by his presence, as Kordek was known for being extremely strong and dangerous. Many were even frightened just by seeing him in the arena, especially because he truly seemed ready to kill Ed with that weapon. The judge for the match would be Melina, who announced the start of the fight between Ed Roth-Taylor, third-year student, and Kordek Valetarek, fourth-year student. As soon as the match began, Kordek rushed forward, saying his body was already warmed up and that he never held back, even if it was just a practice duel. But Ed responded with a concentrated magical explosion that not only blocked the attack, but scorched Kordek and threw him to the ground. Fallen, Kordek wondered what kind of magical reaction that was. He couldn't believe Ed was really a third-year student and thought that not even among the seniors was there someone at that level. At that moment, Ed summoned the spirits Mug and Lacia, launching a joint spiritual attack of water and fire. In just 5 seconds, Kordek was completely defeated. Ed thought he didn't want to hurt him, so he resolved everything as quickly as possible and even praised Kordek, saying he had done a good job. The crowd went wild. Even so, Ed was distracted, still thinking about the unexpected visit from St. Clarice. After that, he guided Janica to the stadium since she had trouble finding her way around. On the way to the other combat field, where he would face Kordek, he ran into an unexpected figure, Adele, the prophetic novelist. Ed asked why she was in Glocked Hall when she was supposed to be in Adele Hall. Adele said it was a big coincidence, but added that she had already heard the winds announcing that fate would prepare that encounter. She believed the two of them were connected in some way. Ed noticed she seemed uncomfortable and thought that once the tournament ended, Adele would die. Normally, he would intervene to prevent it, but he had already interfered too much, especially because of everything that happened with Tanya. He reflected that, as arrogant as it might sound, it was wrong to influence events beyond his control. He thought about the people he had to let go so the scenario wouldn't be completely altered, but it was still painful to accept. That's why he called Adele one last time and told her she would die soon. Ed thought it would be hard for her to believe, but she replied that she already knew. She said with certainty that she would die soon. After the match, Ed kicked the door open and left, wondering if Adele really knew she would die or if she was possessed by something, just as he once had been. He thought he needed to find Taylor immediately and understand how much the scenario had already changed. However, suddenly, an earthquake began. Ed wondered what that sound was. Even with all the changes in the scenario, he could still predict some things with his intelligence and imagination. But what was happening now was completely unexpected. A tsunami was approaching the academy, and all Ed could think was, what the hell was that? Ed thought that creature was only known as a legend. It wasn't certain whether it had ever truly existed or had gone extinct. It was a calamity that couldn't be contained by human strength. What stood before him was the final boss of the game, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, the legendary dragon of the sacred spear, Wellbrock. Then it is explained what happens in episode 3 of the game. In the third act arc, the protagonist Taylor defeats all his most powerful enemies, even crushing Claude, who had drunk the blood of the evil god. Soon after, he receives news of Adele's death without even knowing how she died. The innocent and naive St. Clarice completely loses her faith in the sacred order and becomes a totally different person. Players considered this personality shift a complete character destruction and nicknamed her the Unfaithful Saint. To contain Clarice, all the Knights of the Sacred Order were sent to Arkan Island, but in the end, the one who destroyed the entire army was Clarice herself, awakening her light. This was the final boss of the third act, and this was how the story was supposed to progress. However, now, standing right in front of Ed, was the final boss of Act 5, Wellbrock, who was only supposed to appear at the end of the main story. Ed wondered what was happening, as the threads of fate had been completely altered. Just by raising one of its claws and stepping on the ground, the dragon destroyed everything it touched. Simply by walking, it had already wiped out half the dormitory, everything reduced to ashes. Ed realized he only survived because he wasn't inside the building at the time, and his survival was purely based on luck. He jumped through the window and thought that he might be unable to use magic for years after this. But if he died now, everything he had done so far would be meaningless. So he used the maximum power of the Phoenix Ring to summon Marilda and escape. He thought there was no point in saving that power if he was going to die anyway, so he told Marilda to run because they were going to need her. Meanwhile, in the trickster dormitory where St. Clarice was, the soldiers were telling her to flee immediately. But the very soldiers escorting her were killed by Wellbrock's scales, which pierced the walls and destroyed the building. Clarice only survived thanks to the sacred shield she wore. Terrified, she asked herself what the hell was going on, trying to understand how the dragon, just by moving its scales, could cause such destruction. The commander ordered the carriage to be prepared, but the coachman said everything was already destroyed, including the carriage. He told the saint to mount the last remaining horse and flee. The commander explained that with that horse, she could escape the island, but Clarice said she didn't know how to ride. That's when she noticed the commander was badly injured. He simply told her to hold tight on the horse, and when she climbed on, he slapped the animal's hindquarters, making it run away. Clarice had always thought stories like this were exaggerated, things from books or myths. But remembering what the archbishop had told her, she understood that this was real. Wellbrock, the dragon of the sacred spear, every time it exhaled its magical breath, released power comparable to the sun itself. Everything below him simply ceased to exist. At that moment, Clarice was protected by a nullification barrier. The one who created the barrier was Director Obel, who explained that only high-level magic could stop that dragon's attacks. He said the damn monster had awakened too early and was still striking the barrier. Obel tried to prepare his next defensive spell, but wouldn't have enough time. But luckily, someone managed to restrain Wellbrock's claws with the chains of providence. It was Lucy who did it, using her effectual magic. She told the director that she definitely hadn't planned for this today. However, Wellbrock easily broke free from the chains and struck Lucy directly. Even though she was thrown far, Lucy remained unharmed thanks to her magical shield. Obel thanked Lucy for buying enough time, and with that, he was able to complete his high-level defense spell, the Shield of God's Creation. Combined with Lucy's magic, they managed to temporarily contain Wellbrock's attacks, but they both knew it wouldn't last long. St. Clarice, completely terrified, kept repeating that she needed to flee the island. She had to escape, but wondered what she should do and how she could possibly achieve that now. But then someone said the saint was safe and alive, and it was Ed who said it was good that she was there, asking if she was hurt. However, his arm was already completely consumed by the ring's power. Clarice asked how he knew she was there, and Ed replied that she had mentioned an important meeting, so he assumed she'd be in the Trix dormitory. Clarice said she had tried to flee on horseback, but Ed said that would be completely useless, because even if she escaped the island, she would still be within the dragon's range and would end up dying in vain. She was also pulling St. Marilda trying to escape, but Ed thought that human strength alone wouldn't be enough to stop Wellbrock. Even with the full power of Obel and Lucy, all they could do now was buy time, just barely holding back the dragon. According to the original story, Taylor would push his power to the limit and awaken the swordsman's ultimate form. Ed wondered if he should give up on everything, but decided not to. He had to focus, since the main story was already completely distorted. At that moment, the most important thing was to find out what had caused Wellbrock to appear there. Now he was certain there was a method to put the dragon of the sacred spear back to sleep. At first, he thought it might have been his fault, since up until now, whenever something strayed from the script, it was because of him. But the butterfly effect didn't work exactly like that. Had he really caused the end of the world? After all, an event that was supposed to occur at the end of Act 5 was now happening in Act 3. Before anything else, he needed to confirm who had summoned the dragon. For that, he needed the most important information from the main characters of Act 3. Lucy was fighting Wellbrock, Clarice didn't seem to know anything, and Taylor, the protagonist, was trying to save everyone at that moment. That meant there was only one person left who could have changed the fate of Act 3. When Ed realized who it was, he was completely shocked. There in the nail hall was Adele, walking calmly as if nothing was happening. Her match had been cancelled, and she commented that it was truly a shame because she might have met the saint. Still, she said she was sure that fate would bring them together again, just like always. Recalling the facts, the final boss of the game had awakened in the middle of Act 3. Fighting him was completely impossible. Instead, they would need to find a possibility, a chance to seal him again, and discover the true reason for his awakening. It couldn't be Lucy, it couldn't be the saint, nor Taylor, so the only one left was Adele. Her constant calm, even knowing she would die, was already very strange. Ed knew that if he found her, she would probably know the truth, but before that, he needed to ensure a safe place for Clarice. The problem was that he didn't have much time left. Soon his body would no longer withstand the magical power of the ring. Ed said they were already in a safe place because fortunately, the magic barrier of Ophelis Dorm was still active. He noticed the barrier was working, but the first bombardment had already hit the building hard. Clarice said that everyone inside was probably dead, but Ed pulled her and stated that not everyone. He thought that if the magic barrier was still standing, then someone was still alive. Someone in the maintenance room must be keeping the protection active. And when they got there, they found Belmaya, on the verge of death, sustaining the magic barrier all by herself. Clarice said she would try to heal her with holy magic, but Ed knew there was no salvation for her. She had been a victim of the attack on the lower floor and still crawled up the stairs just to protect the other survivors. Unable to speak, only spitting blood, Belle handed the master key to Ed. Then she departed from this world. Ed thought she probably wanted to say her last words, but he already knew that situation. He had lived through it in the war. Belle, in the last moment of her life, simply did what needed to be done. Clarice, in shock, asked how that could have happened, but Ed just closed Belle's eyes and remained silent, while the saint was still trying to save her. But Ed pulled the saint away. He also had a duty to fulfill. Ed explained that since there was a high-level magic active in her room, as long as she wasn't attacked directly, she would be safe, and said that she needed to become strong. Then he said he would go outside to see how things were. But the saint asked if that wasn't too dangerous. Ed replied that he would just look through the window, if everything was still the same, but his words were interrupted by an unexpected scene. He saw an aspectual magic, a blue aspectual magic, and he might have known what method that was. Immediately, he began to search for a book on aspectual magic, thinking it had to be there, since that was the saint's room. He found the title Introduction to Aspectual Magic, written by Glocked, and paused for a moment to gather his thoughts. Recapping, the sacred lance dragon had suddenly been resurrected, Adele had disappeared, Clarice didn't know anything, and a great spectrum of aspectual magic had appeared in the skies. That wasn't the work of Obel or Lucy. It was a method not even he knew. Meanwhile, Wellbrock was becoming increasingly powerful. The magical blockade was about to break, and one of the attacks that escaped the defenses came directly toward Ed. He thought he had finally understood everything. Everything had been switched from the beginning, and maybe that was really part of the original story. When Clarice asked if he had discovered something, the dorm wall was hit directly, and a huge explosion happened. Everything was scorched. Anyone in the path of that attack would have died. When Clarice opened her eyes, she saw Ed pierced, protecting her body, about to die. Ed said that no matter what happened, if she ever felt she couldn't go on, she should ask him for help. Clarice saw he was dying, said she couldn't go on without him, but Ed just said the number was 160, until he coughed up a lot of blood. Clarice tried to heal him with holy magic, but he died before her. Ed Roth Taylor was dead. Then the aspectual magic intensified even more, filling the entire academy. Clarice asked why all of that was happening, why so many people had to die for her. She begged him not to leave, not to, until she opened her eyes again. She was back at the moment when she had that conversation with Ed. People were wondering why the saint was there, and she said it was just to see Ed. Clarice wondered what the hell was going on, and was shocked to see Ed alive in front of her. Suddenly, she climbed onto the table and opened Ed's shirt. Ed asked what she was doing, and Clarice realized he had no injuries on his body. Everyone around them was completely shocked. Janica said she knew she was the saint, but she couldn't do that, especially not in public, repeating that it was wrong. But the saint was in complete shock, wondering if everything had been a dream, a hallucination, and concluded that no, it was impossible. Everything she had experienced was real. She began to recall everything, remembering that morning she had spoken to Ed to stop him from meeting with Verdio, then returned to the Trix dorm to wait for the Pope. But while she was waiting, the academy was attacked by the dragon. She barely had time to react, only thinking she would die at any moment. All she saw was death. In the present, she realized that if things continued like this, everyone would die. Ed buttoned his shirt again and asked what had happened to the saint, but she pulled him strongly, saying they had to get out of there. She was desperate, pushed him into the carriage, and Ed wondered what the hell was going on. He said the saint was supposed to be at the Trix dorm to meet the Pope, but the saint said she would take full responsibility for whatever happened and that they had to leave. The carriage departed quickly, and of course, Janica was confused, wondering if they were running away together. Later, inside the carriage, Ed asked how long she was going to keep crying, and if she didn't realize she was causing trouble, asking why she didn't explain what was happening. The saint answered, saying that suddenly a dragon would appear in the skies of Arkan Island, and everyone would die. She said she died, he died, she died, but came back in time. Clarice said it was Ed who saw her at that moment. He seemed to understand what had really happened, but at that time he died and couldn't say anything. The saint said that, of course, maybe he wouldn't believe what she was saying now, but he said something before dying, that if she ever needed help, she should seek him out. Ed replied that if she said something like that, how could he refuse, but also mentioned that they were already approaching the inspection to leave the island. Even so, Ed said this was a mistake, that they had to return to the island because she needed to meet the Pope. That's when Clarice recited the complete number. She said 15500-51616, and that left Ed completely shocked. The coachman commented that everything was chaotic there, and said the saint wasn't supposed to be meeting with the Pope right now, saying that because of his committee there was a long line. Ed, however, told the coachman they had to go through immediately, that it was an emergency, and and said to just go without stopping, that the saint was in danger and they had to leave no matter the method. They held on tightly and rushed forward with the carriage, pushing through the line and trampling over everyone. Ed thought about the saint's words, that soon the sacred lance dragon would appear and everyone would die. He could barely believe it, as absurd as it sounded, but the number she recited was a number only he, Ed Rothtaylor, could understand. 1500160 was his military service number before entering that world. Later, Ed said he understood the whole story. If even the Ophelis dorm had fallen, then there was no safe place on Arkan Island. Now he understood why she chose to escape. Ed said that if she really went back in time, then a spectral magic must be involved. Among the magical theories currently known, only a spectral magic could interfere with the flow of time. Ed asked if the saint was listening, and she replied that yes, she just wanted to stay hugged with him for a little while longer. She said he could go on, that he was talking about a spectral magic. Ed confirmed, but explained that on such a large scale, it would be impossible for a human to have that much magical power. At that moment, on the horizon, the dragon itself appeared. Clarice thought that this time they had managed to escape the island, but even so, everything happened again, the same nightmare. Ed asked if she was all right, and when she turned around, she saw Ed once again about to die. She tried to save him with holy magic, but Ed told her to let him go, that she needed to flee. Clarice responded no, that he would be all right, and promised he would survive. She apologized again, saying she couldn't help him the first time, and now everything was happening all over again. She said she always depends on him. Ed said she didn't need to apologize, that there was no reason to cry either, that he would help her again, and just asked her not to cry and not to despair. Then he died again. Clarice thought that she had that damn blessing, but someone like Ed should have it, not her. Once more, that aspectual magic spread across the entire territory, and she returned to the past. Ed asked what Clarice wanted to talk to him about, what kind of conversation was so important for her to come all the way there, but all she did was cry and hug him tightly. She thought that no matter what, she would save him. So once again, she pushed him into the carriage, told the coachman to speed up, and explained the whole situation, but they were directly struck by the dragon. In the third regression, Ed died before even leaving the island. In the fourth, it was the same. He died shortly after they hid in a cave. On the 12th attempt, they went to Glass' secret laboratory, but even inside, Ed was burned by direct attacks from the dragon. On the 15th attempt, it also didn't work. On the 21st, it seemed like it had worked, but everything happened again and again and again. Ed always ended up dead. In this latest attempt, Clarice, someone who didn't even know exactly why she was going back in time, began to realize that no matter where they went in the academy, neither the Pope nor the Archbishop was ever present. Above all, it didn't matter where they ran or hid, Ed always died in the end. She had already repeated that same day dozens of times. Ed always saved her, but she could never save him. Once more, she repeated the number 1602 and wondered what the hell she could do now. They were approaching the inspection to leave the island, but she was hopeless. Didn't know what to do. Didn't know if anything would work. In fact, she was sure he would die again. But this time, Ed stepped out of the carriage and asked the coachman to stop. He got out slowly and asked the saint to step out as well. He said he didn't know how many times this had happened, but that she needed to rest. Clarice thought she didn't know why he was doing all that, but she felt that something had changed this time. Ed said he didn't know exactly what was going on either, but he knew some people who might be able to help. Clarice said there was no time. She didn't want to see Ed die again. She said that all they needed to do was run away, that she had tried everything over and over, but he always died in a different way. Nothing worked, but Ed replied that it was all right, that nothing she did had been in vain. He said the fact that the injuries on her body didn't disappear after each time travel was a risk factor, and asked why the wounds remained, even with time being reset. Ed explained that the blessing on the saint's body reacted against anything that tried to harm her, and that was what was protecting her. Moreover, she had total protection against holy magic, which explained why Verdio couldn't read her mind, and also why her memories remained intact after each time regression. Ed concluded that this was being caused by a holy magic that allowed time travel, and that probably a spectral magic was being used alongside it. At that moment, Clarice realized that this was what Ed had figured out the first time. Ed said that the only way such a spell could work was if it was based on a divine magic, and asked if she now understood the hope they still had. At that moment, Clarice threw herself into Ed's arms, crying a lot. She said that at first she was counting, but after 10 times, she stopped counting how many times she had seen him die. Ed said that she had come a long way down that path, but now it was okay, that she could calm down and soothe her heart. It is said that whenever people find themselves repeatedly facing a wall they cannot overcome, they all wish for the same thing, a new hope. Ed said that from now on, she could leave everything to him because he needed to eliminate the source of the problem. Even Ed found it all very strange, because even back when he played the game, Clarice had changed very quickly after Adele's death, becoming the unfaithful saint. The way she changed so suddenly didn't make sense to anyone who played the game. It felt like the complete destruction of her character. But now that Ed stopped to think, she must have experienced something that changed her personality. It was impossible to know just by playing, but Clarice had witnessed the death of many people over and over. After realizing that the Order was behind it all, her becoming a faithful saint made total sense. That was how Ed realized that, deep down, nothing had changed. The main story was still the same. Later in the nail hall, Ed was kicking the door, thinking that what Clarice needed to do now was obvious. Even if she ran from the sacred lance dragon, time would always reset. And besides that, they couldn't defeat the dragon directly either. That's why Ed told the saint to listen carefully to what he had to say. They were going to prevent the resurrection of the sacred lance dragon. The first step was to find the Pope and the archbishop, since only they would be capable of casting holy magic of that level. The saint commented that in the other attempts, he had also tried to find them, but no one knew where they were. Clarice asked if it wasn't strange, everything they were doing, since they were drawing too much attention. Ed agreed that they were attracting a lot of eyes and ears. Everyone was watching the saint alongside him. Even Taylor, in the middle of a match, got distracted because of them. It was a fight Taylor could have easily won, but because of the distraction, he took a hit to the head. That happened because Ed and the saint were interrupting everything. Ed thought that he had really changed the story, but now wasn't the time to think about unnecessary things. He covered the saint and said that soon the dragon would be resurrected. The most important thing at that moment was to find the Pope and the archbishop, and there was only one person who might know where they were. Ed went straight to Lortel to ask for information, saying he wanted to buy it. Lortel said it was a pleasure to see them and asked if he was planning a profitable deal. She immediately grabbed his arm and pressed it against her softer parts, saying she would listen to what he had to say. But at that moment, she noticed the saint, and Ed didn't even look, just to avoid witnessing the confusion that might happen. Lortel asked if he had been studying too much magic because she wanted to know if maybe he had learned hypnosis, since the saint was with him. Ed replied that there was something important they needed to find out, and that it had to be done before the end of the tournament. He said he would pay whatever she asked. Lortel told him to explain everything that was happening first. Later, near the bridge off the island, one of Lortel's subordinates said that, following her orders, he had gathered all the witness reports around the Mex's tower. Lortel said that now they would discuss the price. Normally, she already charged a lot, but that day she might need to charge even more. Ed explained that it was an emergency, and Lortel even gave up her match to accompany him. Lortel could understand Ed, since he had done many surprising things at the academy. But when she looked at the saint and saw how much she had changed so suddenly, Lortel didn't understand anything anymore. Ed commented that she had been waiting for the match, so it took them a while to get there. The joint training tournament event was almost over. Lortel confirmed, but wanted to know what difference that made. Ed replied that Lortel always kept her calm no matter the situation, and stood out for her rational judgment and precise actions. Lortel asked why he was suddenly saying all that. Ed said that, especially in times like those, Lortel shined brightly, and asked her to stay calm no matter what happened, and to believe what he was saying. Lortel was already starting to feel a bit uneasy with him, and asked if he was running out of time. Ed replied that yes, and that was exactly why he was saying all of that. Then, once again, the dragon's attack began. Everyone around was killed, and this time, Ed threw himself in front of Lortel when everything was destroyed by the sacred lance dragon. Lortel wondered what was going on, and in front of her was Ed, extremely wounded. Even so, he asked how much she would charge. Lortel gave a small smile and said that compared to his life, it seemed like she would be the one who had to pay back. Ed replied that he didn't need anything from her, and she said that in that case, it had been a very profitable deal. Lortel explained that according to 13 witness accounts, the Holy Pope and the Archbishop used a concealment rune and went down isolated paths, escorted by troops. Ed asked what their final destination was, and Lortel replied that it was the Academy's cathedral. From the fallen carriage, the saint came out, destroying everything with her power. She jumped over Ed, crying again, saying he couldn't do that. She asked if he was all right, and he was still bleeding. Lortel, staring at the horizon, said it was time. They needed to move. She said that at least one of the horses could still walk. It was badly injured, but maybe they could reach the academy with it. Ed said they needed to hurry and asked for the reins. Lortel replied that even with a saddle, it would be difficult to put two people on the same horse, so one of them would have to stay behind. Ed stated that he needed to go with the saint, and that he would explain later. Lortel then helped the saint mount. She said she trusted that Ed had a reason for all of it, and that she would believe in him. Ed thanked her and promised he would repay the debt later. Lortel, however, said no, and and pulled Ed, saying he would repay it now. Then she gave him a deep kiss. The saint turned completely red at that until she noticed Lortel was glaring at her. Lortel said his second kiss was also with her and that this was just insurance. Soon the horse took off, and Lortel told the saint that this world has rules. If you don't patent a product someone else is trying to claim, you'll end up losing it. After waving goodbye, she fell silent and realized she wasn't confused about anything. The calamitous dragon, the one that nearly caused the apocalypse years ago, was standing before her. Even so, she said to put on a smile, because she was Lortel, the one who laughs and negotiates. And at that moment, she stood before Wellbrock, saying that in the end, she would find victory. While Lortel held off Wellbrock, Ed was taking the saint to the Academy's cathedral, and Clarice wondered how Ed could be so calm, how he wasn't scared. Before, she was sure he wanted to run away from that place, but then the horse was struck and died, and when the two rolled on the ground, Ed was badly injured and bleeding, though he said it was fine, because he had been through worse. She didn't understand how he could be so strong, but Ed said what mattered most was that they had finally reached the Academy's cathedral. Inside the cathedral, it was clear there was a guardian. In the long and grand history of the sacred imperial capital, those guardians were known as the greatest holy sorcerers. They were so powerful that not even Lucy could drive them back alone. They were completely loyal to the point of giving their lives for Telos, a sacred title held by only 8 people known as the Apostles of Telos. The saint ordered the apostle to step aside, but it was explained that his only weakness was his devotion. Generally, an apostle would obey the saint, but this time he did not let her pass, saying he was following the Pope's orders and that no one would get past him, for the saint's own sake. Ed didn't hesitate and charged with his knife, but the strike was blocked. He insisted that the saint had to enter quickly, and when the apostle tried to stop her, he was hit by a wave-amplifying impact sphere, one of Ed's magical tools. So powerful, the apostle couldn't stay standing. Then wind blades were launched directly at his face, and he barely managed to defend himself. He failed to guard the entrance, and the saint was already inside the cathedral. The apostle, confused, asked who Ed was, saying he would soon die, since he was bleeding too much and had no strength to fight. But then he felt an enormous pressure coming from Ed, who was using a lot of magic and declared he hadn't even summoned a single magical arrow yet. The apostle activated the awakening of the sacred body and readied his spear to kill Ed. When Ed fired several magical arrows, the apostle dodged all of them with ease. In the name of Telos, he struck directly and pierced Ed's chest with the spear. Earlier, Ed had explained something to the saint. He said he had calculated everything wrong, but still wouldn't ask Clarice to give up. She would have to keep going, even if she saw him die again and again. Her body and soul wouldn't be restored, but if she discovered what was happening, she could return to the past with memories of the future. Ed asked her to hold on tight to that heart and give it her all. Even with the spear through his chest, Ed grabbed the apostle's arm and stabbed him with a magic explosive dagger. He said that if it worked, she would be able to finish everything perfectly. He remembered this as he activated the full power of the Phoenix Ring. The apostle asked how he dared, and Ed replied that of course he wouldn't go down without a fight. Then, with all his power, he summoned Marilda, who appeared and devoured the apostle's head. Ed, already on his knees and gravely wounded, was caught by Marilda, who complained that he was insane for not summoning her from the start. Ed replied that he didn't want her to get hurt. Marilda was visibly worried, trying to save his life, but it wasn't enough. Ed already knew he would die there. Meanwhile, inside the cathedral, Clarice's door was locked, but she had already been there countless times. Behind that door was a long corridor that led directly to the sacred chamber, so Clarice used holy magic and blew everything up. When she entered, she saw someone covered in blood, practically dead, and it was Adele. Clarice asked why she was there, why she was in that state, what had happened. Adele replied that she arrived earlier than expected, but even so, there was no reason for her to come back. The saint bore a sacred mark on her body, a mark that can only be made when the power of the holy archbishop, the 6 bishops, the 8 apostles, and the holy pope is fully united. Only one person can carry this sacred blessing, and that is the saint herself. At that moment, it was Adele's body that was emanating the spectral magic of time reversal. Clarice didn't understand how that was possible, but Adele said she didn't have much time, that everything was about to end, and asked Clarice to wait just a little longer. Clarice asked what she was talking about, and of course she couldn't stop the explosion. After that, she went back in time, standing in front of Ed, and she was very shaken, but this time she decided to tell everything. She knew everything. So we go back to Adele's past. Adele's first memory was of seeing several seagulls flying in the harbor sky, while 2 children played in front of the lighthouse. Adele warned one of them not to run, or he would trip over a rock and get hurt. She thought her parents had left their hometown for the great trade city of Oldek, trying to escape the war as refugees. However, that didn't go well. They were deceived, fell into scams, and ended up eating only a piece of bread a day to avoid starving. One day, however, she received a lot of food, delicious food, in great quantities. quantity. Adele's father left her sitting on a bench in the city center and said he would be right back, that she just needed to wait a little. He looked at his daughter one last time and then ran off. Adele thanked him for the luxurious sandwich she was eating, but despite how tasty it looked, she couldn't taste anything. Adele stood up and said it was time to leave. As she walked away, the boy tripped on the rock and got hurt, just as she had predicted. After that, she became an orphan at the Deldaros orphanage. One of Oldek's great virtues was faith, and this also applied to the children at the orphanage. They received support from the Order of Telos, but only if they faithfully attended Mass and served as little devotees. One day, after picking up a lute left at the dock, she started learning to play hymns and began spending more time in the church, distancing herself from manual labor. Until one day, when another tithe-filled Mass was about to begin, Verdio was collecting the money saying it was necessary, but it was obvious he just wanted the cash. Suddenly, one of the candles fell, setting fire to part of the altar and to Verdio's own clothes, but Adele appeared with a bucket of water and put out everything with ease. She said it would have been a huge problem if it had caught fire, and Verdio asked how she knew that was going to happen. Adele replied that she had seen it in a dream. She said she has that kind of dream twice a month, in which she sees the future. Verdio, desperate, took her hand and said it was an honor to finally meet her. He called her the Saint of Telos. Overnight, her treatment changed completely. She was given a banquet just for her, a luxurious room, and a special bath. She began praying every day, took etiquette classes, and sacrificed her sleep time to study. It was a completely different life from the one she had before. She was baptized directly by the Holy Pope, the Archbishop, and the Great Apostle. Carrying the will of the Order of Telos, she received the blessing of holy magic in her body. After that, her sacred power increased drastically, and she completed the procedure necessary to receive the mark. For the first time, she was able to see her own future instead of others. She saw the dragon of the sacred lance, and later Verdio asked if she was giving up on being the saint. Adele thanked them for everything they had done for her, for everything they had taught her, and wished the best for the Order of Telos, but said she wanted to serve the order in a different way. Verdio said that she still was not convinced, and explained that her precognition ability was an effectual magic, capable of altering the divine providence of Telos. The timeline created by Telos had been affected precisely by that instinctive ability, which is why she was chosen as the saint. He said her gifts were incredible, but now she could finally see her own future, couldn't she? Many years had passed since Adele gave up being the saint of the Order of Telos, but she remained in the imperial capital, taking care of the sacred flame. At night, she played her lute because, if she fell asleep again, her future would appear before her eyes, and what she saw was her own death. Verdio remarked that the plan had failed, and if they wanted to calm the dragon of the sacred lance, they would have to offer the saint as a sacrifice. During her time in the capital, Adele heard many things, including possibly secret information. The world was entering a time of peace thanks to the extraordinarily wise government of the Holy Emperor Cloel, but in a peaceful world, no one sought God anymore. As a result, the Holy Pope's influence had diminished, and Verdio, who was more of a businessman than a clergyman, knew exactly what was needed: fear of ruin and a miracle from God. The plan was to revive the dragon of the sacred lance, put everyone in danger, and then use the apostles to defeat, in quotation marks, the dragon. But to perform that miracle of God, a sacrifice would be needed to seal the dragon again. That sacrifice would be Adele, the original saint. She believed that by fleeing, she had prevented that future from happening. However, many years later, the future came to her. Adele thought that Clarice was not talented, did not have great control over magic or sacred power. She was just a girl with incredible potential who didn't know how to use it well. Still, in terms of qualities, she seemed born to be a saint. She was full of grace, intelligence, and elegance, but all she wanted was to live a normal life. Adele thought that was not possible, and maybe she would have to tell Clarice everything, say that she was the original saint, explain why she had fled, and also talk about her effort and determination to stay alive. However, all Adele could do was turn her words into songs and poems. She said she would rather die in the sewers than live a blank life. The message she wanted to pass on to Clarice was that she should run, escape, just as she had done, but she could only express that indirectly, through beautiful words. She couldn't say it directly, but she hoped Clarice would escape and live the life she longed for. Every night, she sang romances and recited poems about freedom, hoping that maybe Clarice would understand and run away. Even so, guilt stabbed Adele's heart every time she saw Clarice smile, because she knew that life inside the church was nothing but hypocrisy. One morning in the imperial capital, she fled, becoming a nomad, and her final destination was the Sylvania Academy. She arrived there completely covered in blood. At first, she didn't understand what was happening or why the dragon would be revived now, but when she saw everything before her, she understood exactly what needed to be done and how it all would happen. When she entered the chapel, the third apostle of Telos, Tarak, forbade her from entering, so she rolled up her sleeves and showed the saint's mark. She took advantage of the surprise attack to enter the cathedral, but the apostles were already there, all gathered, using their power to awaken the dragon of the sacred lance. The catalyst of the ritual was a dagger that contained the fang of the dragon Wellbrock. Adele tried countless times to convince Verdio, but no one listened to her. When she realized that Clarice was not in the cathedral and was still in the Trick's dormitory, Adele concluded that everyone had assumed the stories about the dragon of the sacred lance were just exaggerated legends. In the end, they were forced to use the saint as a last resort to save them. They needed her sacrifice to put the dragon back to sleep. They used the sacrificial circle inscribed on the chapel floor for that. Then, everything came to an end. Adele was the sacrifice. She stood at the center of the circle. Even if her life had been meaningless until then, at least now it had a purpose. Everything might have been built on lies, but she saw light in Clarice's eyes, and that was enough. What no one predicted was that the blessing of holy magic would protect her body. The aspectual magic within her was activated to its maximum limit. The aspectual magic used the sacred power as fuel, which completely doubled the flow of time, making everything repeat again and again. Adele was surprised the last time she saw Clarice, but she knew she did not have much power left. She thought one or maybe two times would be enough. Every time she returned in time, she went back to the cathedral. But this time, unlike all the others, she found Ed along the way. Ed asked if she preferred orange juice or just cold water. He was sweaty because he had run there again. Adele remembered the moment when Verdio realized they could not stop the dragon and that they needed a miracle. Precisely today, when the world needed to believe in the Order of Telos again. But it was clear that the arrogance of the Order had nearly caused the end of the world. They underestimated the power of the dragon of the sacred lance, and the only way to stop it was with the saint offering herself in the sacrifice rune, either the life of one saint or the life of the other. While being sacrificed, Adele felt no remorse, because she believed that this had always been her duty. However, the sacred blessing protected her body, and this completely changed the temporal flow of the world. Even so, she was not affected. She only stayed alive long enough to repeat everything. Her body could no longer stand. She opened her eyes and was back in the hall again. But each time everything repeated, the sacred power diminished until it nearly vanished. She repeated it many times, sacrificing herself non-stop. That was her punishment. She thought she should never have passed her duty to someone else. If she had done everything alone from the beginning, things would have been much simpler, but that could not last forever. So she gave up trying to convince Verdio and simply started to sacrifice herself again and again. She thought that this time, when she entered the cathedral, she would throw herself directly into the sacrifice circle to try to save lives. She was almost there, but now, at that moment, Ed was holding her. He sat Adele down on a bench and said he knew she would die very soon. She was shocked to hear that and remembered. She remembered that Ed Roth Taylor, from the beginning, knew she would die. He knew the future. Until that moment, he had never said anything like that to her directly. Adele's response had always been the same. She said she knew. That conversation felt like a distant memory. That's how she felt after going back in time so many times. Nothing changed. That conversation had happened inside the cathedral as well. She needed to leave and fulfill her duty. She needed to end everything. But Ed said he didn't know everything and asked if that was really all she had to say. She was going to die, and that was all? Adele asked what was wrong. She needed to hurry back, but Ed insisted. He asked if that was truly it. Adele thought and confirmed that in every time loop she died, always. She had known that for a long time, and until then, never had anything to say about her own death. Probably what Ed would say, if he were there, would just be that. Seeing Clarice's smile would be enough. That was all. But Adele asked him to leave her alone. That's when she found herself in another memory, the moment she was abandoned by her father. And Ed appeared there too, asking again if that was really all. Adele thought that at that moment she wanted to say something else, but she didn't. What she wanted to say was that she wasn't obligated, that she wanted to scream, that she wanted to beg him to stay with her. In the end, after so many lies and time loops, Adele finally spoke. She said she was scared, that she was afraid, that she didn't want to die. Ed sighed and said that finally she had said it. Adele took a sip of cold water, and Ed said it was clear she had been through many difficult things. He asked her to tell him the whole story, because now they were going to put an end to it. After Adele told the whole story, Ed decided that it was best if they separated. After Adele himself, while Clarice went directly to the cathedral where Taldarek was. He asked why Clarice was there, since she was supposed to be waiting in the dormitory. But Clarice walked past him, completely ignoring his presence, thinking that this time she would learn the whole story. Clarice arrived and told everyone to stop. The Pope, the apostles, and Verdio. She said she had believed in Verdio all this time, thinking he would never put anyone's life at risk. But Verdio responded that she was correct, for he lived for the good of the imperial capital. According to him, Saint Telos always stands above everyone and everything, but the ignorant population would never believe unless they showed something truly impressive. Clarice asked if that was why he wanted to summon the Dragon of the Sacred Lance, and Verdio replied that it wouldn't take long. Clarice said he was underestimating the power of that dragon, and said that from the very beginning he knew. From the start he intended to use the saint's life as a sacrifice. Verdio replied that it was just a life insurance policy, to make sure everything ended well later. Ed explained that the truth was not pretty, and summed it up by saying the church was in decline, losing followers and running out of money, so they decided to revive the Dragon of the Sacred Lance so the apostles could, in quotes, defeat it and restore the fame and power of the Order of Telos. Adele added that Archbishop Verdinho had always been like that, someone who, as an ordinary priest, made the congregation grow and filled the warehouses of the Holy Imperial Capital, and that was how he proved his faith. Ed asked if Adele had tried to convince them not to do it, but she said that as someone who had fled from her responsibility as a saint, she had lost all trust from the Order. So of course no one would listen to anything she said. Verdio always used force to make everyone agree with him, and he also brought a force no one could fight against, the 8 Apostles of Telos, the most powerful army of the Holy Imperial Capital. At that moment, Verdio apologized to Clarice, saying it wouldn't take long, and declared that he would put her to sleep for a while. Adele said that considering the strength of the apostles, there was nothing they could do, until suddenly she blushed because Ed picked her up onto his back. Ed said that strength and power weren't a big concern because he knew someone even stronger, and right at the top of the cathedral, a lightning bolt struck, a high-rank electric magic, a divine punishment that hit the apostles directly on the head. Verdio asked who could have done that, and the answer came soon after. After striking down one of the apostles with lightning and binding the others with spectral magic, Lucy appeared saying she did not fear Telos because she was an atheist. Lucy said she didn't believe in God, but she believed in punishment, and that was something she believed in. Sinners should be afraid. Verdio asked what she meant by that, but another apostle was knocked down like a piece of trash. Lucy asked if he didn't know that it was written in their own Bible that arrogance is a sin and therefore should be punished. When Verdio asked what she was doing, he ordered the 2 remaining apostles, the 2nd and the 8th, to try to stop her, but their attacks were completely useless. With a simple spell, Lucy easily took one of them down, but there was still one last apostle, the guardian Taldarek himself, who was ready to finish off Lucy, killing her right there. Except when he tried to strike her, she simply vanished. Lucy wasn't just a master of speed, she was the master of space-time. Using spatial advance, she moved behind poor Taldarek and cast an electric spell directly into his body. Verdio wondered how all the apostles had failed to stop her, and whether that monster was really her. But the most important thing was understanding how she knew what was happening in there. He thought the plan was to revive the Dragon of the Sacred Lance and defeat it to increase the authority of the Order, and that the chosen stage was Arkan Island, where the students were. To make sure the plan wouldn't fail, Verdio had sealed the box and hidden everything. He told the Pope they needed to leave, but Lucy asked if he was trying to run away. Before he could escape, she used time prison, and he wasn't fast enough. But at the last moment, one of the apostles appeared to save Verdio, and he ordered them to capture the saint. The apostle then ran off with the saint in his arms, while another remained frozen by Lucy's time magic. Verdio thought he would take the evidence away and use the Pope's authority to pressure the academy, but Lucy cast another high-rank electric spell, Divine Punishment. One last apostle jumped in front and took the full impact of the magic. At that moment, another apostle fled with the Pope, while the previous one continued the saint's abduction. They said the order would be victorious, but Lucy complained that they were all extremely annoying. One of the apostles told Verdio that even if they escaped, they would be found soon. Verdio said that was fine, that they just needed a moment. He would destroy all the evidence and accuse the academy of an act of violence. But just as they were about to leave, a storm of fire stopped them. It was a basic ignition spell, and the apostle wondered how such a simple spell could be so powerful. At the last moment, she managed to repel the ceremonial dagger thrown by Ed, which was imbued with the spiritual explosion formula. The explosion was so intense that it could be seen from the horizon. The apostle was completely charred and left behind by Verdio. Ed ordered Verdio to stop, but he tried to run. Verdio thought that boy knew where they would escape to, and tried to cast a holy spell to hit him. But Mugui stepped in the way and took the full magical hit, becoming seriously damaged. Ed let him go, and he fled toward the forest. Verdio believed that if he could hide with the evidence, everything would work out. The forest was dense, and according to him, no one would be able to move through it. But Ed knew exactly how to move through that forest and was about to cut Verdio's neck. He ordered him to hand over the necklace, grabbed Verdio by the hair, and the two of them tumbled down the slope. Verdio ended up on top with his sacred staff and managed to hit Ed with a direct shot, but Ed counterattacked and stabbed him in the chest. Still, Verdio didn't let go of the evidence. Ed shouted, demanding that he hand it over at once. Earlier, Adele had warned that the archbishop was very strong, even compared to the apostles, and that he was still extremely dangerous. But what worried Ed was the time. They had to stop the dragon from awakening, and they knew that the church's plan had been in preparation for a long time. Even with Lucy's help, the chance of failure was still high. It would be good if they could go back in time one more time, but judging by Adele's condition, that seemed impossible. Adele said it was fine, that if Ed failed, she could still go back in time a few more times. But Ed knew that was a lie. Her power was already nearly exhausted and she could drop dead at any moment. With no time to waste, Ed killed the archbishop. When he picked up the Wellbrock Fang dagger, it was still charged with magic. Verdio, even while wounded, said the dragon would soon be resurrected, that the apostles would deal with it, and that the saint would fall, and then everyone would recognize the greatness of Lord Telos. At that moment, the awakening finally began. The dragon of the sacred spear was coming back to life. Now Ed understood everything. To prevent the seal from being broken, the church members had ordered the archbishop to take the necklace off the island. The problem was that no one would remember that. He needed to find a way to keep that information safe. Adele needed to make the sacrifice one last time. If Ed couldn't pass the information to her, everything would fail again. Even if she had shown her true feelings in the end, everything would still end the same way. Ed said it was already too late again, but someone interrupted him, asking what difference a little delay made. It was Lucy, still standing despite all her wounds. Ed said Lucy had to hear his words, that she had to pass them on to Adele or to Clarice, but Lucy simply pulled Ed down to sit. She said there was no need to rush, that she wasn't going anywhere, and that all she needed to do was pass the message to Adele or to the saint. Then she wrote on the magic scroll the words, "You must steal the necklace of the Wellbrock Fangs as soon as possible. Leave the cathedral. Verdio is planning to use the authority of the order to cover up the crime." Ed commented that it wasn't just her mana, but all of Lucy's magic was amazing. She replied that with enough practice, anyone could learn. Either way, Ed thanked her. The dragon of the sacred spear had been revived once more, but this time, all the information was preserved, recorded in the scroll. Everything was there, the location, the method, and the escape route. Ed wondered if Adele, on the verge of collapse, would be able to remember all of it. The real problem was time. He thought that if he were to lose his memories, how could he come up with a plan so quickly? Could they really defeat the apostles, steal the necklace, and still escape the island? Then Lucy said she had made a promise to that old man, promising to protect the academy from any danger, and that she would fulfill that promise at least one last time. Ed replied that he knew that she had already said that the last time. Lucy said that was exactly why, even if she went back in time many times, she would face that dragon every time. Ed agreed, saying he would do the same. Lucy said she had come to the academy to fulfill the old man's final promise, but perhaps she had been waiting for that moment all along. Now, she was tired of the endless wait. However, time would rewind one last time. Trying to stop the dragon would be useless, so Lucy said she would rather die in Ed's arms. She said she was sure the two of them would forget everything. Ed agreed, saying he thought so too. Lucy said there was something she wanted to say, something she had never found the right moment to reveal. The walls of the magic barrier began to collapse. It wasn't a romantic moment, but if she didn't say it now, she never would. Lucy said she couldn't live without Ed anymore, and that he couldn't leave. Ed replied that it wasn't a particularly difficult request for him. The dragon attacked again, and it started raining scales from the dragon of the sacred spear. Neither of them resisted or cried in pain. They simply held each other for warmth. After a long time, the rain stopped, and they remained in that position, in each other's arms. Then time rewound once more. Adele realized that her holy power was completely burning out. She could no longer be affected by time magic, and could no longer go back to the past. She thought she could finally die, but in the end she hadn't been able to stop the dragon's awakening. When she saw Clarice for the last time, it was painful, but still, she felt happy. Even if her smile for Clarice had been a lie, she felt truly happy in that moment. In contrast, the reunion with Ed Roth-Taylor was detestable. His will to survive had destroyed all her plans. Now, in agony, in that terrible state, Adele remembered the nature of what she had to do. She needed to stop the dragon's awakening. She needed to die according to her fate. She confirmed Ed Roth-Taylor's plan through the magic scroll, but knew that plan was impossible. First, Clarice would have to convince Ed that he had lost his memories due due to the distorted flow of time. Then, throughout the morning, he would have to come up with a new plan and gain enough power to defeat the apostles of Telos. Mobilizing all that would also take time, and Adele knew Ed wouldn't reach the cathedral in time. Verdio's plan had already begun. The magical power was already being infused into the necklace, and it was only a matter of time before the dragon awakened. The sun was fading, and the shadows would grow soon. Adele thought that as soon as she crossed that hallway, she would reach the chapel. There, she would sacrifice her body once more. But then she saw something surprising, something flying in the sky. At the moment time returned to normal, Ed collapsed with a sharp headache. At that moment, he was reading Introduction to Spectral Magic, and it is explained that for those who have developed resistance to spectral magic, this kind of magic does not affect them directly. Adele's regression magic was a combination of spectral and holy magic. The blessing of holy magic grants resistance to holy magic itself. That's why Clarice was able to keep her memories. Perhaps it was because Adele had lost part of her strength, or maybe because Ed was already studying spectral magic. Right before the regression, the spectral magic inside Ed's body resisted Adele's spectral magic. As a result, he remembered all possible futures. He remembered all the times he had died. He remembered all the outcomes that had gone wrong. Ed thought he would go insane from so much information, but he finally managed to stand. He said that now it was a race against time. That thing flying in the sky was a great wind summon, and the one riding it was Ed. He flew high and easily stole the Wellbrock Fang dagger, now charged with power. Defying everyone there, he faced Verdio and the apostles. Verdio ordered the apostles to eliminate him, but Ed barely managed to dodge. Ed thought that throughout these endless cycles, these time loops, the beginning was almost always the same. St. Clarice would drag him into the carriage, explain time and his service number. Then he would travel, organize his thoughts, and take time to understand the situation. While thinking about this, Verdio said he didn't know who Ed was, but asked if he truly intended to face the apostles of Telos. Ed thought the answer had always been right beside him. Literally, that summon, the great wind eagle, belonged to Janica. He realized that she was faster than any carriage, much stronger than him, and above all, someone who would believe in him, no matter what he said. She was the one who had always been with him, Janica Failover. Ed held the dagger and thought they were truly in a race against time. They had less than an hour. The necklace with the fang was already activated, and it was the key to awakening the sacred spear dragon. Once it started resonating, the dragon sealed beneath Arkan Island would awaken. That meant there was only one solution. Before the dragon could be revived, they had to throw that fang far enough so the magic wouldn't resonate with it. Verdio asked what they were doing. He ordered the apostles to go after Ed, but Ed left a little gift for them. His dagger, now with explosive power, detonated everything around. At that moment, Ed and Janica took off flying on the eagle. Soaring so high they broke through the clouds. Ed told Janica to find a way to escape as far as possible because he didn't know exactly where they would end up. But Janica said she couldn't leave him behind. Ed explained that the last incident might have happened over a year ago, but if she got involved in another one, she would be expelled from the academy. If everything wasn't resolved, she would be considered a fugitive who attacked the order. Still, Janica spoke of her homeland, Ulan, a remote desert, isolated, and lawless region. She said that if they needed to hide, no one would ever find them there. Janica then held his hand and said she knew Ed had been suffering alone all this time. Ed wondered how she could tell, and Janica replied she could see it just by looking at his face. She said that if he were expelled, then they would be expelled together. She said it was easier to endure everything if they shared the consequences, even if treated as fugitives. She would never let Ed suffer alone. Ed barely had time to find that moment beautiful, because they were already being chased by the apostles. All 6 of them were after them, and he told her to speed up. They had no time to lose. Meanwhile, in the cathedral of the academy, Verdio was badly injured, and St. Clarice walked past him. When Ed regained all his memories, he told Clarice there was something only she could do. He said she knew everything that was going to happen, how it would all end, and that while he tried to stop the dragon's awakening, she needed to stop the archbishop. Clarice was destroying everything in the cathedral. Ed explained that the archbishop was a terrifying fanatic, willing to do anything for his beliefs, and that he would try to use the order to cover up everything that had happened. Clarice asked how long he would stand there watching while she confronted the pope. Ed replied that she needed to win over the pope, not the archbishop. So Clarice demanded that the Pope excommunicate Verdio once and for all. Meanwhile, in the skies above the academy, a real war was taking place. Janica and Ed dodged arrows launched by the apostles until wind blades were hurled at them. Ed realized they couldn't dodge, and so the 2 of them had to jump from the wind summoning. In the air, slicing through the clouds, Ed managed to catch Janica, but the apostles were still in pursuit. The priority was to protect the necklace. Janica then whispered in Ed's ear, asking if he could handle the rest. Before he could answer, she pushed him away and threw herself into the air. Janica said she believed in him. Then, she activated the Ring of the Golden Phoenix, and the light that emerged illuminated the entire sky above the academy, surprising the students. The airflow in the atmosphere was completely altered, and all the air above the academy was used to generate wind summons. Among the various summoned spirits, one stood out. Even though it was a sunny day, something blocked the sunlight. Some said it was the presence of the spirit of spirits. The first one, the Elder. It was the first water spirit to come to life, the only existence of its kind in nature, and the most powerful water spirit known, Fried, the blue whale. While the apostles were distracted by the wind eagles, their attacks barely harmed Fried. Ed and Janica were on her, advancing toward the cathedral. Ed realized he was sure the necklace was losing its magical power, and at that pace, they would succeed in preventing the awakening. However, he also noticed that Janica was using too much power. She was flushed, sweaty, clearly under the effects of the ring. Janica commented that she would probably be bedridden after that, and almost fainted, but Ed quickly held her and asked if she was okay. He even touched her to check if she had a fever, which made Janica turn even redder. Not because of a fever, but because she was being touched by Ed, saying that at that rate, she would only get worse. Meanwhile, the apostles reworked their strategy. The best alternative was to focus on the whale, while the others cleared the way for Tal'Darak. That's exactly what they did. Tal'Darak advanced with his spear, cutting through everything in his path, heading straight for Freed. He asked how she could control so many spirits, since that could be dangerous even for herself. He said he didn't want to kill her, but he would have to. However, there was another spirit behind Tal'Darak, and Ed ordered Tarkin to deal with him. When Tal'Darak turned around, his spear was grabbed by Tarkin, and Ed had already launched an attack from behind, locking the apostle in a chokehold, forcing him to escape by flying. Janica then begged Tarkin to protect Ed, and they both crashed forcefully onto the forest floor. Tal'Darak said that not only had he summoned a high-level spirit, but he was also controlling another one solely to protect Ed. The apostle acknowledged that Janica had extremely high power and immense talent, but said that the apostles of Telos, for bearing the duty of God, were even stronger. He demanded that Ed hand over the necklace immediately, or else both he and the sorceress would die. But Ed said he was wrong. He knew he could no longer go back in time, as he no longer had the hourglass of Delheim, and even though his mind was filled with memories of his many past deaths, he could not allow himself to die again. That is why he decided he would survive. His opponent, however, was the third apostle of Telos, Tal'Darak, who activated the awakening of the divine body, becoming practically a living armored wall. Ed remembered all the previous battles against Tal'Darak, knowing that his speed surpassed that of sound, which made it impossible to dodge with the naked eye. Unable to see the attack, Ed closed his eyes, and at the moment he would have been struck in the neck by Tal'Darak's spear, he activated Merilda's windshield, a counterattack that could only be used once. He took advantage of the opening and launched a concentrated explosion, causing great damage and sending the apostle flying. Tal'Darak then asked if Ed would be able to endure until the end, and Ed thought of his old problem. His firepower was extremely limited. That was when Tarkin said to leave the firepower to him. He simply devastated what was left of the apostle and also destroyed part of the forest. However, Tal'Darak managed to dodge with his high speed and came down with a precise spear attack, striking Tarkin's head and undoing the summoning. Tarkin apologized to Janica for not being able to protect him, and Ed understood that this was the worst possible scenario. Janica's magic was nearly depleted. She would not be able to summon Tarkin again, and on top of that, Ed also needed time to recover. As a last resort, he fired magical arrows, but his water arrows were turning to steam due to the intense heat. Ed created a mist to try to obscure Tal'Darak's vision, but the apostles said it was an obvious trick and struck Ed's chest, tearing it. Ed had already expected him to be that powerful, because in one of his time loops, the only way he managed to kill him was with Merilda's help. But at that moment, the Golden Phoenix Ring was not with him. It was with Janica, and he would never be able to summon Merilda on his own. He thought there had to be another way. Desperate, he kept blocking Tal'Darak's strikes with his magic barrier until it broke, and he was thrown far on the verge of death. Tal'Darak approached to finish him off, and Ed Roth Taylor once again faced death. He remembered all the times he died, all the times someone tried to save him, but now that he had recovered all his memories, he had also regained all the levels he had earned through his battles. Now he understands. Now he can. It doesn't matter if it's divine power or spiritual resonance. The way he learns magic is different. It was countless failures that taught him. Memories of pure determination, desperation to survive. That story that once seemed meaningless had become the full manifestation of Merilda. As the old saying goes, practice makes perfect, and Ed landed a headbutt on Tal'Darak. Even so, Tal'Darak retaliated and tried to strike him with the spear, but Mug stepped in, deflecting the attack. From the water arrow that followed, Rhea appeared, biting the apostle's arm. With the last magical arrow he had left, Ed thought he would not regret it. He would not regret killing someone who took so many lives in the name of blind faith. So he drove the arrow straight into Taldarek's heart, and he didn't stop there. He kept beating him until he was sure he was dead. Even as the body twisted, the flesh burned, and the teeth gnashed in hatred, Ed finally understood. The only truth in this world is life. It is survival. He left the forest with that thought, knowing he did not have much time left because there were still things to be done. Meanwhile, at the cathedral, Clarice was still trying to convince the Pope. She said it was necessary to excommunicate the old man. But the archbishop made that typical good boy face, pretending to be kind, asking if the Pope would really trust the saint, especially her, who according to him knew nothing. Verdio replied that everything was for the future of the order. Clarice questioned him, saying that if she knew nothing, how did he explain the plan to use the necklace with Wellbrock's fang to revive the dragon of the sacred spear, just so the apostles could defeat it and further increase the fame of the order? Wasn't that the plan? Verdio asked how she knew that. Clarice answered that they had tried many times to hunt that dragon, but the church never succeeded. Clarice said it was a flawed plan, one that would never work, and they were repeating the same mistake over and over. Now she was starting to understand. She says that in every ending, she would have to use that sacrificial magic circle, but it would do nothing except take the saint's life for no reason. Verdio couldn't understand what she meant, and she explained that if this truly was Telos's will, she herself would offer her life. However, many innocent people would still end up dying, and with so many deaths, people would lose even more faith in the church. Verdio denied it, saying she knew nothing. But she replied that she was living proof that everything was true. If she were to die today, the person who brought her here and the person she wanted to save would spread the truth across the entire world. And once it was known, everyone who heard it would lose faith in the church as well. Verdio then realized that the children were still on the island, and as a saint, she should not be defying the church. But the priest stepped forward and interrupted him, drawing his attention. He said that even though Verdio held that position, he acted like a coward just like he did, never making a choice. For decades it had been this way. Whenever someone with leadership appeared, he simply followed and let them do his work. But this time, he wanted to entrust the church's future to someone whose faith was genuine, and with conviction, he declared that this person was the saint. He would follow her will. Clarice continued speaking to Verdio, saying his plans had always failed, and this time, they wouldn't even begin. She declared that using the authority of her holiness, she would excommunicate him, the archbishop. But suddenly, he burst into manic laughter. Wearing a dark smile, he asked if she really believed she could change anything. He grabbed her arm and began running, saying that even if she entered the circle, the dragon would still be resurrected. The boy who stole his necklace was being chased by the apostles, and even if he tried to escape, did she really think he could get far enough? We return to our protagonist, standing over a dead apostle. He said it still wasn't over. He had to keep going. Holding the necklace, he stated that he needed to stop all of this. Clarice stopped running. She said she wouldn't let things end like this, and began casting a spell. She told Verdio that the only person who ran with her this whole time was far stronger than him. She released a point-blank magical attack. After he was hit directly, Clarice collapsed to her knees. Verdio said that a saint's life was like a pure, immaculate light, but then asked how her light had become so colorful. She answered that she was both a saint and a student. She explained that white light appears to have a single color at first, but it hides many shades within it. It was red, gold, turquoise, blue, and even purple. We then see him handing the necklace to the girl, who immediately flew toward the place where the dragon would be reborn. Clarice went on, saying that light becomes white only when many colors shine together. Taylor then began narrating the events, explaining that the protagonist had become a senior fighting against incoming freshmen. He had not expected them to be so resilient, and all of them wanted to give their best. That was supposed to be the start of the episode, but none of the first-year Class A students showed up. Even so, the story continued, and Taylor defeated Claude, who ranked first in the first-year alchemy department's entrance exam. Refusing defeat, Claude drank a forbidden potion containing demonic blood, and the episode's boss appeared. He gained demonic power and began using dark magic. Taylor said this episode was particularly difficult. As Taylor was being carried away, he kept narrating that this was his end, and the protagonist, who had overcome countless challenges, now faced a situation too complicated to continue. Even so, the episode moved forward, and we returned to Taylor's fight. He used an elemental slash on Claude. Suddenly, a violent shockwave erupted inside the academy. Our hero explained that this was the third episode, the second team battle training, and this was how it was meant to end. He said that in the beginning, he was a weak swordsman, humiliated by everyone, but now he was recognized as a hero. His life had become a spectacle where people rose to applaud him, but happiness never lasts. When he left the training center, he received the news of his friend's death. The prophet embarred Adele. The game never described the cause of her death at that point. She was just supposed to be another character in the story, but he caught her before she fell and realized the story had changed. Taylor and his friends didn't hear news of anyone dying. Instead, there were rumors of something happening at the church. Verdio was then punched by a soldier who had come to protect her, an internal problem that was soon resolved. Because of that, the saint's story changed. In the end, the dragon did not resurrect. Since her fate had changed, the Holy Army never invaded the island. The great boss confrontation never happened, and an awakened Lucy would never come to be. The protagonist remarked that maybe this was a better story than the original. Lucy blushed, remembering him. The academy was finally at peace. 2 days passed. We see Ed knocking on the door, asking if Janica was okay. She shouted that she was still taking a bath and told him not to come in. It was explained that the price for using that magic had been extremely high. She still hadn't recovered her mana and could barely see. The high-level spirit that defeated the apostles had fallen somewhere in a forest, far from the island's center. Janica had fainted and woken up inside a cabin. Ed didn't know what had happened, but he was relieved she was alive. Someone arrived, telling him to notify her when something like this happened. It was the maid carrying a basket and a bucket. He thought that ever since she became the head maid, she had gotten too idle. Judging by her expression, she probably missed doing this kind of work. She asked if he was okay. He said yes, though he was worried about Janica, but the maid clarified that she was asking about his health. He replied that he was fine, and she said she would take care of Janica for now. She made it very clear that she would be the one changing Janica's clothes, just to avoid misunderstandings. Before leaving, she said he must be going through puberty and might never have a chance like this again, suggesting he follow his heart's voice. He quickly slammed the door in her face. As he walked away, she said it was a shame and noted that this was the first time he had spoken to her casually. They stared at each other for a moment before he left. While Ed reflected, the maid screamed at Janica, telling her she should go to the hospital. Ed thought she was amazing for always knowing when something was wrong with him, although she was a bit crazy for wanting to clean Janica with all the windows and doors open. Only 2 days had passed, but it felt like a month to him. Suddenly, someone approached. It was Kylie, or rather, once the hood was removed, Clarice. She explained what had happened to Verdio and that he had been excommunicated. She said he had been escorted by Her Holiness and some apostles. Ed asked if they could really trust the church. She replied that Her Holiness had admitted her mistakes and stopped relying on others, though it was strange that a single archbishop caused such chaos. Maybe the incident would serve as an opportunity for the church to follow a new path. Then he asked about Adele. Clarice said she had vanished. She tried using her authority as a saint to track her, but Adele left no trace. Ed asked if he could help somehow. Clarice said she had thought about leaving the church and sharing her story with everyone, but at the moment, she only wanted to give thanks. She left her instrument there, saying that knowing Adele, if she had nowhere else to go, she would eventually come here. Clarice asked if he planned to spend the holidays on the island. He said yes, since he didn't have many options. She asked a favor, to keep treating her like a freshman. He asked when he ever stopped, and even if he didn't call her Kylie, she was still the same person. She smiled and told him that if he ever needed anything, he should call her. She would come running and always be there for him. Then she left, and Ed watched her from afar. Janica appeared and said they should leave quickly, or else they might run into Clarice again. Ed asked about her condition. She said that neither her mana nor her divine power had recovered yet, but she could move. He asked if she was fine leaving without talking to Clarice. She said yes. She had no songs left to play for her, or rather no courage. She said her entire life had been a lie. Every time she sang, every melody she played on that lute had been a lie. She threw it into the fire, burning it. She said she wanted to visit every place where she had lied through her songs. Everything she had done until now was just trying to escape her fate, but she would no longer run. She would go on an adventure. This time, it would be different. She now had a place to return to. She guessed she would be back in 3 years. She couldn't miss Clarice's graduation. When she returned, she wanted to sing all her new songs for her. Ed asked if things really needed to end like this. He stood up and said that since she had lost her mana and her sacred power, she could no longer see the future waiting for her. Everything she knew ended here. Now she would venture into a world full of unknown places, a journey with an unpredictable future. In this life, escaping one's destiny was extremely difficult, and something worse might await her. He asked if she wasn't afraid. She admitted she was, but smiled and asked, "Isn't that what makes it fun?" Ed thought about how much had changed. He had just spoken to a girl who should have died, and this wasn't luck. It was something already decided. He didn't know if he had taken the necklace far enough to stop the dragon's resurrection, or if he would need need to save her again. But either way, all he needed to do was prevent the dragon from appearing. Then he denied his own thoughts. He would have let her die. If she had no divine power left, or if Lucy hadn't recovered her memories like he had, he would have abandoned Adele to survive. That was who he was. Using survival as an excuse, compassion, friendship, and partnership were easily ignored. He said that vacation had finally arrived, and so much had changed. He should not even exist as Ed Rothstaler, and yet he had become an excellent student. Janica was by his side, but the Lucy from the third episode had disappeared. Still, some things never changed. No matter how much the story twisted, no matter who was sacrificed, somehow he always survived. And that is the end of the story, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. At least it's only the end of the season. Leave a like and subscribe.